Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Scion, the Divine Elephant's Sealing Technique. In the parallel universe of Dragon Ball, 5 Scions depart from planet Vegeta, recklessly traversing the cosmos. The vehicle they pilot is spherical in form, captivatingly round, enticing one to reach out and touch its surface. The speed is astonishing, capable of encircling the Earth multiple times within a mere second, and it accelerates further with each passing moment. Inside the fourth orb, the Scion, named Sake, awakens, his expression clouded with confusion. "Ouch, my kidneys!" he exclaims. "Only 60 minutes last night, how could it hurt so much? Ouch, my head too," he complains. "But why does it feel as though it's my upper head?" His series of exclamations reveals the Yu's heightened agitation. An indeterminate amount of time passes, amplifying his bewilderment. Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, Emperor Frieza, Elite Warrior Bardock, the birth of Vegeta, mid-level warrior sake of the 37th Combat Team. So, I am dead? He muses. But not fully reborn in the world of Dragon Ball as a Scion at the outset. Is this not a cause for celebration? Damn, my kidneys, they didn't even administer anesthetics. What enmity do I bear? As he mutters to himself, a sharp intake of breath escapes him. The pain is unbearable, a torment that cannot be alleviated. The youth, barely conscious, is soon overwhelmed by a throbbing headache and a wave of intense drowsiness, muttering a few words before succumbing once more to slumber. Fortunately, the spherical spacecraft sustains him with nutrient fluids, allowing for a faint breath to persist. It appears he is not yet deceased, and thus, the celebration must be postponed. His consciousness does not fade with his physical form. Instead, it transforms into a shimmering silver orb, drifting leisurely through a hazy sea of awareness, devoid of burdens. This tranquility persists until a resplendent golden oval of light enters his field of vision. The essence of Sake, now a luminous sphere, eagerly approaches, entwining, caressing, embracing, and ultimately merging with the radiant entity, achieving a sublime union. As he absorbs the feedback from the golden light, the silver orb surges with energy, galloping forth with rhythmic undulations, akin to a spirited steed. Upon receiving this influx of knowledge, a white arrow of energy bursts forth from the silver orb, traversing the boundless void until it fades into nothingness. Sake feels invigorated, a wave of vitality washing over him. Exhilarating, he exclaims. The divine elephant sealing technique. Through the manipulation of chi to evoke the divine, and the divine to manifest the form, with every movement, I wield the strength of a colossal elephant, able to upheave the seas, roar down the stars, pluck the moon, and consume the sun, all within a mere thought. The Holy King's realm focuses on cultivating chi, the essence of all life. The fundamental nature of power in both worlds is strikingly similar. It is merely that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat less potent. Less potency is advantageous. If I master the 840 million divine elephants, would I not be able to subdue the Omni King with but a gesture? Sake is entirely unfazed by his inexplicable arrival in this world. Rather, he is filled with excitement. Sake, originally named Sake Sure, was an unremarkable worker on Earth. He distinctly recalls a stormy night, when he, under a toxic vow, deceived a girl into partaking in a mysterious rite of passage. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, I found myself transformed into a scion within the confines of a sphere, known as Sac. Soon after, I was beset by excruciating pain in my kidneys, compounded by a foggy mind that led me back into unconsciousness. My consciousness, however, proved formidable, allowing me to manifest within the sea of awareness, where I discovered a resplendent radiance that in my previous life, I had languished in mediocrity, but I mustered the courage to swear a solemn oath, which, to my astonishment, came to fruition. The fortunate tidings were that I had become a scion and departed from planet Vegeta to undertake missions. The unfortunate aspect was the absence of anesthetics for my ailing kidneys, leaving me uncertain of their future utility. Never mind, I shall focus on my cultivation first, I resolved. Fortunately, the scion lineage differed primarily in blood, with little else distinguishing us from humanity. Otherwise, my cultivation would have been unattainable. Sac transformed into a shimmering silver orb, soaring and dancing, as he chanted the incantations of his techniques. With a combat power exceeding 3,000, energy coursed robustly within him. As the techniques commenced, a torrent of energy surged through Sac's body, revitalizing his form. Crackle, crackle, crack. Within Sac's energy center, an innumerable throng of energy converged, coalescing into a singular mass that perpetually refined and surged. Before long, This multitude of energy coalesced into the form of a tender young elephant, embodying the giant elephant referenced in the divine elephant suppression technique. The giant elephant galloped within the energy center, its limbs moving gracefully, its trunk swaying as it absorbed Sak's internal energy. He soon found himself utterly depleted, devoid of any remaining energy. Yet, the elephant exhaled an even purer and more concentrated energy, which surged back into Sak's body, reverberating and reshaping his very flesh. Sak's consciousness remained oblivious to the transformation of his corporeal form. Frisia, after all, commanded an exceptional research team dedicated to the study of psion interstellar navigation, employing soporifics that were beyond Sak's current capabilities to counter. He could only persist in his practice, hastening the maturation of the giant elephant within him. The tender elephant in the energy center appeared anything but mature. With the operation of his techniques, Sak's body continued to absorb the energy-laden nourishment. He had also conjured 100 giant elephants within himself, animated and vibrant. What was intended to sustain him for a year was rapidly consumed. Enthralled in his cultivation, Sak had no choice but to pause as his power escalated. The absence of external energy to sustain him began to rouse him from his trance. A tingling sensation enveloped his body, accompanied by a simultaneous surge of overwhelming power and an exhausting sense of depletion. Overall, the transformation of his body and the information he had originally possessed as Sak revealed numerous changes. In summary, this transformation could be encapsulated in a single word: immense. Now, Sak found himself in a quandary. Typically, upon a breakthrough, one would awaken to unleash blinding light and exhale a forceful breath. Yet, if he dared to open his eyes, what would happen if he shattered the spaceship? This was outer space, and psions could not endure such an environment. Fearful of opening his eyes, he remained steadfastly closed, enduring the uncertainty. That said, my energy center indeed harbors the giant elephant, which signifies my successful cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique, a mastery-level technique. However, it seems to deviate from the descriptions provided. Am I experiencing a mutation, or have I simply mutated? I am merely an intermediate psion, endowed with such innate talent, and yet I am expected to succeed with mere practice. Sak was incredulous, while Arai was filled with self-doubt. This technique, even for those of the highest intellect, would undoubtedly present insurmountable challenges to master. Could he truly achieve success simply by reciting the incantation and following an unseen guide? What a jest! He was no protagonist like Saint King Yang Qi, who, after being struck by lightning, housed a golden figure within him and a colossal thunderous elephant in his dantian. The mere thought sent a chill down Sak's spine. Present. Aside from some discrepancies and his uncertainty regarding whether he had indeed been struck by lightning, the situation appeared largely unchanged. While at least there was a 1% resemblance, there was indeed a golden entity within his sea of consciousness, which he had even approached. Beyond that, it was merely a matter of whether he had been struck by lightning. Perplexed, Sak chose to disregard it and continued his practice of the divine elephant suppression technique. The cosmos, too, contained vital energy, albeit in a much more diluted form. His body could absorb it through the spacecraft. After a protracted period of over 6 months, Sak had successfully cultivated a total of 110 colossal elephants and was in the process of condensing the 111th. It had begun to take shape, albeit with a rather delicate. He exerted himself, striving to elevate his power beyond 3 million, pondering whether he could transform into a super psion. If that were unattainable, he would not hold himself accountable for any subsequent cowardice. Could the future of the psions surpass his own? Sak's life philosophy echoed. In favorable winds, one sails boldly; in adverse winds, one retreats meekly. The ultimate interpretation of this philosophy lay with him, and he could approach it as he pleased. Sak removed the scouter and tossed it towards the burning spherical spaceship. Witnessing its dissolution amidst brilliant sparks, he quickly departed. The scouter dispatched by Frisia possessed capabilities to detect combat power, as well as functions for surveillance, eavesdropping, and tracking. Its utility had been irrevocably compromised. He could only rely on his own aptitude for sensing energy. Previously, such an endeavor might have been insurmountable. However, endowed with divine prowess, he found all challenges surmountable. I must conceal myself swiftly, he urged, accelerating his speed significantly. Fortunately, the divine elephant suppression technique empowered him, allowing him to control his inner energy with ease. Concealing his strength posed no challenge. Sak intended solely to remain hidden, harboring no desire to confront Noth. His current strength was insufficient. Should the scouter detect any anomalies, he would find himself in dire straits. Even against Frisia, or if Vegeta dispatched several combat teams that my current combat power is approximately 3,500. A single giant elephant contributes 30 to my combat power, which is already commendable. The initial training of the divine elephant suppression technique adhered to the notion that the human body comprises 840 million particles. By harnessing the immense power of these particles, a keratinous layer soon emerged, enabling the absorption of a majority of energy techniques for personal use. By condensing 840 million giant elephants, one could attain a staggering 25.2 billion in combat power. With a transformation into a Super Saiyan, that figure would exceed 1 trillion. Who could possibly rival such power? The latter capability was even more formidable to simplify. Any adversary who struck him would find their energy absorbed and converted into his own combat strength, thereby aiding his training. Surprising, was it not? Unexpected, perhaps? Joyous, indeed. This was merely the foundation. Should he further cultivate profound techniques, he could forge a hellish furnace within himself, transforming the essence of all things into sustenance for his training. Was that not exhilarating? Sack sought a deep sea, plunging into its depths. He practiced the divine elephant suppression technique, containing within him the essence of 111 giant elephants. While fasting might prove challenging, he resolved to hold his breath for 7 or 8 days, allowing the water to wash over him. This was Sack's intention, and he was determined to follow through. He swore he truly wished to avoid provoking anyone. The 37th Combat Squad of the Science, for spherical spaceships, hurtled toward the ground. For massive craters appeared amidst the mountains. Dust and smoke billowed as 4 cold figures, encased in a transparent shield, slowly ascended from the craters. I could see the forefront. A burly man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches and exuding a bloody aura, grimaced and spoke. Where has Sack gone? One of the men, bearing a scar on his neck and possessing a strikingly handsome yet otherworldly visage, displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes and spoke. Without a moment's hesitation, "Captain, Sack has fled." The only woman present, her expression fraught with concern, retorted sharply, "Norse, Sack is no coward. Do not speak such nonsense or cast aspersions." She then turned to address the towering figure of the rugged man standing before her, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. "Captain, Sack must have encountered some misfortune. We should search for him." "We cannot afford to search," the captain replied sternly. "Our mission is urgent. Delays will lead to failure." Our team has never encountered defeat. Another member of their party, a shorter scion, vigilant and tense as he surveyed their surroundings, chimed in, "Indeed, Reina, you cannot be unaware that our team has never faltered, that we must not allow a liability to hinder our progress." Reina trembled in anger, her face flushed with indignation. Not forget, Sack has saved your lives on multiple occasions. Most of his scars are a testament to his efforts for the team. "Humph, that is only because that fool always positions himself in the safest spot," came the dismissive reply. "You!" Reina exclaimed in exasperation, pointing an accusatory finger at Norse. The captain's authoritative voice interrupted their heated exchange. "Enough. Norse, Bardan is right. The mission takes precedence. As for Sack, we shall leave his fate to chance." His tone was icy, leaving a chilling atmosphere in its wake. Such is the nature of the Scions. Cold, ruthless, and unfeeling. Their cruelty extends not only outward, but inward as well. Now we must reallocate our targets for attack. Norse's spirits lifted. Captain, there is no need for such complexity. To avoid being labeled as heartless, I shall take responsibility for half of Sack's territory. That should suffice." After a moment of contemplation, the captain replied, "Very well, Norse and Bardan, you shall each take a half. Reina and I will join you after we handle our own business." Norse chuckled softly and said no more, though internally he remained unconvinced. How could they possibly fail on such a small planet? "Let's move," Norse exclaimed as he soared into the air. Reina, feeling helpless, suppressed her anxiety and hurried towards their designated target. Meanwhile, Sack was engaged in meditation, feeling a tremendous force approaching. As Norse flew high above, he monitored the readings on his scouter. 50 kilometers, a combat power of 620. This may very well be the most formidable presence on this planet. Fortune smiles upon me, and I shall have my fun. A hint of malevolence flashed in his eyes, and he accelerated further. Upon nearing the destination, Norse raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast into the ocean. With a chilling smile gracing his lips, he shouted, "Come out." Sack, initially believing himself unaffected, soon realized how naive he was. "Alas, it seems my time is too short. I still do not fully grasp how to conceal my energy." Muttering to himself, He swiftly emerged from the water like a darting swallow. It's you. Two astonished voices rang out simultaneously. The Scions lack the ability to perceive energy, nor can they distinguish individuals through the subtle differences in energy. As a thief, Sak is naturally no exception. Upon his emergence, a torrent of resentment surged through my mind. In an instant, I recognized the figure before me. Who else could it be but Noth, the one I had been contemplating sparing? Sak was astonished, while Noth was hardly in a better position. After the initial shock, he glanced at the combat data of Sak displayed on the detector, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Haha, you little brat, you're still alive. However, your luck has run out encountering me means that even if you don't die, you will surely suffer. Sak's gaze fixed on Noth, his expression fluctuating between shadow and light. He had no intention of striking. Though filled with hatred, when weighed against his own life, he could reluctantly tolerate a compromise. Yet this individual had the audacity to confront him. To refuse him now would be a disservice to Noth's earnest intentions. However, it seems you have chosen an excessively outdated option, dear system. This is indeed your shortcoming. One must exhibit patience in life. And a system should embody the same virtue. Suchin quickly observed an image on the screen. System, why is there another picture of a planet? That was merely something I inserted out of boredom. Could you please make your selection more swiftly? System, what do these four swords look like? Suchan observed an image titled The Four Swords of Zhu Xian, but there was nothing of significance. It was merely a pirated version. Upon hearing this, Suchan did not ponder long and continued to make his selection. Yitiandi? Suchan gazed curiously at the image before him. Although he did not appear as handsome as himself, he emanated an aura of aloofness. System, is this Yitiandi formidable? What on earth, host? This is someone from your world. Do you truly know nothing about him? I do know, Suchan replied. Then why do you ask me? I am aware that he is a man. Spare me the obvious. Hasten to provide an introduction. Essentially, he is a character as formidable as the Emperor of the Wild. The system responded impatiently. Oh, then please elaborate further. Host, do not be too demanding. I tell you, select a martial soul. You have dawdled for quite a while. Choose or do not choose. Then what use are you to me? Go away, go away. If you do not want me, I certainly do not need you. Were it not for my performance metrics, I would scarcely bother with such a tedious host. Suchin shook his head as he exited the image of Yitiandi. He continued his search, and suddenly, he stumbled upon an anime he recognized. Dopa? He was well acquainted with it. Having once considered signing a contract with the Dopa production team. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the online reviews and found them to be quite favorable. Intrigued, he ventured further and discovered that it was indeed impressive, particularly in terms of special effects. Suchun made a resolute decision, choosing to embody the character Hai Buodong from Dopa. Do not inquire further. He simply felt invigorated by this choice. He held a particular fondness for this character, especially in the theatrical version, where the 5 dragons were undeniably magnificent. Host, are you out of your mind? Wouldn't it be better to select the Flame Emperor? I shall choose as I please. It is of no concern to you. Alas, host, you are leading me astray. Why do you look so distressed? I already possess the formidable Emperor of the Wilderness. That signifies my invincibility. Am I not entitled to select a character that exudes flair? All right, you make a valid point. Quickly equip all the items from the novice gift package. Understood. I am in the process of equipping it now. This bone goes on my head, correct? System. Have you not watched Douluo? How can you be unaware of this? I have seen it, albeit only a brief clip for a second. At home. My parents constantly urged me to memorize details about various companies. How could I possibly retain the plot? Then why do you remember Dopa? Because that particular scene struck me. I distinctly recall the moment when this character summoned 5 dragons. Good grief. All right, I will assist you in equipping it. Do not move. Oh, the system pondered that if it were to discover the host's true nature, it would never select a host like Su Chun, who was undeniably foolish. Ugh, my back itches. Did I not instruct you to remain still? I am merely scratching an itch. Is that not permissible? Very well, carry on. Having endured numerous trials, the system finally managed to equip Su Chun with the skull. Gu Yuna approached with curiosity. Is that a soul bone? Where did you acquire it? I did not observe any soul-guiding apparatus on you. It is nothing. It simply fell from the sky. Su Chen kept his distance from Gu Yuna, fearing that this dragon might be a formidable one. Oh, it seemed the system had detected something, and he suddenly displayed a mischievous grin. Su Chun produced a card representing a 100,000-year soul ring, and, in an instant, crushed it. The fragments of the card transformed into radiant light, gradually enveloping his feet. Soon, a crimson soul ring materialized beneath him. Su Chen addressed the voice within his mind. System, I have completed everything. Is it time for me to confront the one surnamed Tang? Host, do not rush, the system replied. We must proceed step by step. Allow me to assign you a novice task. Oh, what is the task? Speak, and I assure you I will accomplish it. Ding. Please encounter Guyuna. Reward, a packet of spicy strips. Failure results in a 5 centimeter reduction. Su Chen suspected he had misheard. Wait, what did you say? I said you need to sleep with Guyuna, or else, well, you understand, your dignity as a man will be lost. What the heck? System. What kind of absurd task have you chosen? I can't do this. If you asked me to sleep with a mature woman, I might consider it. But you want me to sleep with a dragon, and what's worse, a young girl. I see. Host, you are choosing to fail, aren't you? Very well. I shall reduce your height by 5 centimeters. Are you serious? Do you have no humanity? I possess no humanity. I am merely a system. What? System? Are you doing this on purpose? Su Chen harbored grave suspicions that the system was deliberately targeting him. The crux of the matter lay in the ludicrous reward for task completion, a mere packet of spicy snacks. Why not offer a premium brand instead? This was particularly disheartening, as it was meant to be a gift for the one he cherished most in the future. In response, the system quipped, I acted with intent. But what can you possibly do about it? Upon hearing this response, Su Chen could not contain his frustration and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? If you're sick, seek treatment. I'm not a veterinarian. For heaven's sake, can you act normally? Just look at how other systems treat their hosts. And look at you, constantly opposing me. Am I not doing this for your benefit? Guyuna is renowned as a beauty in Douluo, the dream of countless men. I am doing this for your own good. Huh. I appreciate your concern, but this little girl does not harbor any affection for me. I am a civilized individual. I cannot engage in such unlawful activities. Rest assured, I will resolve all your issues. Just muster the courage and take action. You will help me resolve it? Are you suggesting you would drug her? What a joke. Others have the advantage of a full dragon, while your remedies are utterly useless. Host, look behind you. Su Chen turned his head in bewilderment, and suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest. He realized that the little girl before him was completely undressed. Her face flushed as she gazed at him. It was a situation more bewildering than he could have imagined. System, what on earth have you done? Why is this dragon suddenly transformed in such a manner? Responding to the host, I have administered a special potion. Do not worry. If she does not engage in a union of yin and yang with you, she will perish. Upon hearing this, Su Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth? System, how could you engage in such actions? Do you possess no sense of morality? That individual is merely an innocent little girl. What does this have to do with me? Indeed, it has nothing to do with you, the system replied, but as I am assisting the host, I have administered a special effect medicine, hence it is undoubtedly connected to you. Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Ding. All of the host's abilities have been sealed. In an instant, all of Su Chen's strength vanished. System, what are you up to now? Oh, nothing much. I simply fear that you might escape. Su Chen swallowed hard, retreating incessantly. He glanced at the ancient Yuna before him, her 2 claws outstretched, her eyes sparkling with a golden light as she gazed at him. Ahem. Well, Sister Long, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Chen immediately dashed towards the cave entrance, but suddenly a barrier obstructed his path. Su Chen was taken aback. System, is this your doing? Please let me out swiftly. System malfunctioning. What? At this moment, Su Chen felt as though a multitude of ants were crawling within his heart. He turned to glance at Guyuna and said, Dragon Sister, allow me to express that emotionless entities are akin to scattered sand. Thus, any forceful action is inherently misguided. However, Guyuna seemed indifferent to his words. As in an instant, she appeared before Su Chen and lunged towards him. Su Chen was taken aback. Sister Long, please don't. Sister Long. 2 hours later, Guyuna stirred awake. Upon surveying the scene, he appeared utterly bewildered. He glanced at himself, then at Su Chen lying beside him, and in an instant, fury surged within him. Lecher. Slap. Su Chen lay upon the stone, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Do you comprehend the trials he has endured? With his mortal form, he has engaged in battle with a dragon over 20 times, coming perilously close to demise. He sensed that Guyuna had awakened. Yet he remained still, consumed by a desire for death. It is particularly vexing that it was Guyuna who had gained the upper hand, leaving the impression that he had somehow triumphed over her. Su Chen feels increasingly aggrieved. Host, how delightful it is, evil grin. Upon hearing that voice, Su Chen abruptly sat up, pointing at the sky and cursing vehemently. System, I curse you to the depths of the abyss. Let it be known that from this day forth, I hold a grudge against you. I've had enough. Oh, enough of this. Your strength has been restored. Guyuna, seated beside Su Chen, glared at him in a fit of indignation. Human, what on earth have you done? Su Chen turned his head, gazing at Guyuna in astonishment. What have I done? He exclaimed. How dare you? Clearly, it is you who has wronged me. Yet you have the audacity to accuse me. Guyuna, taken aback by his words, responded in confusion. What have I done to you? Su Chen nearly spat blood upon hearing those words. Su Chen recounted every detail of the process to Guyuna, including the actions and postures involved. Upon hearing this, Guyuna's face flushed a deep crimson. How could I possibly do such a thing? You can't be serious. Could it be that I am the one to carry it out? Let me assure you, this is my first experience as well. Well, I shall not be involved any further. I am taking my leave. Do as you see fit. This time, I shall grant you my forgiveness. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen took flight, his form unadorned, utilizing the wild heavenly emperor's martial soul. Halt! Mortal, you must take responsibility for the actions you've inflicted upon me. Upon hearing this, Su Chen expressed his disdain, dismissing Guyuna's words with indifference. Ding! The host's powers have been entirely sealed. Su Chen was taken aback. He lowered his head to glance below, only to plummet in an instant. Ah, system. Damn you. Guyuna looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, this human had soared into the air. Why had he fallen again? Nevertheless, she swiftly darted forward and caught him. Su Chen glanced around, checked himself, and, finding no harm done, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was utterly stunned to discover that it was Guyuna who had caught him. The manner in which she held him, like a princess Carrie, was utterly bewildering. With a cheerful smile, Guyuna gazed at Su Chen and said, You must be Su Chen. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. Yet, Su Chen was far too preoccupied with his own thoughts to concern himself with her reassurances, having already berated the system countless times. Ah, what a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Oh dear, what splendid weather we are having. Do not divert the topic, she retorted. Let me make this clear. From today onwards, you are to be my husband. What? No. I absolutely refuse. I'm only 21. This whole husband thing is far too premature. Just look at you, so young. It would be a disadvantage for you to be with me, wouldn't it? I don't even have a single piece of clothing to my name. I'm utterly destitute. I am over 10,000 years old, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, look at that. You are over 10,000 years old. What? Have you consumed a ginseng fruit? How have you lived for so long? Upon hearing this, Guyuna grew displeased. With a swift motion, she tossed him aside and returned to her own abode. Chapter 3. You must take responsibility. Su Chen longs to run, yet the dog system has restricted his abilities. Alas, it truly is what it is. He shall take it one step at a time. Su Chen returned to Guyuna's home and glanced around, noticing her lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, he approached her and inquired, What occupies your mind? Guyuna cast him a sidelong glance and replied, It's nothing, merely reflecting on certain matters. What matters? He pressed gently. Feel free to share them with me. Guyuna regarded Su Chen with intrigue, asking, Can you assist me in dealing with those individuals? Su Chen looked bewildered. Who do you want me to confront? God. Are those deities truly formidable? Indeed, they are quite powerful. The injuries I bear now are a testament to their might. But where are your wounds? Why have I not seen them? Su Chen glanced at Guyuna, noticing the prominent veins on her forehead. It was obvious why she could not see. All right, I am now your husband, and you cannot leave me. What? This is too hasty. There is nothing hasty about it. I have no objections. What do you care? Fine, sigh. Su Chen found himself in a rather helpless situation, unexpectedly becoming the husband of a dragon. System. Those gods mentioned by Guyuna, can I contend with them? The response came, a mere finger could suffice. In fact, a mere glance would suffice. So impressive. Indeed, Guyuna, I shall assist you in confronting those deities. Guyuna glanced at Su Chen with skepticism. You are merely a human. I may appear as a human, and indeed I am, but I am no ordinary human. Those so-called gods you speak of can be extinguished with just a glance from me. Guyuna fixed her gaze upon Su Chen and remarked, Look at me. Do you believe it? Can you please put on some clothes? Your current state is rather unsettling. Guyuna, blushing, lowered her head as she spoke. Su Chen suddenly realized that he was devoid of any clothing. Dog system, do you have any garments? Surely you can't leave me completely bare. Yes, I do. Then hurry up and give me something. I beseech you. Fine. I implore you. Provide me with some attire. Ding. The system's wardrobe has been opened. Please make your selection. Host. Suchin glanced around, noticing a plethora of garments on display. System, this ancient costume is quite impressive. It exudes an air of grandeur, he remarked. Host. You truly possess discerning taste. This is the eternal battle garb of the Emperor of the Wasteland. Oh, it's a battle outfit. No wonder it radiates such an imposing aura. What about this white attire? Host. That is the casual wear the Emperor of the Wasteland donned in the upper realm. Very well. I shall select both, the battle armor for combat and the white attire for leisure. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Suchin, and the white garment materialized upon him. His hair was tied in a ponytail, adorned with a golden hairpiece at the nape of his neck. Clad in white, with golden and white pauldrons and white knee-high boots, his striking features, accentuated by sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, emanated an aura of dominance. A red ribbon adorned his hand, leaving Guyu Na beside him utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Indeed, this outfit is rather splendid. It feels quite comfortable to wear. Suchin observed his new attire. How did you manage to conjure these garments? Guyu Na asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Well, I have my own methods. No need to pry further, he replied. Oh, but they do look rather appealing. Of course, your husband is renowned for his striking good looks. How vain, she teased. All right, let us depart. Take me to the divine realm you mentioned, for I shall address them now. Isn't that a bit hasty? My wounds have yet to heal, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Who said anything about you needing to protect me? I shall handle it myself. Suchun, communicate with the system. Restore my strength. I shall assist Guyuna in confronting those deities. The system replied, I do not recommend you engage in such a confrontation. Why not? I am already Guyuna's husband. She is my wife. Is it not natural for me to help her in this matter? The system responded, if you intervene now, what will happen to the subsequent storyline? The storyline is of no concern to me. Hurry, restore my abilities. The sooner I resolve this, the sooner I can conclude it. Very well, host. I can grant you this, but should you wish to return home afterward, you must undertake fewer tasks. Should you fail to return, do not hold me responsible. What do you mean by that? Suchin was perplexed. There will be subsequent tasks concerning the deities. Then why not assign me this task in advance? The system replied, this is beyond my control. Although I am a system, the tasks are assigned by my superiors. My role is merely to assist you. Useless. Host, do you not wish to experience another union of yin and yang? I have no objections. Please, no? My back still aches. If we were to go through that again, I would truly be incapacitated. Suchun recalled the scenes from earlier, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Once or twice was manageable, but over 20 times was nearly overwhelming. He had come perilously close to losing everything. Very well, there is no task assigned to you at the moment, so you may take a moment to rest. I shall remind you when a task arises. Oh, very well. Suchin returned to sit beside Guyuna, saying, let us discuss it when your injury has healed. It would be inconvenient for me to intervene at this moment. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Suchin suddenly realized that he had not consumed anything for quite some time. Although he was not particularly hungry, he felt it prudent to eat something. System, where are my spicy strips? Host, they are in the system's warehouse. You may retrieve them yourself. How advanced? Suchin opened the system warehouse and glanced at the spicy snacks before him. His expression darkened immediately. System, come out here. Just wait until I get my hands on you. What seems to be the matter, host? Is this what you call spicy snacks? Such a tiny package? Although I have heard of the brand, Spicy Prince, what does it mean that you provide me with the smallest one? I sacrificed my first experience for this. Answering the host. It is because I, the system, am impoverished. Get lost. Sigh. Well, it's better than having nothing at all. Who would have thought that my first experience would only yield a single pack of spicy snacks? If my mother finds out, she would surely be furious. Suchin recalled the unsettling image of his father wielding a 7-card wolf against him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Suchin, why are you shivering? It's nothing. Just that the weather is quite cold. Oh, is that so? Yes. Then is it still cold like this? Gyuna embraced Suchin, who turned to her with a puzzled expression. Why do you trust me so much? We have only known each other for a short time. Well, I'm not certain. But you are my husband now, and I believe I should place my trust in you. Suchan was momentarily touched as he embraced Guyuna and exclaimed, what a delightful little girl. Guyuna, bewildered, inquired, what does little girl mean? Suchin elucidated, It refers to someone of diminutive stature. Gu Yuna, realizing, asked, "So, do you find me too small?" Suchin quickly reassured her, "Not at all. I certainly do not think that. 9 out of 10 little girls are affluent, and the 10th resides in a villa. I am quite pleased." Gu Yuna gazed at Suchin with a look of confusion, feeling that she could not fully comprehend his words. "All right, you must be tired. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Suchin gently patted Gu Yuna on the back and said, "Well, I shall take my leave to rest now, but you must promise not to wander off." Gu Yuna replied, "Rest assured, I shan't stray far. I merely wish to take a brief stroll." As Suchin regained his strength and soared into the sky, he contemplated needing some money to procure a morsel to eat. That packet of spicy strips was something he was reluctant to consume. Who knew how long he would remain in this place? Once eaten, it would be gone. In truth, the system had not informed Suchin that these items were indeed redeemable. Suchin surveyed the terrain and glanced around, discovering an array of peculiar creatures, each more bizarre than the last, none of which he could identify. There appears to be a rabbit over there. Excellent. Today, you shall be my target." The delicate-boned rabbit was engrossed in feasting on the azure-silver grass, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suchin descended from the sky like a superhuman, landing on the ground with such force that the earth cracked several meters in an instant. Suchin was taken aback as well. He had not exerted much force, merely a gentle touch, yet he inadvertently disturbed the earth. He felt a pang of remorse. "Don't move, rabbit." The soft-boned rabbit, startled by the commotion caused by Suchin's descent, had already bolted, hopping away in a flurry. "Don't run, rabbit." With a firm step, Suchin invoked the true dragon treasure technique. This technique emerged from the memories of the ancient celestial emperor during the awakening of his martial soul. Eager to test its might, a grand formation materialized behind Suchin, revealing a colossal golden dragon that surged forth to strike at the delicate-boned rabbit. Suchin pointed forward, commanding, "Go forth, Pikachu." No, it is truly the dragon treasure technique. Behind Suchin, a dragon surged forward, responding to his command by launching an assault on the soft-boned rabbit. The creature, taken aback, stood frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably. However, Suchin's precious technique failed to strike the soft-boned rabbit, veering off course instead. With a roll of its eyes, the rabbit collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Suchin opened his mouth in astonishment as he gazed at the true dragon treasure technique. The moment the golden dragon descended, an explosion erupted, obliterating everything within a radius of several kilometers in an instant. He sighed, realizing that it would be prudent to temper its power in the future. This technique was akin to a nuclear bomb. Even with its minimal force, the devastation was still overwhelming. Upon landing, Suchin observed a fallen rabbit on the ground. With a puzzled expression, he picked it up for closer examination. What an odd creature it was. Was it safe for consumption? What if it were poisonous? Yet, it appeared that the rabbit had succumbed to fright. Never mind. As my grandmother always said, one must not waste. Suchin flew directly back to the entrance of Gu Yuna's cave. He tossed the rabbit aside and proceeded to gather some dry firewood. "System, do you have any seasonings or such?" he inquired. "Host, with your capabilities, why not simply venture to the human realm for a meal? Why must you complicate matters for yourself? I am a good person. Isn't that enough? Enough with the chatter. Swiftly bring them to me. I know you must possess them." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired all the seasonings of Earth, now stored in the warehouse." "Exactly, that's it." Suchin retrieved the condiments from the warehouse, and upon inspection, he found an abundance of choices. "System, where is the lighter?" he inquired. "There isn't one. With your capabilities, you dare to ask me for a lighter? Be gone. What purpose do you serve?" Suchin shook his head, ignoring the system. With a snap of his fingers, the dry wood on the ground ignited in an instant. "System, how can one cook without a pot? Hurry, bring me a pot. What are you waiting for? Move quickly, stop dawdling." Alas, just like that, Suchin managed to acquire all the necessary utensils for cooking, even pulling out an electric rice cooker. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was this system truly foolish? How could one use an electric rice cooker without electricity? Suchin expertly dealt with the rabbit's carcass, skillfully skinning it and performing all necessary tasks with remarkable efficiency. It appears that the process is not particularly challenging. My mother often claims that handling chickens and fish is quite troublesome, yet this rabbit, being an animal as well, presented no significant difficulties. Suchin placed the rabbit upon the grill, then sprinkled it generously with cumin and spices, employing the most unpretentious methods to prepare exquisite ingredients. Perfection. Indeed, wasn't it rather straightforward? He also decided to concoct a rabbit soup. In no time, Su Chun had everything ready. He patted his backside and settled down in a spot, realizing he might need to wait a moment. In an instant, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Gu Yuna in the cave, who, intrigued, emerged to inquire. "What are you doing?" "I'm cooking," Su Chun replied. "You're just in time. This is my first attempt at cooking, and you are fortunate to witness it." "Cooking? Is it edible?" "Yes, yes. Come, take a seat and wait here." "All right." At that moment, with cold sweat trickling down, Tian returned to his lair. The scene of Su Chun attacking the rabbit lingered vividly in his mind. Initially, upon noticing a human intruding into his territory, he had intended to drive them away. But after witnessing Su Chun's assault, he was left utterly dumbfounded and hastily fled. Damn it, why is that human so formidable? Could they be from the divine realm? No, I must inform the boss. Otherwise, there is danger ahead. Su Chun reclined on Gu Yuna's lap and asked, "My dear wife, aren't you feeling bored here?" "Not at all," she replied. "I find it rather pleasant. This place is quite suitable for my recovery. Where are you injured? And why do you speak of the divine as if it has harmed you?" Su Chun was equally perplexed, prompting Gu Yuna to recount to him everything that had transpired in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, Su Chun became equally displeased, exclaiming, "How utterly hypocritical. Have you been here all alone?" "Not at all. Within this forest, there exist other spirit beasts, such as my subordinate, the divine beast Emperor Tian, who is tasked with overseeing this region. Why have I not seen him? Because I sent him out to investigate the situation concerning the humans. Rest assured, you are my wife, and I shall protect you. No one can harm you." Just then, Emperor Tian transformed into a human form. He was tall and clad in black attire, his muscles prominently displayed. "Big sister, something's amiss." "The divine one." As Emperor Tian prepared to speak to Gu Yuna, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, causing him to stammer while pointing at Su Chun. Gu Yuna, visibly displeased, glared at Emperor Tian. "What is it that is so alarming?" "Big sister, you must leave that deity at once. He has been dispatched by the divine realm to deal with us." Emperor Tian anxiously regarded Su Chun. Su Chun and Gu Yuna were both utterly bewildered. "Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? He is my husband. How could he possibly be sent by the divine realm?" Hey, old man, what are you talking about? My wife and I have always been together. He cannot be from the gods. Chapter 4. A disturbance among all. Once the rabbit was roasted, Su Chun tore off a leg and handed it to Gu Yuna. "System, I ask you, what is my current strength? I am quite uncertain, as you have prohibited me from confronting the child of fate and from venturing into the divine realm." Replying to the host, "The system has already diminished your power. Presently, your strength is at the level of a divine king. However, should you encounter someone of greater power, the system will automatically lift the suppression." "I see. Well then, it seems I must be cautious, controlling my strength. When I caught the rabbit earlier, that was already my minimal power." "Su Chun, what is this? It tastes rather peculiar, yet quite palatable." "This is roasted rabbit, exceptionally delicious." "Rabbit? Is it the soft-bone rabbit?" "Indeed." Tian stood nearby, drooling, as Su Chun's roasted rabbit was simply irresistible. Big bro, could you spare me a bite?" Su Chun cast a glance at Tian, then turned his attention to the rabbit, noticing there were not many left. He declined, pondering why he would consume such an adorable creature. Tian looked bewildered and asked, "Then what is that in your hand?" With a sigh, he conceded, feeling aggrieved as he departed. If he could not partake, he at least wished to keep a distance to avoid the enticing aroma. "My dear, I cannot remain in the forest indefinitely. There are other matters that require my attention." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna was taken aback. "Are you implying that you intend to leave? Where are you going? To the realm of humans?" "Indeed, for I have certain obligations to fulfill." "I understand. I will wait for you without fail." "Very well, my devoted wife." Su Chun believed that since the system had designated him as the antagonist, it was imperative for him to seek out troubles with the individual surnamed Tang. Thus, he must depart from the forest. After finishing his meal, Su Chun tidied up the pot and casually tossed it into the system space, allowing the system to clean it thoroughly. "Dear," he said, "I'm heading back to rest for a bit. I'm feeling rather drowsy." Su Chun grasped Gu Yuna's hand as they returned to the cave, where she reclined upon a stone slab, preparing to disrobe. Upon turning his head, Su Chun's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly interjected, "Ahem, my dear wife. We are merely here to rest. There is no need for that." Gu Yuna gazed at Su Chun in confusion, before releasing her hold and lying down beside him. She continued to observe Su Chun, who had already succumbed to slumber, untroubled by any potential danger. After all, with the protection of the canine system, what was there to fear? 3 hours later, the sky darkened. Su Chun stretched languidly as he rose from his slumber. He glanced at Guyuna beside him and gently tousled her hair. "Why aren't you sleeping?" he inquired. "I seldom sleep," she replied. "Oh, I almost forgot that you are a dragon." Su Chun rose from his slumber and emerged from his dwelling, casting a glance at the sky. To his astonishment, he realized the heavens had darkened. Goodness, have I slept for such an extended period? Indeed, it is now evening. Su Chun felt a certain degree of discomfort. He was accustomed to sleeping on a plush, soft bed on earth, and suddenly resting upon a stone surface proved to be quite an adjustment. Su Chun looked up at the sky, squinting slightly. Are there shooting stars in Douluo too? My dear, hurry over. There's a shooting star. Make a wish. Guyuna, puzzled, walked towards Su Chun. What do you mean by shooting stars? Look at the sky. Isn't it beautiful? As Guyuna glanced upwards, she immediately became alert, grasping Su Chun's hand and swiftly running away. Su Chun was utterly bewildered. My dear wife, why are you fleeing at such a late hour? They have already discovered me, she replied. Who? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. It was from the divine realm. I am uncertain how they managed to locate me. Su Chun, we must flee. Guyuna is still recovering and is not fit for battle. How many of them have arrived? A great many. How many exactly? 3. What? Only 3? What is it? Su Chun wore a look of exasperation, for he had anticipated a grand army, yet was met with merely 3 lunatics. Su Chun halted his steps, and Guyuna followed suit. With a perplexed expression, Guyuna turned to gaze at Su Chun. Why have you stopped running? We must hurry, Su Chun. I cannot protect you on my own. Su Chun smiled warmly as he ruffled Guyuna's hair. Rest assured, your husband is invincible. Su Chun, what nonsense are you talking about? We should hurry and run. How could a mere human like you, who cannot even fly, possibly contend with a deity? Upon hearing these words, Su Chun clutched his chest, expressing that it was all the fault of that wretched system. Had it not been for the system, he would not have plummeted from the sky mid-flight, inadvertently resulting in a princess carried by Guyuna. Su Chun gently rubbed Guyuna's face and reassured her. Do not worry. I have declared that your husband is invincible. Observing Su Chun's earnest expression, Guyuna stood before him with a resolute gaze. Very well. Then let us confront them head-on. Su Chun released Guyuna's hand, lifting his gaze towards the meteors approaching visibly in the sky. As the meteors drew nearer, 3 deities emerged. Guyuna prepared to take flight, but suddenly a force restrained her. It was Su Chun. My dear, he said, you may enjoy your popcorn and watch the spectacle from the sidelines. I shall return shortly. Guyuna looked bewildered. Su Chun, what are you talking about? Hurry and let's go. I will hold them off. Su Chun disregarded their words and ascended into the void with astonishing speed, heading towards the 3 gods. The deities gazed at Su Chun in bewilderment, pondering how this terrestrial spirit master dared to approach them. No more idle chatter. He surely intends to delay us. We must act swiftly, for Lord Shura has commanded us to swiftly eliminate the Silver Dragon King. Su Chun glanced at the 3 deities before him and disdainfully remarked, how utterly grotesque. Human soul master, you would do well to depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su Chun disregarded the deity's words and unleashed a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, asserting, what right do you, who live in luxury, have to threaten me? Su Chun struck with divine force, landing a blow upon the deity's abdomen in an instant. The god was sent flying, colliding with the mountain, utterly obliterated. The other 2 deities remained momentarily oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Su Chun effortlessly dispatched each opponent with a single punch, exuding an air of nonchalance and expending no effort whatsoever. Guyuna, witnessing this spectacle from below, was left utterly astonished. Upon landing, Su Chun turned to her and inquired, what do you think, my dear? I told you I am quite formidable. However, she stammered, wait, I was just tired, yes. That's it, I was tired. Guyuna gazed at Su Chun in confusion, wanting to express something, yet finding herself at a loss for words. But no more buts, he reassured her. All right, my dear, let us return. Very well, she replied. What Su Chun was unaware of was that his recent assault had aroused the attention of all factions across the continent. In the hall of worship of the Spirit Hall, a golden-haired man opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Star Doe forest. How peculiar. This surge of power. Could it be that individual has emerged? Tang Hao also turned his attention to the Star Doe forest, pondering the source of the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from that direction. Could it be that a steamed figure from the spirit hall? Jian Dao Qinshin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also glanced towards the forest, frowning in silence. Su Chun, are you truly formidable? Gu Yuna was still eager to inquire, her curiosity piqued by this matter. Su Chun replied courteously, of course, I am formidable. I am your husband. If I am not impressive, then who is? Gu Yuna squinted at Su Chun and remarked, why do I sense something peculiar in your words? And no, there is nothing strange about that, he quickly retorted. Su Chun glanced around, and, finding no one in sight, effortlessly lifted Gu Yuna in a princess carry and returned to the cave. The azure of the divine realm gazed into the mirror before him, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Who could this individual be, that even I perceive a hint of danger? Yet, after all, they are merely human. How could they possibly contend with a deity? Su Chun returned to the cave, reclining on a stone while sipping water. Su Chun, let us have a baby, she exclaimed. Su Chun gazed at Gu Yuna in astonishment. Ahem, isn't this a bit premature? We have only known each other for less than 8 hours. Is it customary to become so acquainted so swiftly? Are you unwilling to bear children? I have heard that for your kind. Once a girl becomes a wife to a boy, she is obliged to have offspring. Such nonsense. Who told you that? It is what your people say. Is it not accurate? Very well then. Su Chun found himself in a predicament. Well, let us have a child, he proposed. Wait. You are a dragon, and I am but a human. How could we possibly conceive? The offspring would be a peculiar hybrid, a little dragon human. If it were a girl, would she not be a little dragon maiden? No. I must refuse. Su Chun expressed that the mere thought of allowing Long to conceive was utterly unfathomable to him. However, curiosity began to stir within him. Could it truly be possible for dragons to bear offspring with humans? System, is there something you require from your host? I am merely inquiring hypothetically. If I were to be with Gu Yuna, could we have children? Why do you pose such a question, host? I am simply curious. Of course, it is possible. Furthermore, the lineage you both produce would be exceptionally potent. Then, system, if Gu Yuna and I were to have offspring, would they perhaps resemble those small dragon folk with ears and tails? Host, have you lost your senses? In this world, the fated children are born of humans and blue silvergrass. Others appear normal. Do you truly believe that your progeny with Gu Yuna would be any different? Is that so? Very well, I understand now. You may depart, system. Su Chun pondered carefully and concluded that it was indeed too early to consider such matters. I almost forgot to inform you, dear host, that conversing with Gu Yuna may present certain challenges. Why, you ask? Because in this realm, you do not entirely belong to its essence. Furthermore, with a trace of the heavenly emperor's bloodline coursing through your veins, it is exceedingly difficult for the inhabitants of this world, including Soul Beast and others, to procreate new offspring. Upon hearing this, Su Chun appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly struggling to comprehend. System, what are you referring to? I find myself somewhat perplexed. The meaning is rather simple. Your strength is extraordinary, and Gu Yuna possesses considerable prowess in this realm as well. Thus, the greater one's power, the more challenging it becomes to conceive. Do you understand? I see. However, regarding your previous statement about my possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancestral heavenly emperor, it sounds rather peculiar, almost as if I were his offspring. Host, you overestimate yourself. The system has merely integrated a minuscule fragment, 99. 99 of your essence is your own, while a mere 0.00001 is from the ancestral. What? Just that tiny fraction can confer such strength? Of course. Now, regarding your inquiry about having children, what is your intention? You cannot seriously be considering creating offspring with Gu Yuna, can you? How could that possibly be? It would be far simpler for me to seek companionship elsewhere. Why would I pursue a dragon? Do as you wish. After bidding farewell to the system, Su Chun turned to gaze at Gu Yuna with a complex expression. Logically speaking, he could never abandon her, yet the disparity between humans and beasts rendered him hesitant to voice his feelings. What's wrong? Gu Yuna asked, looking at Su Chun with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought, he replied. Gu Yuna, do you truly believe that it is right for us to be together? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna paused momentarily but quickly responded. I wouldn't say that I have feelings for you, yet given the nature of our relationship today, you have become my husband. Su Chun gazed at Gu Yuna in silence. pondering the naivety of this dragon who so readily aligned herself with another. It seems to me that our union is ill-fated. Why, you may ask? Simply because you are a dragon, and I am but a mere human. Is that so? I hold no objections. What do you find objectionable? This is not merely a matter of preference. Allow me to elucidate. The prospect of us bearing offspring together is fraught with difficulty, and as a human, it is imperative for me to have children with my wife. Do you grasp the gravity of this? Ding. Host's power has been sealed. Huh. What nonsense is this, system? Su Chun wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the system's inexplicable antics in the dead of night, amidst what seemed to be a malfunction. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna, positioned beside him, felt a sudden surge of warmth coursing through her body. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze, sparkling with intensity, was fixed upon Su Chen's silhouette. Hey, system, come forth. What on earth are you attempting to do? Su Chun was completely oblivious to the presence of the ancient Yuna behind him. At this moment, ancient Yuna was devoid of any clothing, her icy hands brushing against Su Chen's back. Su Chen felt a chill creeping down his back, and he instinctively shivered. Stop it, Gu Yuna. I am quite occupied at the moment. Gu Yuna, however, did not respond. Instead, she extended her tongue and began to incessantly lick the back of Su Chun. Suddenly, Su Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. Gu Yuna? What are you doing? Gu Yuna? My dear wife? Su Chun called out a few times, only to find that Gu Yuna was ignoring him. Curiosity piqued. He turned his head to look and was left dumbfounded. Good heavens! Is this yet another trick of the system? Host, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Damn it! Quickly neutralize the effects of the drug in Gu Yuna's system. If it can't be undone, the only option is to resort to the white method. What? No. My body cannot withstand it. I can already feel a painful ache in my waist. If it happens again, I might just collapse. Su Chun recalled the scenes from the day. It was his first experience. What began as a sense of comfort gradually morphed into terror, and the mere thought of it filled him with dread. It's all right, host. The system believes in you. Why do I feel that this entire situation was orchestrated by you, this wretched system? Host, I finally witnessed your brilliance today. Su Chun. Very well, system. I must inform you that your time has come. You are truly finished. No. Gu Yuna, Sister Na, please, save me. Gu Yuna displayed her two sharp canines and lunged directly towards Su Chun below. Chapter 6. The Encounter Between the Rabbit and the Grass. Host, the matter of Yu Xiaojing cannot yet be resolved. Su Chun wore a bewildered expression, pondering the question. Why? After all, he was not of the Tang surname. Su Chun was at a loss for words. He could not comprehend the inexplicable nature of the system. Respond to the host, it stated. For he is the child of destiny, a pivotal figure whose demise must be postponed for the time being. All right, I understand, Su Chun replied. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed behind him, prompting Su Chun to swiftly evade by sidestepping. Su Chun turned his icy gaze towards Tang Shan, realizing that this scoundrel had attempted a stealthy attack on him. Why did you strike from the shadows? He demanded. Tang Shan retracted the silent dart and replied solemnly. Those who betray their masters have sealed their own fate. Su Chun did not concern himself with trivial matters. Though he could not eliminate the repugnant Tang Shan at this moment, he would inevitably do so in due time, were it not for his desire to return home. Su Chun lowered his head to observe the nearly lifeless Yu Xiaojing, giving him a firm kick before entering the academy. Su Chun entered the academy and inquired about someone, then proceeded to seek out the principal. The principal, engaged in his work, was overseeing a student-esque treatment when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? It is I, here to register. Come in, the principal replied, lowering his gaze to observe the young girl before him. Where is your Wuhuan Palace certificate? Su Chun was taken aback. Is this really necessary? I do not have it. Then you may leave. I could simply pay the tuition fee directly, couldn't I? The principal glanced at Su Chun and replied, very well, it will be 100 gold soul coins. Su Chun rummaged through his pockets, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be devoid of funds. System, what is the matter? Hurry and provide me with some money. How am I supposed to register otherwise? I warn you, if you do not comply, I might just go and annihilate Tang Shan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 million gold soul coins, which have been deposited into the system's repository and can be claimed automatically. Su Chun reached into the system's repository and retrieved 100 gold spirit coins, casting them before the principal. Is this sufficient? Upon seeing the money, the principal immediately adopted a cordial demeanor. Certainly. So, does this mean my enrollment is successful? Yes, indeed. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Su. Please forgive me. I am Miss Su. Now, let me proceed with your enrollment documentation. Of course. May I ask, Miss Su, how old are you? I am 26 years old. Su Chun nearly let it slip. May I inquire, Miss Su, what is your soul power? Level 10. Su Chun believed that this matter could be casually addressed, as it was merely a task to be completed. What? You mean level 10? What's the matter? Is it too few? The principal nearly spat blood upon hearing Su Chin's response. Do you have any idea how many 6-year-olds are at level 10? Do you think they are as common as cabbages? No. Miss Su is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Stop flattering and resolve this quickly. All right. Su Chin swiftly succeeded in his enrollment, and the principal allocated to him a luxurious single dormitory. Su Chin sat on the bed and said, System, have I completed the task? Hurry up with the next one. Make it quick so I can go home. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a 100,000-year soul ring card, successfully gaining 0.01 energy replenishment. Su Chin doubted his hearing. System? What is this nonsense? From 0.01. Indeed, that is already quite substantial. Goodness, how many tasks must I undertake? Let me make this clear. I refuse to comply. There is no trust left among people. I am not even human. Fine. Why didn't you mention this sooner? In this situation, I might as well be with my foolish wife rather than squander my time here. You didn't even inquire. All right. Just how unfortunate was your previous host? I almost pity him for being stuck with such a repulsive system. Respond to your host. My previous host was invincible. Who were you trying to fool? Invincible? My foot. Get lost. I'm off to shop. Don't bother me. Your presence is irritating. Su Chun felt that now that he had crossed over to the realm of humanity, he ought to indulge in some amusement. As for the tasks assigned by the system, he could not be bothered to concern himself with them. As Su Chun exited the school gates, he noticed that Yu Xiaojiang had vanished from sight. He dismissed the thought, considering him merely a fraud. However, as Su Chun continued on his way, a lively little girl approached him, skipping with delight. Hello there. Su Chun was taken aback, gazing at the dazzling pink dress adorned with 2 sets of pink ears that would even terrify a burly man. Is there something you need? He inquired. May I ask, which way leads to Notting College? Su Chun, rendered speechless, pointed behind him. However, he soon realized that the little girl before him was extraordinary. System, reveal yourself. Is there something amiss? He inquired. This girl exuded an aura reminiscent of Deities from the Stardow Forest. So she is a spirit beast, he mused. In that case, she must be associated with Guyu Na and her companions. Never mind, I shall let her be. To respond to the host, she is the wife of the child of fate. Upon hearing this, Su Chin nearly stumbled. What? Although I am compelled, this is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Who could possibly subdue it? Responding to the host, allow me to elaborate on the narratives of the two. The situation unfolds as follows. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was profoundly moved. It turns out that their companionship had not been an easy journey. Host, please refrain from putting on an act here. With your temperament, you would readily eliminate anyone who crosses you. Fine, you've seen through me, but I must say, this Tang Shan truly exhibits a considerable double standard. Enough of this chatter. I am not here for idle conversation. I shall notify you when the time comes for eradication. All right, you may leave now. After bidding farewell to the system of Su Chin civilization, he glanced at the little girl before him, who was about his age. What is your name? He inquired. Upon hearing Su Chin's question, Xiao Wu immediately spun around in place and exclaimed, I am called Xiao Wu, the dancer. Su Chin couldn't help but twitch his lips upon seeing it. Goodness, a 10,000-year-old rabbit, still pretending to be kawaii, having given birth to countless offspring. Suddenly, Su Chin felt that, when it came to beasts, it was indeed preferable to have a wife who was obedient. Oh, it turns out to be Xiao Wu. Greetings, and welcome to the academy. Thank you. May I inquire your name? I am surnamed Su. So you are Sister Su. Very well, Xiao Wu. I have other matters to attend to, so please proceed with your registration. Thank you. With that, Xiao Wu skipped away. Su Chun gazed at Xiao Wu's retreating figure, lamenting. What a polite rabbit. The spiciest rabbit head dish is truly exquisite. As Su Chun turned around, preparing to purchase some goods, he suddenly sensed the presence of an individual nearby, someone he could effortlessly subdue with merely a finger. He became alert, pondering how such a formidable character could exist, capable of compelling him to exert such minimal effort. This encounter appeared to be anything but ordinary. At last, I have found you. Su Chen ventured into a secluded area, prompting the system to revert his petite form. In an instant, he transformed back into a striking young boy with sword-like brows and starry eyes. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original spot. At that very moment, Tang Ritian was concealed within the grass, keenly observing. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury upon hearing a sound. "I am Su Feiyu of the Spirit Hall." "Merely inconsequential," came the reply. Upon realizing Su Chen's affiliation with the Spirit Hall, Tang Ritian immediately summoned his Meow Meow hammer. "Since you've discovered my presence, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he raised the hammer and hurled it towards Su Chen. Su Chen gasped in astonishment. What a massive hammer! Then, extending a single finger, Su Chen caught the attention of Tang Ritian, who responded with a disdainful chuckle. "Ha ha ha. It seems you have surrendered, my young friend. If you seek to place blame, then let it fall upon your existence in this world." As the hammer collided with Su Chen's finger, a powerful shockwave erupted, accompanied by a resounding crack. In an instant, Tang Ritian's martial spirit shattered, sending him hurtling backward into the ground, creating a substantial crater. He immediately regarded Su Chen with a look of sheer terror. Su Chen felt helpless, his aura was impressive, yet it seemed to lack a touch of strength. "Who exactly are you? The Spirit Hall? I have never heard of such a figure as you." "I am indeed from the Spirit Hall." "What of it? Otherwise, why would I seek you out?" "Enough of this, I intend to take you back." Aiming for promotion and wealth, Su Chen immediately assumed a posture as if he were about to apprehend Tang Ritian. Sensing the impending danger, Tang Ritian swiftly rose to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and took flight. Su Chen immediately reverted to his original form. "System. This person cannot be killed, correct?" "Indeed." "Very well, you may leave now." Su Chen pondered, if killing is not an option, why not stir up some trouble? "System. What is going on? You just let me go, then called me back. Are you a bit off? Who is this hammer-wielding individual?" "He is the father of the child of destiny." "Enough already. Is there anything else?" With impatience, "Can you enlighten me about his storyline?" "Certainly." His narrative unfolds as follows. Upon hearing the system's account, Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, this family. One is a rabbit, the other is grass. Are they at odds with the beasts?" "Pretty much." "Is there anything else you need?" "No, that will be all. You may leave now." Su Chen stroked his chin, observing the direction in which Tang Ritian had fled. In this world of Douluo, none were virtuous, not the denizens of the Spirit Hall, nor the so-called children of fate. They were all but oppressors of the common folk. Do you not harbor grievances against one another? Allow me to stoke the flames of conflict further. In an instant, Su Chen's figure flickered and he soared towards the Spirit Hall. The map had been provided by the system. Without it, he would have been utterly lost. "Spirit Hall, come forth, for you are now surrounded by my solitary presence." Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, those within the Spirit Hall immediately grew wary, casting their gazes skyward. Soon, a flamboyant man from the Papal Palace ascended into the air, exclaiming, "How audacious! You dare to offend the dignity of the Papal Palace." Su Chen beheld before him an androgynous figure, a being of ambiguous gender. "System, who is this entity?" he inquired. Answering the host, "This being is Ju Huaguan, an elder of the Spirit Hall. Is it permissible to eliminate him? I have always held a deep aversion for such beings." "No," came the reply. "Why is that?" "Surely he is an adversary of Tang Shan. If I assist in his demise, what is the harm? It is due to the mission and energy." Fine. Su Chen gazed at the chrysanthemum gate before him and spoke directly. "You, a mere creature, step aside. I cannot slay you. Summon one who possesses the capability." The expression on Chrysanthemum Gate's face darkened, trembling as he regarded Su Chen. "Die!" he shouted, unleashing his fifth soul skill, golden petals amidst the flowing twilight. In an instant, a formidable chrysanthemum, forged from blades, launched several flying daggers towards Su Chen. Su Chen gazed speechlessly at the Chrysanthemum Gate. Su Chen remained motionless, fully aware that these small flying daggers posed no threat to him. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Su Chen emerged unscathed, a sly grin on his face. "You've had your turn to strike, now it's mine." Su Chen swiftly flashed into action, exerting a mere 0.01 of his strength, and with a resounding clap, struck forth. Upon witnessing Su Chen's sudden disappearance, Ju Huaguan was immediately engulfed by terror, scanning his surroundings in a panic. In an instant, Su Chen reappeared before him and delivered a forceful slap to his face, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Alas, who dares to claim invincibility when faced with such feeble opponents? At that moment, two figures emerged from the hall of the Pope, a woman wielding a scepter and a gaunt, emaciated man. Su Chen glanced at the system and inquired, "System, who are these two?" Although the woman was quite attractive, she appeared to be somewhat older. The system responded, "The woman is the current Pope Bibi Dong, and the other is the partner of the one you just sent flying, Zhu Huaguan." "Pope, huh? TSK. She truly is quite striking," Su Chen remarked. Bibi Dong coldly fixed her gaze upon Su Chen and queried, "Who are you, sir?" "Shrek, Su Feiyu, hardly worth mentioning," he replied nonchalantly. Initially, Su Chen had sought out the system for a glimpse into the storyline and the composition of Tang Shan's team. "Our spirit hall seems to hold no grudge against you." "Does it?" "Indeed, there is no grudge." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." "I mistook you for someone else, my apologies," he said. "You have offended the spirit hall, and I fear you cannot leave so easily today," Bibi Dong responded. Su Chen glanced at Bibi Dong and scoffed disdainfully, thinking to himself, who could possibly stop him if he wished to depart? With a swift motion, Su Chen playfully struck Bibi Dong's backside, producing a sharp sound, smack. "Ha ha ha, farewell. High Priestess, your rear is exceptionally soft." Bibi Dong, noticing Su Chen's movement, became alert. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through her backside, igniting a mix of embarrassment and fury as she glared at Su Chen. "Don't even think about escaping." Whoosh! Su Chen had vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong, consumed by fury, immediately summoned her soul power and bellowed, "Members of the Spirit Hall, heed my command. Spare no effort in locating a place known as Shrek, and obliterate it. Those who dare to defy this order shall meet their demise." The members of the Spirit Hall trembled in fear, promptly kneeling before her. Bibi Dong had never endured such humiliation, particularly in front of so many witnesses, as an unfamiliar individual had dared to slap her. Upon returning to her chamber, she glanced at her rear and noticed a large handprint on her backside, causing her to blush in embarrassment. "That scoundrel! If I ever find you, I, Bibi Dong, shall ensure your suffering is endless." Su Chen here, upon feeling the texture, discovered it to be soft. Host, Bibi Dong has already been by the former Pope. Upon hearing this, Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered. Is this truly the case? Well, here is how the matter unfolds. Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Bibi Dong, recognizing her as a pitiful woman. He pondered whether he should take good care of her. However, she was already involved with someone else. Presently, in the depths of the forest, should they be discovered, a confrontation might ensue. Chapter 7. Mandala Snake. Solitary Bamboo. Su Chen returned to Nanning Academy, reverting to his youthful form. He tidied his bed and arranged the quilt. Today was indeed quite intriguing. Bibi Dong must be searching everywhere for someone named Shrek. When she eventually locates Shrek, she will be utterly unprepared for the fact that in the Spirit Hall, there is not a soul known as Su Feiyu. "Host, you truly are quite the trickster," he mused. "What is the matter? You want to allow me to eliminate them, nor permit any other endeavors? Then isn't that sufficient?" Ding. "Please, host. Disrupt Tang Shan's absorption of the Mandala Snake Spirit Ring. Reward, National Guardian Divine Halberd X1, Earth Doll X1. Failure, punishment null." Su Chen immediately leaped from his bed. Addressing the system, "I am indeed aware of the National Protector's Divine Spear. It appeared in my memories when I absorbed the martial spirit. But what on earth is this earthling? Surely it isn't some inflatable toy." The system replied, "Host, it is not meant for you to be alone, but rather to provide an outlet for your frustrations. Get lost, get lost. All right then, I shall depart." After careful contemplation, Su Chen concluded that the system's reward was indeed within his reach. At present, he found himself in need of a weapon. Although Hebadong's martial soul could transform into an ice spear, it hardly qualified as a true weapon. Would it be feasible to harness the power of the Mandala Snake in order to disrupt Tang Shan's absorption? Su Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that there were no stipulations regarding the number of years to be absorbed. Thus, why not? Su Chen inexplicably chuckled, emitting a series of cackles. In Tang Shan, he puzzled over why he had decided to take Yu Xiaojiang as his master, despite witnessing his evident lack of skill. Once a master, always a father. Knock, knock, knock. "Good child, rise quickly." The master and disciple gazed affectionately at one another, with Yu Xiaojiang feeling quite pleased to have a new experiment subject. He was eager to validate his theories. "Teacher, why did that little girl attack you today?" Cough, cough, cough. "That was merely a test for her. Little San, remember?" Do not trust such individuals if you encounter them again, understood? Yes, teacher. All right, little San, you may return now. Once Tang Shan departed, Yu Xiaojing immediately revealed his true feelings. Lamenting while clutching his sore backside, why did that little girl strike so forcefully? Yu Xiaojing, shall not let this go. When my student matures, I want you to kneel before me and serve me. What? Who is insulting me? System, do you know? Responding to the host. It is Yu Xiaojing who is berating you. What? You knew this? Of course. Do you not realize who I am? I am the omniscient, invincible system. Proudly. Then why not return me to Earth? The system has logged off. Invincible, you say? What a joke. Why is that little buzzcut scolding me out of nowhere? Could it be because I just gave him a beating, and he is feeling disgruntled? Should I go back and confront him again? Host, do not take such risks. This character will present a primary task later on. I truly cannot comprehend why this seemingly inept individual is of such significance when there are many stronger characters. Ask the author, not me. Fine. So, they will be absorbing spirit rings tomorrow? It seems I cannot sleep just yet. Suchin intends to eliminate every mandala serpent within the starry forest, as well as other soul beasts. Naturally, he will spare some of the less capable soul beasts. From what Suchin has gleaned from the system, Master Yu Xiaojing is utterly clueless. His teachings have led his students to ruin. Such a person cannot be dealt with now, but I will certainly address him in the future. Although I, Suchin, am not a virtuous individual. I cannot abide such repugnant beings. How can someone who has taken advantage of his own cousin be considered good? Host. The task only stipulates that you should not absorb the mandala serpent. Other soul beasts are of no concern. There is no specified time limit, correct? I plan to have Tang Shan absorb a soul beast that has been around for 10 years. Well, as you wish. I believe there is no need for me to make a grand show of it, right? Don't you agree, system? I am uncertain. Please refrain from questioning me. I should compel Tang Shan to absorb a useless soul beast when acquiring a soul ring, don't you think? That would indeed make me a true antagonist. Yes. Yes, host, you are absolutely right. Suchin immediately broke into a sinister smile. Tang Shan, you cannot hold this against me. The system has set its sights on you, and I must fulfill my mission. Only when the system gains sufficient energy can I return home. Thus, Tang Shan, you are sacrificing yourself to save me. In this light, my actions can be deemed virtuous, for they serve to prevent the outbreak of future conflicts. Suchin pondered carefully and realized that he had indeed done a commendable deed. Thus, he felt compelled to continue, chuckling softly to himself. At that very moment, Tang Shan had become acquainted with Xiao Wu when an unexpected chill enveloped him, leaving him puzzled. Tang Shan, what is the matter? Why are you trembling? It's nothing, Xiao Wu. Let us take a break. All right. Suchin contemplated for a moment, then promptly produced a card representing 100,000-year soul ring. With a firm grip, he crushed it, producing a sharp crack. A crimson soul ring appeared beneath Suchin's feet. System, based on my current true strength. What is my level in this world? Replying to the host, in this realm, you are invincible. Alas, I truly cannot comprehend it. Even though I am invincible, why can I not return home? With such power, wouldn't it be appropriate to show off a little upon returning to Earth? Replying to the host, there will be an opportunity. Very well, I shall await it, hoping you are not deceiving me, system. Rest assured. After conversing with the system, Suchin lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Yu Xiaojing took Tang Shan to the Stardow forest to procure soul rings. Naturally, Suchin was still asleep, unperturbed by the urgency of the moment. To him, time was merely a step taken at a time. Yu Xiaojing had rented a carriage, and as he and Tang Shan settled in, they engaged in conversation. Observing Tang Shan's unusual expression, Yu Xiaojing inquired about his well-being. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I merely did not rest well last night. It's nothing, teacher. Please continue discussing the knowledge of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojing, not pressing the matter, resumed his discourse. We typically categorize soul beasts into 5 levels: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. These correspond to the 5 colors of soul rings: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The longer a soul beast cultivates, the more formidable it becomes, and the effects of the soul rings it produces improve accordingly. In the hunting soul forest of Nodding City, which serves as a breeding ground for soul beasts, most are of the 10-year and 100-year variety, with rare instances of those exceeding 1,000 years. However, given your current situation, 10-year and 100-year should suffice. Tang Shan listened attentively, Curiosity piqued. Teacher, in what aspects does the power of a soul ring manifest? That's an excellent question. Soul rings can enhance a soul master's attributes and bestow unique effects or skills. For instance, if you acquire a 10-year soul ring of the same attribute, your control over the blue-silver grass will increase by 10. Conversely, a 100-year soul ring would enhance control by 100. The skills attached to a 100-year soul ring typically far exceed those of a 10-year ring. Tang Shan pondered quietly. Don't powerful noble families have the means to slay formidable soul beasts? Yu Xiaojing nodded in approval. Indeed, it appears you have given this some thought. Nobles do possess certain advantages when hunting soul beasts, yet the requirements for obtaining a soul ring are exceedingly stringent. Meanwhile, Su Chen had finished refreshing himself and inquired, System. Has Tang Shan arrived at the Stardow Forest yet? Response to host, not yet. How much longer will it take? Response to host, Tang Shan and the others will not be going to the Stardow Forest. What? Where are they headed then? To the Hunting Soul Forest. Is there such a forest? I've never heard of it. Response to host, because Yu Xiaojing is unable to handle 100-year soul beasts. And the soul rings from the Hunting Soul Forest are bred by the Empire. They tend to have more docile temperaments. So he is nothing but a weakling. Afraid even of a 100-year soul beast. Wait a moment. I distinctly saw Yu Xiaojing with 2 yellow soul rings yesterday. How did he acquire those? Through his family. Is his family particularly powerful? Should I eliminate them? According to the narrative, the host cannot be extinguished. However, should the host desire to do so, it is indeed possible. Although the host must first assume the role of the underdog. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Chen immediately retorted, Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by old six? I was merely providing Tang Shan with an opportunity to strengthen his physique. He will surely comprehend my good intentions. Indeed, indeed. The host is correct, came the reply. Very well, activate the navigation for the soul hunting forest. I am about to embark on a significant endeavor. Ding. The navigation has been activated. Su Chen donned his attire, transforming seamlessly into a masculine figure. He smirked disdainfully before vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Tang Shan and his master, Yu Xiaogang, were traversing the soul hunting forest. Yu Xiaogang had just slain a 10-year soul beast, elaborating on the duration of its disappearance and its effects. Suddenly, Tang Shan's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he gazed intently at Yu Xiaogang's back. Master, be careful. What is it? Yu Xiaogang inquired, perplexed as he raised his gaze to meet Tang Shan's. Following Tang Shan's pointed finger, Yu Xiaogang turned around, only to behold a boy clad in white, none other than Su Chen. Should he employ the Sea Wave Eastern martial spirit, it might require some time, however. With the Emperor of Desolation martial spirit, it was a matter of mere steps. Su Chen disdainfully approached the bewildered Yu Xiaogang and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap that sent him flying. Yu Xiaogang immediately fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Teacher, Tang Shan shouted urgently, swiftly drawing his concealed weapon to launch an attack on Su Chen. Su Chen could hardly be bothered to evade such trivialities. He clearly observed the concealed weapons employed by Tang Shan. Tang Shan, I have come this time to offer you an opportunity. Tang Shan gazed sharply at Su Chen, harboring skepticism towards his solitary claim. Su Chen shook his head in resignation. He approached Yu Xiaogang, raising a foot directly towards his head. Go and eliminate that solitary bamboo spirit. It is well suited for you. Why should I heed your words? Because I hold a hostage. If you wish to spare your teacher's life, you will comply with my demands. What do you require of me? Quite simply. Your teacher has mentioned that I need you to absorb that 10-year-old solitary bamboo. Is it truly that straightforward? Tang Shan pondered, believing that a 10-year spirit would not pose much of a challenge, especially since he possessed 2 martial souls. Very well, I accept your terms. Then hasten, for my patience is limited. Understood. Tang Shan turned to face the solitary bamboo, executing a silent sleeve arrow. In an instant, it pierced through the bamboo, and a 10-year white spirit ring materialized upon its lifeless form. I trust you don't require guidance on how to absorb it? Su Chen lowered his head to gaze at Tang Shan. No need. Tang Shan seated himself, guiding the soul ring to descend upon his head. He then closed his eyes as the soul ring gradually settled upon his chest, gently floating. Su Chen gazed at Tang Shan, who had already been ensnared, and let out a mischievous chuckle. He then directed his attention to Yu Xiaogang beneath his feet, applying a firm stomp, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Moments later, Su Chen found himself back in his room. Oh, Tang Shan, it's not that I wish to target you. It is the system that seeks to do so. He continued. System, my task has been accomplished, hasn't it? Please expedite my reward. I am still without a weapon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received the National Guardian Divine Spear and a doll from Earth. Su Chen immediately conjured an ancient copper-colored halberd, reminiscent of the Feng Tian Huaji. Ah, not bad, he mused, but why not a sword or spear? A sword is the dream of every man. Host, I must say, if you don't want it, you can return it to me. Are you unhappy with it? Who said I don't want it? I have diligently completed the task. It is rightfully mine. You can go away. Have you worked hard? Of course. I wake up early. How could it not be hard? System. Has Tang Shan completed the absorption? Response to the host. Absorption has been completed. That's good. However, I am curious about what his soul skill is like. Response to the host. His soul skill is blue-silver bamboo blade. Is it formidable? Response to the host. This soul skill is inferior to you Xiaojiang's. Well, it seems I have succeeded, haha. Tang Shan had already completed the absorption of the soul ring and was shaking Yu Xiaojiang vigorously. Teacher, how are you? Yu Xiaojiang, groggy, opened his eyes to see Tang Shan's worried face. Phew, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache and some discomfort in my chest. Teacher, I have absorbed the soul ring. What? How did you absorb it? What soul ring did you absorb? Yu Xiaojiang immediately became alert. Tang Shan shyly pointed to the solitary bamboo nearby. Teacher, it is this 10-year-old solitary bamboo. Upon seeing the solitary bamboo, Yu Xiaojiang began to ponder. Xiaoshan, according to my theory, solitary bamboo is a plant type, which is quite compatible with your blue-silver grass martial soul, as they both belong to the plant category. Although its age is a bit low, the impact should not be significant. Really, teacher? Yes, help me up. I will examine your soul skill tomorrow. Yes, teacher. But who is that person? Tang Shan indicated that the individual had already walked the path of death. However, he was unaware that his first soul skill had been rendered useless. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang was supported by Tang Shan as they trembled back. Chapter 8. The Great Battle Teacher. Do you think I can absorb 2 soul rings at once and attach one to my hammer? Be quiet. Xiaoshan, you must remember, you must never do that. If you attempt it, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. Returning to his dormitory, Tang Shan lay on his bed, feeling despondent. Xiao Wu, noticing his demeanor, curiously inquired, Tang Shan, why do you look like that? Nothing much. I am just curious why the teacher doesn't let me. Tang Shan felt that besides his teacher and father, he could trust no one else. Oh, Xiao Wu, finding it uninteresting, went out to play. Su Chen was still pondering what to do, as it was still early. Should he attend class? Never mind. On Earth, it was a daily struggle. Let alone here, where he couldn't even recognize a single letter. System, I ask you, why, amidst the countless souls on Earth, do you choose me, this handsome lad? Respond. Host, because there is a fate that guides us. That makes a certain sense, doesn't it? Indeed. Su Chen found this situation rather monotonous. Shall we venture outside for a stroll? Su Chen made up his mind. He rose from his seat and left the dormitory. Glancing around, he found that the academy appeared quite similar to his initial impressions. However, ever since he acquired his invincible prowess, he had come to realize how dull it all seemed. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wow, what a beautiful girl. A few boys, noticing Su Chen lost in thought, immediately brightened with excitement and approached him. Hello, beautiful. I am Xiao Qingyu. May I ask for your esteemed surname? Su Chen furrowed her brows and glanced at Xiao Qingyu. I am your father. No. I do not have a son as unaccomplished as you. Xiao Qingyu was utterly bewildered. How could this young girl speak so harshly? Ahem, miss. Would you care to join me for a meal? It's on me. Get lost. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. And you're already trying to flirt. I am the master in this domain. You should go away. With an air of impatience, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, regarding the matter as beneath his consideration. Xiao Qingyu exchanged knowing glances with his companions, swiftly grasping the unspoken intent. Hey there, how about this? Let's have a little contest. If I win, you agree to be my girlfriend. If you win, I shall be yours. What do you say? Indeed, becoming our leader's girlfriend would be quite an honor. Su Chen's forehead was etched with prominent veins. He truly wished to disregard these little brats. It was all the system's fault. Why could it not transform him into a man? Suddenly becoming an adorable little girl was simply absurd. For someone as domineering as you, who bullies the common folk with your wealth, I propose a wager. Indeed. Splendid. However, if you emerge victorious, I shall be your girlfriend. If I win, I shall claim your life. Su Chen perceived that such individuals, even in their childhood, exhibited these traits. As they grew older, their behavior would undoubtedly worsen. Today, he was being bullied, but he felt no fear. If it were another child, they would have been utterly overwhelmed. Had he been on Earth, he might have restrained himself from resorting to violence, yet this was not Earth. There were no laws here. In this place, the despicable commoners were inferior, while the nobles indulged in their lavish lifestyles, oppressing the populace. He had long harbored disdain for this situation. Xiao Qingyu believed that he could never be bested by a mere little girl. The girl before him was only slightly younger, and he could not fathom how she could possibly defeat him. Su Qin cast a curious glance at Xiao Qingyu. This foolish child truly believed that I would hesitate to take his life. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed a large gathering of people on the playground and, driven by curiosity, approached the scene. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Su Qin and exclaimed, "Sister Su, I didn't realize you were also a student at the academy." Upon hearing the sound of the clip, Su Qin curiously turned her head to look. The moment she saw Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Hello there, spicy little one," Xiao Wu inquired. "Sister Su, what are you all doing?" "Nothing much, just dealing with two dogs that want to bite me," Su Qin replied. "Oh, is that so? Then Sister Su, why not scare them away?" "Alas, is there something you need by coming over?" "Nothing in particular. I merely saw you here and was curious, so I thought we could go enjoy some delicious food together. Let me finish handling this matter first. If you're hungry, you may go ahead." Xiao Wu, with her pink pupils, glanced at Su Qin and then at the group of boys nearby. With her hands on her hips, she declared, "Humph, you rascals. Sister Su, allow me to teach them a lesson." As Xiao Wu prepared to take action, Su Qin intervened. Although the behavior of the boys was quite outrageous, their misdeeds did not warrant severe punishment, so Su Qin intended to handle the situation lightly. Su Qin's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly appeared before Xiao Qingyu, delivering a swift slap that sent Xiao soaring through the air like a cannonball. Unfazed, Su Qin casually dusted off his hands, pleased to have disposed of the trash. After all, this was not his world. Why adhere to so many rules? The vastness of the universe was his playground, and all that mattered was his own happiness. Xiao gazed in astonishment at the sky. "Sister Su, you're truly impressive. Being able to send someone flying so far. That's remarkable." "Ah, it's nothing," Su Qin replied nonchalantly. "By the way, why are you looking for me instead of Tang Shan?" "Tang Shan. He said he didn't have time, so I came out alone." "All right then, why don't you head to the cafeteria first? I have a little matter to attend to." Su Qin contemplated. As a modern individual traversing this unfamiliar realm, he felt an unparalleled sense of invincibility. However, despite his newfound courage, he longed to return home, for his parents awaited him there. "System, if I go back, is there a possibility of bringing Guyuna along?" "What? Are you reluctant to part with your wife?" "How could that be? Ultimately, this world is not a true existence. I sense that even though I have the option to return, the thought of abandoning my beloved is simply unimaginable." "Ah, the host has matured. Su Qin system, it is rare for me to converse with you in a normal manner, so could you please refrain from disturbing the current atmosphere?" "All right. Ahem, theoretically speaking, that is not feasible." "Why?" "Because your world cannot accommodate a character such as Guyuna, who does not exist." "Are you implying that she would be erased if she entered my world?" "Indeed. Aren't you all powerful?" "I am indeed omnipotent. However, your world possesses true omnipotence." "What do you mean by that?" "It pertains to the hierarchy of worlds." "Are you suggesting that there are tiers among worlds?" "Then please elucidate. How is my world classified?" "It is classified as a special tier world." "Oh, and what tiers does the Douluo world consist of?" "It is classified as a low-tier world, and indeed, the lowest of all." "Su Qin, let me illustrate with an analogy. It's akin to the case of the Emperor of Desolation and his martial soul, should he descend into this realm. It would undoubtedly collapse instantly, for this world cannot accommodate a being of his stature." "Are you implying that if Guyuna were to enter my world, regardless of the circumstances, she would be unable to survive, and her mere presence would lead to her demise?" "Indeed." Su Qin pondered for a moment. Finding himself in a dilemma, he yearned to return home, yet his principles forbade him from abandoning his wife. Nevertheless, he realized that there were alternatives available to him. Su Qin immediately became alert upon hearing the news. "Quickly, tell me, what is the plan? You must seize the copyright and then make the necessary changes." Upon hearing this news, Su Qin's expression darkened. "What? You are aware of the complexities surrounding copyright issues. If it were a trivial matter, it would be manageable. However, the novels in this world belong to Penguin. And do you comprehend the immense power of the Penguin Company? This has nothing to do with me." "Damn. Is there no other solution?" "There is one more. Truly. Speak swiftly. That is to eliminate her." Then I can extract her soul and transport it to your realm. Su Qin, your words are as good as silence. What you mean is to eliminate her and allow her to be reborn as a human, am I correct? Well, that's about right. Haha. System, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to me? Yes. You have successfully offended me. What does that have to do with me? I am indifferent. If you do not wish to devise a solution, you have indeed offended me. What do you want to do? Let me tell you. I am your host, and you ought to obey me. I assure you, I will accomplish the task. However, you must resolve the matter concerning my wife. All right. So you enjoy bullying the system, do you? Correct. After politely bidding farewell to the system, Su Qin glanced around and, finding nothing of interest, retreated to his room to sleep. Su Qin halted his steps and scratched his head, pondering. It seems I have forgotten something important. Never mind, little Will. A thought struck him. How peculiar. Why hasn't Sister Su arrived yet? Has she not resolved her matters? Achio, who was thinking of me? He mused. Oh well, back to sleep. Su Qin asserted that even if the world were to perish, nothing could disturb his repose. A mission was issued. Please choose to join a faction. Joining the Spirit Hall grants an energy of 5, while joining Shrek bestows a mere 0.01 of energy. Su Qin sat up in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. System, what are you up to this time? He inquired. Please select your lineup. Is it possible for me to abstain from making a choice? What if I opt to join my wife's lineup instead? What do you think of that? I believe it is quite acceptable. 3, 2. Wait. You must provide me with a reason. There is no particular reason. I simply do not wish for you to rest. Su Qin, after careful consideration. Su Qin concluded that his decision to join the Spirit Hall was driven by a simple reason, the allure of the villainous system. It appears that he has indeed aligned himself with the antagonists. How delightful. The host has finally awakened to his potential, with such a bold flavor of confidence. Should I make my way to the Spirit Hall now? Patience is key. I shall wait until after graduation to pursue that path. Is that so? Then why impose tasks upon me? Enough. Kindly refrain from disturbing my slumber. Son, I am your father. System, are you out of your mind? What song are you playing? I am not ill. Go ahead and strike me. Su Qin donned his shoes, activating his crystalline wings as he soared towards the Stardow forest. Host, what are you intending to do? I need to vent my frustrations. Is that permissible? If you deny me sleep, am I not entitled to pursue other activities? I see. Host, your tastes are rather peculiar, even to the extent of not sparing spirit beasts. Shut up. I'm going to find my wife. Within the depths of the Stardow forest, Gyuna was bathing in a spring, delicately caressing her fair, tender skin with her slender fingers. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Gyuna, taken aback, glanced towards the entrance. Wife. Upon hearing this voice, Gyuna furrowed her brow, perplexed. Why is there a child's voice? Su Qin surged forward with remarkable speed towards the cave entrance, retracting his wings. In an instant, he beheld Gyuna, who was bathing. Who are you? She exclaimed, her hands already gathering an energy orb as she gazed at the young girl before her. Su Qin observed Gyuna's bewildered expression as she played with herself. He glanced at his own attire and realized that his wife had misunderstood the situation. Dear wife. It is I, Su Qin, he exclaimed. Why have you transformed in such a manner? Gyuna gazed at the figure before her with disbelief. She immediately rose, forgetting her garments, and approached Su Qin to examine him closely. Su Qin stared in astonishment at Gyuna. He distinctly remembered her as a petite young girl. How had she transformed into a mature woman? Once standing at 1.5 meters, she now towered at 1.7 meters. System, restore me to my original appearance, he commanded. Just contemplate it yourself. I am too lazy to make the change. It is too cumbersome. How am I to contemplate? Well then, simply utter the word transform, and I shall assist in the alteration. Oh, transform. In an instant, Su Qin was restored to his former self, with striking features and an imposing demeanor. Gyuna, witnessing his transformation, looked on in bewilderment. How did you achieve that? Could it possibly be a soul technique? Su Qin chose to embrace Gyuna instead of responding to her. Gyuna trembled as though electrified by Su Qin's sudden action. However, what truly captivated him was her unexpected transformation, from an initial B cup to a D cup, which left him questioning the very essence of life itself. Are you referring to my original appearance? I have grown accustomed to that form. It is only today, with no particular obligations, that I reverted to my original state. This is indeed my true visage. Is there something amiss? Do you not fancy it? Gu Yuna gazed at Su Chun with an expression of innocence. Oh, of course I like it. How could I not? I appreciate your true self. You truly are the perfect partner for me, she chuckled. How annoying. Under the moonlight. The two engaged in a serious conversation. Suddenly, Gu Yuna pondered aloud, what prompted your unexpected return? Is life among humans proving to be unsatisfactory? Not at all. I simply felt that you were too lonely. I thought it would be delightful for you to have a little one, so you wouldn't feel so isolated. Pfft, how shameless. Ah, a little one, you say? Very well then, Gu Yuna replied, lowering her gaze as warmth crept to her cheeks. Su Chun effortlessly lifted Gu Yuna in a princess carry and strode towards the stone bed. My beloved, he declared, I have made up my mind. If I must leave, I will take you with me. Otherwise, I shall never return. Well, all right then. Under the moonlight, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 9, Su Qing, the outsider after a night passed. Su Chen donned his attire and cast a gentle glance at Gu Yuna beside him. With a soft smile, he quietly departed. Gu Yuna, upon noticing his absence, opened her eyes and gazed in the direction he had left, letting out a sigh before resuming her slumber. Meanwhile, Su Chen soared through the sky towards Nodding Academy, spotting a crowd gathered below. What could be the matter? What were these individuals engaged in? Su Chun initially had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. However, his curiosity proved irresistible. He descended silently, only to be met with a shocking scene. A group of men was viciously tearing at a girl's clothing. Hey there, beautiful, how about joining us for a little fun? Come on, let me go first. Get lost. I spotted her first. I'm in no rush. You all can go ahead. I just want to taste. Upon hearing the words of those individuals, Su Chun furrowed his brow. The girl was crying out in agony, repeatedly screaming for help. Stop it all. Unable to contain himself, Su Chun, who regarded himself as no saint, having played with capital back on Blue Star, found the scene before him utterly intolerable. It bore no distinction from the basest of savagery. Everyone around him wore expressions of confusion, turning to look at Su Chun. Who the hell are you? One of them scoffed. I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel and apologize, I might just let you off the hook. He laughed heartily. In an instant, a chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd, who dismissed Su Chun as a mere pretty boy devoid of any combat prowess. Who are you? I have no intention of wasting my breath. Su Chun's expression turned icy, regarding them with the coldness reserved for the deceased. From within the throng, a towering figure stepped forward, his demeanor exuding contempt. Do you recognize this emblem? I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall. You better kneel and admit your mistake, or I might just consider letting you off lightly. Su Chun squinted at the towering figure before her and declared, You may all perish. In an instant, an overwhelming aura was unleashed, reducing all the men to mere piles of mud. The girl sat on the ground, frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Su Chun gazed at the girl, his heart heavy with emotions. He stepped forward, extending a hand. Stop. Don't come any closer. Please. It's all right. Those evildoers have been dealt with. You are safe now. His gentle voice resonated. The girl looked up at Su Chun's face, and immediately her eyes welled with tears. Wah, the bad people, they are all bad. They killed my mommy and daddy. She sobbed uncontrollably. Su Chun was at a loss. System? What has happened? Is there any way I can save them? I am sorry. It is impossible. Their souls have already departed. Shouldn't they descend to the underworld? How can they be lost like this? Because in this world, there is no underworld. Very well, I understand now. Su Chun gently lifted the girl, who immediately clung to him, weeping anew. With his arms outstretched, he found himself at a loss, feeling helpless. He was now a married man, and could not take advantage of another girl's vulnerability. Big brother, I miss my mommy and daddy, she lamented. Su Chun, unable to endure the sound of her cries, gently patted the girl's back in a comforting manner. It's all right, he reassured her. Your parents only wish for your happiness. The villains have been driven away. You wouldn't want to see your parents sad, would you? I understand now. Thank you, big brother, she replied. It's nothing. I too detest those who bully others. Su Chun rummaged through his pockets and, to his dismay, found no tissues, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Coughing lightly, he inquired, Excuse me, young lady, may I ask your age? Immediately regretting his words, he wished to slap himself. How could he have sounded so inappropriate? The girl regarded Su Chun, sensing that this older brother figure was likely a kind soul. I am 13 years old, she replied. Su Chun gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that even such a young girl was not spared by the individuals from the Spirit Hall. All right, It's nothing serious now. You may return home, he said. Su Chan was poised to take flight, soaring into the sky. Upon glancing down, he noticed the girl remained rooted to the spot, her demeanor fraught with confusion. He descended back to the ground, gazing at her intently. Why do you not return home? He inquired. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the girl lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have no home left. Those people just set my house ablaze. Su Chen felt an overwhelming disbelief wash over him. Acts of bullying and oppression exist in every country, yet to incinerate someone's dwelling was indeed beyond the pale. What shall we do now? He sighed. Here, take this. It is all the money I possess. He extended all of his gold spirit coins toward the girl, but she shook her head, refusing to accept his offer. Su Chen pondered thoughtfully and realized the truth of the matter. A girl, defenseless and delicate, carrying such a substantial sum of money, could easily fall prey to those with ill intentions. Would you like to accompany me to school? He proposed. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. You want to take me to school? That sounds wonderful. But do you possess a martial spirit? At this, the girl's expression faltered as she shook her head in disappointment. No martial spirit? Su Chen mused. That complicates matters for your admission. He continued, I could help you enter. But if we were to be discovered, it would lead to complications. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, I stayed up far too late yesterday. My mind feels a bit muddled. The girl then suggested, Big brother, why not help me find a job? A job? You are quite young for such responsibilities, he replied. Reconsidering. Very well then, I shall find you a place to stay. Su Chen found himself at a loss and decided to find a place for the little girl to stay. Very well, what is your name? He inquired. I am Su Qing, she replied. Su Qing, you share my surname. I am Su Chun. Just like you. I am all alone and without family. Would you consider me your brother? I could become your family, if you wish. Su Qing lifted her gaze to meet Su Chen's eyes and said, All right. May I call you Brother Su? Whatever you prefer, he replied. With that, Su Chen grasped Su Qing's arm and soared into the sky. Wow. Brother Su, are you a soul master? Soul master? What is that? I am unaware of it. All I know is that I am currently at level 150. What of it? Brother Su is remarkably powerful, level 150? Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at the sky, where Su Qing was soaring. She thought to herself that her brother must be boasting. How could there possibly be someone who stands at a height of 150? Su Qing glanced at Su Qing, who wore a puzzled expression. What? Do you not believe me? It matters not if you doubt. From this day forth, you are my sister. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. Brother Su is truly formidable. But isn't this flight a tad slow? Perhaps we should hasten a bit? Su Chen looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had already risen. Su Chen summoned the soul of Haiba Dong. Behind him manifested a pair of icy wings, which propelled him to break the sound barrier. Subsequently, a protective shield enveloped Su Qing. Su Qing gazed around with her large eyes, everything passing by in a blur. Brother Su, how swift it is. Su Chen, there are faster options, though I fear you may not be able to endure them. Faster? Su Qing looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Ahem. It's nothing. We shall arrive shortly. Su Chen also felt that his words were somewhat amiss. As they drove on, upon reaching Nodding Academy, Su Chen rented a modest abode nearby for merely 2 gold soul coins. Sister, here is your allowance. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me for more. Understood? Su Chen handed Su Qing 2,000 gold soul coins, a sum he had requested from the system. No, Brother Su Chen, you are giving too much. I only need 2. Is that excessive? Not at all. Take it. Rest assured, I have ample means. Su Chen too was perplexed, for he had merely asked the system for a little, assuming the system would not dispense a large amount. Well, if you insist, I shall accept it then. Su Qing lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she accepted the money. Well, let it be this way. You should rest for a while. Later, I will take you to buy some clothes. I still have a few matters to attend to. I've also packed some food for you, placed it on the table. Remember to enjoy it while it's still warm. Yes, I understand, Brother Su Chen. After Su Chen departed, Su Qing lifted her gaze to observe his retreating figure. Lowering her head, she produced a blue necklace, marveling at the serendipity of encountering such a benevolent soul. Su Chen glanced at the sky, noting that it was already afternoon. He soared into the heavens, heading towards the direction of the spirit hall. Host. Su Chen halted, a puzzled expression etched upon his face. What is the matter? He inquired. I sense that the little girl, Su Qing, is rather peculiar. What do you mean? She is merely a delicate young girl. What could be amiss? Don't tell me she is a soul beast? No, it's not that. I simply cannot perceive her aura. It feels as though she does not belong to this realm. System? What is going on? I've noticed that you are becoming increasingly adorable. What do you mean by that? You claim that Su Qing is not of this world, yet I am also not from this world, am I? Why didn't she attempt to save herself in that situation? Shouldn't individuals from other worlds possess a system? Who says that beings from other worlds must necessarily have a system? What about me? You? You are merely bound to me by the arrangement above. As for the little girl Su Qing, her soul's essence is entirely unlike her own. Are you suggesting that she, like someone with the surname Tang, has undergone soul possession? Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Do you think I would believe you? Although I am not an avid observer of anime, I am aware that the male protagonist in this world bears the surname Tang. There are no others. I am already the second outsider in this world. Could there possibly be a third? Don't be absurd. Are traversers as common as cabbages? Could it be that I misinterpreted? That seems impossible. Humph. Even if she is a traverser, why should I fear her? She is my sister, and should she betray me, I would not hesitate to deal with her. With my strength, is that not feasible? It is indeed possible. However, caution is the key to longevity. All right, enough of this. I must make my way to the martial spirit hall. I shall observe further and see if your assertions hold any truth. Su Chen also found it perplexing that a girl had inexplicably appeared in a desolate place. After a closer inspection, he realized that she was not a spirit beast. If she were, he would undoubtedly have dealt with her without hesitation. Su Chen did not ponder much, heading directly towards the direction of the spirit hall. System? You claim that Brother Su Chen is not a denizen of this world? Indeed. Su Qing was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. From the very beginning, she sensed that something was amiss with Su Chen. This was the 18th world she had traversed, yet why was it that each time she ventured into another realm, she encountered someone utterly devoid of strength? Truly, there was not an ounce of combat prowess to be found. Host, if you were to possess any power, this world would surely collapse, for the worldview is fundamentally different. Su Qing furrowed her brow, pondering the fragility of this world. What purpose do I serve here? To complete my tasks and become the strongest? The powers I acquire will gradually return to me, and by traversing 50 worlds, I shall fulfill my mission, saving my realm and resurrecting my family. Very well, but I find it perplexing. I have just arrived in this world, and you have introduced it to me. I lack a martial spirit. How can I possibly grow stronger? There exists a system that can resolve all your dilemmas. First, you must distance yourself from Su Chen. Why? He is such a handsome and kind individual. Why would I want to leave him? As I mentioned, he does not belong to this world. Neither do I. What if Su Chen turns out to be a villain? What then? What you require is to be close to the fated child of this world. The fated child? Where might I find this individual? Currently, they reside in the academy beside you. In the academy next to me? Understood. I shall observe and ascertain the character of this fated child. If they possess commendable virtues, I shall accompany them. If not, what purpose would it serve? Host, your sole concern should be to grow stronger. Why worry about character? That is unacceptable. I am, after all, the empress of a realm. The immortal emperor of the Xinzhou continent, a savior of countless souls. I have elevated the common folk to a state of prosperity and harmony. How can I disregard character? At worst, you can return me to my world, and I shall forsake the powers of this realm. Host, what does it mean to be powerful? Strength is not merely obtained through hardship. Luck plays an essential role as well. My fortune has always been favorable. I shall observe for a while and see how this world's fated child fares. Suit yourself. I am weary. What will become of my martial spirit? You need to remain close to the fated child, and it will automatically unlock your martial spirit. Is that so? Very well, you may take your leave. I wish to retire. Why do you speak so oddly? Is my speech peculiar? I am simply referring to myself as this one, which is quite normal for someone of my status as a revered immortal in a high-level world. All right, I understand. Su Qing stretched languidly and glanced at the food that Su Chen had brought her. She sauntered over, picked up a chicken leg, and began to eat it with relish. The cuisine in this world is quite delightful. The flavors are vibrant. I wonder if my brother Su Chen feeds me like this every day. Will I become plump? Su Qing glanced at her abdomen and shook her head. How could someone as exquisite and ethereal as herself, as pure and flawless as a celestial being, possibly gain weight? Although she could overlook the notion of purity, it was intolerable that those wretched mortals had dared to touch her today. Once she acquired sufficient strength, She would ensure that all mortals in this world met their demise, except for the virtuous, for even among mortals, there exist both the good and the wicked. Su Chun altered his appearance, for he had previously stirred trouble at the spirit hall, even daring to pat Bibi Dong on the backside. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, and with one hand resting on the chair, Su Chun gazed intently at the woman across from him. She was indeed quite attractive, yet it was rather ludicrous that she was now under the governance of this nation. Who exactly are you? Are you aware of the repercussions of trespassing into the spirit hall? Chapter 10. The Empress, I do not comprehend the words you utter. I have come here today to incite trouble. You are the current pope, and I wish to inquire about your understanding of the current state of various factions. What insights do you possess regarding the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire, and the Heavendo Empire? What are the perspectives of you nobles towards the common folk? Su Chun regarded Bibi Dong with an impassive expression, intrigued to discern the true nature of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's gaze was frosty as she scrutinized this unfamiliar man before her. Who are you? She demanded. Are you daring to challenge the authority of the Spirit Hall? You are but an ordinary passerby. Although you have allowed commoners to awaken their martial souls for free and receive subsidies for spirit masters. What does the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by your Spirit Hall signify? I cannot comprehend your words. Such individuals cannot possibly exist within the Spirit Hall. Is that so? He retorted with a sardonic laugh. Just today, I encountered a young girl, a mere 13 years of age, who was besieged by over a dozen soldiers from your Spirit Hall. They not only humiliated her, but also murdered her parents and set her house ablaze. I must ask, Your Holiness, is this what you claim does not exist? Su Chen's gaze was suffused with an aura of menace, for he truly intended to eliminate the Pope of the Spirit Hall before him. If necessary, he would take the reins, merging all nations into one harmonious entity. Yet, his heart yearned for home. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Regardless of your assertions, our Spirit Hall boasts a multitude of members, some of whom are naturally rebellious. However, it is not your place to govern them. Damn it. If you were not a woman, I would have truly considered delivering a resounding blow. You are the current pope, and this nation falls under your jurisdiction. Yet you cannot disregard the welfare of the common people. Without the populace, what becomes of the nation? I am aware of these truths. But what concern are they to you? Bibi Dong gazed at Su Chun, her expression one of confusion. If even she, the pope, was unperturbed, why was this man so agitated? Why indeed am I so anxious? Regardless, if you fail to manage your people and engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, I shall obliterate your Spirit Hall. Insolence! How dare you insult the Spirit Hall so brazenly? You are courting death. A man clad in resplendent golden armor, strikingly handsome, strode into the scene. Su Chun appeared utterly bewildered. You members of the Spirit Hall are truly unique. Even a man who resembles a woman is accepted here. Hearing Su Chen's words, Bibi Dong glanced at Zhu Huaguan as he entered. She stroked her chin, pondering the situation. When Zhu Huaguan joined the Spirit Hall, she had scarcely paid attention to his appearance, only recognizing his utility. Now, observing him closely, it was indeed unsettling to see a robust man adorned with makeup more extravagant than that of a woman. You little brat, you're seeking death. Zhu Huaguan, who despised any discussion regarding his appearance, instantaneously appeared before Su Chun, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Chen's face. Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he deftly evaded, then flicked a finger towards the fist of Chrysanthemum Gate. With a resounding crack, in an instant, Chrysanthemum Gate was sent flying, crashing against the wall, his arm fracturing in the blink of an eye. Su Chun shook his head in resignation. Tell me, am I wrong to say you are a transgender individual? A gentleman engages in discourse rather than resorting to violence. Do you not comprehend this? You are, after all, a titled Douluo, yet you would unprovokedly strike down someone you do not even know. Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Su Chun in astonishment. The recent events had unfolded with such swiftness that she had failed to discern how Su Chun had executed his movements. All she witnessed was Su Chun turning around, and inexplicably, her back was struck, sending her flying. Su Chun gazed at Bibi Dong with a look of bewilderment. Why do you regard me so intently? I am aware of my own charm, yet I am already wed. Such scrutiny is inappropriate. Ahem, may I inquire about your identity? I find myself utterly unable to discern your strength. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Su Chen's words, shook her head. Our Spirit Hall is currently collaborating with the Tiando and Shilua empires. We provide manpower to assist commoners in awakening their spirits free of charge. While the subsidies come from other empires, albeit insufficiently. The Tiando Empire has not contributed financially to our spirit hall for some time, presently. The subsidies are being advanced by our own resources. As for the spirit hall's financial status, it is quite limited. I will thoroughly investigate the claims regarding spirit hall soldiers engaging in acts of violence and pillaging. Su Qin's expression turned serious. Will your spirit hall not seek subsidies from other empires? We have tried, but each envoy returned empty-handed. Other empires continuously refuse. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. A war is imminent. How can you be so certain that war will ensue? Bibi Dong observed Su Qin with a mocking smile. If you disregard the plight of the commoners, the subsidy policy was devised by your spirit hall. Given your current financial strain, it is impossible for you to maintain this indefinitely. I suspect you may resort to war. Am I correct? Those who govern nations are inherently greedy. Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Qin. I do not know how you are aware of these matters. Indeed, I plan to confront other empires, with the Heaven Do Empire as my first target. If this continues, the people will suffer, and those lands will inevitably become the territory of the Spirit Hall. All right, I understand. Su Qin stood up, preparing to leave. You have yet to answer my question. Who are you? Is that answer truly so significant? Su Qin gazed at Bibi Dong with bemusement. Yes, I wish to know. I am Su Qin, a commoner. Well then, I must attend my class. Su Qin casually brushed her off. Class, you are still a student? Which academy do you attend? Bibi Dong stared at Su Qin in disbelief, not expecting the man before her to be a student. Why do you care so much? Are you trying to control me? Su Qin regarded Bibi Dong with disdain. What do you think? How about this? Join my ranks, and I can offer you boundless wealth and glory. Upon joining, you would become an elder of the Spirit Hall. Really? Su Qin feigned surprise. Indeed. Are you considering joining? If I were to join, I have conditions. Do tell. You must become my wife. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, just kidding. Farewell. Su Qin mischievously winked and instantly vanished. Bibi Dong was left fuming. It was her first experience of being toyed with in such a manner. Humph. We shall see. Su Qin returned to Su Qing's room, opened the door, and glanced at Su Qing on the bed. He was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Su Qin shouted loudly, then immediately turned around and went outside. To his astonishment, he found Su Qing sleeping on the bed, completely unclothed, holding a drumstick in her hand, with drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Su Qin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The seemingly refined and elegant young lady he had encountered today, who had exuded grace and poise, had suddenly transformed into something entirely different. Su Qin's loud shout startled Su Qing, who was lying on the bed. Oh no. Hurry, hurry. Why is he back so soon? Damn it, I just finished my meal. I didn't expect this world to be so sweltering. Coupled with my habit of sleeping without any clothes, I unconsciously stripped down completely. I had thought that Su Qin wouldn't return until later in the evening, but it turned out to be merely a quarter of an hour. Now, my flawless body has been laid bare for Su Qin to see. Su Qing felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Dazed, she hastily donned her attire and blushingly opened the door. She glanced at Su Qin by the window, her cheeks flushed with warmth, her gaze brimming with an unspoken intensity. Ah, what a coincidence. I was just about to come and call you, and it seems you have awakened just in time, Su Qin remarked awkwardly, turning his head to whistle. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Do you truly believe that I would be swayed by your nonsense? By the way, I intend to take you shopping for clothes. Your current attire is rather worn. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Su Qin. Once I have the means, I shall repay your kindness handsomely. Just wait, you impudent boy, daring to gaze upon my figure. I shall make you wish for both life and death. Ahem. Are you serious about this repayment? Su Qing was about to sip her tea when she was choked by Su Qin's words. Serious? What does that mean? Just wait. You little rascal. Once I have the strength, I will show you what seriousness truly entails. No, it means nothing. By the way, how about I take you shopping for some clothes? Su Qin, not wishing to elaborate further, swiftly changed the subject. All right then. As Su Qin was about to depart, a notification abruptly manifested in his mind. Host, I have ascertained that the girl, Su Qing, is not a local. What? Are you absolutely certain? Indeed. I am 100% certain. It seems she possesses a system of her own, although it lacks the reliability of mine. I have rewards, while hers merely allows for traversal through time and space. What purpose does her crossing serve? I am uncertain, yet her system is quite formidable, albeit slightly inferior to mine. Let me verify this, Su Qin stated with gravity, turning to face Su Qing and directly proclaiming, the king covers the earth. Huh? Su Qing gazed at Su Chun in bewilderment. Cough, cough, cough. Wenzhou Zhejiang. Wenzhou Zhejiang? Huh. Su Qin glanced at Su Qing, whose expression was one of utter confusion. He felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Could it be that he was mistaken? Host, are you being foolish? Su Qing could very well be from another world. If so, which world does she belong to? I have no idea. You don't know either? What use are you then? Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. Su Qing's soul is far too powerful for me to perceive fully. Too powerful? How does she compare to the Emperor of Desolation? Of course. It's the Emperor of Desolation, without question. His voice faltered. You're clearly nervous. Does she possess such formidable strength? Indeed, I witnessed the 3,000 laws encircling her. However, I am curious, if she is so powerful, why would she come to this inferior realm? The combat strength here is quite low. Wait. You claim 3,000 laws are surrounding her? Are you exaggerating? That would surpass even Pangu. The heavenly Tao would have to kneel and sing its submission. Truly. I can only see her silhouette. Beyond that, I cannot discern. Host, I believe it is better to strike first. Perhaps we should eliminate her? What? Such an innocent girl. How can you be so heartless? Just say whether we should eliminate her or not. Her strength is currently minimal, but if she gains power later, she could become a significant obstacle to your future tasks. Are you implying that Su Qing is her true self? I am uncertain. What if I eliminate her? And she is merely a minor projection? What if her true self arrives afterward? I would be doomed. A character of such caliber, even if Douluo Star is destroyed, I would survive. The issue is that I cannot defeat her. That seems to be the case. So, do you have any plans? Let me think. I have it. Why not simply take advantage of her? This way, you would have a powerful ally following you, making future tasks easier to accomplish. What? I still have unresolved matters in the forest, and now you want me to deal with this newly acquired sister? Do you think I'm someone like Tang? I assure you, system, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Then what do you suggest? She probably wants to kill you now. Why would she? I haven't wronged her in any way. You've seen everything about her. She is a major figure, and being so exposed. Do you think she will let you off the hook? I'm her brother, not her blood brother. Blood is thicker than water. But at least she wouldn't seek revenge, right? Ordinary people might not react this way, but those of her stature tend to be quite vindictive. Su Qin, what do you propose? Let it all come to ruin. I am weary. You refuse to sleep with her, so do not ask me what to do. For I am equally at a loss. Is there but this solitary solution? What else could there be? Do not be deceived by her possessing a system. Had she not willingly entered this realm, allowing the system to conserve her strength, that very system would be brought to its knees. Is it not merely a matter of compelling the system to submit? I can do that as well. I command you, system, bow before me, or I shall take my own life. Do you still possess any semblance of dignity? I am currently engaged in conversation with you, and you dare to demand my submission? Enough of this. I shall take her shopping for clothes. Su Chun, disinterested, decided to relinquish the matter, for it was beyond their capacity to contend with. Sister Su Qing, why do you seem so lost in thought? Su Qing inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Su Chun. No. I was merely contemplating some matters. Su Qin replied with a chuckle. Su Qin immediately took Su Qing shopping for clothes. Brother Su Chun, this dress is so beautiful. Let's buy it. Brother Su Chun, look at this skirt. It's equally stunning. Let's purchase it. Brother Su Chun, take a look at this ring. Let us buy it. Brother Su Chun, let us buy it. Brother Su Chun, look at that child. They have made a purchase. Brother Su Chun, I meant the child. Can a child really buy something? Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at the perpetually irritable Su Qin beside her. No. How could a child possibly make a purchase? I am, after all, a good person. Have you completed your shopping? Yes, I have finished. Then, where are the items you bought? Why haven't I seen them? Brother Su Chun. That pile over there. Su Qing shyly gestured towards a mountain of goods nearby. Su Qin's eyes widened and his mouth agape. This was truly an overwhelming amount. Chapter 11. Dai Mubai. After purchasing daily necessities with Su Qing, Su Qin returned to the house, greeted her briefly, and then departed for the academy. Alas, why do girls have such an affinity for peculiar trinkets? Who are you? The guard obstructed Su Qin's path. With a scowl darkening his face, Su Qin replied, Do you not recognize me? I am a student of this academy. The two guards, taken aback by Su Qin's towering stature, exchanged bewildered glances and retorted, There is no student of your size in our academy. Be on your way. Su Qin, alas, I forgot to transform into a little girl, leaving Su Chun utterly speechless. Su Chun, grumbling and cursing, found a secluded and deserted spot to transform back into a little girl. As Su Chun swaggered into the academy, she was greeted by a lively voice. "Sister Su, where have you been?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing towards her. "Little rabbit?" Su Chun remarked directly, causing Xiao Wu to gaze at her in alarm, inwardly lamenting, "Oh no, how does Sister Su know my true form?" Su Chun realized she had misspoken and immediately began to clarify. "Ha, Xiao Wu is truly adorable, bouncing around like a little rabbit." Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. "Sister Su, where have you been? I've been looking for you for quite some time." "Me? I had some matters to attend to with my family." "What is the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. Sister Su, shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal?" "All right. I happen to be a bit hungry." Su Chen gently rubbed his belly, feeling a slight pang of hunger. Although it was a mere illusion, he found it disconcerting. Xiao Wu took Su Chen's hand and led him to the cafeteria, where they fortuitously encountered Tang Shan and his companions. "Xiao Wu, you're here too." Tang Shan immediately greeted her. With a look of innocent bewilderment, Xiao Wu replied, "Yes, I'm here as well. I accompanied Sister Su to the cafeteria for a meal." "Then let us dine together," Tang Shan suggested. "Sure, Sister Su, let us enjoy our meal together," Xiao Wu responded eagerly. Su Chen cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Wu and Tang Shan. She yearned for a moment of solitude to savor her meal, devoid of the company of these youthful exuberances, which held no appeal for her. Thus, the group finished their meal in its entirety. Xiao Wu, still eager for companionship, wished to share a bed with Su Chen, but her request was met with a polite refusal. The reason lay in Su Chen's preference for solitary slumber, as she found little comfort in sharing her rest with a girl. Consequently, Xiao Wu had no choice but to retire with Tang Shan instead. Su Chen returned to his dormitory, lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling. "Oh, host, why do you refuse what others have so generously offered?" Upon hearing the system's words, Su Chen was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? A system? How could you utter such inhumane remarks? She is still just a child. How could I possibly take action? As for Guyuna, that is one thing, at least others possess admirable qualities, but this rabbit is entirely a mere child. I can hardly bear to witness this lack of ambition." "Humph. Su Chen, enough, let us rest." However, Tang San's first spirit ring has been rendered useless. Will the second one require him to absorb it for 10 years as well? No need to rush. Even if he absorbs it normally, he cannot defeat you, can he? How will I gain energy? I still need to return home. No need to hurry. Our system isn't anxious, so why are you? Oh, a night of silence. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. A man and a woman strolled down the street, their figures adorned in blue and pink. "Brother, let us stay here." "All right, Xiao Wu, I'll follow your lead." A man with golden hair entered the hotel, flanked by the two. "Boss." The same room as before. The boss, upon hearing this, appeared troubled. He glanced at Tang Shan and Xiao Wu, then back at the golden-haired man. Dear guest, your room has already been booked." "What? Boss, do you know who I am? How dare you give my room to someone else?" Tang Shan sensed the situation was escalating and quickly interjected. "This gentleman seems to have arrived before us." "And so what?" The man retorted rudely. Seeing the escalating tension, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "So what? Get lost." The man chuckled at her defiance. "Very well, huh? You dare speak to me like that? I assume you are also soul masters? Come on, let us see what you've got. I give you the chance to make me leave, or perhaps you'd like to demonstrate how to vacate." The atmosphere turned icy, and Xiao Wu was about to step forward when Tang Shan restrained her. At that moment, the boss sensed the tension and rushed over. "Dai Xiao, let us talk this out. Let us talk this out." Dai Xiao scoffed. "Humph. Wong boss, your business acumen is truly remarkable." "Dai Xiao, please don't say that. It's my fault for not understanding the rules." I'm sorry. The boss turned to Tang Shan and Xiao Wu, bowing apologetically. "I apologize, dear guests, but that room has been reserved by Dai Xiao. I kindly ask you to seek accommodations elsewhere." "We refuse to leave. What will you do about it?" Xiao Wu replied defiantly. The atmosphere remained tense. "Boss, this room is mine." A young man's voice rang out as he approached, dressed in a vibrant green attire and holding a flute, followed by a girl. The boss cursed internally as the situation had yet to be resolved. And now this newcomer arrived. The young man recognized Tang Shan, but was curious about the golden-haired individual. Who is this golden-haired Lion King? He is Dai Mubai, the Prince of Xinglua. Oh, a prince. Yet he still needs to book a room in a hotel? Does a prince lack women? the host, due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, possesses the evil eye white tiger, which necessitates a form of release. TSK, such a martial soul exists? The young man clicked his tongue in intrigue as he glanced at Dai Mubai. Beside him, a girl tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother Su. It seems there are no vacant rooms here. Shall we consider another location?" Su Chen glanced at Su Qing. After leaving school, he had completely distanced himself from Tang Shan Xiao Wu. After several years, he never expected to encounter her in a hotel. It was Su Qing who had chosen the hotel, drawn by its melodious name, the Rose Hotel. It is only natural for a girl to be fond of flowers. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached with a frown. "Friend, this room is already mine. You should look for another." "What are you? Who is your friend?" "You." "Very well, no one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. Enough of this chatter. It seems I must teach you a lesson, you little brat." Su Chen and Su Qing were utterly bewildered. With a playful smile, Su Qing turned to Su Chen and said, "Brother Su Chen, is this yellow-haired fellow truly so bold?" "Pfft, yellow-haired? Ha ha, yellow-haired? My apologies, it brings back some sorrowful memories." Su Chen covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking incessantly. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with a face full of questions. She found nothing amusing. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, emanating a palpable aura of menace as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and Su Qing. He had certainly overheard Su Chen's earlier remarks. "You. Do not push me to the brink of annihilating you wretched couple." As Dai Mubai's words left his lips, the atmosphere around them grew instantly frigid, the ground visibly freezing beneath their feet. Others in the vicinity shivered in the biting cold, hastily retreating from the scene. The smile had vanished from Su Chen's face, and he regarded Dai Mubai with an expression akin to that of a mourner. He stepped forward, only to be abruptly halted by a delicate hand. Confused, he looked down to find it was Su Qing. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "It's nothing. This insolent boy dares to speak to me in such a manner. I wouldn't mind rendering him mute." Su Qing replied coldly, her gaze fixed menacingly on Dai Mubai. Unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, Dai Mubai scoffed, "Ah. So you're merely a waste of space, hiding behind a woman. I had intended to grant you an opportunity to take your own life as an apology. But if you refuse, I shall tear you apart." Su Qing's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Dai Mubai. "Ha ha ha, this is amusing. I have yet to encounter a woman as fierce as you. If you wish to rip me apart, let's see if you possess the capability," Dai Mubai retorted confidently. With that, a swirling aura of yellow and purple materialized beneath his feet. "Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 soul master. I welcome your challenge." Tang Shan gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment, never having anticipated that he would possess a millennium-old spirit ring, let alone be a 37th level soul master. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, and with a swift motion, she unleashed her martial soul. Violet, purple, black, crimson. Su Qing. Martial soul, chaotic blue lotus. Rank 69 soul emperor. I humbly seek your guidance. In an instant, Dai Mubai's eyes widened at the sight of the soul rings surrounding Su Qing, a cold sweat cascading down his back as he trembled uncontrollably. 10, 100,000 your soul rings. Su Qing glanced at the soul ring on the ground, then turned her gaze towards Su Chen behind her. The 100,000-year soul ring had all been bestowed upon her by Su Chen. Leaving her to ponder the means by which he had accomplished such a feat, Su Qing gazed at Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat, and gracefully approached him, teasingly asking, "Well, how do you fare? Did you not claim you wished to bed me? Do you possess such prowess?" With a swift motion, she unleashed her first spirit skill, Lotus Blade Bloom. In an instant, an array of lotus flowers materialized around Dai Mubai, their petals cascading down to transform into a flurry of sharp, black blades that surged towards him. Dai Mubai, taken aback, swiftly invoked his third spirit skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, followed by his first spirit skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. However, the blades pierced through, and in a flash, both of Dai Mubai's hands were grievously wounded, flesh severed. Some of the blades halted mere inches from his face as he collapsed to the ground, terror evident in his eyes. "Why can I not eliminate him? How utterly dull," Su Qing remarked, exasperated as she waved her hand, causing the blades to vanish. The system had just informed her that the blonde youth could not be killed at this moment, as it would disrupt her progress in this world. Su Chen has already discerned that Su Qing is an outsider. Initially, he contemplated taking decisive action to eliminate her. However, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The moment he attempted to act, an inexplicable pressure descended upon him, rendering him immobile. The system informed him that it was the machinations of Su Qing's system that thwarted his efforts, making it utterly impossible for him to carry out his intentions. Upon awakening, Su Qing glanced at Su Qin, who lay on the ground. Initially, she intended to confront him, but soon realized that a series of transparent shields had emerged around him, rendering her unable to penetrate them. Consequently, she could only abandon her intentions. At first, the two regarded each other with icy indifference, yet as the meal progressed, they reconciled, eventually sharing a camaraderie that saw them shoulder to shoulder, enjoying chicken legs together as if they were brothers. Su Qing looked at Su Qin with a sense of grievance, rushing over to embrace his waist. "Brother Su Qin, you frightened me to death." Su Qin's expression darkened. He truly could not provoke this woman. He chuckled softly, contemplating whether it would be better to bury the matter while it was still fresh. As Su Qin spoke, Dai Mu Bai, taken aback, pointed at him with trembling fingers, exclaiming, You, what of it? Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." Su Qin, unfazed, retorted sharply at Dai Mu Bai. In an instant, Dai Mu Bai fainted. At that moment, Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, approached, only to be restrained by Tang Shan, who shook his head in disapproval, prompting Xiao Wu to relent. "Brother Su Qin, I am still so frightened. What should I do?" "Do not be afraid. I am frightened too. Perhaps you could comfort me?" Su Qin had not finished his sentence when he glanced at his waist, noticing Su Qing was massaging his kidneys. "Brother Su Qin, what did you just say? I didn't catch that." Su Qing looked at him with a mischievous grin. No. I said not to be afraid. I will comfort you." "Ouch, that hurts." "Is that so? Brother Su Qin is so annoying, utterly intolerable." Su Qin expressed his regret, wishing he had never brought this woman into his life. Su Qin glanced at Tang Shan, then stepped forward with a smile. "Boss, may we have the room now?" The proprietor wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Su Qin led Su Qing upstairs, while Tang Shan detained Xiao Wu, preventing her from leaving the hotel. "Brother, why did you just stop me?" Xiao Wu inquired. "I sense that man is extraordinary. For now, we should refrain from antagonizing him." "But brother, that girl just referred to him as Su Qin, which is exactly the same name as Sister Su," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "It could merely be a coincidence." He replied, "Is that so?" She pondered. In the hotel room, Su Qin and Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at the roses adorning the bed, accompanied by a symbol of happiness. "Is this the wedding room you envisioned, the one you adore?" Su Qing's face flushed, and her neck thickened as she glared at the bed. Defiantly, she directed her gaze at Su Qin. "You, sleep outside. Come on, I'm your brother. How can you be so heartless? And the money for this hotel room was all spent from my pocket. I don't care. I refuse to share a bed. What if you turn out to be a rogue?" "Me? A rogue? Rest assured, even if I were to fancy a pig, it would never be you." "What?" In a fit of fury, Su Qing leaped towards Su Qin, executing a swift locking maneuver. The two tumbled to the ground, with Su Qing firmly grasping Su Qin's arm, rendering him immobile. "Ouch, it hurts. You're going to break it. Let go, please." "Oof, not a chance. How dare you say I'm inferior to a pig?" "Wait. I still have something to say." "Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words." "Cough, cough, cough, at least a pig can be eaten." "You truly are even less than a pig," Su Qin remarked with utmost seriousness. "All right, very good, brother Su Qin. Allow me to help you relax. 10th soul skill, bone dislocation technique crack. Ah, it hurts. Sister, Andy, I was wrong. Do you realize your mistake now?" Su Qing shot a displeased glance at Su Qin. Su Qin wiped away non-existent tears and nodded, acknowledging his mistake. "Yes, I understand I was wrong. Please, enlighten me on where I faltered." "Well, the error lies in comparing a pig to you. It would be more appropriate to compare you to a human-faced spider." Su Qin, in a moment of reckless bravado, remarked, "Boom, boom, boom." "Very well. You have successfully captured my attention," Su Qing said with a smile as she regarded Su Qin. Chapter 12. Tinshui Academy. Wait. Ah. Beneath the starry night, within a hotel room, a man leaned silently against the wall, his hand pressed against his forehead. "Humph. I warned you not to provoke my anger. Dare to do it again, and I shall ruin you." Su Qing clapped her hands and, in an exceptionally good mood, returned to her room to rest. With veins bulging and enduring the pain, Su Qing gritted his teeth and spoke, "System, am I not invincible? Why then do I still suffer injuries? Is this not a redundant question? That is indeed the most vulnerable part of a man, with another being the waist. The issue is that Su Qing is merely a soul emperor. She shouldn't be able to breach my defenses, right? Have you seen the martial souls of others? They are all of a chaotic level. How does this relate to her ability to penetrate my defenses? I am not entirely certain, under normal circumstances. Even a titled Douluo in this world might not breach your defenses. Perhaps Su Qing is simply exceptional. Very well, a woman of such ingratitude will remain unmarried for life. Su Qing, a Qiao? Su Qin was perplexed. He distinctly remembered when he first met Su Qing, she possessed no martial soul. What could have caused her to suddenly awaken one? System, why did Su Qing lack a martial soul initially, only to possess one now? I am uncertain. However, her arrival in this world must be linked to the child of destiny. It is plausible that the awakening of her martial soul is associated with Tang Shan. Otherwise, such an inexplicable awakening would be unlikely. Is she an ally or an adversary? From what I observed today, she did not seem particularly amiable towards Tang Shan. I cannot ascertain that. Nonetheless, you should prioritize addressing your own issues first. I dare not provoke her. Understood. Very well, let us conclude our conversation here. I shall take my rest. Su Qin reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. At this moment, Su Qing emerged dressed in her pajamas. Clutching a blanket in her hands, she promptly draped it over Su Qin. This rascal, without a blanket, doesn't even think to mention it. Host, do you believe he fears the cold? What? Are you opposed to my decision? No. Su Qing helped Su Qin tuck in the blanket, gently clapping her hands before returning to her room to rest. System, I wonder if my subjects are faring well? Rest assured, your territory is currently secure. Aside from a few minor disturbances caused by low-level demonic beasts, everything else is tranquil. Then I shall feel at ease. If necessary, I will return, for ultimately, this place is not the world I am accustomed to. A night of silence ensued. Early morning. Su Qin opened his eyes and glanced at the quilt draped over him. His expression one of utter bewilderment. System? What is the meaning of this quilt? Could it possibly be that ruthless woman who covered me with it? Surely not. No way. System, you must be dreaming. Su Qing emerged from her room and observed Su Qin shaking his head in a daze. With a look of disdain, she exclaimed. Disgusting Su Qin, will you not get up? Are we not supposed to enroll in other academies today? Oh, I see. I understand now. Su Qin also recalled that he was to visit another college today. Which college do you think we should go to? Su Qing asked Su Qin. I have no idea. He replied. Su Qin, so what brings you all the way here? To join the academy? The issue is, there are so many academies. And you must want to join one too. We need to find a reliable option. So what are your requirements? It's up to you. I have no particular preference. Otherwise, shall we part ways here, severing all ties? Su Qin looked at Su Qing with excitement. Su Qing gazed sharply at Su Qin. What is it? Su Qin, are you intending to abandon me? I have heard the elders say that casually forsaking one's own kin may lead to a severance of lineage. Su Qing smiled as she extended a foot, targeting beneath Su Qin. Su Qin wore a wry smile and exclaimed, No, you are not my biological sister. So why do you persistently follow me? Moreover, did you not once express your desire to love someone freely and unrestrained? I am now offering you that very freedom, along with financial support. Is 80 million gold soul coins sufficient? If not, I can certainly provide more. Go ahead, give it a try. Su Qin swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. It was one thing to be bullied by the system, but to be tormented by a little sister picked up along the way was utterly intolerable. The only one who never mistreated him was Gu Yuna. Indeed, his beloved wife was a treasure. I won't try any more. I can't afford it. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Now, pray tell, which academy are we to join? Last time, you dismissed my choice for being too crowded with admirers. And when I selected another, you complained about the abundance of males. Then I picked yet another, and you found it too remote. How am I supposed to make a selection? Host, you may join Shrek Academy. The voice of the system echoed in Su Qin's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Is the Shrek Academy truly reliable? Is this institution for the child of fate a towering edifice? No, it appears rather dilapidated. Then I shall abandon this notion. Su Qing, that woman, would undoubtedly reject such a place, finding it beneath her standards. As for me, I simply prefer not to be disturbed by other males. Su Qing hesitated to articulate her thoughts, pondering her own identity. What am I, if not a man? You? Apart from possessing an additional limb, you remain, in my eyes, akin to a sister. Fine, you assert your aversion to male-dominated academies. However, I happen to know of an all-female institution. Would you be interested? Speak, let us hear it. Naturally, it cannot be a rundown establishment. It seems to be called the Tianshui Academy, populated solely by females, with very few males in attendance. Very well, lead the way. Let us explore this Tianshui Academy you mentioned. Upon encountering Principal Flinder in Tang Shan, he and Xiao Wu decided to enroll at Shrek Academy. Suchen has already arrived at Tianshui Academy. I remarked to him, you have been urging and urging, yet here we are. I told you not to worry. The map is quite small, and the academy has yet to open its doors. Suchen glanced at Su Qing, who immediately retorted. How was I to know it would be like this? If you ask me, whom should I inquire? When does this academy open? I am uncertain as well. It is my first visit too. The two were bickering at the entrance of the academy when the guard on duty, rubbing his temples, stepped forward and said, Hey, what are you two doing, making such a racket at this early hour? Upon seeing someone emerge from the academy, Su Qin chose to disregard the fierce woman beside him. Sawasti Ka, he said, we are here to enroll in the academy. The gatekeeper stared at Su Chun in bewilderment, perplexed by the unfamiliar greeting. What on earth is Sawasti Ka? He wondered. No, I am here with my sister to join Tianshui Academy. Oh, I see. Please wait a moment while I go inside to make an announcement. Thank you for your assistance, Su Qin replied. Su Qin's polite demeanor irked Su Qing, who had accompanied him for so long. Since their departure from Nottingham Academy, he had never exhibited such courtesy towards her. Why are you pouting? You're not a toad spirit. Suddenly, the academy's gate swung open, revealing a figure clad in a cerulean dress and adorned with matching high heels. Her cascading waves of ocean blue hair framed a delicate, rosy visage, exuding an enchanting allure. Greetings. Are you two here to join our Tianshui Academy? Her gentle voice elicited an enamored smile from Su Chun. Su Qing glanced at Su Qin with a look of exasperation and delivered another sharp slap. Indeed, my brother and I are interested in joining your Heavenly Water Academy. May I inquire about the registration fee? Shui Bingo observed the playful banter between the two, smiling gently. The registration fee is not a pressing concern. May I ask what level your soul power is approximately, and what your martial souls are? Would you be so kind as to show me? Su Chun boldly stepped forward to introduce himself. My name is Su Chun. In this world, I have no family. The girl beside me is my adopted sister, whom I found on the streets. Now that she has grown up, I no longer need to look after her. Today, I am here with her, with no ulterior motives. Su Chun turned his head and glanced down, discovering a small hand gripping his waist. He looked up to see Su Qing's polite and innocent smile directed at him. Su Chun swallowed hard. Su Qing glanced at Su Chun and began to introduce herself directly. We had a quarrel for a while, but we are siblings. My martial soul is of the ice attribute, and I currently possess a soul power of level 69. As for my brother, I will let him introduce himself. Su Chun felt utterly wronged. He truly wished to distance himself from this woman. Everything required her supervision, and he felt powerless, not because he couldn't fight back, but because he couldn't even lay a finger on her. My martial soul, like my sister's, is also of the ice attribute. As for my current soul power, let me think. System, how much should I say? Should I really claim 150? Just throw out any number. With the system, you need not worry about exposure. Well then, with your assurance, I can relax. Returning to reality, Su Qin spoke up. My soul power, like my sister's, is also at level 69. Shui Binger looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression, her disbelief evident. She quickly produced a crystal. Then let us test your soul power to see if you qualify for admission to our academy. Su Qing casually placed her hand upon the crystal, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant light, displaying the number 69. Shui Bingo, astonished, covered her mouth as she gazed at Su Qing. Unable to believe that the girl before her was speaking the truth, she glanced around, noticing that Su Qing appeared to be significantly younger than herself. When it was Su Qin's turn to test, he approached with a nonchalant stride, placing his hand directly on the crystal. Bang! Huh? What on earth? Why did it explode? Shui Bingo stared blankly at the now-vanished crystal, vividly recalling that her crystal was supposed to test for a soul power of level 70. System, what on earth is going on? Why did it explode? What a surprise! What an unexpected turn of events! Su Qin was at a loss for words upon hearing the system's response. He immediately apologized to Shui Binger, expressing regret. I apologize. Perhaps this crystal is defective. Shui Bingo found it difficult to respond, so she simply instructed Su Qin to unveil his martial soul, saying, please release your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately began to communicate with the system once more. System, is everything all right? It seems I currently possess only a few soul rings. Could you assist me in altering that? Of course, there is no issue at all. Do not worry, I assure you. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Su Chan triumphantly stamped his foot, and beneath him, a soul ring gradually materialized. However, the hue of the first soul ring left everyone utterly astonished. Su Chan gaped in astonishment at the soul ring beneath his feet, recognizing a familiar crimson hue. Shui Binger, taken aback, covered her mouth in disbelief, stammering, T10, 10. 100,000 years soul ring. Those who passed by and trembled in awe, their gazes fixed upon Su Chan. Gradually, several soul rings began to materialize around him. All resplendent in red, until the seventh soul ring, at last, transformed in color. Su Chan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that the seventh soul ring was white. Suddenly, he came to his senses and remarked to Shui Binger that he was only at level 69, and now possessing a seventh soul ring seemed deceptive. Su Qing approached with a look of bewilderment, gazing at the soul ring beneath Su Chen's feet. Su Chen, why is your soul ring changing colors? Huh, what nonsense is this? Su Chan, in disbelief, glanced down at his feet and was utterly perplexed. He beheld the soul ring beneath him shifting through a spectrum of vibrant hues, and as he watched, even more soul rings began to materialize. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, forcing all those around, including Shui Binger, to kneel on the ground. Su Chen's feet came to a halt only after the emergence of the 10th five-colored soul ring. Su Chan cursed the system 1,000 times in his heart. He merely wished to keep a low profile, yet this wretched system showed no regard for his desires. System, come out and explain yourself. He pondered. Perhaps I have exerted too much control. Nonetheless, what does it matter? It is merely 10 soul rings. If I am exposed, so be it. But why do the last 3 soul rings still change color? What on earth is this? Those are divine soul rings, the highest tier of 5-colored soul rings. I clearly limited your power to 10%, yet I am still perplexed as to why it has suddenly transformed like this. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in silence. Aren't you someone who prefers to live modestly? Is this how one maintains a low profile? Su Chen, with a wry smile, replied. I truly have no idea what is happening. So what shall we do now? Should we eliminate these individuals? Oh, surely not. They are innocent, aren't they? There's no need for that. Su Qing cast a glance at Su Chen, who bore a resemblance to the Virgin Mary. She communicated with the system in her mind, requesting, System, grant me a modicum of strength, so that I may cause these individuals to forget all that has transpired moments ago. Understood? Restore the host's power to 0. 0.00000000001%. Feeling a surge of power, Su Qing clasped her hands in a specific gesture, murmuring incantations under her breath. In an instant, everyone within a 2-kilometer radius fell into a deep slumber. What on earth are you doing? Have you come down from the mountains like a Taoist priest? Su Chan gazed at Su Qing with a look of bewilderment. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen and said, All right, dispel your oppressive aura. When they awaken shortly, they will have forgotten everything that just transpired. I have altered their memories, and once they regain consciousness, we shall successfully infiltrate the academy. Wow, that is impressive. Dear sister, would you mind teaching me that trick you just performed? I wish to learn. With your qualifications, it's not feasible. There's no spiritual energy here. Of course I can do it. Just don't ask too many questions. Spiritual energy? What is that? Su Chen continued to probe, observing Su Qing. Chapter 13. Qianrenxue. Half an hour later, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Shui Binger sat up, massaging her temples. Upon noticing Su Chen and Su Qing, she immediately approached them and escorted the two inside. In this manner, Su Chen inexplicably became a member of Tianshui Academy. After Shui Binger introduced Su Chen and Su Qing to the individuals within the academy, she departed alone, sensing that she had forgotten something important. All she could recall was the feeling of rising to her feet, her entire body aching, while the rest eluded her memory. Su Chen sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, gazing at Su Qing, who stood before him. Come on, sister, we have separate dormitories now. Why must you still sleep here? He remarked. Am I not allowed to fear the dark? She retorted. Besides, you are my brother, not my biological sister. In fact, even with a biological sister, it would still be inappropriate. What if something were to happen? Do you dare? Su Qing shot a cold glare at Su Chen, her eyes piercing through him. Su Chen immediately covered himself with his hands, gazing at Su Qing in terror. You, as a girl, how can you be so violent? Be careful, or you might find yourself unwanted in the future. In this world, there is no one worthy of me. Well then, I shall take my rest. You will sleep on the sofa while I occupy the bed. Remember, If you wish to leave, you must report to me. Huh? Who do you think you are to impose such rules? You are not my wife. What I choose to do is none of your concern, and as for reporting, not a chance. Su Qing disregarded Su Qin and directly proceeded to her room. Su Qin felt a profound sorrow. He yearned for solitude, a moment of quiet reflection. Host. The system remarked, it is not merely my words, but yours as well. At that time, when you had the opportunity to embrace her, you hesitated. Now, look at your current predicament. Regret envelopes you. You cannot confront her, yet you find it impossible to part ways. As Su Qin contemplated the system, he found himself in a state of despair. Initially, he had aimed to eliminate Su Qing, but his attempt had ended in failure. He sought to escape, only to inadvertently find himself in the Douluo Empire, a considerable distance away, where he was inevitably located by Su Qing once more. They engaged in yet another battle, during which he realized that he could not breach her defenses. Su Qing, with deliberate precision, targeted his vulnerable points, forcing him into a position of evasion. Enough, he thought. I desire some peace. Yet, how is she able to track me? Perhaps she has marked you in some manner, allowing her to locate you at will. And you? A system cannot detect this? I am at a loss. I cannot discern any flaws within your physical form. Perhaps she has meddled with your very soul. However, I am hesitant to tamper with your essence, lest I inadvertently cause harm. Deciding to take a stroll, Su Qin rose and approached the door, rapping gently upon it. Knock. Knock, knock. Is there something amiss? I wish to step outside for a moment to inform you. Ah, wait for me. I shall accompany you, came the reply. Really? I merely intend to wander a bit. Is it truly necessary for you to follow me? Why not? Of course it is necessary. I have encountered a bit of trouble. What kind of trouble? Pray, share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving it. Su Qin gazed at Su Qing with a mischievous smile, stroking his chin as he pondered something. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Are you feeling unwell? Unwell? Do you require my assistance to alleviate your discomfort? No. I meant that kind of discomfort. What sort of discomfort? Su Qin leisurely leaned closer to Su Qing's ear and whispered a few words. Su Qing's cheeks visibly flushed, her face radiating warmth, as she shot an indignant glance at Su Qin. Ouch! Why did you slap my face? She exclaimed. Humph! I shall ignore you, you scoundrel. You say discomfort, yet what do you mean by that? Which that are you referring to? Just say it. Su Qin, with a mischievous grin, gazed at the blushing Su Qing. Forget it. I shan't say anything more. Su Qin, I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be such a scoundrel, wanting to frequent those places of ill repute. Listen, for heaven's sake, I am a man, all right? I too have needs to vent. Should I vent my frustrations on you? You are my sister. How could I possibly engage in such matters? Am I not correct? Su Qing, filled with indignation and embarrassment, turned her head and directly retreated to her room. Upon seeing Su Qing return, Su Qin could no longer contain his disdain. Humph, I have urged you to follow me. Yet I cannot fathom your willingness to accompany me to such a place. Su Qin swaggered out, a triumphant expression plastered across his face. At last, he had achieved victory. In the room, Su Qing sat on the bed, cursing under her breath. Men are indeed men, she mused. It appears that all men in the world are of such a lecherous nature. Su Qin soared into the sky and surveyed the surroundings. He sought a suitable spot to descend, then gestured across his face, causing his features to instantaneously transform into those of a dashing young gentleman. Where is this place? Never mind, I shall inquire with someone. Su Qin inquired of a passerby, gaining insight into his destination. He currently found himself within the realm of the Heavenly Empire. Su Qin held a folding fan in his hand, gently waving it before his face to create a breeze. A boy approached him, and as their eyes met, Su Qin smiled at him. The boy responded with a polite bow before turning and walking away. Su Qin gazed at the boy's silhouette and smiled, finding it amusing that he was dressed as a girl. He was rather handsome, yet regrettably, he could not surpass the beauty of my wife. Oh well, it is of no concern to me. As Su Qin prepared to depart, the irksome system immediately chimed in. Host, that is Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue? Who is she? Have you forgotten? She is the daughter of Bibi Dong. Oh, quite impressive. No wonder she is so beautiful. I never realized she was Bibi Dong's daughter. Go for it. You are the antagonist now, so give it your all. I am indeed the villain, but the fact remains that she is also Bibi Dong's daughter. Why would I oppose her? Are you foolish? I want you to conquer her, but I already have a wife. Besides, I have no desire for a harem. Why would I want to collect so many wives? That's absurd. Listen, in the world of Douluo, having multiple wives is quite acceptable. You must adapt to the customs. You speak of multiple wives, but I can't even handle one Guyuna. Yet, those matters can indeed be addictive, but if indulged too often, they lose their allure. I believe you simply lack the capability. You dare to claim I am incapable. Let me tell you, provocations will not work on me. Regardless, having slept with Qian Rinxue would be beneficial for you. What benefit would that bring me? Should I be grateful to her? Though I am a man. I am not that desperate, you know? Discussing this is futile. Allow me to show you a vision. Half an hour later, Su Chen, initially appearing as a mere onlooker, gradually descended into a state of existential doubt. Is the system malfunctioning? Is it possible that Qian Rinxue is afflicted in some way? Why would she, an adversary, show any leniency? In truth, she has not truly shown mercy. Yet I remain perplexed as to why she is drawn to the child of destiny. Are you suggesting that I should conquer her first and subsequently deal with Tang Shan? She will not hold back. She will pursue a total annihilation, will she not? Truly, one can teach a child. Alas, I must decline. What does her preference matter to me? While I intend to join the spirit hall, my sole concern is ensuring its triumph. Her admiration for those with the surname Tang is of no consequence to me. However, it appears beneficial for future endeavors. Stop. Every time you mention a task. Have you actually assigned one to me? So much time has elapsed, yet I have not even achieved a mere 10% of progress. Even if I were to return home, my family's assets have been bequeathed to my sister. My parents would surely create another child if they had to, leaving no inheritance for me. I have come to terms with my situation. Whether or not you assign me a task is irrelevant. I have attained a profound understanding of life. My interest in joining the spirit hall is merely that, an interest. Henceforth, I shall tread my own path. No one can compel me to undertake what I do not wish to. The question remains, why are you willing to do as Su Qing requests? It is a given. If one cannot prevail, what alternative remains? How ironic it is that you proclaim invincibility while failing to conquer even a single woman. What recourse do I have? Su Qing's emergence was entirely unforeseen. Had she not appeared, would you not be invincible? Your reasoning is compelling. I find myself at a loss for counterarguments. Indeed, it is true. Your parents have indeed gifted you with a brother. Su Chen has come to terms with reality. He understands the nature of his parents. Thus, he has no intention of causing a commotion. He prefers to lead a tranquil life, questioning the purpose of constant conflict. Money is not an issue for him. In due time, he plans to bring Guyuna to reside with him, and as for the divine realm, he would simply obliterate it, allowing his family to live joyfully together. Ah, my host, should you not strive to conquer the world? In this realm, no one poses a challenge to you. Why do you choose to be so lethargic? Conquer the world? I lack the motivation, and I have a myriad of matters to attend to. Why not continue to take it easy? This way, life is far more pleasant. There is no hope left. After finishing her conversation, Su Chen found a bar, entered, and ordered a drink. She leisurely swirled her cocktail in the tall glass. A young man glanced at Su Chen's silhouette and politely asked, "May I take a seat across from you?" Su Chen glanced at the boy beside her, his expression one of exasperation. Why would Qian Rinxue, a girl, choose to frequent such a place as a bar? Shouldn't she be at a more upscale venue? Nevertheless, Su Chen politely replied, acknowledging that others wished to take a seat. It would be unreasonable to deny them. Qian Rinxue expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you, ordering a glass of red wine and mimicking Su Chen's movements as she swirled it. Is this gentleman perhaps a member of the Tiando clan? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's response, Su Chen shook his head. Is that the spirit hall? No. Could it be the Douluo Empire? No. But am I even well acquainted with you? Su Chen offered no courtesy to Qian Rinxue, primarily because the latter presently bore a masculine visage. There was no need for Su Chen to extend any politeness. Had she retained her original appearance, he might have shown her some measure of respect. Beside Qian Rinxue stood an unattractive man adorned in golden armor resembling a hedgehog, with fiery red hair. He immediately stepped forward, pointing at Su Chen, and exclaimed, "Presumptuous! How dare you show such disrespect to the prince?" Su Chen glanced up at the man with evident disdain, prompting him to immediately avert his gaze and rub his eyes. Is she really a prince? How utterly unremarkable. He thought, oh dear, how unsightly. The man's expression darkened instantly, and he prepared to teach Su Chen a lesson. However, he was swiftly halted by Qian Rinxue. "Uncle Porcupine," she called, and the porcupine understood her intent, stepping back. Qian Rinxue fixed her piercing gaze upon Su Chen, as if attempting to see through him. "You, my dear brother, are a soul master, are you not? Whether I am or not has no bearing on you. Do not presume that your princely status grants you the right to bully us commoners. My brother has misunderstood. It is my failure to adequately discipline my subordinates. May I inquire, dear brother, what brings you to the Heaven Do Empire? As a prince, I believe I am entitled to know. I merely sought some diversion and ventured out for a stroll. Is it forbidden for commoners to enjoy the sights in Heaven Do? Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Chen. Of course, it is permitted. However, as a commoner entering such an upscale establishment, might I suspect you of being a spy? Su Chen gazed at Qian Rinxue with a frown, questioning her sanity. Am I not allowed to come to such a place simply because I possess wealth? Is the entire Douluo under your dominion? Qian Rinxue's expression darkened. She was unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Had it not been for her earlier sensing of Su Chen's soul power, which she found imperceptible, she might have regarded his claim of being a soul master as a mere pretense. If he were indeed a pawn sent by that woman to surveil her, she could not afford to be careless. Thus, she took her leave, saying, "Enjoy your drink, my friend. Who knows when you might have the chance to savor it again." As Qian Rinxue stepped outside, Sita frowned and addressed her, "Young mistress, why not allow me to teach that insolent boy a lesson?" "Uncle Situ, did you discern any soul power from him?" She retorted, "I could not. He appears to be no ordinary individual. Remember this. Uncle Situ, such a person is either a friend or a foe. It is imperative to ascertain his true nature. If he is an enemy, he must be eliminated immediately. If he is a friend, perhaps we could find a way to utilize him. Your wisdom is remarkable, young mistress. I shall investigate his background at once." With that, Sita vanished in an instant. Qian Rinxue glanced at the man beside her, who spoke, "Uncle Shimao, please keep an eye on this individual. I sense there is more to him than meets the eye. He may very well be sent by that woman. But, young mistress, your safety." "No buts. Do you not heed my words?" "As you command." Alone, Qian Rinxue retreated to a secluded area, where she swiftly transformed into a girl. Her skin was as fair as snow, accentuated by a prominent nose and elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Her facial features bore a certain sharpness, with a small six-winged angel mark adorning her brow. Her golden eyes sparkled like spring water, appearing deceptively ordinary, yet she was a force to be reckoned with. After attaining godhood at 100 levels, Qian Rinxue's appearance had grown more youthful, resembling that of an 18-year-old, with a more voluptuous figure. Her large, lustrous eyes, akin to black pearls, sparkled, and her lips curved slightly, complemented by a small, straight nose. She donned a golden palace-style gown, seamlessly woven with gold threads, lacking excessive embellishments, exuding an aura of antiquity and elegance. The golden collar embraced her slender, alabaster neck, while her long, golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unstyled. How intriguing. "I hope you will surprise me," she mused, casting a final glance at the bar before departing with a light, buoyant step. Su Chen smiled faintly. He had naturally overheard Qian Rinxue's recent words. He handed some money to the bar owner, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving the serpent spear, which had been observing him, utterly bewildered. Chapter 14. The dispersion of Yin and Yang. Qian Rinxue was walking alone on the road when suddenly a lecherous man with protruding teeth and clad in a purple jacket approached her with a lascivious glint in his eye. Qian Rinxue noticed everything unfolding. Yet she was confident in her beauty, aware that it would inevitably attract a certain type of attention. "Heh, little sister, where are you off to?" Upon feeling the man's hand on her shoulder, Qian Rinxue's gaze turned icy, filled with an aura of menace as she glared at him. "Remove your hand at once." Su Chen observed the unfolding scene with great interest, contemplating that Qian Rinxue might very well eliminate this lecherous man. For individuals of such character are merely a waste of resources. Undeterred, the lecherous man persisted, running a finger down Qian Rinxue's shoulder, attempting to entice her with, "Little sister, let your brother take you to a delightful place, shall we?" Just as Qian Rinxue prepared to take action, the serpent spear surged forward, seizing the lecherous man's throat and lifting him high. "Young master, how shall we deal with this man?" In response, the serpent spear stated, "Let it be. I have other matters to attend to." With a casual flick, he hurled the lecherous man to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Su Chen observed the unfolding scene and found the girl, Qian Rinxue, to be quite intriguing. Normally, a lecherous man like that would not be able to escape unscathed in her world. He would at least receive a severe beating. Yet, she had chosen to let him go. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow at Xi Miao, questioning, "Did I not instruct you to follow that individual? Why have you returned?" Xi Miao, beads of cold sweat trickling down, hurriedly began to explain, "My lord, it was my failure to fulfill my duty. I lost track of him. With your prowess, how could you possibly lose him?" Qian Rinxue retorted. Uncle Shimiao, if memory serves, you are a level 93 title Douluo, are you not? Indeed, my lord, he replied. But that individual was astonishingly swift. I had no inkling of how he vanished. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a smirk. How fascinating. Could it be related to his martial soul? If this person were to become my subordinate, it would undoubtedly aid my endeavors. A martial soul with such remarkable speed is perfectly suited for investigations. My lord, your insight is unparalleled. Suddenly, applause echoed through the air. Qian Rinxue immediately grew alert. Scanning her surroundings. Who goes there? To her astonishment, the voice belonged to the prince of the Tiando Empire, revealed to be a strikingly beautiful girl. Upon turning, she recognized the unfamiliar man from the bar. Ah, it is you. I presume you overheard my earlier remarks. What do you say? Would you consider joining the spirit hall? You would be bound to obey my commands, but should you agree to join, wealth and glory shall be yours. Su Chun glanced at the nearby spear, and Qian Rinxue instantly understood. She shot a look at the spear, which hesitated to refuse, but found Qian Rinxue's expression had already shifted. Reluctantly, it moved to protect its surroundings. Why didn't you just eliminate that lecherous man earlier? He took advantage of you. Such a small fry does not warrant my intervention. I fear it would sully my hands. By the way, have you considered my proposal? What proposal? I could join you, but my sister would never consent. If you can resolve matters with her, I shall gladly join. Why does your sister refuse? How should I know? And let me tell you, my sister is quite fierce. On several occasions, I nearly suffered grave injuries at her hands. My lychee has earned her my forgiveness. In the sky, Su Qing watched the unfolding scene with exasperation, her veins visibly bulging. All right. Don't you fancy beautiful girls? I think this girl suits you quite well. I'll let you say I'm fierce. With a delicate flick of her finger, Su Qing released a wisp of pink aura directed towards Qian Rinxue. This yin-yang powder is perilous. If a woman refrains from engaging in intimate relations, she risks a catastrophic demise. Su Qin, I am curious about your next course of action. Here I am, a grand celestial being before you, and yet you remain utterly indifferent, gallivanting outside in search of such base company. Host, is this not excessive? What you have unleashed is rather potent. What if silence? I do not require your admonishments. I am fully aware. I merely observe that my dear brother has a penchant for women, and I am providing him with some excitement. But enough. I am weary. I shall return to rest. As a trace of the pink aura entered Qian Rinxue's forehead, her golden eyes gradually took on a rosy hue. She shook her head, gazing at Su Qin's figure, slowly drifting into a haze, panting heavily as she repeatedly bumped her head against the wall. Su Qin was taken aback, immediately retreating. Could it be that you are truly foolish? To his astonishment, he discovered that Bibi Dong's daughter was, in fact, rather eccentric. Host, have you ever encountered a lunatic who still indulges in delicate moans? Su Chun, damn it, it must be your doing again. Hasn't some potion been administered once more? Let me tell you, this time, even if Qian Rinxue dies before my eyes, I shall remain indifferent. It was not my doing. Do you think your words carry any credibility? Have you not deceived me enough? I truly swear upon my life that it is absolutely not the doing of this system. Really? Then, for heaven's sake, stop fawning. Su Chun had yet to complete his words, staring at Qian Rinxue as she playfully extended her tongue toward his face. Dog system, are you merely going to watch? He lamented. I wish I could intervene. But it appears that Qian Rinxue has fallen victim to the yin-yang powder from the infinite box world. This substance is exceedingly toxic, found only in realms of cultivation, and is beyond remedy. The only salvation lies in the union of yin and yang, which can suppress the blaze within her. Are you suggesting that this is the doing of Su Qing? Yet, I did not perceive her presence through my divine sense. I saw her. Why did you not mention this sooner? I was afraid of your reprimand. What are we to do? Qian Rinxue is innocent in this matter. It is unfathomable that I must resort to such measures with her. Am I truly meant to bed her? What other option remains? Surely not. I could summon that fellow, the one with the spear, to take my place, and the outcome would be the same, wouldn't it? Host, are you truly so naive? If that spear-wielding individual were to engage in such acts, Qian Rinxue's grandfather would surely take his life. Then what do you propose we do? Perhaps the system should take charge? Do not fall silent now. For heaven's sake, do not tear my clothing. Qian Rinxue, in a state of urgency, gasped for breath, incessantly tugging at Su Qin's garments. Su Qin, looking around furtively as if engaged in an illicit affair, quickly assessed the area and, finding it deserted, effortlessly whisked a certain Qian Rinxue into a vacant room with a princess carry. He nonchalantly deposited her onto the bed and turned to close the door. Who are you? Why are you in my room? A corpulent man stammered, trembling as he pointed a finger at Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen materialized before the man and struck him with a resounding slap, causing the man to reel, stars dancing before his eyes as he succumbed to unconsciousness. It's so hot. I'm so hot. Qian Rushua moaned, writhing restlessly upon the bed. Su Chen was on the verge of tears. He had a fondness for women. Yet he was not unfaithful. The crux of the matter, however, was that it was also related to himself. After all, Su Qing was, in essence, his adopted younger sister. Though they shared no blood ties, their bond had grown over time. Had this girl perhaps become envious? Swiftly, Su Chen dismissed this notion. Qian Rinxue was incessantly screaming in agony within the confines of her room. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency creeping in. System. How much time is left for Qian Rinxue? I just scanned. She has approximately 5 minutes remaining. What? Despite her extraordinary talents in this world. How can she not endure any longer? That's obvious. From the very beginning, I suppressed her abilities. Unlike other systems, if I bind you in this world, I cannot exceed my previous world too significantly, as I must relinquish some of my power to the higher-ups. Your martial soul, including that of the desolate emperor, is merely what I acquired in my last world, including the martial soul you selected. It cannot surpass this universe by much. Making you the strongest is effortless. However, how was I to know that the old woman, Su Qing, would be here? What use are you? If I possess my full strength, during the time of the Great Wilderness, such power could easily be suppressed. Yet, I currently only have 5% of my power. What am I to do? Is there truly no way? There is. So hurry and tell me. You can simply put her to sleep, can't you? The potion that old woman Su Qing employs is far too domineering. For someone like Qian Rinxue, a character from a world akin to a mere floor tile, to have lasted this long without shattering is already remarkable. Su Chen cast a troubled glance towards the doorway, thinking to himself, what a ridiculous predicament. If it weren't for my limitations, I would dash right in without hesitation. Damn it. My dear wife, I assure you, this is an act of saving someone. Please do not be upset. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen rushed into the room, where indescribable sounds erupted instantly. From 5 p.m. onwards, the commotion persisted until 4 a.m. Qian Rinxue, with tears streaming down her eyes, succumbed to slumber, while Su Chen emerged once more, sporting dark circles under his eyes and supporting his waist. He nearly collapsed to his knees. The efficacy of Su Qing's medicine was indeed remarkable. I truly feel spent. Damn it, what does that woman mean? Am I not even allowed to converse with Qian Rinxue? Must it escalate to such extremes? TSK, 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 this is truly a fervent affair. Far more potent than the medicine I previously administered to Gu Yuna. You must have exceeded 80 instances tonight. Damn it, just thinking about it infuriates me. You, a mere system, may lack power compared to others, but to be outdone by an aphrodisiac. What use are you? This very medicine, I had secretly stashed away, was utilized out of my discontent towards you. Yet, look at you now, joyfully entwined with Gu Yuna. What about Qian Rinxue? Am I to be branded a heartless traitor? She has shown no affection towards you, and thus, you are unworthy of such a title. Your reasoning is indeed compelling. I find myself unable to counter it. Naturally, you. Hush, continue your slumber. Clap, clap. Su Chen was engaged in conversation with the system when the plump man on the floor groggily awoke. He looked at Su Chen in terror, uttering the word you 3 times, only to be swiftly rendered unconscious again by a slap from Su Chen. Meanwhile, Qian Rushua stirred from her slumber, feeling faint and disoriented. As she opened her eyes, a wave of soreness enveloped her body. Rubbing her temples, she attempted to rise, only to be struck by the horrifying realization that she was completely unclothed. Panic surged through her as she hesitantly lifted the blanket, confirming her worst fears. The revelation hit her like a bolt from the blue. Ah! Su Chen entered the room with an innocent expression, covering his ears. Upon his arrival, Qian Rushua immediately shielded her chest with the blanket, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at him. What have you done to me? She exclaimed. You have seen everything. Both the improper and the proper actions have been taken by me. I swear, I will kill you. With that, Qian Rushua unsheathed her angelic holy sword and pressed it against Su Chen's neck. Su Chen wore an expression of helplessness, his face etched with indignation. To be candid, Qian Rinxue also bore an unjust burden. Ultimately, the matter intertwined with his own existence. If there were a connection, it was that Su Qing was his sister. Yet if there were none, Su Qing was not his blood relative, a truth he wholly repudiated. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that she stubbornly refused to part ways with him, leaving him with no choice but to acknowledge her. What do you have to say? I grant you the opportunity to utter your last words. Your sword cannot wound me. Relinquish your futile endeavor. In explaining this, you likely would not believe me. Speak. I am listening. However, should you dare to utter nonsense, I shall swiftly sever your throat. Su Chen looked at Qian Rinxue with a bitter smile, lamenting the predicament caused by his sister. What kind of poison did she administer to you? If I had not acted in that manner, you would have perished. I truly had no choice. Initially, I did not intend to save you. But it was unjust that you were drawn into this situation, and now I feel remorse for the potential consequences. Have you finished? Then go die. Qian Rinxue, with a heart hardened by despair, swiftly drew a blade across Su Chen's neck. However, the grim outcome she envisioned did not materialize. I told you, you cannot harm me. Abandon this futile attempt and focus on your recovery. The sword in Qian Rinxue's hand trembled and fell to the ground as tears streamed down her face. She sat on the bed, utterly broken, contemplating death. She was at a loss for how to explain this to her grandfather, who held great expectations for her. With her purity lost, she feared it might affect her assessment by the heavenly angels. Hey, don't wear that expression. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. I assure you. I will treat this matter with fairness. I will clarify everything with my wife. A thunderclap echoed in Qian Rinxue's mind. She could hardly believe that this man, whom she had known for less than an hour, was already married. She had thought she could endure a little discomfort, but instead, she found herself entangled in a web of complexity. In a moment of desperation, Qian Rinxue quickly picked up the fallen angelic sword, determined to end her own life. Su Chen was swifter than Qian Rinxue, and he instinctively understood her intentions. He promptly outpaced her to retrieve the object. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Although this matter is indeed heart-wrenching, have you considered the consequences of your actions? If you were to perish, what would become of your grandfather? Wouldn't he be devastated? The angel clan relies on you to thrive, yet you contemplate leaving without a thought for him. My affairs are none of your concern. That sword belongs to me. Hand it over. I won't give it to you. Go ahead, bite me. You. Very well. Just wait until I deal with you, you beast. With a sudden crack, Qian Rinxue pouted in a sulky manner and returned to her seat on the bed. Chapter 15. Sweet red sugar water. Rest assured, I, Su Chen, am not the kind of irresponsible man you may think. Ultimately, this is my fault. If you could truly kill me, I would allow it, but the truth is, you cannot. Leave. What? I said, get out. Fine, take a moment to calm down by yourself. With that, Su Chen retreated from the room. Qian Rinxue's eyes glistened with tears, her lips pressed together in a bitter line. How was she to explain this to her grandfather? Su Chen stood outside, gazing at the window, letting out a deep sigh, filled with profound sentiment. I was once a person who approached relationships with earnestness during my time on Blue Star. I never interacted with any girls, only encountering a few executives when signing contracts. I never anticipated that after arriving in this world, I would undergo such a complete transformation that I scarcely recognized myself. Change is a natural part of existence. Some individuals are fickle, while others possess genuine kindness. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, this world is predominantly populated by the malevolent, with the virtuous being few and far between. Human nature is inherently flawed, host. Although you may harbor hopes that the common people of this world are free from persecution, the majority of them are, regrettably, selfish. I deem them unworthy of salvation. Indeed. System, you speak with reason. However, my father once advised me to conduct business with integrity, steering clear of unlawful endeavors. He imparted wisdom, reminding me that despite being a city dweller, I must not forget my roots. The rural folk are the lifeblood of the urban populace. Without them, there would be no sustenance for city dwellers. The ancestors who defended our homeland were also of rural origin, and my lineage traces back to the countryside. My father instilled in me the importance of respecting the common people, for my life flourishes under their toil. Yet this world is vastly different from the one I once knew. There is no need for you to forcibly enact change. Your nation is entirely dissimilar to this realm. I understand, but witnessing the plight of the commoners in this world pains my heart. Though I have occasionally contemplated withdrawing from it all, preferring a life of freedom, I have come to realize that I cannot remain indifferent. I foresee the catastrophic fate that awaits this world, with suffering and war looming ahead. Since I possess the strength to effect change, why should I not attempt it? I wish to prevent the Spirit Hall and Tang Shan from waging war. If they remain obstinate, I will inevitably side with the Spirit Hall, for regardless of my alignment, I have already united with Qian Rinxue, who is my wife, and Bibi Dong is my mother-in-law. I cannot stand idly by while war rages and her sister perishes before my eyes, shattering the peace. Host, I empathize with your sentiments. We are all seasoned by experience. However, it is you who has caused this turmoil. I intended to live freely and without entanglements. Yet now I find myself mired in chaos. Tang Shan remains a mere novice, and I wish to eliminate him directly, but your constraints prevent me. I am no longer returning to Blue Star, and your system continues to impose limitations. What is your true intention? If I resolve the issue with Tang Shan, all other troubles will dissipate. Oh, host, I share your reluctance. These are directives from above. If you were to eliminate Tang Shan now, the leaders would reshape this world and confiscate your powers. For now, we must wait until Tang Shan ascends to divinity, and then you may strike him down. Surely, your leaders must be afflicted with some grave malady, do they not? Now is not the time for resolution. Why only address matters when they become problematic? I am at a loss, for I cannot foresee the future. I have already bestowed upon you my kindness, and I have granted you the power you possess. You now stand as the pinnacle of this realm. I have provided you with wealth. I have given you everything you desire. What more do you seek from me? The emergence of Su Qingdong is beyond my control. This woman is impervious to the whims of fate. Even my superiors would not dare to provoke her. I am perplexed. In a world governed by tiles, why must such a formidable woman appear? I could even accept a traveler from Blue Star. Your name is Su Qin, is it not? A voice, reminiscent of a commanding goddess, resonated from behind Su Chun. Su Chun felt a tightening in his breath, his neck stiffening as he turned to face Qian Rinxue. When did you arrive behind me? He inquired. What did you just say? That as soon as I resolved something with Tang, I would appear behind you? Is that so? Well, that's a relief. Are you feeling a bit better now? Much improved. By the way, you should accompany me to the Spirit Hall shortly. What? Am I obliged to go? Why is that? Today, you have taken possession of my body, so I must inform my grandfather, regardless of whether he intends to harm you. It is of no concern to me, for this is all your retribution. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Your grandfather intends to kill me? You frighten me. I thought you were searching for your mother. If it were your mother, it would truly be difficult to explain. However, if it is your grandfather, I shall certainly clarify matters. Since I have done those things to you, I must naturally take responsibility. Upon hearing Su Qin's response, Qian Rinxue regarded him with newfound respect. Can you elucidate the matter concerning your sister? Why did she treat me in such a manner? We are not even acquainted. Su Qin awkwardly explained step by step, merely omitting his identity as a time traveler. After listening, Qian Rinxue gazed at Su Chun with a peculiar expression. Please don't look at me like that. I never desired this. I am not the kind of fickle man you imagine. Are you suggesting that your sister is someone you simply adopted? And after awakening her martial soul, she has been tormenting you? Today, for some unknown reason, she has drugged me? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Could it be that your sister harbors feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she single me out without cause? How could that be? I could never have feelings for her. She is so fierce that I wish to sever ties with her. Then by all means, sever those ties. And what of your wife? Would it not be wise to bring her to the Spirit Hall? No, 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 never mind that. She prefers solitude. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Su Chun immediately waved his hand nervously, urging Gu Yuna to head to the Spirit Hall. Was she out of her mind? Suit yourself. By the way, why can't I see through your strength? Of course, you cannot discern it. My martial spirit is rather peculiar, capable of concealing my true power. In reality, I am merely a soul saint. You wouldn't look down upon me, would you? Qian Rinxue displayed a look of disdain upon hearing Su Qin's response. You are just a soul saint? Then I truly look down upon you. After all, I am the young master of the Spirit Hall. You have tarnished my reputation today, and my grandfather will undoubtedly seek retribution. Prepare yourself to face his wrath. Ah, is your grandfather really that fearsome? Then I shall not go. You must go regardless. Remember, if you refuse, you will be regarded as an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Brace yourself for their pursuit. I am curious to see how a mere soul saint like you will evade them. Goodness, I never expected a young girl like you to be so ruthless. It sounds as if I am the one taking advantage of you. Hurry, we must head to the Spirit Hall at once. Right now? Isn't that a bit hasty? What is there to discuss? We go immediately. Are you even able to? Your walking posture seems rather off. With a pronounced limp, Qian Rengshu approached Su Chen, and upon reaching him, she delivered a sharp slap. Su Chen bore the mark of a slap upon his face, appearing utterly bewildered. "Why did you strike me?" "I believe I have not provoked you," he exclaimed. "I merely noticed your discomfort." With a glance of disdain, Qian Rinchu trembled as she retreated to her room, taking a seat on the edge of her bed. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then waved his hand across his face, transforming back to his original appearance. He opened the door and stepped out. Qian Rinchu, puzzled, turned her head to glance at Su Chen. Upon recognizing him, she was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" she exclaimed. Have you forgotten your own husband? You are Su Chen? You can change your appearance? Is this the power of your soul bone?" "Indeed. Impressive, isn't it?" he replied with a hint of pride. I can change too. However, Schwer, I have a curious question." "Silence. Do not call me Schwer," she retorted. "What is your inquiry? When I first met you, you were a man, and I am intrigued about your transformation. How did you manage that? Which aspect are you referring to?" The bathroom business." "The bathroom business? What does that mean?" Su Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment as he leaned closer to Qian Rinchue, whispering softly into her ear. Qian Rinchue's face gradually flushed with a rosy hue as she shot him a glare. Naturally, she thought, is it not typical for a girl to react this way? Could it be that one's transformation in appearance is dictated by gender? "What are you saying?" he retorted. "As a man, why would I wish to become a woman? I am certainly not perverse." Yet, having posed such inquiries, it seemed he was bordering on being just that. "Su Chen, however, this is your true appearance, isn't it? Quite charming, indeed. Your earlier demeanor resembled that of a playboy. What do you think? Have I captivated you with my charm? Come, come. Allow me to reward you with a warm embrace." Su Chen immediately spread his arms and slowly lunged towards Qian Rinchue. Like a nimble kitten, Qian Rinchue swiftly stood up and evaded him. "You scoundrel! You are nothing but a scoundrel. Let me tell you, Su Chen, in this world, only those stronger than me are worthy of my embrace. You are not worthy. I am indeed stronger than you. Look at me now. I am a soul sage. Have you attained that status yet? Not yet, but it is only a matter of time. Surpassing you is inevitable. Indeed, you may not surpass me at present. So what harm is there in my embrace now? Just moments ago, you had me utterly at your mercy." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue was filled with indignation. She stomped her foot, inadvertently aggravating her wound, and gasped in pain. "I refuse to associate with a lecher. Once my injury heals, I shall return to the spirit hall. And my grandfather will not spare you." This was a novel experience for Qian Rinchue. Her entire body ached, and all she desired was to recline. How could the Su Chen show such a lack of regard for women? Being so young, she never anticipated that her first experience would be with this insufferable rascal. Su Chen, in a state of ennui, glanced out of the window to observe the bustling street below. A small child, exuberantly bouncing about with an unknown toy in hand, ventured into the middle of the road. Suddenly, a swiftly approaching carriage charged forward, seemingly on a collision course with the child. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Chen leaped through the shattered window from the 6th floor. Everything around him froze in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly scooped up the small child and moved aside. Just at that precise moment, a carriage passed by, and the child, still bewildered and on the verge of tears, found himself inexplicably transported to this new location. Su Chen knelt down and gently ruffled the little child's hair. "Little one," he said, "the road can be quite perilous. You should find your parents and not wander about aimlessly, do you understand?" The child swallowed hard, tears streaming down his face as he ran away, leaving a trail of snot behind. Su Chen's face darkened. This little brat didn't even utter a word of thanks. Qian Rinchue, having witnessed the entire scene, was baffled by how the young boy had been tossed aside by Su Chen. However, she was certain that Su Chen's speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing some of the titled Douluos. Yet, observing Su Chen's somewhat disgruntled expression, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Humph, this fellow is rather amusing, isn't he?" Su Chen appeared utterly despondent as he instantaneously transported himself to the 6th floor. There, he observed Qian Rinchue's stifling laughter. What could possibly be amusing? "I find this rather unhumorous." Haha, I find you quite intriguing. Who would have thought you would quibble with a child? This is not a matter of quibbling. It speaks to one's character. Currently, in the Heavenly Empire, I witness the oppression of the nobility and even the abhorrent practice of human auctioning. It baffles me that people can be auctioned off, and that certain races are reduced to mere tools for others' gratification. The opulence of the exterior belies the fact that within reside demons, those who exploit the common folk. It seems you two detest such scenes. Would you assist me? Assist you with what? Su Chen replied. I must inform you, I am no fighter. I am merely a soul master with speed, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Who mentioned fighting? I wish for you to investigate Avalanche. I suspect he is deliberately masquerading as a debauched scion. I shall not assist you. Su Chen firmly shook his head in refusal. This matter pertains to the affairs of one nation with another, regardless of the outcome. My only concern is ensuring the survival of the Spirit Hall. What? You dare to refuse me? You, who just occupied my space, now have the audacity to deny me? You scoundrel. Su Chen found a seat and sat down, gazing at Qian Rinxue. I shall take responsibility for you, but that does not imply I am your servant. I can protect you, yet that does not mean you can arbitrarily assign me to matters of national warfare. I am acutely aware of what your masquerade as the prince signifies. However, consider this. Does the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent not exhaust you? I must fulfill this task. Does that woman not hold me in disdain? I must prove myself. Prove what exactly? She is your mother, and that fact cannot be altered. She is not my mother. I do not possess such a mother. She is merely my sister. Then how were you born? Your blood flows from her body. And that reality cannot be changed, regardless of the past, present, or future. Do not speak. I do not wish to hear. I do not wish to listen. Do not say another word. Qian Rinxue covered her ears, shaking her head repeatedly, her expression dazed and on the brink of collapse. All right, I will cease. Does it still hurt? If it does, it no longer hurts. We can set off now. Qian Rinxue immediately concealed herself, wiping her eyes, and stood up. Only to feel the wound tear anew. Did you not claim it didn't hurt? She gasped softly. Forget it. You are not to go anywhere today. I shall take care of you. Su Chen approached directly, effortlessly lifting Qian Rinxue in a princess embrace and gently placing her upon the bed. Su Chen rose from his seat, preparing to exit the room. Though he lacked understanding of the female body's conditions, he was aware that girls typically relied on brown sugar water during their monthly tribulations. System? Chapter 16, The Destruction of Douluo. What now? Conjure me a cup of hot brown sugar water, swiftly. Why must I always rely on you, this system, for everything? I am not a caretaker. You fail to complete your tasks and yet wander aimlessly. What do you have to say for yourself? Hurry up, spare me the chatter. If I knew how to prepare brown sugar water, what purpose would you serve? I was content in my own world, and now I must expend extra effort to contemplate this simple concoction? Alas, the system, exasperated, conjured a cup of brown sugar water while sulking in silence. Unwilling to engage with its host any further, Su Chen gazed at the crimson brown sugar water in his hand. Curiosity piqued. He brought it to his lips and took a small sip. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. Su Chen desired to continue sipping, but suddenly he recalled the presence of Qian Rinxue, whom he needed to attend to. Here, this is the brown sugar water I prepared. Though I am uncertain of its efficacy, it is worth a try, and it is said to enhance one's beauty. Qian Rinxue gazed at the brown sugar water that Su Chen offered, her curiosity piqued. What is this brown sugar water? You're not trying to poison me with something peculiar, are you? The color appears rather unusual. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Su Chen glanced at the brown sugar water. Indeed, according to my customs, failing to prepare brown sugar water for one's girlfriend or wife would likely result in a reprimand or worse. However, it seems you do not adhere to such peculiar traditions here. What about your side? Are you not from the Tiando region? Certainly not. Do not concern yourself with my origins. Just taste it already. I exerted considerable effort to brew this. Does that even make sense? What effort? Not a second's worth. Su Chen, be quiet. I am informing you, system. If you continue to complain, either allow me to return or behave obediently. System, Qian Rinxue sipped the brown sugar water, smacking her lips before rubbing her belly, realizing the pain had significantly diminished. This brown sugar water is indeed a miraculous concoction. Is there more? One should not indulge excessively. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Su Chen casually inquired. I need to remain undercover in the Heaven Do Empire for a while to cooperate with the Spirit Hall. Su Chen, how about you stay and assist me? Qian Rinxue stared intently at Su Chen, unable to fathom why he would not remain to aid her despite having occupied her body. Apologies, but I am merely a student at present. I have other matters to attend to. Su Chen indeed wished to assist Qian Rinxue. After all, once he occupied another's body, that individual would become his responsibility. It would be remiss of him not to offer help. However, the issue lay with that old woman, Su Qing. If he chose not to intervene, she would inevitably come seeking trouble later on. Huh, I once thought you to be a paragon of virtue. Yet it seems you are merely a heartless wretch. You may leave now, as if we have never crossed paths. Really? Naturally, I, Qian Renxue, am a woman of my word. Weren't you intent on ending my life? Had I not been unable to kill you? Would you still be standing here conversing with me? Enough. Rest assured, I, Su Chun, do not claim to be flawless, yet I will never abandon you. Humph. After their exchange, Qian Renxue took a moment to rest before departing, while Su Chun returned to Tianshui Academy, where he found Su Qing seated on the sofa, her expression one of displeasure. Su Chun did not show any courtesy to Su Qing this time. He furrowed his brows and spoke. Su Qing, what do you mean by this? Do not presume that I am unaware. Do you not think that what just transpired was excessively outrageous? Su Qing merely smiled, saying, What is the matter? Don't you men all enjoy indulging in fleeting romances? As your sister, Su Chun, isn't it only natural for me to assist you? How unreasonable. Forget it. I shall take my leave now. I hope this is the final occurrence. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Oh, how will you be impolite? I'm so frightened. Do come at me. Su Qing extended a single finger and beckoned to Su Chun, gazing at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Su Chun gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he gazed at Su Qing with reddened eyes. Why must you act this way? You are aware that I am already married. Does your behavior not render me a scoundrel? What benefit do you derive from this? Nothing much. I am merely bored. Indeed, as Yao Qi has aptly stated, men are inherently fickle. Yao Qi, I might as well be Guanyin Bodhisattva. Am I the one being unfaithful? Pray tell, are you not the one who instigated this chaos? Isn't it your infidelity? You could easily choose not to rescue that girl, ultimately. It is your desires that you cannot suppress. Fine. I find myself utterly speechless. Well then, that's that. I am weary. I shall retire to rest. With a thunderous roar, 10 colossal ice dragons surged forth, crashing towards Su Qing, shattering the surrounding space. Su Qing turned her back to Su Chen's assault, stifling a yawn as she waved her hand. In an instant, the ice dragon dissolved into nothingness, with a gaze brimming with murderous intent. She fixed her eyes on Su Chun. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? Then come forth. I have had enough. I can thrive in solitude. Why must I obey your whims? We both understand each other's secrets, being outsiders in this realm. Why should I become a servant while you assume the role of master? Today, I, Su Chen, have reached my limit. My strength surpasses yours. Power reigns supreme. Your existence is a mere burden. The fact that I consider you worthy of servitude is already a compliment. Ha ha. Very well, today we shall part ways. You may tread your own path, while I traverse my solitary bridge to my demise. In an instant, Su Qing's hair turned visibly white, and she donned an ethereal blue gown that exuded a celestial aura. A cosmos swirled around her, and the very laws of the Douluo world trembled in her presence. Su Chen felt an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless, causing him to immediately drop to one knee. Impressive, you are able to withstand my formidable aura. It seems you have been concealing your true strength as well. A trace of crimson flowed from Su Chen's lips. Since you have made your move, let us engage in battle. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Su Chun transformed into a spear of formidable length, enveloped in crackling lightning, as he swept towards Su Qing. In an instant, buildings within a several-kilometer radius were cleaved asunder, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Su Qing, with an expressionless demeanor, extended a single finger and effortlessly deflected Su Chen's assault. In a fleeting moment, Su Chen teleported behind Su Qing and delivered a swift strike. A wave of energy emanated from Su Qing, thwarting Su Chen's attempt at a devastating strike. Su Chen was taken aback, immediately leaping back a few steps. He gazed at Su Qing with a serious expression. Upon witnessing Su Chen's retreat, Su Qing scoffed derisively. Is this all? The end is far from near. Su Chun cast his weapon into the void, conjuring a crimson feather, with the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird. The first strike, confinement. In an instant, Su Qing felt a force binding her, leaving her momentarily astonished. One must understand that such a confinement technique cannot truly restrain me. The second strike of the 4 strikes of the vermilion bird, flowing fire. In an instant, a meteor of flames surged forth, hurtling towards Su Qing with explosive speed. Su Qing broke free from her confinement, swiftly turning to evade. However, she inadvertently brushed against the corner of her garment, which was ablaze. She glanced at the flames licking the fabric, unable to extinguish them. How intriguing. Could it be the fire of the vermilion bird? Alas, it is not a pure flame. Yet, the ability to ignite my attire is still commendable. Is that all you have to say? There's more. Vermilion Bird's fourth strike, the third blow. Tear the heavens asunder. Suchen leaped to his feet, and a colossal phantom of the Vermilion Bird materialized behind him. The apparition emitted a piercing roar, its mouth exhaling flames that rent the very fabric of space. How intriguing. Since you have shown me such courtesy, I must reciprocate, he declared. Primordial Golden Dipper. Activate. In an instant, a multitude of violet petals blossomed beneath Su Chang's feet, swirling gracefully around her. Undaunted by Su Chen's flames, she immediately consumed them in a single moment. Su Chang gaped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Are you cheating? Do you possess such extraordinary artifacts? Do you think you are invincible? Su Chen pointed at the sky, cursing at Su Qing. Su Qing stared in astonishment at Su Chen, her fingers gently stroking her chin as she pondered. Do you know Yu Xiao? She and I are close friends, yet I have never heard her mention you. Oh, you are indeed close friends. And I am also the brother of Nuwa. You are acquainted with the esteemed Taoist Nuwa? It seems your identity is rather remarkable. Su Chen maintained a stoic expression, inwardly cursing his fate. He had not anticipated the formidable influence of Su Qing. Could it be that Nuwa was not merely a figure from the primordial age? He fervently hoped she was not a deity from mythology, for that would spell disaster. Since you have uncovered my secret, I shall no longer deceive you. In truth, Nuwa is my sister. For reasons unknown, I suddenly found myself transported to this unfamiliar realm, and to my astonishment, I have just discovered that we are of the same kin. Ha ha ha. What a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Su Chen expressed that he couldn't win, so he decided to let this unpleasant woman have her moment for now. Su Qing revealed a gentle smile. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you possess only a trace of the law. How can I place my trust in you? Ah, that is because I am gravely injured, hence my diminished power. Then why are you so feeble? You cannot even breach my defenses. Oh, how insulting you are. Come, if you possess the courage, descend and witness what it means to break through defenses. Let us see if I falter. Su Chen could no longer endure it. Was this not an affront to his dignity? After all, he was once the pinnacle of the Douluo world. Although that status may no longer hold true, he was still a second-tier figure. How could they show him such disrespect? Scoundrel! Perish! With a scowl, Su Qing struck a palm towards Su Chen, and in an instant, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The surface of Douluo star visibly collapsed by half. Su Chen was taken aback. Was this woman intent on destroying everything here? Hey, you're going too far. While fighting is one thing, must you resort to annihilating everything at the slightest provocation? Though obliterating this realm is not my intention, if even my single strike cannot endure, perhaps the destruction of this world is inevitable. Su Qing naturally arrived in this world to fulfill a system task, only to discover, to her astonishment, that there was not even a trace of the laws of the universe, nor a hint of spiritual energy. In such a feeble realm, the strength gained from completing her mission seemed utterly trivial. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. If I am here, then I am here. Su Chen immediately activated the system, commanding, System, unleash all my capabilities. Understood. Su Chen stepped into the void, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, shattering the stillness like a tempest. Countless stars exploded, and the world of Douluo could no longer withstand the force, bursting forth like a fragile balloon. Su Chen, my goodness. My dear wife. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in disbelief. Although she had exerted a fraction of her power, it was well within her control. To her astonishment, this fool had obliterated himself in an instant. This had nothing to do with me. It was your own destruction. I have never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Come, let us have a word. The two of them unleashed their auras, causing countless stars in the cosmos to shatter. They engaged in a fierce exchange in the air, executing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Su Chen enveloped his fist with the power of reincarnation and struck directly towards Su Qing's face. Su Qing was equally astonished, never anticipating that in an instant, Su Chen's aura would transform so drastically, elevating his power by numerous ranks. The 5-color divine light. Activate. Su Qing conjured a vividly colored stone, successfully deflecting Su Chen's punch. In a fit of rage, Su Chen erupted with expletives. You cheating scoundrel. You even possess the celestial repair stone. How outrageous. Su Qing retracted the 5-colored stone, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Su Chen. I possess numerous magical artifacts. What can you possibly do to me? Although I find your techniques intriguing, Your recent strike bore a hint of the cycle's law, yet upon reflection, it holds little significance for me. What exactly do you desire? Was it not you who initiated the conflict? You question my intentions? Look at you now, rendered speechless. Here's the deal. You will apologize to me. I do not require compensation for my artifacts, for I hold them in little regard. I shall restore everything as it was, but from this moment forth, you must comply with my wishes. On what grounds? Because I possess the ability to resurrect everyone, including your beloved partner. Is resurrecting someone such a remarkable feat? I can do that too. Suchin is currently engaged in communication with the system. System, how are you? Is it possible to revive? Host, you overestimate my capabilities. I am devoid of energy. The remaining energy I possess must be conserved for critical moments, yet you refuse to fulfill your tasks. What options do I have? Suchin. Suchin awkwardly glanced at Su Qing and chuckled. Well, I suppose I can indulge you just this once. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun, and with that, it was settled. A crisp sound echoed through the air. With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing caused the surrounding space and time to reverse, restoring tranquility in an instant. Su Chun swallowed hard, expressing his desire for such an ability to restore everything to its former state. Shui Binger and the others, dazed and terrified, opened their eyes to find the surroundings tranquil. Just a moment ago, I distinctly remembered, please do not kill me. Shui Yuer's scream drew everyone's attention. With tear-filled eyes, she rushed to embrace Shui Binger and began to weep loudly. Upon seeing that everyone was safe, Shui Binger sighed in relief. Perhaps it was merely a nightmare. Qin Daolu stood in the void, observing the events that had transpired. Suddenly, an irresistible force pulled him back to the spirit hall. He opened his eyes in astonishment, discovering himself within the spirit hall, filled with confusion. Could it be? Have I succumbed to inner demons during my training? Inside the room, Su Chun and Su Qing gazed at each other. What are you staring at? Su Qin asked with a serious expression. And what about you? Why are you looking at me? Su Qing retorted, bemused. What shall we do next? How would I know? Let's rest. It's the middle of the night. Oh. The new narrative has officially commenced. How long can this system endure? Chapter 17. The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, early morning. Su Qin frowned as he observed Su Qing, who was leisurely sipping her tea. Su Qing sat cross-legged, revealing her delicate legs. What is the meaning of that intense, resentful gaze directed at me? Is this not nonsense? Why awaken me so early in the morning? Pray tell, what is it that you wish to discuss? Oh, nothing at all. I merely noticed you sleeping so peacefully and thought to rouse you for a moment, only to let you return to your slumber. Suchin, have you lost your senses? Are you not simply indulging too much? Indeed, I am not hungry at the moment. Knock, knock, knock. Suchin, Su-Qing, are you awake? Shui Binger, hearing the commotion from outside the door, gently rapped on it. Ahem, we are awake. Please come in. Shui Binger, adorned in an ice blue dress, with a captivating visage and a flawless figure, announced, Today, we shall venture to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Would you both like to join? Of course we shall go. This is an exhilarating adventure. Su-Qing, why are you pinching my ear? Su-Qing looked at Su-Qin with evident disdain. Based on her observations of him over the past few days, she was certain of one thing. This fellow was perpetually fond of showing off. Well, my brother and I naturally have to study. We are students of the academy as well. Students? Weren't you both interviewing for teaching positions yesterday? Teachers. Su-Qing and Su-Qin spoke in unison, and Su-Chan felt a peculiar sensation. He grasped Su-Qing's arm and turned to her, lowering his voice. What's the matter? Didn't you restore their memories? Well, naturally I did. Leaving them with memories of our successful admission, she replied. Who knew it would suddenly turn into a teaching position? You're as foolish as a pig, he retorted. What did you say? If you have the ability. Dare to say it again. Cough, cough. Let us address the current issue. Can you alter their memories once more? Why should I listen to you? What a joke. Get lost. Shui Binger looked at the two with a puzzled expression. The dean has already approved your interview request. From today onwards, you two will be part of our academy. Wait a moment, esteemed teacher, is there a problem? Of course there is. We are here to interview students, not to teach. Slap. Su Chun mentally chastised himself. A student, indeed, attending an interview? Such words were uttered by a modern individual. Ahem, the truth is, we are still quite young and perhaps not suited for the role of a teacher. Little sister, do you not agree? Su Chun glanced at the idle Su Qing beside him and remarked, Indeed, I am still young, merely a few trillion years old. Su Chun. Su Chun immediately pulled Su Qing aside to engage in a whispered conversation. Sister, what on earth are you doing? You've lived for countless eons. Even longer than King Gigi. All right, let us just put on a facade for now, shall we? However, I must admit that the girl has a point. Given our abilities, isn't it only natural for us to consider becoming teachers? Becoming teachers? I still require guidance myself. What do you know? Teaching others the ways of cultivation? Do you expect to elevate them to the status of ancient sages? There is some truth to that. This world lacks even a trace of spiritual energy. So it seems I cannot teach anyone. After their mutual underestimation, they reached a decision to become students of the academy. Su Chun turned his head handsomely, gazing at Shui Binger, and spoke directly. We have come to the academy to register. Yesterday, you left too swiftly. Come, here is the registration fee. Su Chun directly handed a sack of gold soul coins to Shui Binger. She looked utterly bewildered, wanting to offer an explanation, but before she could, Su Chun placed the bag in her hands and swiftly pulled Su Qing out of the room. It was far too much, in reality. Just 3 silver soul coins would suffice. With a sigh, Shui Binger gazed at the sack on the ground, her mind swirling with thoughts. How much money could this possibly be? Are students nowadays truly so affluent? Su Qing and Su Chen held hands, with Su Qing's gaze fixed upon their clasped hands. A smile played on her lips as she remained silent. Host, how do you fare? I believe you should distance yourself from Su Chen. Why? You still have a task to complete. Upon my arrival in this world, I realized that no one here poses a challenge to me. I see no fault in eliminating the child of fate in this realm. Moreover, you mentioned earlier that by vanquishing the most formidable individual in this world, I would earn a reward. Since Su Chun, like myself, is an outsider, he does not fit your description of the target. Why then must you urge me to keep my distance from him? The secrets of destiny must not be unveiled. Very well, I feel invincible. I believe there is no need for excessive contemplation. Allowing things to unfold naturally is indeed the best course. What occupies your thoughts? Are you lost in reverie? Su Chun stroked his chin, gazing at the dazed Su Qing with an expression of bewilderment. No, it's nothing. Where shall we go now? After all this time, how is it that you remain unaware of our path? Su Chun, with a look of incredulity, pointed towards the crowd from Tianshui Academy behind him. I don't understand. Why not just tell me now? Reluctantly, Su Chun sighed, yet remained patient as he began to explain. Are you suggesting that we should travel to the arena in Soto City to hone our practical combat skills? Indeed, what of it? Is it so strange? Not strange. But won't we be exposed later? Well, it seems so. Ah, you are truly astute. Upon hearing Su Qing's remarks after the meeting, Su Chun was lost in thought, pondering how to maintain his facade while simultaneously ensuring victory. He needed to feign being embroiled in a fierce struggle. Alas, how utterly vexing. Why are these individuals so inept? Su Chun was incessantly scratching his head, to the point where his hairstyle resembled a disheveled nest. Su Qing parted her lips slightly, only to fall silent once more, tacitly acknowledging Su Chen's words. She was uncertain how to maintain her facade moving forward. Channeling her strength, she surmised that the pressure from her presence would be too overwhelming for that individual to endure. I've thought of something. What have you thought of? Naturally, a solution. Do share it with me. Su Chun glanced around, and, noticing no one was present, leaned closer to Su Qing, whispering excitedly, we could feign defeat, or continually evade each other's abilities. Then, we could proceed like this, and like this. Su Qing gazed in disbelief at the absurdity of Su Chen's earnestness. Like this? And then what? What else do you have to say? Where is your reasoning? Our prowess was already laid bare when we registered. We are both level 60. You just mentioned that the highest level of participants in the competition is merely 40. Are you suggesting you would lose? Or find yourself in a tough battle? Anyone with common sense would perceive this as a fixed match. Indeed, perhaps we could masquerade as support-type soul masters? You expect me to assist others? How dare you? What other solution do you propose? Forget it. We might as well end it swiftly. I believe we will be exposed sooner or later. It would be better to reveal ourselves early. Yes. What on earth am I worrying about? What do I have to fear? I am not being hunted. Even if someone were after me, I would be eliminated in an instant. Is it really necessary to pretend this way? In an instant? Su Chun felt a wave of clarity wash over him, his mind becoming serene and untroubled. He lifted his head with an air of pride and confidence. Su Chun, the dean proclaimed, he believes you are not suited to join our esteemed academy, for we only admit girls. And the presence of a boy such as yourself seems rather incongruous. Su Chen's smile gradually faded as he turned his head, like a machine, to gaze at the young girl from the academy. Why? He inquired. I possess a soul power of level 60. At such a young age, having attained such strength, why am I not permitted to join? The response came, it is because you are male. Su Qing casually added, roar. Su Qin felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. You all, are you discriminating based on gender? Just because I am a male, you won't allow me to join? The dean, with an awkward expression, approached and cleared his throat. Ahem, it is not gender discrimination. It is simply that our academy consists entirely of females, and having you as the sole male would disrupt the environment for the girls. Well, I find myself at a loss for words in response to that. So, can I leave with my sister? What I meant was, your sister may remain, but you are free to depart. Su Qin. All right, I shall take my leave. Su Qing, will you accompany me? Su Qing sat beside, enjoying a watermelon of unknown provenance. She spat out the seeds, and I remarked, of course, I will accompany you, a servant as obedient as you should never be forsaken. Upon hearing your response, a wave of satisfaction washed over me, and I added, next time, refrain from such comments. Oh, by the way, is there any watermelon left? Might I have a piece to taste? No, I shan't share. This is a spirit melon, quite rare, and I have but a small portion myself. How stingy. Su Qin and Su Qing leisurely departed from the Tian Shui Academy, leaving the others behind. Shui Binger furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Dean, is what we are doing truly appropriate? Oh, why would it not be? You surely do not wish for a male to suddenly appear in our academy, do you? You are well aware of the intentions those men harbor towards you. But what? There is no but in this matter. Our Tian Shui Academy shall never permit males to join. But we have already accepted his payment. Would it not be inappropriate to expel him? What? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? About an hour ago. Dean, Su Qin, what shall we do next? As for us, the world is vast, and there are countless places for us to explore. Did you not say that true perfection lies in following one's heart? The issue is, we must also have a goal. Su Qin came to a halt, pondering for a moment as he surveyed Su Qing from head to toe. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Upon noticing the perilous gaze from Su Qin, Su Qing immediately grew vigilant. What do you intend to do? I am your sister. Enough with the theatrics. You claim I am your sister, but we are merely cousins. I have an amusing idea. Shall we not give it a try? Stay right there and just speak, she urged. All right, hee. We could engage in role-playing and then participate in a competition. Role-playing? How does that differ from mere pretense? You don't comprehend. Pretense is about being forced to endure blows. Whereas a role-player, can strike at will. We can hit freely without role-playing. Could you refrain from undermining my narrative? I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Oh, then tell me, she prompted. Well, let me narrate a tale. Entitled The Little Dragon Girl and the Calabash Brothers. Listen closely. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. What do you think? I shall portray a calabash brother, and you shall play the little dragon girl. How about that? Can I not be Guar? I find him quite formidable. No. Only the calabash brothers and the little dragon girl. Very well, then I shall be the little dragon girl. As Su Qing finished speaking, she twirled gracefully, her appearance transforming into that of ethereal beauty, adorned in a flowing white gown that exuded an enchanting aura, her delicate face radiating a soft pink hue, complemented by her fair, luminous complexion. Su Qin was astonished. As he looked up from below, he was momentarily petrified upon seeing her head adorned with a pair of horns. After all, she was called the Little Dragon Maiden. Was it not peculiar? The crux of the matter was that the Little Dragon Maiden was human. He urged her to swiftly rid herself of the horns, for in such a guise, one might mistakenly believe she had transformed into a spirit beast. Oh, it's my turn now. I shall transform. In an instant, Su Qin transformed into a strikingly handsome young man clad in a white ancient garment, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, seemingly capable of plucking the very stars from the sky. Su Qing could scarcely believe her eyes. Is this truly the 1-meter-tall calabash boy from your story? I can't shake the feeling that you're pulling my leg. Well, that was when he was still a child. Hence the name boy. Now that he has grown, he must be called brother. I am Calabash Brother. All right then. Shall we proceed to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City? Yes, let us go. In an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving countless onlookers in a state of bewilderment. A minute later, they reappeared, coming to a halt. Su Qing shot a dark look at Su Qin. Did you not say we were heading to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City? Why have you brought me to the sea instead? What do you mean by this? And to make matters worse, we encountered a fish oblivious to its own peril. This cannot be blamed on me. I was unaware of the route. So what shall we do next? Forget it. Let's just grab someone and inquire. Su Chen instantaneously appeared on the bustling street. As he glanced around, his eyes brightened upon recognizing a familiar figure. Wasn't this the lecherous man that Qian Ringshu had spared? What was he up to, lurking in the shadows? The man, clad in a purple suit, revealed two prominent front teeth as he extended his hands towards a small girl who trembled with her arms crossed tightly against her chest. Where are you headed, little sister? Allow your brother to take you along, shall we? The little girl paused at the sound of his voice. Her large eyes filled with confusion. Are you a woman? Upon hearing this, the suited man froze, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He touched his emptiness below, lamenting. Do not speak, little sister. Though I may have lost that part of myself, I refuse to abandon my true essence. Upon hearing his words, the girl sighed in relief, stood up, and nodded in agreement. All right, then I will accompany you. The man felt a surge of comfort and prepared to take the girl by the hand. But suddenly a voice interrupted. Release that girl, I say. Let go of her. Spit, spit. Don't mind the after effects of the crossing. Enough of that. Just let her go. Su Chen descended gracefully before the two individuals, his feet seemingly treading upon the void as he floated downwards. Upon witnessing this, the man in the suit attempted to flee, but with a mere gesture of his hand, Su Chen effortlessly drew the lecherous figure closer to him. Su Chen cast a disdainful glare at the lewd man, then immediately turned her gaze to the little girl with a gentle demeanor. Hee, dear sister, you are safe now. Upon witnessing Su Chen's expression reminiscent of a mischievous rogue, the little girl turned pale, took several steps back, and promptly fled in tears, exclaiming, Wah, there's a pervert. Chapter 18, The Shattered Joy. Su Chen witnessed a little girl fleeing in tears, scratching his head in bewilderment. He glanced at the lecherous man he had in tow and exclaimed, Look at what you've done. You've frightened that poor girl away. You ought to be ashamed. The lecherous man appeared utterly perplexed, yet he dared not utter a word in his defense, merely nodding in agreement. Yes, you are right, sir. What is your name? I am called Douluo, the man replied. Ah, but you are not currently joyful. I shall ensure that you live a life devoid of happiness. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to your name. Su Chen prepared to extend a foot towards Buli's lower region. Upon noticing this, Douluo hurriedly began to explain, Sir, I assure you that part of me has long since disappeared. Wasn't Qian Rinshu supposed to only disable your martial soul? How did it come to be that you lost that as well? Su Chen gazed incredulously at the pitiful Douluo. My lord, I was merely a discarded martial soul. Yet it was one of those young ladies who first rendered my martial soul useless, only to subsequently come and ruin my precious little one. I truly am most unfortunate. Douluo wiped away the tears from his face. Su Chen let out a sigh, exclaiming, This is truly excessive. That Qian Ringshu. Indeed, my lord. You find it excessive as well, do you not? Yes, it would be better to end it all at once. Please spare me, my lord. I can serve you like a diligent horse. What use do I have for you? By the way, do you know the way to the Grand Soul Arena in Suodo City? Noticing an opportunity, Douluo immediately seized the moment. My lord, I can guide you there. Even a man like you, whose mind is filled with lewd thoughts, knows the way. It is truly perplexing that I, a normal and handsome fellow, do not. My lord, everyone on the Douluo continent, aside from newborns, is aware of this place. Even those who have never been here have certainly heard of it. Su Chen glanced at Douluo, shaking his head. Alas, he sighed, you make a valid point. In such a small area, why not use my spiritual sense to search? Instead, I am running around with that madwoman. Indeed, as you say, my lord. Since you can locate it, then there is nothing for me to worry about. May I be released? Certainly, that is quite possible. Really? Buli's spirits soared in an instant, and he prepared to express his gratitude. Snap! In an instant, Douluo was transformed into an ice-cold statue, shattering into fragments. I am a good person, he lamented. I am ridding the world of harm. Individuals like you have caused untold suffering to countless girls. To become an ordinary person is a blessing for you. Upon finishing her words, Su Chen swiftly appeared beside Su Qing. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Su Qing noticed that he had not brought anyone with him. A look of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, Did you ask? Yes, I did, he replied. Ultimately, it seems you are rather foolish. As my sister, you failed to remind your brother to utilize his spiritual sense. Alas, I am deeply disappointed in you. Let us part ways and pursue our own paths. Su Chen wore an expression of utter disillusionment as he stood at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena in Suodo City. Before him was a bruised man and a girl of celestial beauty, idly lingering about. Is this the place? Indeed, sister, you are correct. TSK, Su Chun. Remember this. From now on, you must refer to me as your younger sister. Do you understand? It is already a privilege for you to call me that. With a sister as exquisite as I, you should consider yourself fortunate. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun looked at Su Qing with a face full of skepticism, questioning the very essence of his existence. Should I then express my gratitude for being reduced to this state? Oh, no. It is you who ought to thank me. No need for thanks at all. The two entered the Seoul arena of Suodo City, and upon reaching the front desk, the attendant greeted them. Hello? Welcome to our Seoul arena. How may I assist you today? We are here to register. How much does it cost? Registration, is it? Very well. Here is the entry certificate. Please fill it out, and shortly we will test your soul power to determine if you meet the competition requirements. The two gazed at the certificate, overwhelmed by the densely packed text, their scalps tingling with apprehension. Su Qing awkwardly pushed the certificate in front of Su Chun. As Su Chun felt overwhelmed, he observed Su Qing's actions with a look of exasperation. What mischief are you up to now? I cannot inscribe the characters here. You must assist me in writing, he exclaimed. What purpose do you serve in this world, if you cannot even write a single character? Who decreed that one must comprehend the script of this realm to exist? If it comes to that, we could simply alter the characters of this world. Can you effect such a change? Annihilating everyone would suffice in transforming it, wouldn't it? Never mind. It is perhaps best if you remain silent. I fear I may have nightmares. Su Chun had once attended classes at Nottingham Academy for a brief period. However, during that time, he found it difficult to absorb the teachings presented by the academy. Despite possessing unparalleled strength, he paid little heed to the instructors, who primarily spoke of spirit beasts and spirit masters, leading him to succumb to slumber instead. System? What is the matter? Can you comprehend these characters? What is this? Please, do say something. I apologize. I, too, am unable to understand. Su Chun wore a perplexed expression, akin to that of a bewildered panda. You brought me into this world, yet you claim to be unfamiliar with its characters? This jest is hardly amusing. What do you comprehend? I am acquainted with several scripts. Alas, they are indecipherable in this realm. Enough of this banter. What should we do? Why not simply ask someone else to assist you in writing? Someone else to assist me? Wait a moment. I just recalled that the last time I was in the Starry Forest, the letter I left for Gu Yuna was penned with your assistance, was it not? How can you now profess ignorance? Humph. I did not expect you to be so indolent, system. Well, that was not my own writing. Then whose was it? It was my endeavor to accelerate time within this world, gradually transcribing it. Goodness, you truly are formidable. Indeed. However, I realize I have yet to behold your true form. I am quite curious. What is there to behold in my true form? It is merely a drop of blood. Ha ha ha. Do you expect me to believe that? Regardless, it serves no purpose to view it. After bidding farewell to the Su Chun system, he glanced around and, upon spotting a stunning figure of a beautiful assassin, his eyes sparkled momentarily. It is you. Su Chun, observing Su Qing's bewildered expression, rose to his feet and, with utmost gentlemanly grace, approached the figure before him. Hello, beautiful. Might I trouble you for a small favor? The waitress, still in a daze, had yet to regain her composure. Su Chun furrowed his brow as he gazed at the waitress, gently slapping her cheek with his palm. Smack. Hee, are you awake now? Oh, I'm awake. How may I assist you? Here, this is it. Please write this for the two of us. The waitress took the paper with one hand and glanced at it. Upon seeing its contents, she squinted at Su Chun and inquired, Isn't this a registration form? Are you two here to compete? Do not ask what you ought not to. Here, this is your remuneration. Su Chun extracted a large bag of gold spirit coins from his space and handed it to the waitress. Upon seeing such a substantial sum of money, the waitress hesitated, her hands trembling slightly. You don't require any additional services, do you? I am already married, you know. Su Chun. Su Qing, enough with the idle chatter. Can you please assist us in completing our registration? Oh, all right. May I ask your name? Su Chun, I apologize, but I was inquiring about this lady. Su Qing, can you be clearer? Her name is Su Qing. You can just ask me. Oh, then may I ask for her measurements? What? Are you serious? We came here to register, and you need our measurements? Should we also include our zodiac signs? I have no idea. It's what the system requires. The waitress appeared flustered and on the verge of tears. You don't know? You work here. And you don't know? Well, I'm still on probation. I just started yesterday. Oh, poor thing. Allow me to handle this. All right, Just write down 100, 100,100. Can that really work? Stop with the nonsense. Just write it down. We are here to compete in the soul battle, not for a beauty contest. Very well. May I ask what level you both have reached? I am at level 30, and my sister is also at level 30. Now, what is the name of your team? Our team is called Gourd Brother versus Tyrant Warrior. That name is rather. What? Is it not acceptable? All right, it's perfectly fine. The waitress hurriedly completed the form, bowed, and handed it to Su Chun. Su Chun took it, stroking his chin as he examined it. Can you understand this? Su Chun glared at Su Chun without any hesitation. Su Chun smiled awkwardly, scratching his head in confusion. All right, let's head to the front desk. Upon seeing Su Chun approach, the attendant rose and politely bowed. Hello, may I inquire if you have completed your preparations? Yes, we have. Very well. I must inform you of the regulations here. Go ahead. You are quite perceptive, aren't you? Most people don't listen to me until I'm finished. Enough. Stop rambling and get to the point. All right. We are at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. I presume you have heard of it. Isn't that obvious? How else would I have arrived here? Are you aware of the ranking system within our arena? I am already losing my patience. Could you please continue without pausing? Su Chen's forehead throbbed with prominent veins as he resolutely clenched his fists. Su Qing cast a discontented glance at Su Chun and lightly conveyed her thoughts into his ear. Shall we eliminate them? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Chun turned to look at her, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Su Qing waved her hand. And upon noticing her impatience, the receptionist hastened to explain. Here, our badges are categorized into 8 distinct levels, ascending from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. Each victory earns you a point, while losses do not incur penalties. After reviewing your registration forms, I see that both of you are at level 30. We will arrange a duel for you two among soul masters of the 30th level. Su Chen, feeling rather bored, whimsically scratched his ear and flicked his fingers. All right then. Let us proceed with the arrangements. Very well. Next, please accompany me to assess your soul power. For there are instances in the soul arena of Soto City where levels may be falsely reported. Su Chen silently thought to himself, oh no, I'm only at level 150. What is the point of this? As for Su Qing, I cannot say for certain, but she certainly possesses greater prowess than I do. So she must be formidable. The receptionist then produced a testing crystal. Mr. Su Chun, please place your hand upon it. This is a testing crystal for soul power at level 40. Well, all right then. Su Chun, feeling guilty as a thief, placed a hand upon it. And with a sharp crack, the crystal shattered. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the broken crystal in her hand. Then at the seemingly indifferent Su Chun. Mr. Su, have you perhaps exaggerated your level? She inquired. Impossible. It must surely be that this crystal is expired. Is that not the case? Enough. All your crystals are defective, and you seem to have none left. Now, please make the necessary arrangements for us. Apologies, but we still have some available. The receptionist regarded Su Chun with a skeptical expression, returning to the drawer at the front desk. She retrieved a level 90 crystal, the only one available in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Initially, she had deemed it unnecessary, but now she was convinced that Su Chun had indeed misrepresented his level. After all, the crystal she had just presented was still brand new. Hello, mister. So I kindly ask you to try once more. TSK. How bothersome. Impatiently, Su Chun placed his hand upon the crystal, and in an instant, it shattered once more. The receptionist, bewildered, stared at the remnants in her palm. Glancing at Su Chen's youthful visage, she shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. How could there be such a young title Douluo? He appears to be no more than 20. Could it truly be that the crystal is defective? What on earth is happening here? Are we allowed to participate in the soul fighting or not? Of course, you may, came the reply. Then let us proceed. Your company is simply negligent. You didn't even realize the crystal had expired. I must leave a poor review. My sincerest apologies. It was indeed our oversight. Please come this way. Thus, due to the expired crystal, Su Qing was unable to undergo any testing and directly entered the soul fighting arena. On the stage, a host holding a microphone excitedly announced, next up, we invite our sibling duo. Their team name is, Gourd Brother versus the Tyrannosaurus Warrior? The audience erupted in confusion, every face adorned with bewilderment. It was their first encounter with such a juvenile name, prompting a wave of laughter to sweep through the crowd. Ahem. All right, next to battle the Tyrannosaurus Warrior is the Rhinoceros Brothers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as two muscular men took to the stage. Upon noticing Su Chun and Su Qing, the duo could not contain their laughter, clutching their stomachs in amusement. Ha ha, little tykes, this isn't a place for you. Brother, don't mock them too much, they might start crying, came the playful retort, accompanied by more laughter. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun felt indifferent. However, Su Qing could no longer contain herself. She lifted her gaze towards the host, the one wielding the microphone, and exclaimed, "Can we begin?" The host glanced at the microphone in his hand and was further irked by Su Qing's reference to it as a horn. He felt insulted, protesting, "This is not a horn. This is my martial spirit. Enough of the trivialities, let the competition commence. Brothers Rhino, give it your all. I am rooting for your victory." The Rhino brothers, upon observing the diminutive forms of Su Chun and Su Qing, expressed their disdain. Su Chun sensed the murderous aura emanating from Su Qing. After a moment's contemplation, he chose silence and swiftly teleported before the Rhino brothers. With a single strike to each, he sent them soaring through the air. With two resounding slaps, smack, smack, the brothers were forcefully thrust against the wall, their figures imprinted upon it. Su Qing pouted her cheeks in anger, glaring at Su Chen. "Why did you intervene?" "Oh, don't fret over the details. Just look at our victory." "Ah, indeed, such insignificant beings are hardly worth my effort." Upon noticing the commotion, the host dropped his Wuhuan microphone in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Su Chan wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at the host. Why had the announcement not yet been made? Did this mean we had not won? Certainly, certainly. Ahem, well, the victory belongs to Brother Gord and the Tyrannosaurus warrior. Chapter 19. Blood in the World Third Wheel, exclaimed Xiao Wu, a powerful soul sage, whose martial spirit was the formidable mighty golden bear, a beast martial spirit of extraordinary strength, exhibiting no flaws and possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of the same rank found it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. With an air of seriousness, Tang Shan addressed the gathering, while Dai Mubai elaborated on the examination details. Originally, Zhao's speed was deemed a weakness. However, due to the vast disparity in soul power, that weakness had become inconsequential. Within the academy, Xiao was known by the moniker Immovable King. A girl clad in a blue dress gasped, "Huh? He is the Immovable King?" Dai Mubai looked at her in confusion. "What? Have you heard of Teacher Xiao?" The girl began to recount. Years ago, the Immovable King offended the Spirit Hall and was besieged by 16 soul emperors. However, he managed to escape, single-handedly confronting the 16 and breaking through their encirclement. Since then, he vanished from the world of soul masters, and to think he is here teaching. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could hardly believe it. He was that formidable? At that time, Teacher Xiao was merely a soul emperor. I have never witnessed him unleash his full power. So you all better prepare yourselves and get to know one another. See how long you can last under Teacher Xiao. Strive to endure as long as possible. With unwavering confidence, Tang Shan rose to introduce himself. "I am Tang Shan, with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, a level 28 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, beast martial spirit rabbit, level 29 assault type soul master. Zhu Qing, beast martial spirit nether cat, level 27 agile attack soul master. Ning Rongrong, tool martial spirit 7 treasures glazed tower, level 26, support type soul master. Are you from the 7 treasures glazed sect?" Tang Shan inquired with curiosity. "Isn't that the sect renowned for possessing the strongest support-type martial spirit in the continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower?" Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, asked Ning Rongrong. "Is it true?" Ning Rongrong modestly replied, "Do not look at me like that. I am no different from an ordinary person. I snuck away from home. Let us first overcome the challenges before us. My 2 soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%, lasting for the duration of an incense stick without issue." After hearing this, the group gathered closely to strategize. Tap, tap, tap. A girl in a golden long dress opened a door radiating a divine aura. "Grandfather. Xiao, why have you returned? Weren't you in Tiando?" Qian Rinxue gazed at her gentle grandfather, Qian Douluo, momentarily at a loss for words. "Grandfather, it's just. What matters you wish to share? It appears that I have lost that particular aspect." "What is that?" Qian Douluo listened, utterly bewildered. "It pertains to the fact that I have already engaged in such activities with a man." "Oh, so that is what you meant. This is no trivial matter. What? Are you no longer a maiden?" In an instant, Qian Douluo felt as if struck by lightning, his expression one of furious embarrassment as he pointed at Qian Rinxue. "Xiao, do you comprehend what you represent? You symbolize the future of our angelic lineage, and you actually grandfather. I am truly sorry. Please do not refer to me as grandfather. Can I call you Grandan instead? Now, I am at a loss as to what to do, and I question whether the legacy of the angels can still be preserved. Grandfather, this is uncharacteristic of you. Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Douluo with a look of innocent confusion, feeling a stark contrast in her grandfather's demeanor. That was due to your provocation. There is no need for you to go to the Tiando Empire for the time being. Let the two of them watch over things. However, you must tell me, which impudent young man dares to take advantage of my granddaughter? His name is Su Chun. He is enigmatic and possesses considerable strength, albeit a tad too self-absorbed. Upon finishing her sentence, Qian Rinxue recalled that night. Her face suddenly flushed. Xiao, alas. You must bring that scoundrel to me. Grandfather, I do not even know where he is gone, but he promised he would not abandon me. Qian Douluo, Xiao, are you certain that scoundrel is trustworthy? Uncertain. Grandfather, are you all right? Qian Douluo's initial smile vanished in an instant. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, he was overcome with rage, spitting blood. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao, how can you so readily trust a stranger's words? I know you are loyal and kind-hearted, but you must exercise caution. Let us first allow the angel god to assess your physical condition and determine whether you can still inherit the legacy. What if I cannot? Qian Rinxue asked, her curiosity piqued. If you cannot, then the angelic lineage may face annihilation, and that woman shall prevail. Qian Douluo brought Qian Rinxue before a statue of the angel, where he knelt in reverence. Great angel god, your messenger requires your aid. The statue of the angel seemed to respond to Qian Douluo's voice, its once lifeless eyes suddenly aglow with golden radiance. What is the matter? Great angel god. It concerns Xiao, who has lost her maidenhood. We are uncertain if she can still inherit your legacy. If she is no longer pure, then she cannot inherit my legacy. Angel god, Xiao merely acted in a moment of folly. I believe she is still capable of inheriting your legacy. Is that so? The angel god's gaze turned towards Qian Rinxue. She initially perceived nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, a crack resounded. Suddenly, the angel god was engulfed in darkness, a pair of immense eyes gazing upon her. She felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She wished to flee, but discovered her body was paralyzed with fear. Raising her head, she beheld the visage behind those eyes, and in an instant, her heart sank to despair. Yes, it was him, the very same individual who had been sent by the god of Shura to capture a silver dragon king. Those 3 first-level gods had been crushed beneath his feet like mere insects. The enormous eyes fixed upon her commanded, "Leave." In an instant, the essence of the angel god was ripped from her, returning to her statue. With a resounding crack, the statue began to fracture, its head exploding in a violent burst. Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue witnessed this spectacle, their expressions blank with shock. Grandfather, why has the angel god statue cracked? I have no idea, replied Qian Douluo, equally perplexed. I am not a deity. In the divine realm, a woman clad in a white gown suddenly spat forth a stream of golden blood. Still reeling from the haunting image she had just witnessed, who on earth was this formidable being? With merely a single utterance, she had been gravely wounded. The sea god approached the injured angel god, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Angel god, what has transpired? The angel god glared at the sea god, his innocent demeanor infuriating her. Are you blind? Meanwhile, at the martial soul hall, Qian Douluo could only anxiously await the angel god's response. Grandfather? Even if I cannot inherit the angelic legacy, I believe I can grow stronger on my own. Shui, with your talent, you can indeed become more powerful. However, you must understand that throughout the ages, the chance to attain divinity is but a fleeting whisper. Mortals will inevitably perish, while gods endure. I only hope for your well-being. If you ascend to godhood, I can entrust the angel clan to you. Do you comprehend? But grandfather, I am uncertain if I can even receive the inheritance. They both gazed intently at the fractured angel statue, awaiting news from the angel god. Congratulations to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team on their victory. Congratulations again to the Tyrannosaurus warrior team on yet another triumph. Truly invincible, the Tyrannosaurus warrior team has achieved victory once more. Goodness. The Tyrannosaurus warrior team has now secured an astounding 20 consecutive wins. Congratulations. Could you please refrain from congratulating me? It's utterly deafening. At first, Su Chen found it quite beneficial to listen, but over time, it became rather irritating. All right, All right. The host promptly fell silent. Su Qing yawned, absent-mindedly picking at her fingernail. I pondered whether our actions held any significance at all. Haha, have you only just realized? What does it matter if we win 100 times? The inability to lose. Now that is truly absurd. How about I take you to witness my world? Is that permissible? It probably isn't, right? Nonsense. If I say it is, then it is. Respond, host. Absolutely not. Indeed not. What? Indeed not. Why is it not permissible? With a perplexed expression, Su Qing inquired of the system. She felt that, given her abilities, there should be no reason for complications. After all, transporting someone to her realm seemed a trivial matter. However, the issue lay in the fact that while others could traverse dimensions, a soul could not. What did this imply? The body he inhabited was not native to this world, but rather a construct. Yet, how did this pertain to her desire to bring him along? It was indeed relevant. While his physical constitution met the criteria, his soul was deemed incompatible with her world. What did that mean? Su Qin's essence originated from the primordial true realm, a domain untouched by any laws, capable of manifesting anything, including the ability to obliterate entities at will. Astonishingly powerful. But why had Su Qin come to this realm? She mused that this world seemed far inferior to hers, akin to a mere stone. The reason remains unclear. It is possible he perished in his original world or had his soul extracted. Nevertheless, I cannot ascertain how he breached the dimensional barrier to arrive here. For a non-existent world cannot coexist with an existent one, and life from either side cannot survive together. What then? Does it mean for a non-existent world to be juxtaposed with an existent one? Your world, along with countless others, constitutes a realm of non-existence. While Su Qin hails from an existent realm, we are mere creations of their design. How then can one venture into his world? Did you not assert that the dimensional barrier is unbreakable? It can indeed be shattered. But the odds are akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, merely a 1 in a billion chance, further requiring the release of cataclysmic energy capable of annihilating countless universes to even approach that infinitesimal probability. Su Qin was equally bewildered, uncertain of the peculiarities of this system. System? What do you mean? It means nothing. You simply cannot enter her world. I sense that you are concealing something from me. How could that be? I am utterly honest. I have divulged everything to you. Just remember, I am doing this to save you. Please, enlighten me on the reason. What reason should I share? Enough. Do not inquire about matters that are not meant to be questioned. Su Qin observed the system hastily departing. A lingering suspicion gnawed at him that the system harbored secrets it was reluctant to disclose. Su Qing did not pay attention to Su Qin. She continued to listen to the system as it spoke of matters that piqued her curiosity. Did I not mention that there are numerous types of systems? Yet, I am unable to retrieve any information regarding Su Qin's system. I can sense that he has likely been exploited. Exploited? As Su Qing's serious demeanor manifested, she finally turned her gaze towards the dazed Su Qin. She contemplated Su Qin's formidable prowess, recognizing that, had she not made her appearance, he would undoubtedly remain an unparalleled entity within this realm. The intricacies of his circumstances eluded her comprehension. Indeed, there are formidable beings whose possessions upon death could hold immense significance. From what you just indicated, it seems that Su Qin is, in essence, a deceased individual. Yet, through some fortuitous encounter, he has traversed into this world and subsequently resurrected. This notion is plausible, yet uncertain. It is conceivable that during a moment of unconsciousness, he may have succumbed to a grave illness, allowing a powerful entity to extract his soul and manipulate his memories, thereby crafting a new corporeal form for him. Transformation? Precisely. Utilizing other flesh and employing certain methods to merge with his soul. However, why has Su Qin never alluded to this? Perhaps because he himself is unaware. If you harbor doubts, you might inquire of him whether he yearns to return home. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Qing found some merit in them. She turned to Su Qin and inquired, Su Qin, do you wish to return home? Su Qin gazed at Su Qing with a bemused expression, scratching his head. Is it possible? I doubt you can assist me. Initially, I had a way to return home, but it seemed too daunting, so I gave up. I see. The system? It appears Su Qin has indeed forgotten. This is natural. However, it has little to do with you. I believe it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from him. Why? Don't you still have a mission? Yes. To eliminate the strongest in this world and complete the task. What is the matter? What if hypothetically you're tasked with eliminating Su Qin? What would you do? Su Qin isn't a part of this world. I believe he has no connection to it. Flesh and blood, are entwined with the world. I don't understand. Never mind. If it's not feasible, then let it be. Suit yourself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the night of the moon over the 20 bridges, Tang Shan hurled countless concealed weapons at Xiao Wu, who activated his defenses. The projectiles struck him, producing a shower of sparks. Due to the alteration of his first soul skill, Tang Shan found himself struggling more than in the original narrative. Now's my chance. Go, Dragon Whisker Needle. Utilizing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Shan swiftly identified Xiao Wu's weakness. He leapt and gestured at the soul guidance device on his waist, conjuring several golden silk needles. He aimed directly at Xiao Wu's vulnerability and shot them forth. Xiao Wu, in pain, became enraged and activated his sixth soul skill. The black soul ring on his feet illuminated. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. A black sphere appeared above Xiao Wu's head, drawing everything around it inward and reducing it to dust. Tang Shan, lacking in soul power, was also pulled in, seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted. Tang Shan produced a hammer. Seeing Tang Shan's hammer, Xiao Wu sneered. What use could such a small hammer possibly have? He casually attempted to block it, deeming it unnecessary to utilize a soul skill. He never anticipated that such a diminutive hammer could breach his defenses. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Xiao Wu thrust his palm towards Tang Shan's abdomen. Tang Shan attempted to evade, but it was too late. Xiao Wu knocked him unconscious. Chapter 20. The Black Tiger's Heart Extraction. Tang Shan. Are you all right? Brother, how are you? Are you all right? Concerned, everyone gathered around. Xiao Wu, with a worried expression, sat on the ground, cradling the unconscious Tang Shan. A boy with white hair, glasses on his forehead, and a scruffy face approached. Upon seeing the white-haired boy, Xiao Wu, his speech slurred, exclaimed, "Oscar, bring me a sausage." Oscar, noticing a bruised and battered man on the ground, picked his nose. "Who are you, old man? Enough chatter. Hurry. I am Xiao Wu. It turns out to be Teacher Zhao. What has happened to you? Just a moment. Teacher Zhao, please wait. First spirit skill. Super Invincible Sausage. A sausage suddenly appeared in Oscar's hand as he lewdly raised an eyebrow. Without a word, Xiao Wu snatched the sausage and began to eat it. Gradually, the injuries on Xiao Wu's face began to heal, and he trembled as he stood up. Oscar hurried to assist him, while Tang Shan also regained consciousness, his face bruised and battered. This was because when he initially unleashed his first spirit skill, the bamboo blade had shattered into fragments before it could reach Xiao Wu. Tang Shan wore a puzzled expression. Hadn't the teacher mentioned that, according to his theory, the impact of a 10-year spirit ring on a fellow plant-type spirit master was minimal? Teacher Zhao, have we passed? Xiao Wu, harboring grudges, waved his hand dismissively. Alone in the room, Xiao Wu chuckled to himself, thinking, since they are little monsters, they surely deserve special treatment. I wonder if you little monsters can endure. Xiao Wu, who? A thunderous voice echoed in Xiao Wu's ears as the doors and windows were forcefully thrown open. Not to be outdone, Xiao Wu rushed out into the forest. Come out. I know you are here. Immediately, he turned around and spotted a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe perched atop a tree. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Who are you?" The man, speaking in a deep voice, replied, "It has been a long time since I encountered the immovable king in this small place. I wish to spar with you." The man leaped down and began to walk slowly toward Xiao Wu, his spirit rings illuminating one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Xiao Wu showed disdain, yet the man's spirit rings continued to glow. Black, 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 red. Xiao Wu instantly broke into a sweat, trembling as he spoke. Title Douluo. The man revealed his martial spirit, a silver hammer gripped firmly in his hand. Although fear gripped Xiao Wu's heart, he mustered his courage and bowed, asking, "May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Let us not jest. It was quite enjoyable to bully those children during the day, wasn't it? I find that the feeling of bullying seems rather pleasant, so allow me to bully you as well. Of course. You may perceive this as me taking advantage of my strength." Xiao Wu, feeling bewildered and terrified, pondered the identity of this individual. The man, hammer in hand, approached Xiao Wu when suddenly he sensed movement behind him, prompting him to call out, "Since you're here, you may as well come out. 1 or 2 makes no difference." A figure resembling an owl leaped down. Upon seeing his arrival, Xiao Wu's eyes filled with hope. "Boss, you've come, esteemed elder?" The man resembling an owl is none other than the esteemed Dean Flander of Shrek Academy. With a sigh, Flander summoned his martial soul. His feet firmly planted on the ground as he was enveloped in the hues of yellow, purple, and black emanating from his owl spirit. He clasped his fists respectfully towards the man, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your excellency, the Haotian crown. Spare the formalities. I am here to seek trouble." The man replied, "With a cat-owl martial soul and a formidable level of 78, it is indeed fitting that Flander, once a key player in the Golden Iron Triangle, presides over Shrek Academy, yes? Indeed, your excellency. May I inquire about the grievance that Xiao Wu has caused you? Might you grant me a modicum of leniency? Enough with the pleasantries. Step aside. Otherwise, you shall share the brunt of my wrath." Flander glanced at Xiao Wu, who found himself at a loss. Letting out a resigned sigh, "Xiao Wu, I offer you a chance. I shall refrain from using my martial soul. If you can withstand my assault for the duration of a burning incense stick." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu cursed inwardly, realizing that the one facing the punishment was not Flander. "Your Excellency, I truly do not comprehend what offense I have committed. Could you elucidate the matter? It is only fair that I understand the cause of my demise." "Humph. Must I spell it out for you?" When the young are struck, the elders naturally rise to seek justice. It is a matter of principle. Let us begin. In an instant, the Haotian crown vanished, reappearing directly before Xiao Wu. The latter, upon seeing the unfamiliar visage, felt a surge of fear. Xiao Wu was sent flying by a single punch, his cries echoing through the forest as he crashed into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Flander, witnessing their disappearance, promptly activated his martial soul to pursue them, quickly locating their presence. The confrontation continued for the duration of an incense stick before coming to a close. "Do you understand now?" the Haotian crown inquired, looking down at Xiao Wu. "Cough, cough, cough. Thank you for your guidance, your excellency." Indeed, the Haotian crown revealed his familiar visage as Tang Hao, the father of Tang Shan. "However, you must exercise caution regarding the spirit hall. They have been actively seeking Shrek Academy. A mysterious figure, rivaling my own strength, has emerged within their ranks. Remain vigilant." "What? A figure of equal strength to the Haotian crown? Could it be a high-ranking member of the spirit hall?" "Not so. I have encountered the high-ranking members of the spirit hall, and it is not he. Nevertheless, you must be cautious." Tang Hao, still feeling the aches throughout his body, begrudgingly stepped forth to maintain his dignity. "We understand, your excellency. We shall take care of little San." With that, Tang Hao vanished. Xiao Wu scratched his head. "Boss Flander? Who exactly is this elder? I sense a connection between him and Tang Shan." Flander shot a sharp glance at Xiao Wu. "What a foolish question. A man who dares to strike the Pope is certainly no ordinary individual." "Oh, I see now. Do not run away. Allow me to join you swiftly. I do not wish for exclusion. Why must you insist on playing together?" Su Chan felt a pang of regret. Initially, he observed Su Qing lost in thought and boredom, which stirred a sense of compassion within him. He implored the system for 2 permanent mobile phones with wireless internet, and to his surprise, the system complied, claiming they were a gift from Brother Yi. Without further ado, he handed one to Su Qing and proceeded to download the immensely popular game, Honor of Kings. At first, Su Qing struggled to grasp the game mechanics, but Su Qin patiently guided her in playing as Cheng Yaojin. To his astonishment, she quickly became engrossed, favoring the character Yao for her preference of minimal movement. "Can you refrain from following me? I'm playing as Bai Li, and your choice of Yao is of no consequence," he exclaimed incredulously. "You dare to scold me? Oh dear, what a contrast. Aren't you the one who constantly calls for battle like the notorious Black Mountain Demon? How can you insult me by calling me a demon when I am clearly Yao Yao?" Su Qing deliberately made the sound of the clips. Su Qin looked at Su Qing with a bewildered expression, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "You truly are a celestial being." "Naturally, I am a celestial being. But why the addition of?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just find it sounds pleasant." "Is that so?" "Indeed. So, could you perhaps accompany the jungler or the mage?" "And what does it mean for you, a Yao, to carry the execution? You already have 10 kills, while I, as an archer, only have 10 assists. Can we not enjoy this game anymore? I certainly do not want that." Stop. I feel a sudden rush of memories flooding my mind. You had better refrain from using that clattering voice when speaking to me." "What do you mean by clattering?" "You know, that sound." "Which sound? Let me think. I remember now. Hurry, tell me." Are you ready?" "Yes, just hurry up and say it." "Well, it's that I just turned 18 this year." Upon the emergence of a discordant clattering sound, Su Qing was instantly enveloped in a chill, her skin prickling with revulsion. A wave of nausea washed over her as she grappled with the unsettling reality of such an abhorrent individual. This clamor was utterly intolerable. Ah, indeed. It is outrageously excessive. Such a person deserves to bear sons devoid of any dignity. How could you utter such crude language? What alternative is there? Such ignorance must be confronted, transforming one into a voice reminiscent of a man. Indeed, your assertion resonates with great truth. Pardon? What did you just imply about my voice? The clattering sound? What of it? Allow me to elucidate. It is you who has deemed yourself repulsive. This has no bearing on me. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. She then extended her hand, invoking her second soul skill. The palm descended. Clap. Victory. Su Chen, with his strikingly handsome appearance, captivates countless young girls while simultaneously bewildering many others. All right, I'm done playing. I'm heading to bed, he declares. So early to sleep? What else should I do? You can play by yourself. I need a moment to rest. Oh, go ahead and sleep, he replies. Thus, Su Chen retreats to his room to slumber, leaving Su Qing alone on the sofa, absorbed in her phone, spending a night in silence. Grandfather. Why hasn't he, the angel god, replied yet? It's been 5 hours. Could the angel god truly be unreliable? Silence. Xiao. The angel god is the pride of our angel clan. How can you utter such words? But grandfather, you have worshipped the angel god for so long. Why has there been no response? Well, I'm not certain. Perhaps the angel god is preoccupied. In the divine realm, the angel god lounges comfortably, sipping coffee with his long legs crossed, enjoying himself. He hears the call from Qian Douluo, but chooses not to respond. While the legacy is crucial, one must also possess the means to pass it on. After all, the soul power within Qian Ritian could vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, the sea god is apologizing for his recent offense against the angel god, gently massaging the angel god's shoulders. Quite nice, he remarks. Hey, angel god. Did you just say a human more terrifying than the Shura god has appeared on the continent? Indeed, I prefer to avoid complications. I have no desire to intervene. Shouldn't you inform the Shura god? Why would I? Am I particularly close to him? Shall I go and tell him? If you wish to be his errand boy, then by all means. Just to inform you, the last envoy sent by the Shura god was eradicated by that very man. What? It was him. The sea god realizes the gravity of the situation. This matter has stirred considerable unrest in the divine realm, and he cannot remain oblivious. Farewell. The sea god bows and departs, heading directly towards the Shura god. Observing his actions, the angel god shakes her head. What a hypocrite. Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Now, let us invite our contestants to the stage. The demon spider sisters, though not as formidable as the human-faced demon spider, are formidable in their own right, especially with their martial souls capable of controlling venom. I trust the audience eagerly anticipates their performance. Now, without further ado, let us welcome our star duo to the arena. The brother-sister team, known as the Gourd Brother and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior, opted for the latter name because Gourd Brother prefers brevity over excessive chatter, and the title exudes power. Can you stop flattering them? Hurry up and get started. The audience did not criticize the host. Instead, Su Chen pointed at the host, cursing. The host, clenching his fists in frustration, gritted his teeth. Let the competition begin. Sister, unleash your martial soul. All right, sister. Martial soul, blood demon spider, level 39 control system battle soul sovereign. I seek your guidance. Martial soul, blood demon spider. Level 37 control system battle soul sovereign. I humbly request your advice. Su Chen was poised to resolve the matter swiftly when suddenly, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning his head, he found himself staring in bewilderment at Su Qing. What is it? He inquired. This time, allow me to take the lead. It has been ages since I last warmed up, she replied. You? Well, all right then, but don't overdo it, he cautioned. Understood, she responded. Su Qing donned a flowing white gown, her delicate fingers gesturing towards her adversaries. Surrender, for I am the Dark King, and the forces of the universe are about to erupt. Su Chen, elder sister, what on earth are you up to? Where did you procure those lines? I have never seen this anime, and I cannot comprehend it. Could you not expedite this? Why can't you understand? This is from that black box you gave me last night. I watched something called a video on it. I found that girl to be incredibly impressive, and I suddenly developed a fondness for this sensation. It ignites my inner girlhood. Can we please wrap this up quickly? I am becoming quite anxious. No. I shall dispel the evil in your name. I can resolve all matters. I can't take it anymore. This is madness. Had I known, I would not have given you my phone. Have you lost your mind? Forget it. I will handle it myself. No, no, they do not deserve such a fate. Su Chun, when others provoke me, I retreat 3 steps. If they continue to provoke, I shall eradicate them completely. The 2 individuals across from her scratched their heads, wearing expressions of bewilderment. What on earth is she talking about? What are they up to? It was unclear, yet one could not afford to be careless. For their opponents had achieved an impressive streak of over 50 victories. Even Hu Qiu had fallen to these 2. Hu Qiu, a formidable level 39, was rumored to be on the brink of reaching level 40. His martial spirit was an offensive type, making him invincible among his peers. How could he possibly be defeated by these 2 level 30 individuals? Regardless, we must exercise caution. Yes, I understand, sister. The 2 were engaged in conversation, unaware that Su Chun had already been eavesdropping on their whispered exchange. Su Chun smacked his lips, uttering something nonsensical. No matter how cautious one is, it ultimately leads to defeat, doesn't it? The 2 girls, drenched in sweat, looked up to see Su Chin's innocent and carefree smile. Su Chin cleared his throat and directed his gaze towards the host. That host? Am I allowed to strike him now without breaking any rules? The host, with a face full of exasperation, was accustomed to such antics. After all, he was well aware of Su Chin's reputation. Sometimes he could be utterly shameless, and thus he could indeed proceed. Su Chun received a response, and he immediately leaped in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Behold my black tiger heart-piercing technique. Huh, witness my one yang finger. Hey, observe my 18 dragon-subduing palms. Roar. Ah, no. Ugh." In an instant, the 2 girls collapsed, fainting away. Su Chin, with a gleaming smile revealing a bright tooth, turned to Su Qing and gave her a thumbs up. Su Qing appeared utterly bewildered. She promptly opened her phone, searching for the martial arts technique that Su Chun had just utilized. Chapter 21. The Chuan Yu Tyrant. Congratulations to the Tyrant Warrior team for yet another triumph. The crowd erupted in cheers, though Su Chun had heard enough to become somewhat numb to the noise. What shall we do next? Nothing in particular. I believe our remarkable achievements will attract attention. I cannot fathom that others are unaware of our existence. Surely, the Spirit Hall will be the first to reach out to us. Are you so certain? Of course. As the owner of my company and the world's wealthiest individual, I possess a modicum of insight. That is true. But what if the Spirit Hall is oblivious to us? And why must we join the Spirit Hall? Ah, indeed. The Spirit Hall is quite some distance from here. I cannot simply join another faction to confront them. Quite right. Engaging against one's own partner is not something I would entertain, even if it is not my nature. Suddenly, Su Chin cast a curious glance at Su Qing and remarked, "There is something I must inquire. Having lived for so long, have you never had someone you cherished? Liked? Such a notion does not exist within me. My sole focus lies in becoming stronger. Matters of affection and romantic entanglements have long been discarded. Moreover, do you truly believe anyone is worthy of me? Indeed, it seems improbable. Who would choose someone with such a large backside, not to mention your fierce demeanor? As if that were not enough, you have a propensity for violence, and not to forget, your penchant for idleness. Yet, the most alarming aspect is your somewhat erratic mental state." Upon hearing these words, Su Qing felt no anger. Instead, a verdant green sword materialized in her hand. "What? Am I mistaken? Was your behavior just now entirely normal? And have you not struck me enough already? Haven't you indulged in idleness often enough?" She scoffed. "So what if it is? What can you do about it? You are now bound to me, and until the task is completed, you shall remain mine for eternity. Yours?" She scoffed again. "I do not believe it. You may possess my body, yet you can never claim my heart or soul." "Oh, have you perhaps indulged too much in those videos? Well, otherwise, how could I respond? I cannot defeat you in combat. Indeed, the child is teachable, and I am no less capable of imparting lessons." As the 2 engaged in their verbal sparring, they remained oblivious to the onlookers who were riveted by their exchange. The host, witnessing their quarrel, initially wished to remain uninvolved. However, with others awaiting their turn to engage in the soul duel, he cleared his throat and interjected, "Ahem. The Tyrannosaurus warrior duo, it is time for others to take the stage for their soul duels. Might I kindly request you both to proceed backstage?" Upon hearing those words, Su Chin could no longer contain himself. Ever since he and Su Qing had embarked on their victorious streak, numerous soul masters had flocked to witness their prowess. Although they had only arrived the previous day, their consecutive triumphs, each achieved with decisive swiftness, had certainly garnered attention from other factions. Now, the Soto City Great Soul Arena was utterly teeming with spectators, far surpassing its usual crowd. How could they possibly expel him, the representative, from this venue? Hey, you, the one blowing the trumpet, if you have the courage, come down here and see if I want to deal with you in a single blow. If you have the audacity, come down. Since childhood, Su Qing has never been treated this way, except by one individual, Su Qin. Why are you so angry? What others say makes sense. We indeed occupy someone else's space. Why should I be upset? If it comes to that, I might as well just purchase this place outright. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun felt a slight urge to chuckle. Do you possess wealth? Allow me to inform you, you are certainly not permitted to utilize my funds. Su Qing understood the implication of Su Chen's words. She cast him a disdainful glance and tossed a ring into his hand, saying, if you drop your blood onto it, you shall see everything within the ring. Su Chun, filled with skepticism, bit into his own skin ever so slightly, before any blood could surface. He feigned an expression of great pain, exclaiming, oh no, my defensive capabilities are too formidable, I cannot be harmed. Suddenly, a flash of sword light swept through the air, severing the artery in his wrist, causing golden blood to spurt forth. Ah, golden blood, but is that even significant? He cried, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me with a sword? This is merely an act of benevolence, came the reply. Did you not boast of your impressive defenses? I find them rather unimpressive. That is irrelevant. Hurry and stop the bleeding. I'm finished. I'm going to die. You really are quite ineffectual, bleeding so little. Don't worry. You are not in any real danger. However, I must admit, I am intrigued by your blood. It seems to possess qualities of the supreme bloodline. You are indeed remarkable. A natural-born sovereign. Although I am not well-versed in such realms, I have some understanding. So what does that imply? Nothing much. Now, take a look at the storage ring I've given you. There may be a delightful surprise within. Su Qin gazed at the ring in silence, realizing that she could indeed see inside it. Goodness, how do you possess such wealth? Are you truly a wealthy woman? Wealthy woman? Such worldly possessions hold no interest for me. Then, where did it come from? The gold and soul coins within this ring could easily be measured against Mount Everest. There must be at least 100 million of them. Haven't you already come to know me? I too have a system. Well, I suddenly feel that my system is utterly useless. Shall we consider a swap? That is impossible. My system was actually created mysteriously when I traversed the realm of chaos that day. I do not know how it bound itself to me, but I can sense that it has become one with me. Su Chan gazed at Su Qing with a look of profound skepticism, lost in contemplation. Could it be that his system was somehow intertwined with his very being? Your system seems to be a manifestation of your destiny, he mused. I sense that perhaps what you perceive as a system may not truly be one. I am not entirely certain. My understanding of other realms is rather limited, but feel free to inquire when you have the chance. You actually know what I am thinking, Su Qing replied. Naturally. I am well aware of the thoughts that occupy your mind, the system responded. Goodness, does that mean I have no secrets left? Su Qin exclaimed. That seems to be the case. However, I have discovered some intriguing matters. I am curious about how you arrived in this world. You previously mentioned that you were inadvertently brought here by the system, yet I sense there is more to it. Isn't that so? But that is what the system conveyed to me. Perhaps it simply wishes to keep certain truths from you. Since you arrived here by chance, why does your constitution differ from that of your origin? The supreme body, a child of fortune, shall ultimately tread the path of invincibility. All right, I must admit, I do not quite grasp that. Is there not already a child of fortune in this world? Is your task not to eliminate him? Surely, that is a straightforward matter. Not beyond your capability, is it? But if the child of fortune were you, would you allow me to slay you? Then let it be so, after all. I am not of this world. You may kill as you wish, even to the most brutal extent. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. System 6. Huh. What is the system doing here? Could it be that what Su Qing said is true? Rest assured, it is certainly not true. I am merely your fate, your cause and effect. Once the tasks of this world are completed, that will mark the day of our separation. Is that so? Indeed. Utilizing her telepathic abilities, Su Qing sought to eavesdrop on the thoughts of Su Chun, only to discover that she could hear only his voice. She inwardly pondered the true nature of this so-called system, wondering what kind of entity it might be that eluded her perception. Meanwhile, the two combatants, who were engaged in the duel, observed the interaction between Su Qin and Su Qing with a growing sense of indignation. Hey, Tyrannosaurus warrior duo. This is a public battle arena. Is it not excessive for you to monopolize it like this? One of them exclaimed. Exactly. Get down from there. Just because you've won a few times, don't assume you're invincible. Especially you, girl. Come on, I've had my eye on you for a while. Don't force my hand. Or else. Su Qing, already wearing an expression of confusion, was abruptly disturbed by a worthless scoundrel, who not only intruded upon her thoughts, but also uttered such crude language. Could she possibly endure this? You might as well perish. Ha ha ha, it's utterly laughable. The man's crown exploded, revealing a vivid display of crimson and ivory as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Su Qing gave a thumbs up to the man, acknowledging his prowess. You are more formidable than I am, my brother. May your journey ahead be smooth. And I hope our next encounter is with a cat rather than a fierce tigress. Su Qing, what are you doing? How dare you insult me by calling me a tigress? How dare you compare me to such a beast? Look at you, look at you. Are you not being fierce again? Is this not a typical characteristic of a tigress? Who says a tigress is only capable of anger? A tigress can possess gentleness as well. You know. Gentleness, my foot. You think you understand what gentleness is? My wife, Gu Yuna, embodies true gentleness. What you exhibit is far from that. You are more ferocious than a raging dragon from the Sichuan Chongqing region. Sichuan Chongqing dragon? What does that even mean? It means nothing. Alas. It seems that being with someone devoid of wit is indeed exhausting. Ah, I shall take you on. Come at me. I am the supreme being from above. Who fears whom? Uft. A naturally born supreme being. I prefer to call myself celestial. What business is it of yours? Go ahead, bite me if you dare. Come on. If you have the guts, reach out and see if I bite back. Su Chun directly extended a foot, placing it before Su Qing. Su Qing's expression darkened abruptly, and she swiftly drew a whip. Crack. Hiss. Whoosh. Are you out of your mind? I never imagined you to be such a woman. Reveling in bondage and even wielding a whip. Su Chun sat on the ground, blowing at the soles of his feet. He glanced at a red line on his foot and remarked, the next time you dare to thrust your stinky foot towards my face, I won't merely resort to a whip. Next time, I shall wield a knife. Ah, the dragon-slaying knife? You actually know of it? I happen to possess one. Would you care to give it a try? Goodness, you truly have it? The one that strikes for 999? What do you mean by 999? Mine is a blade that shatters the soul. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed. Thus, the two engaged in casual banter, seated atop the soul duel platform, munching on sunflower seeds while the multitude shivered in trepidation. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Wu, I am fine. You know this is Teacher Xiao testing us. I feel that our performance today was rather lacking. Is that so? Do not worry, brother. I shall grow stronger so that I can assist you. Indeed, Xiao Wu. You will undoubtedly succeed. Together, we shall grow in strength. Then, brother, shall we seek Teacher Xiao tomorrow for another test? I believe we will fare much better. Xiao Wu clenched his fist with determination. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu, in truth, it may not be right for us to trouble Teacher Xiao like this. We can gradually strengthen ourselves. Indeed, brother, you are right. Enough of your flirtations. This is a boys' dormitory, is it not? Xiao Wu, when will you be leaving? Are you going to let this single dog continue to suffer? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall ignore you. Brother. Do rest early. I shall take my leave now. All right, Xiao Wu, take care. After Xiao Wu departed, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged knowing glances with Tang Shan. Not bad. Tang Shan, how has it progressed? Have you made any advances? Indeed, indeed. Tang Shan understood the implication and immediately turned red, vehemently denying, do not speak such absurdities. Xiao Wu is merely my sister. By blood? No. Adopted? No. Then, is she simply a foundling? Upon hearing Oscar's deduction, Dai Mubai stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. That is a possibility. Otherwise, why doesn't Xiao Wu share your surname? Must you both persist in this nonsense? My relationship with Xiao Wu is entirely innocent. It is not as you imagine. Is that so? Then what else with your red backside? Though I have known you for a short while, Dai Mubai, I am aware that you do not easily blush. Dai Lada, have you known each other from the start? Yes, we had a brief encounter at the Rose Hotel. Ah, the Rose Hotel? Well, Tang Shan, you claim to be pure, yet you have ventured to such a place with Xiao Wu. How can you still call yourself pure? Ahem, that was an accident. By the way, I am not living there. It's the girl who was beaten half to death by Mubai. Dai Mubai, thank you. Ah, by the way, the moon tonight is quite round. The moon tonight? Oscar, puzzled, looked up at the sky after opening the door. Boss Dai, it's clearly a patch of dark clouds. By the way, what did Tang Shan just say? I didn't catch it clearly. Something about a beating? Half to death? Indeed. Seeing Dai Mu Bai's anxious expression, clearly concerned about his image, Tang Shan raised an eyebrow. I'll let you experience my feelings just now since you intentionally offended me. Well, Tang Shan, we have to gather tomorrow, so let us rest early, shall we? Mu Bai, you make a valid point. The two collapsed directly onto the bed, closing their eyes in silence. Oscar, Boss Dai? When did you start sleeping so early? Isn't the nightlife just beginning? Oscar? What's wrong? If you keep rambling, I'll bring up that incident with the sausage comparison. Boss Dai. Aren't you being too harsh on your brothers? 3. Boss Dai actually. 2. 1. Boss Dai is right. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. I'm still so young. I need to take care of my body. Dai Mu Bai smiled slightly, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Chapter 22. The mysterious copper coffin, Your Holiness. I have failed to locate the Shrek Academy. Useless. All of you are useless. Bibiong sat in the papal chair, her brow furrowed. Ever since she humiliated that person named Yifeiyu from Shrek, the nauseating image haunted her, causing her sleepless nights. She vowed to make Shrek Academy pay dearly. You may leave. I hope this is the last time I hear such news. Elder Jew. I truly do not understand the purpose of keeping you here. If you cannot find that person, how can you not even locate a single academy? Your Holiness, please spare me. I have been searching desperately, but for some reason, there has never been any mention of a Shrek Academy on the continent. Are you implying that the person was speaking nonsense? Your Holiness is wise. I believe that person must be afraid of the Spirit Hall's revenge, hence they spoke carelessly. Is that so? Yes, it must be so. Very well, Elder Jew, you may leave. Bibi Dong waved her hand, rubbing her temples. She had been feeling quite irritable these days, particularly due to the return of Qian Rinxue. Bibi Dong was also perplexed, based on her understanding of Qian Rinxue's character. She would not give up until she achieved her goals. Why had she suddenly relented? Su Feiyu, don't let me find you. Who was thinking of me? Su Chen was engaged in a game of cards with Su Qing when he inexplicably sneezed. Is it because a woman named the Pope has been cursing you? Quite impressive. Xiao Chun, you seem to have an appealing charm that captivates both the young and the old. Who would have thought that even the esteemed Pope remembers you? What are you talking about? Which Pope? Have I ever met her? TSK, TSK, TSK. From the expression on that Pope's face, it seems highly likely that she has known you for quite some time. Really? The High Priestess? My goodness. I've just recalled it. Hurry up and tell me. I have my watermelon ready. It was the other day when I intended to instigate a confrontation between the Spirit Hall and Shrek. I pretended to be one of Shrek's members and playfully slapped Bibi Dong's backside. Now, I feel there is no need for such antics, as Qian Rinxue belongs to the Spirit Hall, and I will undoubtedly support them. Is that it? Indeed. If that displeases you, I take full responsibility. How long has it been since you confronted her? Not too long. I reckon it's been about 7 or 8 years. Though 7 or 8 years may not seem extensive, she is, after all, your future mother-in-law. Are you certain you want to provide an explanation? What do you mean? Do I need to explain myself to her? Qian Rinxue is under my protection. She cannot escape. Why should I clarify things with Bibi Dong? That woman is simply infatuated and unworthy of being my mother-in-law. What do you mean by that? I mean, Bibi Dong was once an innocent girl who suddenly became involved with a useless man named Master Yu Xiaojiang. Through his nonsensical rhetoric, he captivated her. And they fell in love. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Isn't it wonderful that they care for each other? Of course, it is wonderful, but Bibi Dong as master. The former pope forbade her from pursuing Yu Xiaojiang as he looked down upon him. He confined Bibi Dong in a secret chamber and forcibly claimed her. Otherwise, how could Qian Rinxue have come into being? She was born from Bibi Dong's unwillingness. Hiss, that Master Yu Xiaojiang, wait. I think I've heard that name before. Of course you have. You've even met him. Remember back in the academy when I took you to meet Tang Shan? The scruffy man in black robes standing behind him was Yu Xiaojiang. Is it him? Well, he doesn't look very appealing. Does Bibi Dong have such a peculiar taste? You've never witnessed the terrifying nature of infatuation. Are you in that category? I could never be. Su Chen shook his head in denial. He could never be like Bibi Dong. His feelings for Gu Yuna were merely physical, and emotionally, he felt almost nothing. Gu Yuna, she seems to be your destined partner. Do you not harbor any feelings for her? Indeed, I do, but not in an overwhelming manner. I have never truly experienced love throughout my life. I could only learn from what my father taught me. They insisted that I focus solely on my studies, forbidding me from indulging in games, television, or even leisurely outings. At times, I had to sneak around just to play. How stringent. But what does this have to do with Guyuna? It is unrelated. I merely wanted to express that I do not understand what it truly feels like to love someone. However, I am aware that if one engages with a girl, one must take on the responsibility. I would never have guessed. You always seem so carefree, yet you carry such burdens. My carefree demeanor is merely a way to cherish the present. I will certainly return, but my only concern is Guyuna. I cannot abandon my wife and leave on my own, hence my hesitation. What about Qianrenxue? Qianrenxue? To be honest, I have no idea how to handle that situation. Logically, I should take her with me, but whether she agrees is another matter entirely. Her temper is quite fierce. So, you intend to give up? Not entirely. I must think of a solution. Currently, I cannot find a way to bring Guyuna and the others back with me. I could choose not to return, but I cannot neglect my parents. I am their only child. Indeed, you must return to continue your lineage, or else this generation will come to an end. By the way, do you have any means to help me return? I do possess a way to facilitate your return, including that of your destined partner. Su Chan gazed at Su Qing in disbelief, his excitement prompting him to grasp her hand tightly. Quickly, tell me, how can I return? I will reveal to you the way back, but first, I must take you to a certain place. What place? Su Qing did not respond to Su Qin. She held him with one hand as she stepped into the fractured space before her, approaching the edge of the boundary sea. Su Qing and Su Qin arrived at this place, where Su Qin was taken aback by the sight of numerous black bubbles surrounding them. What is this place? He inquired. This is the Sea of Realms. You may perceive it as a passageway to your world. And where is this passage? Why can't I see it? It requires breaking through, something I am currently unable to do. Once I complete this world task, I should attain a level akin to the Great Path, at which point I should be able to break through. Am I incapable of breaking through? Isn't that a redundant question? I cannot. So do you think you can? Well, you have a point. Let us go back. Shrek, little rabbit, come here. Little Five cast a serious gaze at the rotund figure with red hair across from her. Stop fighting. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. We just weren't compatible, which is why we broke up. I can clarify that with him. Mind your own business. Step aside. Tang Shan. Fatty. Upon hearing the commotion, Dai Mubai approached. What is going on here? Humph. Why don't you ask him? Little Five retorted indignantly. This fatty is bullying a girl in broad daylight. Noticing that Little Five had lost her shoe due to the recent skirmish, Tang Shan retrieved another pair from his soul guide and presented them to her. Dai Mubai, having heard Little Five's words, quickly sought to clarify. Little Five, I believe you've misunderstood. Just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of Tang Shan offering her the shoes, feeling a tad embarrassed. I can manage myself. With the apparent misunderstanding resolved, Dai Mubai turned his attention to the girl, Suehua, who was contemplating breaking up with Ma Hongjun. Suehua, what about you? Suehua, with a face full of grievance, covered her face and fled in tears. Tang Shan, puzzled, asked Dai Mubai, what on earth is happening? Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun. Would you like to explain, or should I? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ma Hongjun deferred to Dai Mubai. You go ahead. Dai Mubai approached Tang Shan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and they walked away. Little Five, giving Ma Hongjun a huff, followed suit. Ma Hongjun, appearing indifferent, trailed after them. Within the academy, Dai Mubai began to elucidate Ma Hongjun's situation. There are 3 students in the academy, myself included. Tang Shan seemed to grasp the implication. Oh, are you suggesting? Dai Mubai glanced back at Ma Hongjun, who merely scratched his ear and nodded slightly. Indeed, Fatty. That third one is you, the last to join the academy before you all arrived. Although I did not witness the incident firsthand, I could surmise what transpired. Yet, we cannot blame Fatty entirely. The fault lies with his Grass Kuan martial spirit. Ma Hongjun immediately protested. Nonsense. Your martial spirit is the Grass Kuan. Mine is undeniably a phoenix. Even though my elder's martial spirit is of the earth, mine is that of a phoenix. Have you not heard that even in a humble grass nest, a golden phoenix can emerge? Dai Mubai could only chuckle. Huh? A phoenix? Very well. Let it be a phoenix, Tang Shan. The rotund fellow's martial spirit is rather peculiar. The dean mentioned that it is a mutated spirit. A mutated spirit, you say? Which spirits have undergone this transformation? I have no idea. Not even the rotund one knows. In his village, all martial spirits are non-aggressive poultry. Somehow, when it comes to him, The spirit has mutated, endowing him with an innate affinity for flames. His flames are extraordinarily strange. Not only do they reach extreme temperatures, but they also possess remarkable adhesion, making them difficult to extinguish. The dean asserted that after the mutation, there is indeed a possibility for him to become a phoenix. However, there exists a significant flaw in his martial spirit. What flaw? The rotund fellow's spirit tends to go out of control, and each time it does, it wreaks havoc in the vicinity, potentially incinerating everything if one is not careful. Xiao Wu, puzzled, queried, "What does this have to do with the girl?" "You don't understand a thing," Ma Hongjun retorted without reservation. "This unfortunate fellow has been rejected multiple times, and now that this girl has finally accepted him, his emotional state is understandably unstable, which manifests in certain aspects. Hence, the girl finds it difficult to tolerate him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was left in a state of confusion. What are those aspects? What does that mean? Everyone stared at Xiao Wu, bewildered. Tang Shan quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. "Xiao Wu, it's nothing. Let us go grab a bite. I am feeling rather hungry." Xiao Wu rubbed her belly and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Tang Shan express his hunger, Dai Mubai took the lead. "Come, I shall take you all to dine." As the group made their way to the dining hall, they unexpectedly spotted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the two, hands in the air, exhibiting the utmost lewdness. Dai Mubai observed Ma Hongjuan's lascivious demeanor and admonished, "Behave yourself and suppress your baser instincts." Ma Hongjun, perplexed, retorted, "Why? Are you planning to make a move?" "I tell you, Dai, even if you are the leader, you should at least leave some soup for your brothers," Ma Hongjun lamented, ignoring the rotund fellow's words. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing directly. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was unresponsive, he deliberately shifted the topic. "Humph. That Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. Let me introduce you all. This rotund fellow is another student from our academy, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the grass phoenix." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged some whispers. And then Xiao Wu looked up to see Oscar, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that Uncle Sausage?" Oscar, radiant with joy, walked towards the large group. Little Five waved his hand in greeting, exclaiming, "Hello, Uncle Sausage." Upon hearing this, Oscar's previous exuberance transformed into a look of sheer bewilderment. "Well, let's just go to the cafeteria together," he replied. "All right." Everyone followed Dai Mubai's lead as they proceeded to the cafeteria amidst the vastness of the cosmic realm. Suqin seems to have discovered something peculiar. "Suqing, take a look over there. What on earth is that object?" Suqing's gaze followed the direction indicated by Suqin. Why would such a thing exist in a place like this? Suqing, filled with curiosity, tugged at Suqin to draw closer to that enigmatic object. What an enormous skeleton! Surely, fossils are not this large. Suqin gasped in astonishment. He felt that in comparison to this skeletal structure, he was nothing but an ant. Suqing discerned what it was, dragon bones. Why would such a place harbor dragon bones? Is it truly peculiar for dragons to manifest in such locales? Suqin gazed at Suqing with an innocent expression. Suqing had no desire to pay attention to Suqin. She intended to draw near and observe for herself. Suqing soared directly above the dragon bones, only to discover that there were indeed 9 dragon bones, along with a bronze coffin. Who could possess such extraordinary prowess to be worthy of this? Wait. Do not approach. What if there is danger? TSK, why is this child so disobedient? Driven by her insatiable curiosity, Suqing approached the bronze coffin directly. Suddenly, a tremendous force descended upon her, overwhelming her with immense pressure. Suqing wished to depart swiftly, only to discover that her powers had inexplicably vanished. What a peculiar ability. It cannot possibly originate from my own realm, for I have ascended to the status of the heavenly Tao in my world. This object is far too enigmatic. It has somehow rendered my strength non-existent. Upon noticing that Suqing was in a peculiar state, Suqin initially wished to remain uninvolved. After all, solitude seemed preferable to shared adversity. However, as he pondered the situation, a pressing question arose. How would he return? He realized he had neglected to inquire about his system. Compelled by an instinctive urge, he moved closer to Suqing, diverting his attention. Suqing initially intended to stop Suqin, but now she gazes at him in bewilderment. What on earth is this pressure? Wait, how is it that you are unharmed? Suqin felt a wave of pressure that caused him to break a slight sweat, while Suqing maintained an expressionless demeanor. What brings you here? Of course, to save you. So, have you saved me? Well, I'm currently devising a plan. But why has this coffin shrunk? Could it be that we disturbed it, causing its occupant to emerge? Impossible. There are no living beings within this bronze coffin. Merely a dense and chaotic atmosphere of death. Then what accounts for its diminishment? I am uncertain. The pressure we are experiencing seems to emanate from this peculiar coffin. Shall we attempt to push it open? But what if a zombie emerges from within? What then? Zombie? What on earth is that? Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at Su Chen's innocent expression, pondering the meaning of the previous words. Alas, a zombie is merely a corpse. Well, I cannot elucidate further. Let us proceed to push, shall we? Chapter 23, The Abyssal Leviathan. The two exerted all their strength to pry open the bronze coffin. Crack! It has opened. It has opened. As Su Chun and his companion observed a narrow gap being pushed open, a wave of curiosity washed over them. Suddenly, a burst of bluish-gray light emanated from the copper coffin, striking them with force. I will kill you. A voice echoed. Father said that without a heart, one will suffer greatly. Shall we give my heart to Father? Their encounter became a poignant farewell. Young master, run. Su Chun, why have you betrayed me? Why? I would rather perish than allow you to harm them in the slightest. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Xiao Wu. Xiao San. Tang Shan. A deafening roar erupted as the copper coffin sealed shut, and the two were violently thrust away by an unseen force. In an instant, Su Chun felt an excruciating pain in her head. Su Qing, in a slightly better state, wore a serious expression. What are these sounds? Could they be events from the future? I am utterly perplexed. Be it the future or the past, my head is on the verge of exploding. Upon noticing the crimson hue in Su Chen's eyes and the swirling black aura enveloping him, Su Qing promptly summoned her spiritual energy to administer healing. After her efforts, Su Chen's condition improved significantly, allowing her to exhale in relief. Why am I unscathed while you suffer this affliction? Is it conceivable that this copper coffin originates from your realm? Impossible. My world possesses coffins, yet none resembling this one. Truly absurd. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun with a look of skepticism. The sound she had just heard might differ from what Su Chen perceived. What did you just hear? She inquired. Oh, you heard it too? I thought I was the only one. Nonsense. Hurry up and speak, she urged. I heard a cacophony of disjointed phrases. Something about never allowing anyone to harm me even if I were to die. What does it mean? Su Qing shook her head. What I heard differs from your account. I only heard one phrase. Kill me. Kill me. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Su Chun was engulfed in existential doubt as he gazed upon the copper coffin. Could this truly belong to my world? Who possesses such extraordinary prowess to cast a coffin into the cosmos? It remains uncertain. This object may be a relic of reincarnation. Perhaps, upon returning home, you could harness the power of this enigmatic copper coffin. Goodness, you wouldn't expect me to sleep in a coffin, would you? Su Chun immediately took a few steps back, sensing the overwhelming danger emanating from Su Qing. Why are you keeping such a distance? Am I truly that frightening? Do you not wish to use me for your experiments? To cast me into a coffin? You misunderstand. I cannot even open this bronze coffin. How could I possibly throw you in? So, what you imply is, if you could open it, you would indeed cast me inside? That is one way to interpret it. Shall I give it a try? Don't. Let's return. Su Qing and Su Chun instantaneously transported themselves into the room. After their departure, the copper coffin creaked open, revealing a peculiar figure with red hair, its face obscured. One hand held a few hundred drops of golden blood, which shimmered and flickered as he gently waved his palm, causing the blood to evaporate into nothingness. We shall meet again, Emperor of Desolation. With that, he vanished, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, everyone was joyously preparing to head to the dining hall when suddenly they were called to assemble in the square by Flander. Your beard? Tang Shan remarked with a puzzled expression as he looked at Oscar. Oscar raised an eyebrow and adjusted his hairstyle, thinking, aren't there a few new beauties around? I must present myself well to attract their attention. Zhu Qing shot him a sidelong glance while Xiao Wu stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief. Xiao San, isn't that the merchant uncle? What merchant uncle? Oscar retorted. This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek. The four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. He possesses a flying beast martial soul, quite a rarity among soul masters. That phrase, I only accept monsters, not ordinary people, originated from him. Upon hearing Oscar's introduction, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking, fortunately, He's only a level 78 big sausage uncle. Our school doesn't have any soul Douluo level soul masters, does it? Oscar, unable to tolerate being called the big sausage uncle, introduced himself directly. Please call me sausage specialist, Oscar. And regarding what you mentioned about soul Douluo, do you think they are as common as vegetables? There are no more than 100 soul Douluos on the continent, all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. Combined, the two great empires have only 10. They are not easily encountered. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's good. Tang Shan looked at Xiao Wu with concern. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Nothing. Xiao San, do you think that merchant uncle remembers us? It's only been 2 days. He shouldn't have forgotten us. However, since he is the dean, he likely won't hold our previous offenses against us. Returning to their room, the two were engrossed in their phones. Hey, Su Chun. I seem to have heard that there's a 5-person competition in the fighting arena. What should we do since there are only 2 of us? Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Su Chun halted his actions. A look of perplexity etched upon his face as he gazed at her. What is it? Is there something on my face? No. It's just that how did you come by this news? Everyone is aware of it. You must have heard it too, right? Well, of course I know. How could I not? System, is there something amiss? Why didn't you inform me about the 5-person match? Not that. You truly don't know? While in the Seoul arena of Sodo City, did you not witness the 5-person competition? You were there in person. Goodness. What was occupying your mind? Isn't that rather obvious? I only just became aware of it. So what now? All right, I'm at a loss for words. Farewell. Summoners. Or perhaps gather a few to accompany us. If we encounter any dissenters, we'll deal with them decisively, compelling them with virtue. Upon hearing Su Chan's solution, Su Qing gave a thumbs up. I truly appreciate individuals like you who place great importance on the competition. This idea is simply splendid, isn't it? I had a feeling it would be. So, where shall we search? Where shall we look? I recall that on that day, we encountered an island named Poseidon's Isle amidst the sea. On this continent, we discovered only some inferior options. Would it not be more prudent for us to venture to Poseidon's Isle? Su Qing's eyes brightened as she immediately stood up and saluted Su Qin, declaring, understood. Always ready. Su Qin stared in bewilderment, pointing at Su Qing, and exclaimed, where on earth did you learn this? I certainly did not teach you such things. Su Qing took out her phone, aligning the screen with Su Chen's face. Su Chen then realized that you were watching World War II, specifically the German front. No wonder. I find this particularly intriguing. I have never encountered such fascinating things before. Next time, if you happen upon this, you have wandered to the wrong place. This location is of no use. Oh, Su Chen tossed her phone into the void, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. Ready. It was time to create a ruckus. Understood. Silence. Your understanding is of no consequence. Even I am bewildered by that place. What do you truly comprehend? Let me assure you, no matter how hard you try to grasp it, it remains elusive. So, have you come to an understanding? Clap. In the sky, Su Qing, still yearning for more, applauded. Have you grasped it yet? Su Chen's face was swollen, and with a pitiful nod, he grasped the course of action ahead. I don't understand, he murmured. Oh, now I see, we must head towards the sea. Oh, you should have mentioned that earlier. Su Qing directly grasped Su Chun and instantaneously transported them to the depths of the ocean. Su Chun gazed at Su Qing in utter disbelief, exclaiming, what on earth are you doing? Did you not say we were in the ocean? Is this not indeed within the ocean? I certainly did not refer to this very ocean. He retorted, oh, dear siblings, I appreciate your dedication. As the two bickered, a colossal eye suddenly opened, revealing a titanic pupil that surveyed the commotion. It noticed the 2 minuscule humans, no larger than ants, disrupting its rest. In an instant, it was overcome with irritation, bellowing, how outrageous, humans! You have gone too far. The creature sensed a tremendous power emanating from the 2 individuals. If it were to absorb their energy, it would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Su Qing and Su Chun turned their heads in bewilderment to gaze upon the colossal figure. Su Qing stroked her chin, contemplating the colossal creature before her. This fish was larger than the one she encountered on the island, and she wondered about its edibility. Wait, is that a whale? Whales are protected species, are you not aware of that? Is that truly the case? Of course, in my world, every animal holds more value than humans. Snakes, even the king of Gigi, are deemed more significant. But this is not your world, is it? Yes, the after effects. Nonetheless, this fish looks unappetizing at first glance. Just look at its injured eye. It must have been caught by fishermen, who, recognizing it, chose to release it. Are you implying that this fish is inedible? Naturally, as a business owner, I am well aware of which fish are delectable and which are not. So what shall we do? Let it go. It seems rather pitiable with one eye blinded. We ought to be compassionate individuals, not bullies to the less fortunate. Su Qing gazed earnestly at Su Qing, imparting profound truths. Indeed, it appears rather pitiable. Su Qing produced a large bag of golden soul coins and presented it to the colossal creature before her. The magnificent beast could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Ah, I am the king of the deep-sea whales. How dare you two insignificant insects look down upon me? Perish, the king of the deep-sea whales? Is it truly formidable?" Su Qing, with an expression of curiosity, inquired of Su Chun. "I am unaware. He charged at us. Ah, I wish to absorb you." Smack. Howl. "My lord, elder sister, sir, I have erred. I implore you, spare me." A burly, muscular man knelt, gripping his ears with both hands. His face etched with remorse as he wept, repeatedly bowing his head. "Did you not just declare your intent to absorb us? How can a man possibly absorb another man? You ought to absorb women instead." The deep-sea demon whale king exclaimed, No, my lord. I assure you, I do not absorb either men or women. I merely wish to consume some small fish and shrimp. I beg you, grant me mercy. It has been arduous for me to cultivate to this point, rest assured. I shall never bully either men or women again. Smack. Why dost thou strike me? The deep-sea demon whale king gazed at Su Chun in bewilderment. Who forbade you from absorbing women? From henceforth, you are permitted only to absorb females? Understand? Understand? What is that? My lord, could you provide me with a hint? Smack. You are as foolish as a pig. Understand means to comprehend. Do you grasp that? Comprehend. Comprehend. I understand. I now realize that understand equates to comprehension. I shall dutifully heed your commands and only absorb females. Smack. The deep-sea demon whale king turned, still in a daze, to face Su Qing, who had struck him, with a visage radiating innocence. Su Qing gazed upon the oceanic demon whale king, inquiring, My lord, have I erred in any way? I have adhered to your instructions, only absorbing females. As you know, I am one myself. Please, enlighten me. The oceanic demon whale king, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Ah, you have pushed me too far. I shall not stand idly by. With a resounding slap, he added, Ah, it does not hurt. Not in the slightest. I am, after all, the sovereign of the seas. How could I possibly be outmatched by two mere ants? Su Qin? This creature dares to call us ants. Su Qin shrugged, indicating a reluctance to speak. Hee. No one has ever referred to me as an ant. You are the first to do so. You have mentioned ants in various forms. Today, I, Su Qing, shall reveal who the true ant is. By the grace of heaven and earth. In an instant, Su Qing's body surged skyward, expanding 3,000-fold, breaking through the celestial vault. Su Qin, much like the deep-sea demon whale king, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. What on earth are you up to now? Goodness, this is truly immense. Isn't this akin to the skills of Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong? Can you actually do this? That esteemed figure, what are you doing? Su Qin regarded the deep-sea demon whale king with evident disdain. I now realize that whether I absorb males or females matters little. I find great joy in absorbing small fish and shrimp, which I adore. Oh, why should I care? Were you not dismissive of her size? And now? You are but a single cell. A cell? What does that imply? A cell, cough. This leads to a myriad of explanations. Firstly, it is the fundamental unit of structure and function in biological entities, exhibiting a diverse array of shapes. One can expect this to continue for a considerable duration. Su Qin cleared his throat, seeking clarity. Did you understand? The deep-sea demon whale king pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze. His eyes filled with unwavering determination as he looked at Su Qin. Su Qin expressed great relief upon witnessing the expression of the deep-sea demon whale king. He pondered the nature of life itself. Alas, it seems futile, just as foolish as Su Qing. Perhaps it is better to end it all. What does end it all mean, my lord? Oh, it simply refers to my contemplation of whether to have braised fish or spicy fish chunks for dinner tonight. There are so many delightful options. And considering your substantial size, it should be more than sufficient. Su Qin maintained a grave demeanor as he patted the astonished deep-sea magic whale king. Spare me. My lord, please do not refer to me as my lord, for it sounds akin to the infamous Wu Dalong. What should I call you then? Brother, perhaps? Very well, brother. As long as you do not consume me, I shall certainly heed your words. I am willing to follow you through fire and water without hesitation. I did not seek to be born on the same day or in the same month of the same year, but rather to share the same fate on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Stop. Stop. Are you mixing up your narratives? Have you watched too much of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Who would want to perish alongside you? A mere fish. Yes, yes, brother, your correction is duly noted. I shall not perish. I shall not perish. Ah, the young fish can indeed be taught. So, brother, will you grant me mercy? Su Chun let out a sigh and patted the shoulder of the deep-sea demon whale king. My dear brother, do not hesitate to speak. In truth, it is my elder sister who manages the affairs of the household. Elder sister? Is she the one who has grown in size? Indeed. Remember, I am the elder brother, and she is the elder sister. Do you understand? From now on, refer to her as elder sister. Su Chun gazed encouragingly at the deep-sea demon whale king, who, taken aback by the unexpected support, promptly nodded in agreement. Su Chun whispered into Su Qing's ear, Hey, don't be so loud. Your feet smell terribly. Are you a fairy? How dare you say my feet smell? She retorted. Do you have any idea how many people wish to catch a whiff of my divine feet? You are truly unaware of the fortune you possess. Do you find them fragrant? Su Chun turned to gaze at the trembling sea monster king. Fragrant? Absolutely. I can feel my cultivation level has ascended by a notch. The sea monster king nodded enthusiastically, leaving Su Chun utterly speechless. Goodness. Are you a fish from a San's household? You actually think they smell good? A San? Who is that? Brother, I have never heard of such a person. Oh, it's just as well you haven't heard of him. My third brother possesses extraordinary abilities, able to balance a motorcycle with 20 people without toppling over. What? A motorcycle? Is that a soul bone? Yes, yes. Don't speak. Come with me to Sea God Island. We plan to retrieve something from there. Upon hearing this, the sea monster king immediately protested. You can have him find someone else to fight. But to have him engage in a battle he cannot win is akin to seeking death. Either way, it's death. It would be better to perish here. Brother, I am truly at my wit's end. That Sea God Island is guarded by a peerless Douluo of level 99. I genuinely cannot handle it. Oh, you little brother are quite something, selling out your elder brother right from the start. Sharing fortune is fine, but avoiding difficulties together is not. Brother, please, do not put me in a difficult position. I truly cannot defeat them. Are you not sending me to my demise? Are you not also selling out your own brother? Brother? When did you two become brothers? Su Qing gazed at the two with an expression of pure curiosity. What kind of brotherhood is this? I have never encountered a sibling so fearful of death. The crux of the matter is, he incessantly babbles nonsense, pleading for mercy from me. He speaks of plunging into fiery depths without hesitation, yet look at him, his previous words were mere drivel. Plunge into fiery depths? How about I immerse you in a boiling pot instead? Add a touch of chili, some hot pot seasoning, and I assure you, you would not hesitate. Yet, is this not like forcing a fish into a difficult situation? This is only the beginning, and you want me to face death? Who would willingly embrace such a fate? The deep-sea demon whale king pouted, expressing his grievances. Su Chun merely chuckled. Su Qing, what is the matter? We're having sashimi today? I discovered a delectable dish on my phone. It involves delicately slicing the flesh from the fish, and then adding my secret seasoning to ensure it's both delicious and delightful. However, you just mentioned that this fish isn't particularly tasty, did you not? That was a mistake on my part. In truth, this fish is naturally exquisite. Melting in your mouth, utterly flawless, and it even enhances one's beauty. Truly. The deep-sea demon whale king immediately recoiled as he observed the two fiends approaching him with mischievous grins. Wait a moment. The two halted, their expressions filled with confusion. Brother, you are indeed correct. We share both fortune and adversity. Today, I, old fish, am determined to stake my life on this fish and accompany you. What's this? Are you afraid? Fear is not an option. Brother, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against the sea god. This eye of mine was wounded by him. You need not worry. Go and retrieve what you seek, while I shall defend against all human sea spirit masters outside. Today, I am ready to give it my all. Su Qin squinted slightly, uttering no words, and directly tossed the knife to Su Qing. Bewildered, she gazed at the deep-sea demon whale king, her eyes shimmering with confusion as she swallowed hard. What is the matter, Su Qin? Are you unable to strike? It's all right, come here. You can prepare the ingredients while I assure you that I will carve it piece by piece. Sister, how could you possibly consume your own subordinate? How could I bear such a thing? The deep-sea demon whale king knelt before Su Qing, weeping profusely. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but her expression darkened instantly. How dare you call me big sister? Am I really that old? Ah, then how about miss? A miss is not old. Indeed, that's right. You should address me as miss. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, then sighed, lamenting the absence of sashimi. Su Qin stood beside, her face flushed and her neck thick with laughter. Su Qing, with a puzzled expression, gently patted Su Qin and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Ah, miss, no, Su Qing. I actually believe you are quite suited to be called miss. With your exquisite features and remarkable figure, you are truly one in a million, a rare beauty. Rest assured, if I were back home, it would cost a fortune for just one encounter. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Qin was already laughing so hard that she could hardly breathe. "Ha ha ha, my dear, if she were to know that in my hometown. A miss refers to those who provide services to men, she would surely be amused." Ha ha ha. Su Qing's expression, initially one of confusion, gradually transformed, taking on an appearance reminiscent of an African descent. Her voice trembled as she gently patted Su Qin's shoulder. "Ahem, ahem, ahem, what is the matter? Are you in a hurry to depart?" "Hee hee, of course, I shall assist you on your journey." Su Qing directly performed a move reminiscent of One Punch Man, striking Su Qin in the abdomen, resulting in a violent retch. Su Qin spat out a mouthful of water, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. The seabed trembled violently as the deep-sea demon whale king turned pale. He had just sensed the peril of Su Qing's punch. Never before had he experienced such an intense warning of impending death. Su Qing turned her gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king, remaining silent as she proceeded in the direction where Su Chun had just been sent flying. The deep-sea demon whale king, relieved to see Su Qing depart, exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly terrified. It seemed a relocation was in order. "If you dare to move, just watch me cast a sun into these waters. I wish to see which is greater, the vast ocean or the sun itself. Ah, but what should I call you? Simply address me as Sister Su. And you, follow closely behind me. Should I catch you fleeing, rest assured, I shall ensure that your deep-sea demon whale clan faces utter destruction. Yes, yes, you are absolutely right. Sister Su, I shall follow immediately." The deep-sea demon whale king hastened at an unprecedented speed, only to come to a halt. Sister Su. Where exactly are you now? I've lost track. Useless. A beast is but a beast. Remain where you are, and remember, should you dare to flee, you already know the consequences. Do not worry, Sister Su. I assure you, I will not run." After Su Qing finished transmitting her thoughts, she gazed at Su Chun, who was kneeling on the ground and retching. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a pang of compassion welled up within Su Qing. She crouched down to assist Su Qin, exclaiming, "How could you accuse me of being such a vile person? Do you not realize the gravity of your mistake?" Su Qin's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering. He gazed at Su Qing, just as he was about to speak, when suddenly he retched violently, and a moment later, he expelled the contents of his stomach, splattering it directly onto Su Qing's face. Su Qing felt an involuntary twitch in her eyelids. She touched the stains on her face and brought her fingers to her nose, only to turn pale in an instant. "Ugh, Su Qin, what on earth have you consumed? It reeks." Coughing, she exclaimed, "I didn't mean to. I apologize. I've recovered from my sickness. Are you all right?" "Ah, it's unbearable. I swear I shall end you. Look at you, once again consumed by rage. Let me remind you, my dear, that such anger in a woman hastens the aging process. Spare me your smooth talk. Who are you? State your name." A violet sea spirit master from Ocean God Island drew his blade, aiming it at Su Qing. "Wait, who are you? Your timing is impeccable. You arrive precisely when one seeks death." Su Chan gazed at the purple sea spirit master with exasperation. "How audacious! Do you know who I am?" The sea spirit master drew his sword, preparing to approach Su Qing. Upon catching a whiff of the air, he immediately recoiled, covering his nose, his expression one of sheer terror as he regarded Su Qing. "You, what are you all doing? It reeks. What have you consumed? Offending me is one thing. But Su Qing, look at this. He dares to call us foul. You need not speak. I can hear you just fine. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Goodness, Su Qing, shouldn't you confront him directly?" Su Qing leaned closer to Su Qin, whispering softly in his ear. Su Qin detected the scent emanating from Su Qing's body. With one hand pinching his nose and his cheeks puffed out, he resolutely listened until the end. "Isn't this redundant? We're here to seize something, so we must maintain a semblance of politeness." Su Qin stared blankly, releasing his grip and helplessly gazing at Su Qing as he remarked, "You come to seize my belongings yet speak so politely. You truly are a good person, aren't you?" "Hee hee, I wholeheartedly agree. I am indeed a benefactor to the world. Could you perhaps step back a little? Why? Because I find myself somewhat short of breath. Your scent is overwhelmingly unpleasant. Su Qing, that old witch. Do not presume that your extravagant attire can entice me. I must inform you, the scent emanating from you has already betrayed your true nature. The Purple Sea Spirit Master, wearing a proud expression, raised his head and pinched his nose, exclaiming, "Goodness! My friend, you are even more formidable than the last one. You are akin to the dreaded Black Mountain Witch herself. I sincerely hope that in your next life, you do not take on human form." Su Chan gazed at the Purple Sea Soul Master with a look of sympathy. What could it mean? The Purple Sea Soul Master was still pondering the words that Su Chen had just spoken. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, and in an instant, she teleported before the Purple Sea Spirit Master, delivering a powerful punch directly toward him. The Purple Sea Spirit Master, taken aback, sought to defend himself immediately. But the speed was on an entirely different level. Thud! Su Qing delivered a powerful punch, smashing the head of the Violet Sea Spirit Master into the ground, resembling the explosive shattering of a watermelon. Su Qing did not relent. She drew her long sword and struck the corpse countless times. In an instant, the body was reduced to dust, and as a gust of wind swept through, it gradually transformed into nature itself. Su Chen gazed at Su Qing in astonishment. You not only killed him, but also desecrated his remains. Surely, this must be considered a form of exorcism. Spare me your Western doctrines. I have an aversion to those two bald figures who proclaim that certain individuals deserve death. Is this what you meant by politeness? My goodness. Your interpretation of civility has utterly reshaped my understanding. Enough of this chatter. We find ourselves in a realm of demons and malevolence. We shall vanquish these fiends to uphold righteousness. Su Chen, let us charge forth together. Whatever catches our fancy, we shall seize, and what does not, we shall reduce to ashes. Su Chen halted in his tracks, a bewildered expression adorning his face as he gazed at Su Qing. In the primordial world, are there truly bandits? Nonsense, of course not. Where did you learn such a thing? Humph. Naturally, I acquired this knowledge from television dramas. Su Chen, who goes there? A few guards immediately rushed out. I am your father. Die. With a single stroke of her sword, Su Qing cleaved through dozens, severing them in twain. At this moment, Su Chen bore only a JoJo expression, gazing at Su Qing with a visage filled with existential doubt. Su Qing gazed at Su Chen, who was trailing behind her, exclaiming, "Is this something you learned from a television drama? Goodness, have you gone too far? As a mere Earth dweller, I have never encountered such a show. Does it truly feature songs like that? Perhaps it is you who cannot keep pace with the times. You are growing old." Su Chen, how impolite. Are you truly suggesting that someone as ancient as you would dare to call me, a mere 20-year-old, old? Oh, it seems you are still quite youthful after all. Never mind, I shall let bygones be bygones. I still consider myself your younger sister. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words in your presence. Su Chen felt a twinge of regret. He ought not to have introduced Su Lingsh into the world of mobile phones. The more she played, the more eccentric she became. Imagine, a primordial sage leaping and frolicking in the heavens, lost in a whimsical dance. Su Chen shook his head. Unwilling to entertain such a vivid imagery, it was simply too surreal. Perhaps he was merely one of the few pillars supporting this bizarre spectacle? What we seek should be found within that realm. Let us venture forth to the first. Su Qing grasped Su Chen's hand as they soared towards the highest pillar of Sea God Island. Who dares to trespass upon Sea God Island? A female voice echoed. The two of them lowered their heads, only to discover a diminutive shark. Goodness, this fish is rather small, isn't it? It hardly seems appetizing, one remarked. Sister, is this truly about the taste? Ah, can you not be more sensible? Oh, then what do you suggest? I say what I say. Su Chen cleared his throat and politely addressed the sharks below. May I inquire, esteemed Kuan sister, where might we find the most formidable soul master in your vicinity? Rest assured, if you kindly share this information with us, we shall not inflict any harm upon you. The sharks in the water bristled with indignation, their veins taut with fury. Do you take us, the Great White Shark Clan, for fools? We are the guardian soul beasts of Sea God Island. I urge you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame us for showing no mercy, land soul masters. Su Chen sighed deeply, lamenting the presence of yet another foolish fish. The last encounter was with that creature known as the Dark Whale Evil Tiger, which was equally a mere shark currency. How is it that this world seems devoid of protective measures for its creatures? The crux of the matter is that this soul-devouring great white shark lacks the intelligence of its own kin, The orca. Bang. Su Qing struck with her palm, exclaiming, "The great white shark of the demon soul. Su Qing, I must address you," she continued. "Look at yourself. How could you behave in such a manner? What has come over you? I do not mean to offend, but consider all these ingredients, so carelessly squandered. This is truly excessive. The shark arms are incredibly delectable." Su Qing wore a perplexed expression. Do sharks have arms? Indeed, sharks possess arms. All creatures in nature do. Then how do you explain insects? Insects? They are not merely creatures of nature, but rather pests within it. Are you not aware of what pests are? Oh, I see. When encountering pests, one ought to eradicate them. Hold on, not all insects are malevolent. Take the silkworm, for instance. Oh, the flavor. When cooked in oil until golden and crispy, it is truly a delight. Gulp. You must prepare it for me next time. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Humph. As if I would be eager to do so. What did you say? Nothing. Look, the mermaid is coming. She is soaring through the sky, heading our way. A mermaid. Oh, how delightful that name sounds. As Su Qing abruptly turned her head, her eyes dazzled, she gazed at the mermaid. Upon seeing her countenance, all desire dissipated. This was no mermaid at all. She was clearly a human. Su Chun must be blind. Ah, my apologies. Who could blame her for donning attire reminiscent of a fish? I was merely too hasty in my observation. Hey, that white-haired one. What is your name? State it forthwith, for I, Su Chun, do not slay nameless individuals. Poseidon hovered in the air, her expression grave as she regarded Su Qing and Su Chen. They felt an immense pressure, even more formidable than that of the sea god himself. Oh, so you are Poseidon. Poseidon? What Poseidon? By the heavens, I am speaking of Poseidon, the land spirit. You must not be so unreasonable. What is I? Slap. Ah, Su Qing, you lunatic. Why did you hit me? Have you lost your mind? She said Poseidon. Oh, I understand now. Poseidon, Poseidon, Poseidon. I could very well be Boston's dragon. Look at you, all flustered. I am not flustered. How could I possibly be flustered? Enough, enough. Cease this commotion. After Su Chen's outburst, he looked squarely at Poseidon and exclaimed, Hey, yes, the one who took Qian. You are Poseidon, correct? May I inquire why you have come to my sea god island to commit such wanton slaughter of the innocent? I am at a loss as to what offense we have committed against you. On the mainland, they have indeed wronged us. What do you mean by that? Look, I entered with Su Qing politely, yet your people chose to engage in conflict. Are we to be slain without cause? Is there no law? No justice? No morality? Poseidon clenched her teeth, taking a deep breath to steady herself. So, are you implying that we should apologize to you? Uft. Who needs your apology? We are here to seize what we desire. You are far too arrogant. My sea god island is not a place that mere terrestrial soul masters can provoke. Look around. Your numbers may be great, but I expected more nobility from you. Instead, you are nothing but a rabble of lowly creatures. How audacious. Su Chun had not anticipated such boldness from you today, to utter such words. Cough, cough, cough. Learn from television dramas. Su Qing. Poseidon intends to directly unleash the ninth soul skill, allowing the sea god himself to resolve the matter. She had witnessed the formidable image of the deep-sea demon whale king earlier in the depths of the ocean and realized that she was no match for it. Su Chun, look above, there is something luminous. Is it the light bulb you mentioned? I am not sure. You should take a look. Su Qing instantly teleported towards the radiant spot, and Poseidon felt a surge of foreboding in her heart. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ninth soul skill, the summons of the sea god. In an instant, the heavens parted, revealing a colossal blue apparition. Great sea god. Poseidon's eyes sparkled with admiration as she knelt in the air. Just as the sea god was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Get lost. You look just like a blue smurf. Su Chun instantaneously teleported before Poseidon, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying, leaving the surroundings in stunned silence. Poseidon stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a sound. Su Qing instantly teleported, wielding a magnificent golden trident in her hand. Upon encountering the trident, Su Chun wore a mischievous smile, suddenly inspired by a whimsical thought. Chapter 25. Return to the Starry Forest. Lord of the Sea. Poseidon stammered, his voice trembling. TSK, TSK, TSK. I expected something grand, yet upon its appearance, I presumed it to be a masterful tool, only to realize it falls short. It resembles that grandmaster's work, merely enhanced by a touch of effect. Su Chun, how does one utilize this contraption? Su Chun gazed at the trident in his hand, his eyes shifting towards Poseidon. The latter took a few steps back, his expression fraught with fear. What do you intend to do? Let me remind you. Your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent will not be forgiven by the Lord of the Sea. Are you not a fool? That blue sprite you mentioned is indeed the Lord of the Sea, isn't it? TSK, TSK, TSK. How has the handsome foreigner Poseidon been reduced to this state by your kind? Enough, come with me. Impossible. Humph. Impossible? Su Qing. Come, bind her at once. Yes. Su Qing took out a rope and casually threw it towards Poseidon. As if understanding Su Qing's intention, the rope swiftly bound Poseidon in a tight embrace. Su Qing clapped her hands, standing tall with an eager expression, anticipating Su Chen's praise. Su Chen was left utterly speechless as he glanced at Su Qing. Why are you tied up like this? He inquired. Oh, don't all men prefer such bindings? She continued. I noticed on my phone that many men are talking about teacher song. Out of curiosity, I searched for her, and although she may not be the most virtuous woman, she certainly captivates your male audience. The films she stars in often feature such bindings. Su Chen, so? Have you also seen that thing? What thing? Are you referring to that little movie? I find it rather uninteresting. Ahem, hand me your phone, it's confiscated. If you want to play games, then just play games. Why do you indulge in such nonsense every day? At your young age, learning to watch these things? What will become of you when you grow up? No way. Humph. Oh, so you're being rebellious now. The two argued animatedly, completely oblivious to the scorching gaze of Poseidon above them. This was beyond her control. The binding was simply too shameful. All right. You are forbidden from watching that thing again. It's detrimental to your health. I will watch it. I even watched Goblin. Fine. I haven't seen that thing. Yet you have. By the way, where did you obtain such resources? Can you even post about it in the video comments? Hey, you can't post it, but that doesn't mean it can't be sent privately. High Priestess, we have come to rescue you. 7 figures emerged from the 7 sacred pillars, soaring towards Poseidon. Poseidon appeared bewildered. Why have you all come? The sea god is not even a match for him. What use is your presence? Su Chen squinted as he beheld 7 more figures soaring through the air, resembling the fantastical creatures from Journey to the West. Among them, he spotted a girl akin to a mermaid, gracefully clutching a flute in her hand. Su Chen gazed at the trident in his hand, murmuring to himself, in ancient times. There was the legendary Runta who wielded his spear. In modernity, we have Ma Chao who vanquished the foot soldiers. Today, it is I, Su Chen. Who shall pierce through the mermaid? Su Chen grasped a trident in one hand and hurled it with disregard towards the approaching mermaid, unleashing an attack that sliced through the fabric of space, aimed at the 7 assailants. This is bad. Everyone, take cover, shouted a man with 2 horns atop his head, his heart racing with trepidation. Yet, as a guardian of the 7 pillars, he could not merely stand by and watch as others faced danger. The combined might of the 7 coalesced into a protective shield. I implore you, spare them. They are innocent. I will accompany you willingly. Do with me as you please. Tears of resentment cascaded down Poseidon's cheek. What? Have you misunderstood the situation? The laws of this world dictate survival of the fittest. You are the villains. Do you truly believe I would allow you to escape? Upon hearing Poseidon's plea, Su Chen chuckled softly. Are we not the villains here? He mused. Beside him, Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with disbelief. Are we truly the bad guys? Have we ever oppressed the common folk? No, we have only vanquished the wicked. Besides, did you not just proclaim the eradication of demons? Look at them. How few resemble humans. Fish that are not fish, men that are not men. Only Poseidon possesses a somewhat human visage. Ah, the sea witch. You scoundrel. I shall end your life. In an instant, the shield shattered, and the trident pierced through her form like a beam of light. She emitted a wretched scream before disintegrating into nothingness. The other guardians gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with rage as they glared at Su Chen and his companion. Let us charge. He no longer wields the trident. We still have a chance. No, do not advance. You are no match for them. Flee at once. They are after me. Poseidon cried out with all his might. Su Chen entrusted the remaining individuals to Su Qing, as they were ultimately the same. He soared before Poseidon, who gritted his teeth, glaring at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes. I swear, what transpires today will be repaid 100-fold. I shall ensure that you are torn to shreds. Ha ha ha. Come, strike me with a planet. It shall not harm me. But you? The Lord of the Sea shall not let you escape. You will come to regret your actions today. Su Chen wore a sly grin as he gazed at Poseidon, stroking his chin. Look, I have just slain your subordinate. What can your god do for you now? Oh. Su Qing clapped her hands and waved them dismissively, exclaiming in exasperation that despite her warnings against fighting, they were determined to engage in conflict. Now, all had succumbed to the fray. Ah, you all. I shall seek mutual destruction with you. Posiasai struggled fiercely, only to realize in astonishment that she lacked the strength to resist. Her gaze fell upon the ropes binding her. Indeed, it was the ropes. Oh my, clever indeed. The binding immortal rope, from which even a golden immortal cannot escape. Engaging in theft and trafficking, you truly deserve what you have. Su-chan, is that not the very staff belonging to the monkey? Surely, a monkey cannot lack the strength of a golden immortal. A stone monkey born of heaven and earth? Quite possibly. I am uncertain about that. However, I do possess one on my end, though it has yet to emerge. Nevertheless, this being is undoubtedly not of trivial nature. As for me, I have already entrusted it to Lady Nuwa and her companions to experiment with. I am too lazy to concern myself with this matter. Well, look here, I have slain all of you. What can your deity possibly do for you now? Ha. I firmly believe that you wicked beings shall face retribution. Indeed, I am convinced. Su Qing, take it away. So, do we still require this trident? What purpose does it serve? What era are we in, still adhering to the ways of primitive man? Oh, then I shall discard it. Discard it if you wish, however. I feel a peculiar familiarity with this object. Su Chan gazed at the trident in Su Qing's hand, feeling a flicker of familiarity. He recalled glimpsing it while casually browsing videos, yet he had not paid it much heed. A system? What could this mean? Could this trident possibly be related to Tang Shan? Indeed. Of course, it is connected. In what way? It is an essential artifact for his ascension to divinity. Without it, he cannot achieve his divine status. Should I return it to its rightful owner? No, do as you please. Wouldn't that disrupt the narrative? It would indeed. However, the true adversary has yet to reveal themselves. Why do I feel as though you were merely toying with me from the start? Alas, I did deceive you initially. My intention was to ensure you rested and refrained from reckless behavior. So what is the situation now? Are you suggesting that I could not return home from the very beginning? You may return, but what? The truth is, you're already deceased. Your soul having been drawn into this inferior realm by me. Cough, cough. System, your jest is truly amusing. Please refrain from such remarks in the future. How could a virtuous person like me possibly meet such an end? What does being a good person have to do with life and death? Ha. You have a point. So does this mean I cannot return in this lifetime? Naturally, you can return, but your lifespan will be severely limited. For your body on that side is already what? It is nothing. Just do your best not to wield the powers of the arid emperor. I am not yet restored and cannot confront those individuals. Those individuals? Who are they? Su Chan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the system's words. Initially, he desired to return, but the system insisted that he complete a task. Now, it seemed to suggest that he merely needed to behave himself, leading him to abandon the task altogether. Presently, he was informed that the task was inconsequential, only warning him against utilizing the soul of the Wasteland Emperor. Could it be that the true adversary was exceptionally formidable? Su Qin. Huh? What is it? What are you pondering? Should I truly discard this trident? No need to throw it away. It should be returned to its rightful owner. And please release Poseidon. What? Are you out of your mind? You want to let go of something we painstakingly captured? It matters not. Just release it. But we are still short on personnel. How shall we participate in the soul battle? Let us just find a few random individuals. After all, it's a guaranteed win regardless. Su Qing deftly collected the rope and casually discarded it, casting Poseidon into the depths of the sea. With a flick of her wrist, the trident returned to its rightful owner. The deep-sea demon whale king observed everything from the ocean, initially believing that Su Qin and Su Qing were doomed. To his astonishment, these two proved to be remarkably powerful, even surpassing the sea god. His heart raced with shock, yet he felt a sense of relief. At least he had acknowledged them as his superiors. Su Chun, where shall we seek out others next? I have no desire to engage in pointless skirmishes. It would be utterly meaningless to kill indiscriminately. Let us venture to the Starlit Forest. TCH, where do you intend to go now? Are you planning to enlist your wife's assistance? She is but one person. Trust me, we must go. Should we bring this fish along? Su Qing pointed towards the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean. Su Qin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let us take him along, otherwise, he may become someone else's soul ring. It would be safer for him to accompany us, and we have no need for such an item. The key is that he can serve as our enforcer for trivial matters, allowing us to delegate those insignificant tasks to him. Indeed, that makes sense. Su Qing addressed the sea, saying, "Little brother, come forth, and henceforth, you shall accompany us." The deep-sea magic whale king, taken aback, soared into the sky, ceaselessly grinning and nodding, exclaiming, "Indeed, Sister Su speaks the truth. Yes, I ought to bestow upon you a fortune, yet this fortune would be beyond your capacity to bear. So let us forego it. Haha, no need for that. Just by following you, dear brother, I have already received the utmost blessing. I would not dare to covet the treasures of the Su family. Are you implying that you desire less? No, no, no. I wish for nothing at all. I desire nothing. Very well, as long as you understand. You must realize that if I were to offer you something, it would indeed be a disservice to you." As Su Chun listened, a look of confusion crossed his face. Initially, he thought Su Qing was reluctant to give, but observing her, it seemed that she was not unwilling, but rather incapable of providing assistance. Why would giving him something be detrimental to him? Nonsense. What could I possibly offer him? He is a product of this world. Even the simplest elixir from my realm would be beyond his capacity to endure. I possess none of the elixirs that cultivators use. They are all meant to enhance one's cultivation. How could I possibly give him anything? If I were to offer him a weapon, could he even wield it? He struggles to lift even that trident. Is that not the case? Of course. Then why don't you provide something? Me? Perhaps I could teach him the art of concealed weapons? But would that truly be of any utility to him? You are skilled in that. Isn't that the treasure that Tang Shan has always protected? Indeed, but since I acquired it, I have scarcely used it, as I find it rather ineffective. True. Giving this fish would also be futile, but you could. Could what? We could vigorously promote this concealed weapon technique, ensuring that all common folk are informed. Su Chen gazed wide-eyed at Su Qing, nodding in agreement. It makes sense. When the time comes, we need not lift a finger. Tang Shan is destined to be the first male protagonist in the annals of anime to perish from sheer rage. Your strategy of exploiting vulnerabilities is truly remarkable. Oh. If I wished to eliminate him, a mere fingertip would suffice. However, my system informs me that he still has certain matters to finalize before his development is complete. Personally, I am indifferent. I believe that once he ascends to divinity, he will at least be able to endure some punishment, unlike now, when he cannot withstand even a hint of pressure. You truly are a good person. Naturally, as Su Chen and Su Qing leisurely soared through the sky, they were trailed by a bewildered deep-sea demon whale king in the starlit great forest. Big sister, he may never return. Humans are indeed untrustworthy. Deities exhaled, a regal aura emanating from him. No, I believe in him. Su Chen is not that kind of person. Big sister, do not cling to false hope. That fellow hasn't shown up in years. What are you still waiting for? I trust him. Alas, big sister, why must you be so stubborn? I do not know. I just feel an odd thought lingering in my heart. I cannot quite grasp what it is, yet he occupies my mind constantly. Deities cast her a sidelong glance, recognizing yet another lovesick soul had emerged. Deities, you may leave. I shall continue to await his return. Unsure of what to say, Deities sighed and departed. Having never experienced love himself, he could not comprehend such matters. Chapter 26. What has been lost, oh la la, oh la la, oh la la, hey? The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. The two sang joyfully in the air, while the deep-sea demon whale king covered his ears, wearing a bewildered expression. Bro, Sister Su, we are family. Huh, what do you mean? Is our singing displeasing? Pleasant. Indeed, it is enchanting. I have never heard such wondrous melodies in my life. I want to hear it again. Tears of emotion streamed down the deep-sea demon whale king's face. See, I told you. My singing is not lacking either. Su Chen, how could you say I screech? You simply lack appreciation. Look at little Shan. He understands the beauty of it. After Su Qing concluded, she continued to close her eyes and sang passionately. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was left utterly bewildered. He turned his incredulous gaze towards the deep-sea magic whale king, then glanced at Su Qing. How could this be deemed pleasant? This was a matter of life and death. Do you think you are Bogang? Who would dare to utter anything disparaging towards the deep-sea magic whale king? With that expression of yours, what recourse do others have? Su Chun felt exasperated in silence. How is it that my singing could be fatal? Su Qing pouted at the sulking Su Chun. No, no, no. Can you please refrain from constantly reading others' thoughts? It's rather inappropriate. I have no privacy left. Humph. I dislike you, is that clear? Ow. Su Chen retorted. Are you looking for a fight? Forget it. You can take me on solo if you wish. What? You dare to look down on me? Come, come, come. This fairy hasn't fought in ages. Uft. Ages, you say? The last time you threw a punch was at precisely 30 minutes and 21 seconds today. And you still dare to claim it's been ages? Let me clarify. I have no intention of engaging in conflict with a girl. Any man who does so is simply a cad. Well, Suchin, not bad at all. You actually comprehend these principles. I suppose my time spent beating you has been in vain. But shouldn't it be that you cannot prevail against me? Humph. A gentleman does not engage in combat with a lady. Have you ever heard of that? I haven't. Who said such a thing? Humph. Naturally. It is said by the charming and elegant, the one who causes countless women to weep. Suchin. Ugh. Please spare me. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Precisely. Even the deep-sea magic whale king cannot bear to witness this. Is there room for your opinion here? None. My apologies, big brother. Correct. Remember, you are the least significant here. TSK, TSK, TSK. All you do is bully others. Little fishy, do you still have any shame? What do you mean by bullying? That murderous expression you just wore, what was that about? Did I? Who saw it? Little fishy, did you witness it? No. I saw nothing of the sort. Did anything like that occur, Sister Sue? Suchin was taken aback. What about the two of you? What do you mean by what about us? Nothing much. I just learned today how Erguzi came to be. Look, that's how it happened. Who are you calling Erguzi? Suchin, I've noticed your audacity has grown. It seems I have been too lenient with you recently. Hand over your phone. Humph. No, why should I give it to you? You already gifted it to me. When did I ever say that? Evidence? Evidence? Weren't you the one who said I could borrow it? That was to lend, not to gift. Do you understand? Then I won't give it to you either. Go away. By the way, how much longer until we reach the starry great forest? I'm utterly exhausted. Indeed. It is tiring. A fairy getting tired? If that were to be seen by netizens, they might just burst out laughing. A fairy is still female, you know. How annoying. We have arrived. So soon? Suchin, speechless, pointed towards the fragmented space ahead. Who decreed that one must fly over? Surely, one could simply pass through. Truly. It is foolishness. Suchin entered the space with great pride. Suchin curled her lips and followed them inside. The deep-sea demon whale king trembled in fear. Big brother, Sister Sue, can this thing even enter? Will it perish? However, the two had already entered, oblivious to the deep-sea demon whale king's concerns. Suspended within the ethereal realm, Suchin lounged gracefully, crossing her legs while retrieving some spiritual fruits to savor. What is this? Allow me one, she demanded. No, came the retort. How stingy. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Oh, what might that be? It seems we are missing a fish. Oh, wait. He hasn't followed us. Indeed. Why didn't you mention it? Am I not saying it now? Fine, let us return. This fish is truly clumsy. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king found himself torn between fleeing and remaining still, waiting anxiously. Suddenly, with a crack, the spatial fabric shattered, and Suchin emerged. His expression dark. Without further ado, he seized the deep-sea demon whale king and tossed him back into the spatial void, following suit. In an instant, they arrived at their destination, the starry forest. The deep-sea demon whale king, bewildered, glanced around, realizing he had been transported to an unfamiliar locale. Brother, may I inquire where we are? What is with all the questions? This is my wife's territory. Let us go? The two, along with the fish, traversed the forest, encountering an unsuspecting man-faced demon spider, which was swiftly dispatched by the deep-sea demon whale king. Suchin stretched lazily and sighed. Having someone to assist is truly delightful. It makes me reluctant to lift a finger. The little fish is well done. Indeed, they responded. What you say, Sister Sue, is absolutely right. It is my honor. As Suchin led the way, he brushed aside the grass that obstructed his view, revealing a familiar figure. Guyuna was sitting on the very stone where they had first met. Guyuna. Upon hearing his voice, the dazed expression on her face vanished, replaced by one of distress. With reddened eyes, she looked up at him. Suchin, it is indeed you. I have come, he replied. At last, you have arrived. Deities said you would never come, but I always believed you would, she exclaimed. Sighing, he continued, I long to take you all to the realm of humanity. What are your thoughts on this? Suchin, are you not aware of the fraught relationship between human soul masters and soul beasts? She questioned. I understand. I am bringing those who can transform into humans, not the ones who cannot. After all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever. I regret not being with you. Yet I cannot forsake your entire life. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, as for Ritian and the others, they are not particularly friendly towards human soul masters. I fear they may not consent. Not friendly. Little Yu was initially unfriendly towards us as well, yet look at how things have changed. Su Qing continued to munch on the spiritual fruit, remarking, if you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. How can it be the same? This fish has always bullied the soul beasts in the sea, whereas the Star Doe forest is different. Others bear deep-seated grudges. What does that have to do with me? Never mind, I shall refrain from conversing with you, you foolish fellow. Su Qin expressed his desire to ignore Su Qing. Guyuna gazed at Su Qing. Her face etched with confusion. Su Qin, who is this? Oh, she is just a raptor I stumbled upon on the road. She looked so pitiable that I felt compelled to bring her along, as if I were summoned by the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary? Who is that? Hee. Just a figure of no significance. Well, let us spend the night together, the three of us. Tomorrow, I shall inform Ritian and the others. You should sleep with me tonight. It has been quite some time since we shared a bed. That is certainly agreeable, little Nana. Su Qin's voice had become distorted. While Su Qing and the king of the deep-sea magic whale stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Su Qing now feels a chill run down her spine, overwhelmed by the nauseating sentiment. Don't say another word. Silence. If you continue with your nonsense, do you believe I will confiscate your phone? Su Qing rolled her eyes and then nodded slightly. Su Chun let out a sigh of relief and then released his grip. Su Qing flashed a playful smile and instantly appeared beside Gu Yuna, wrapping her arms around his. You must be Gu Yuna, sister-in-law, right? Who are you? I am Su Qin's younger sister. My name is Su Qing, hee. I see. Nice to meet you, Su Qing. Wow. Sister-in-law, you are so gentle. My brother is truly fortunate to have you, despite being such a clumsy oaf. Is that so? I think Su Chun is quite a wonderful person. Sister-in-law? You have no idea. Let me tell you, my brother is secretly keeping a mistress behind your back. Su Qin wished to intervene. Yet he hesitated to exert force upon Su Qing, fearing he might inadvertently harm Gu Yuna. He feigned indifference by whistling, but upon hearing Su Qing's words, he could no longer maintain his facade. Indeed, the third party is a friend of mine. He is currently pursuing his studies. How could this third party be your friend? Shouldn't it be a different sort of relationship? Cough, cough, cough. My dear sister, you seem to have misunderstood. Are you acquainted with Tang Shan? Yes, I am. What is the relevance? That is sufficient. Tang Shan's nickname is Little 3. If you don't believe me, just pull out your phone and search for it. Su Qing, somewhat skeptical, opened her phone to search and indeed found that it was called the Little Third. However, the Little Third I referred to as your lover. I witnessed the two of you together in bed, and it was rather intense. No, you must have seen it wrong. We were actually playing Ludo. Then what about the sounds I heard? That was simply because Ludo can be quite exhilarating. Then why did you say you had to take responsibility for that woman? That was merely a joke. We were just betting. Is that so? Yes, indeed. Su Qin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief as he experienced the tumultuous ebb and flow of emotions. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. No. What happens in my household is none of your concern. You are meddling far too much. Go away, he retorted. You are the one who needs to respond. Moreover, I asked you to answer. Can you really blame me for that? The two engaged in a cacophony of bickering, leaving Gu Yuna with a slight headache. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Excuse me, Su Qin. Could you please refrain from arguing? She is your sister. Shouldn't you be a bit more accommodating towards her? Su Qin, how infuriating. It seems the dramas were right. Women truly are a united front. Look, your wife is instructing you to defer to me. Did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Now go on. Get out of the way. The day is nearly done. The ensuing scene is not suitable for children, so you might as well play with the deep-sea monster king. What scene? I want to see it. Hurry up and tell me. Haven't you already seen the renowned actress? Why are you still watching that? Do you wish to join in? You are welcome anytime. After all, it was merely a chance encounter. They say blood is thicker than water, but is that truly water? It is but a solution. Su Qing immediately understood the situation. She took a few steps back, scratching her head and chuckling. Oh, I see. Haha, no. Oh, I just remembered. I have a small matter to attend to. Jia Tian is helping Li by schedule a 5-man match. I must go now, farewell. After she departed, Su Chun gazed affectionately at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna met Su Chen's eyes and playfully blinked. I naturally know what your sister was about to say. Ah, you know? How could that be? That was a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I am only your spouse, Suchin. In truth, I wouldn't mind if you sought companionship elsewhere. Yet I wish for honesty between us. Goodness, where could one find a woman so exceptional, willing to accept such circumstances? Suchin stared in astonishment at Guyuna. I realize you have deceived me. Perhaps it was to spare my feelings. Thank you, Suchin, for your kindness towards me. Guyuna embraced Suchin tightly. Her hands clasped firmly, fearing that he might slip away. Suchin's expression was one of complexity as he gazed at Guyuna. In truth, he harbored no genuine affection for her. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Under normal circumstances, one would be overjoyed to have such a beautiful wife. But Suchin was different. Throughout his life, he had been subjected to the relentless demands of his parents, who incessantly urged him to study diligently. Upon graduation, when he yearned to indulge in playing on his mobile phone, his parents forbade him, insisting he shadow his father to learn the intricacies of the family business. This constant pressure led him to succumb to depression. He did not wish to be the person he had become. He longed for the carefree existence of an ordinary individual, enjoying games, using his phone, relishing drinks and barbecues on the streets, and experiencing true freedom. Yet, his parents would not allow it. The only source of joy in his life had been stripped away. Strangely, upon arriving in this new world, he felt an unexpected sense of relaxation. Rest assured, I will no longer deceive you, he said. I believe you, she replied. Tonight, you shall sleep outside alone as a punishment. Haha, that's only natural. Guyuna returned to her room. Her wounds had yet to heal. Previously indifferent to self-care, she found solace in her recovery with Suchin's arrival. As night fell, the atmosphere shifted. Suchin sat alone upon a stone, gazing at the celestial stars above. Suchin approached and sat beside him. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, I was just contemplating whether my parents' words hold any truth. I believe your parents are correct. As the eldest son, you must shoulder the responsibilities that come with your position, rather than indulging in selfishness. But I have lost my happiness. Is that truly fair? In countless worlds and myriad lives across the universe, fairness is but an illusion. It is a realm of survival of the fittest. Perhaps there are those who suffer even more than you. What enables them to endure while you falter? Because I feel as though I am on the verge of losing something profound. My soul aches. Perhaps this is the bond between a mother and child. It is possible that something has befallen your parents. Chapter 27. Stone Dominator Xiao Chun, I am so sorry. Your father and mother can no longer care for you. A Rolls-Royce lay crushed beneath a heavy truck. Underneath the vehicle, a man and a woman occupied the back seat. The man had already drawn his last breath, while the woman's breaths were faint. She gazed at a photograph on her phone, tears streaming down her face. It is your father and mother who have wronged you, allowing you to exist in this unhappy world. They merely wish to spare you from suffering in the future. Yet now, you lie in the hospital, clinging to life. And we never even had the chance to see each other. Xiaochen, I am so sorry. Her voice faded away. Suyu was acutely aware of her brother's precarious condition. Without hesitation, she boarded a flight back to her homeland from the United States. However, the aircraft encountered turbulent air currents, causing it to shake violently. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This is merely a typical air disturbance. Kindly fasten your seatbelts to ensure your safety. Suyu trembled with fear aboard the aircraft, apprehensive about the possibility of an accident. So young, she yearned for life. Not wishing for death, for she had family, including a beloved younger brother. She longed to return and embrace him once more. Please, no? I must see my brother again. She implored silently, assuring herself that all would be well. Indeed, it is merely turbulence. Encountering such disturbances is not uncommon. In an instant, the plane shook violently, causing the flight attendant to fall, luggage to topple, and despairing screams erupted from every passenger aboard. Suyu gazed outside with a look of sheer terror in her eyes. In a fleeting moment, her expression shattered, revealing despair as her complexion turned pale. She witnessed the explosion of the aircraft's engine, causing the plane to extinguish all its lights, the systems to shut down, and the navigation to vanish, as the sky itself seemed to disintegrate. Suyu cried out in despair, "No, please, no. I do not wish to perish." The sounds of thunderous roars echoed through the starry forest. Please, no. Sister. Suchin suddenly awakened, his breath coming in rapid gasps. He glanced around, questioning, what has happened? Suchin, with tears of anguish, embraced Suchin tightly, weeping as he lamented, woe is me. I dreamt that all my family had vanished, utterly gone. In an instant, Suchin trembled, yet she still empathized with Su Chun. Gently, she patted Su Chen's back, reassuringly murmuring that this was merely a nightmare, urging her not to dwell on it. Yes, it must surely be just a fleeting nightmare. Su Chun wiped away her tears and continued to close her eyes, surrendering to slumber once more. Su Qing let out a sigh. Could this truly be a nightmare? I am at a loss for how to comfort you. Perhaps concealing the truth is the best course of action in reality. Lying on the hospital bed, the bald-headed Su Chun resembled a mere vegetable, devoid of any awareness. Xiao Chun, it's Uncle Li. I held you when you were a child. Please, awaken for me. Your parents have encountered misfortune. Why harbor resentment against them? Li Yi, who had served as Su Chen's father's chauffeur for over 30 years, regarded him as a brother. Initially, upon hearing of Su Chen's father's accident, he could scarcely believe it. It was only when the police spoke that the grim reality sank in. He hurried to the scene, but all he found were 3 lifeless bodies, 2 of which were unrecognizable. Xiao Chen, I am without family now. Your father has departed this world, and you are my only remaining kin. I implore you, awaken. You were such a vibrant person. Why has fate turned so cruel? Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Li Yi quickly wiped away his tears. Come in. 3 police officers entered, holding a half-burned photograph. Greetings. Are you a relative of Su Yu? We visited her home, but found it empty. Based on our investigation, we extend our condolences. The officers handed the photograph to Li Yi, who trembled as he examined it. This is the debris from Flight A7361, which disintegrated in midair at 5 o'clock this morning. These are personal belongings of the missing individuals we recovered from the sea. Upon comparison, we identified a woman named Su Yu, who has a sick brother who remains unconscious. Is this individual named Su Chun? Why has the search ceased? Why not continue? Xiao Chun has only this one relative left. Why abandon hope? Do you lack resources? I have means. Please, expedite the search. Li cried out in anguish, unable to accept the harrowing truth. The officers lowered their heads, responding, We are truly sorry. We have done all we can, deploying over 10,000 personnel to scour the sea, yet we have not even located the black box. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Li could bear it no longer, and blood erupted from his mouth as he fainted. Is this truly effective? Little Wu gazed at the stones on the ground with a look of bewilderment. Well, we must trust our teacher. However, I have never heard that carrying stones can enhance our soul power. The teacher mentioned that this is to foster our teamwork, replied Tang Shan. All right then, Mubai, let us carry more stones. Ning Rongrong and Oscar are support soul masters, and their physical attributes are somewhat lacking. Very well. The 7 of them began to shoulder the stones. Initially, it was manageable, but after some time, exhaustion set in. I can't go on. I'm utterly worn out. Let us take a break. Ma Hongjun collapsed onto the ground, surrendering to fatigue. Tang Shan observed the group and encouraged everyone, just a little longer. We are nearly at the summit. Zhao Wuji urged from the front, put in more effort. Whoever reaches the top first will be excused from training today. Upon hearing this, the group found renewed vigor and pressed onward toward the peak. At last, they reached the summit. Tang Shan instructed everyone to set down the stones and then began to regulate his breathing. Little Wu curiously inquired, Brother San, what is the purpose of carrying stones up the mountain? Tang Shan smiled and explained, this serves as a method to cultivate both willpower and physical strength. Moreover, while bearing weight, the flow of your soul power will be affected, aiding you in mastering its control. The others listened in realization. At that moment, Zhao Wuji approached. Nodding with satisfaction, well done, you have all passed the test. Today's training concludes here, class dismissed. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in cheers. Although the training had been arduous, they had all gained significantly from the experience. You have all worked hard today. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. The master announced, his expression one of contentment, confident in the validity of his theories. Yay! The entire Shrek team rushed to the dining hall to indulge in a hearty feast. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Su Chun awoke, his expression one of confusion. No, big sister, I cannot agree. We do not wish to have any dealings with land soul masters. Indeed, I too harbor doubts about land soul masters. We cannot stake our lives on a stranger, Guyuna observed, uncertain of how to proceed as she looked at the others. Upon hearing the sound, Su Chun approached, and all the spirit beasts turned their gaze towards him. Tian did not greet Su Chun warmly, exclaiming, You have arrived. Indeed, your kind is insatiably greedy. The leader has been preoccupied with thoughts of you day and night, while you, on the other hand, are living carefreely among humans. Ritian then continued, "Who is this? He is but a hypocrite. It is he who intends to lead us to the realm of humans, and I harbor not a shred of trust in him." Su Chun was not angered. He found a spot to sit down. "I admit I have let Gu Yuna down, but that was ultimately an accident. During this time, I have come to realize many things. Humans are often inferior to soul beasts. I do not wish to betray her again, this time. I intend to take her away and truly be with her. Then why must you go to the human side? You can accompany her just as well here. Because I have matters that I must fulfill. I have, in fact, become involved with a human girl. I cannot neglect my responsibilities to her." Bai Ji, gazing at Su Qin, was meeting him for the first time. Initially, she had received news and prepared to see the human that Ritian spoke of. But after observing him, she found him to be rather unremarkable. She stood on the side of kindness, yet she despised those who straddle two worlds. Her true form was that of an emerald swan, possessing an impressive cultivation of 590,000 years. She was one of the kindest beings among the top 10 fierce beasts and served as the guardian of the Douluo forest. "I believe you should leave. Individuals like you are not welcome here." "Who says you are not welcome? If I say you are welcome, then you must be welcomed." Su Qing entered with an air of indifference, taking a seat beside Su Chun. Ritian gazed at Su Qing in bewilderment. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am her sister," she replied. "I acknowledge that my brother has not returned to visit Sister Gu Yuna for many years, and I accept that it is his fault. However, he has never wronged her. There was an incident, stemming from my own actions, which led my brother to a reluctant decision. He did not wish to implicate her in his troubles, hence the occurrence of their relationship. My brother can only choose to take responsibility. Do you believe that one can simply disregard others after an intimate encounter? Is that the kind of person you admire? Yet, what does this have to do with us? According to the laws of the forest, we spirit beasts and spirit masters are sworn enemies. Thus we shall not agree to depart. Furthermore, the Douluo forest requires our guardianship. Are you suggesting that if someone else were to take your place as guardians, you would be willing to leave? Naturally, we must give this due consideration. It is not something we can hastily agree to." Su Qin communicated with the system. "System, what is the matter? Can you provide me with something to safeguard the forest?" Within Su Qin's body, a small golden figure was meditating, restoring its vitality. It touched its head and sighed. "I truly hesitate to part with you, but with your strength, it should not be an issue." A stone with round eyes and mouth floated down from its head. "Sure, how? Do you not want me anymore?" "It's not that I do not want you. Currently, I am assisting Su Chun, relying on his soul to gradually recover from the severe injuries sustained in that fierce battle." "Very well, rest assured, for I am sure Batian." "All right, go ahead." A beam of light emerged from Su Chen's mind, captivating everyone. "Ah, it hurts. Why didn't you catch me?" "A talking stone." Su Chun stared in astonishment at the stone on the ground, picking it up and holding it in his hand. "Are you from the system?" "Humph. I am not merely a gift from the system. I have a name, Sherbatian. Rest assured, from this day forth, you shall feast alongside me." "What nonsense. You are just a talking stone. Why would the system give me such a trivial thing?" "What? You dare to look down upon me? I want to go back." "Sure, how? I want to return. This fellow has such poor taste." Su Qin sighed and inquired, "You are Shiba Tian, are you not? Could you safeguard this place for me?" Shiba Tian, with his stone-like eyes glimmering, replied, "Certainly, no problem at all. However, I must confess that I am quite hungry." Nearby, Su Qing, feeling exasperated, produced a small 5-colored divine stone and tossed it into Shiba Tian's mouth. Instantly, Shiba Tian became ecstatic, exclaiming, "Delicious. Ah, this is truly delightful." Su Qin harbored a modicum of doubt. "A system? Can this contraption truly be trusted? It feels as though a single meal could lead to my demise. Yet, it should be reliable, for it has never betrayed me during our time together. If it were to betray you, it would signify a deficiency in your character. My goodness, what resources do I possess to sustain it? Do you not have a sister? Why not have her provide for it? She possesses an abundance of treasures. So this minor expense would be inconsequential. Nonsense. I shall keep this item for myself." Unlike Su Chun and his companions, Gu Yuna and her peers remained vigilant, acutely aware of the formidable threat posed by the divine stone. After Su Chun finished speaking with the system, he glanced around and noticed that all the soul beasts were keeping their distance from him. He wore a puzzled expression and questioned, "Why are you all so far away from me?" "Ha ha. No, my dear brother. We have agreed to accompany you to the human side. Is that all it takes for your agreement? Well, I believe you are not a malevolent being. Ritian sensed an aura emanating from Shrek, an aura that evoked feelings of mortality within him, a sensation he had never experienced before, and certainly not for the first time. Your name is Suchin, correct? I am Bai Ji. What is your martial soul? This is our first encounter, and if I am to accompany you, I ought to know a bit about you. Shun Ti, my martial soul? Suchun initially intended to unleash his full potential, yet he only manifested Haiba Dong's martial spirit, choosing to withhold the other. This decision stemmed from the system's early warning to avoid excessive exposure, as the true adversaries had yet to reveal themselves. I sensed an immense power emanating from your martial spirit, but I noticed that you seemed to lack a soul ring. How do you manage to protect yourself? Upon hearing the question, Su Qing glanced around and immediately spotted his sister Su Qing, who was lost in thought while fiddling with her phone. He quickly pulled her over and said, "Look, this is my sister, who has my back. I tell you, she is truly formidable. Is that so? How intriguing. However, is there a specific reason for inviting us to the human realm? Not much, really. We are simply going to participate in the soul arena. Have you noticed that creature over there? It seems to be called the Deep-Sea Demonic Whale King, and it is also participating." Everyone gazed in astonishment at the Deep-Sea Demonic Whale King, a recognized sovereign of the ocean. The Deep-Sea Demonic Whale King. I didn't expect you to be here as well. From the very beginning, I sensed an unfamiliar yet powerful aura emanating from you. Who would have thought that a soul beast on the verge of reaching 1,000,000 years would also arrive? Chapter 28. Gathering in the hall, words can hardly express the emotions. It is better left unsaid. The Deep-Sea Demonic Whale King wiped away its tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Alas, indeed. Well then, Su Chun, shall we depart today? Yes, let us go today. There is still ample time. Very well. However, regarding our soul beast aura, any soul master who has reached the title Douluo level on the human side will certainly detect us. How do you plan to address our presence? Is that so? I thought I was the only one able to perceive it, Su Chun replied, looking bewildered as he glanced at Su Qing. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chin and waved her hand. All the soul beasts within the cave were draped in white garments, a treasure capable of concealing their presence. Do you have any further inquiries? She inquired. Ha ha ha. If such an item exists, we certainly have no objections. However, what do you require of us? Is it truly the soul battles you mentioned? Bai Ji asked, her face a mask of confusion. Su Chun immediately provided an explanation, stating that it was not merely a matter of battling for glory. The crux of the matter was his desire to take Gu Yuna on an excursion, as he felt he had wronged her and did not wish to disappoint her further. Since you intend to take the boss lady on an outing, why should I still go? He inquired. Isn't the strength of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King sufficient? With a mischievous grin, he declared, I plan to take you all fishing. What does that mean? There's no need for further inquiries. Just come along. Very well. Let us gather some belongings for our journey to the human realm. We may need a few essentials. Why bother packing? We can simply purchase what we need. My sister is quite wealthy. Su Chun gently patted Su Qing on the shoulder. Su Qing shot a glare at Su Chun, indicating that she had already responded. Well, of course, that's acceptable. Now, Xiong-jun, you are responsible for the protection here. Remember, the Imperial Divine Beast must be safeguarded at all times. Understood, Xiong-jun replied. Bai Ji felt that Xiong-jun might not be adept at handling such responsibilities alone. She glanced at Ritian and suggested, Brother, you should stay as well. I worry that Xiong-jun might struggle to manage everything on his own. What? Am I to remain here too? But who will protect the big sister? Ritian exclaimed. Bai Ji looked at him in disbelief, gesturing toward herself and Su Chun. Su Chun is not capable. Do you think I am any less so? Yet you are merely a healing spirit beast. How can you possibly guard anything? Why not stay here while I accompany you? Enough with the hesitation. This is merely a temporary arrangement. Besides, isn't there still Shrek here? Shrek. You agree, don't you? Shrek. Su Chan wore a perplexed expression as he cast his gaze upon the slumbering Shrek. He stared in silence at Shrek, who was peacefully asleep. Do you truly believe this peculiar stone is reliable? Gu Yuna inquired with curiosity. Certainly, it is reliable. Although he appears to be merely sleeping, he possesses the ability to sense any approaching enemies instantly. Once alerted, he enters attack mode and can eliminate all adversaries in the blink of an eye, including deities. Such extraordinary prowess? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Su Chun let out a sigh of relief, contemplating that he had successfully deceived them, Otherwise, it would have been another waste of time. Suddenly, with a crack, the space shattered. You may enter, rest assured. Traversing this passage will lead you directly to the realm of humanity. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king adjusted his collar, striding confidently before all the spirit beasts. Observing the absence of danger, they gradually followed suit. In the room, a spatial portal materialized. Su Chun, Su Qing, and the spirit beasts emerged, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Su Chun, have we arrived? One inquired. Yes, we have. What do you think? Was it swift? Indeed, it was remarkably fast. I've never experienced such speed before. Su Chun patted Su Qing and said, What are you doing? Can't you see that I am in the midst of a ranked match? Take them with you and buy some items. I will assist you in the match, rest assured. Victory is guaranteed. Really? Of course it's true. After all, these are elements from my world. How could we possibly lose? All right, here you go. I must admit, I am not playing my best this round and have given away a few kills. Are you sure we can win? Isn't it just a few kills? What is the big deal? Trust me, victory is a certainty. With unwavering assurance, Su Chun dispelled all doubts in Su Qing's mind, prompting her to lead everyone on a shopping excursion. Su Chun shook his head in disbelief as he glanced at Su Qing's phone, only to be taken aback by the disheartening score, 0-17-1. Goodness, the opponents have practically invaded our territory, and you are playing Li Bai with a mage build. He sighed, conceding that there was no hope left for this match. On to the next game. Defeat. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing they were up against a Smurf account. Fine, let's try again. Defeat. Once again, they faced another Smurf. I refuse to believe that a platinum tier match could be this challenging. 3 hours later. Defeat. Su Chin's fingers trembled with rage. His face flushed and his neck thickened with fury. He contemplated smashing his phone, yet reason prevailed, restraining his hand. After enduring countless hours of gameplay, he had finally ascended to platinum, only to find himself relegated back to gold. This relentless pursuit by Su Qing, day and night, seemed in vain. Would she truly take his life for this misfortune? As Su Qing contemplated Su Qing's volcanic temper, he shuddered momentarily. I'm back. Ha ha ha. Su Qing, how have you been? Did you manage to help me reach diamond rank? Yes indeed. However, I initially ascended, only to plummet due to some rather incompetent teammates. That's all right, as long as we make it to the stars. How many have you secured? I managed to ascend. Up. How many exactly? Why are you trembling so? Is it from excitement? No. Su Qing, you once promised to be gentle with me and not to hit me anymore, didn't you? Look at you. So beautiful and understanding. Surely, you wouldn't bully your brother for no reason, would you? When did I ever say such things? Su Qing stared at Su Chun in utter disbelief. Just affirm whether you are beautiful and understanding. Humph. This fairy is undoubtedly understanding. You mustn't go back on your word. Of course not. However, I must confess that I didn't perform well today, and I have deducted 10 stars from your score. Wait, 10 stars? What did you just say? Ahem, I said, minus 10 stars. Ha ha ha. Su Chun, you truly enjoy jesting. Tell me the truth. You must be planning to surprise me. Here, take a look for yourself. Su Chun trembled as he handed the phone to Su Qing. With a radiant smile, Su Qing accepted the device, but her expression quickly shifted to one of astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Rubbing them gently, she gazed at the screen where the familiar golden hue appeared, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her body. My dear Gidge, she exclaimed. Su Chun was poised to tiptoe away stealthily, scarcely daring to breathe, when he suddenly heard Su Qing call his name. In that fleeting moment, he was rendered speechless. Oh no, this is disastrous. Su Chun, do you have any idea how long it took me to attain platinum status? And you have the audacity to let me settle for gold. You are finished. I swear. Today I shall invoke the family law upon you. Is it really that serious? It's just a game, isn't it? You needn't resort to family law, he replied with a hint of amusement. Rest assured, I shall definitely assist you in achieving it tomorrow. Huh, you tell me to be at ease? You can be certain that today I shall retaliate with force. We are no longer young. We must speak with integrity. Su Qing pinched her hands, smiling as she approached Su Chun, the bones in her hands cracking with each movement. Wait. Oh, do you have any last words? I shall grant you this opportunity. Well, I do have a last request. Could you refrain from hitting me? Su Qing, this farewell is of no use. Have you finished speaking? Next, I shall wait a moment. I tell you, a farewell can only consist of a single sentence. However, considering our relationship, I shall grant you another opportunity. Suqin, thank you. Suqing, no need for thanks. You have finished speaking, right? Prepare to be struck. Suqin now? No. Wait, I have not yet completed my farewell. Don't slap my face. Suqin, what happened to your face? Gu Yuna inquired. Her expression filled with confusion as she gently touched the swollen side of Su Chen's face. Su Chen hiss. Oh, it's nothing. I simply had a minor fall. I'm fine. Gu Yuna, is that so? All right then. By the way, have you procured the items? Su Chen, yes. It was your sister Su Qing who took us to buy them. Gu Yuna, good. Regarding the accommodation arrangements, I shall take care of it. You will share a room with me. To avoid disturbing Bai Ji and the others, I had a conversation with Su Qing and decided to rent another room next door. This will be more convenient. Su Qin, I'll follow your lead. Gu Yuna, all right, summon them all over. Next, we shall proceed with the arrangements. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He immediately grabbed Gu Yuna and sat down, exclaiming, why should I trouble my wife with such matters? This unexpected maneuver left Gu Yuna in a state of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, she had requested him to summon Bai Ji, who, it seemed, was currently indulging in a bath. The human realm is quite delightful, filled with so many intriguing things, she mused. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, lost in the tranquility of her bath, remained oblivious to the presence encroaching upon her quarters. Her room was located on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Brother, if you knock again, I can sense Bai Ji is right inside. Indeed, I can feel it too, but it would be rather impolite to intrude uninvited. Oh, come now, brother, it's perfectly fine. After all, we are just spirit beasts, and we wouldn't mind. Is that so? But I am human. Brother, never mind. Let me handle this. The deep-sea demon whale king stepped forward, took a deep breath, and forcefully kicked the door open. Brother, please. Su Chen's eyes widened, and he immediately reverted to his former proud demeanor. Quite impressive indeed. Breaking down doors to assert oneself is truly commendable. My brother. I learned all of this from you. Su Chen entered and took a glance, discovering that Biji was on the second floor. Curiosity led him further inside, with the Abyssal Whale King trailing behind. Upon seeing Biji in a room, the Abyssal Whale King approached with a demeanor of reckless abandon, exclaiming, Brother, I have come. Su Chen was undoubtedly aware of what Biji was up to. He glanced at the deep-sea demon whale king, and given its current demeanor, he found it difficult to oppose. Thus, he took a step back and gestured invitingly, saying, Sure, you come, and I'll be waiting for you on the first floor. Rest assured, I will take care of it. The reply came, From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were destined for greatness. Su Chen preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and promptly descended the stairs, seeking refuge upon a nearby sofa. Surely, there should be no concern among the soul beasts, right? Meanwhile, the deep-sea demon whale king took a deep breath, recognizing this as a test from his elder brother, one he must undoubtedly pass. After all, it was merely a door. Watch this. Bang. Crack. The door shattered into fragments, leaving Bijia, who was in the midst of bathing, utterly bewildered as she locked eyes with the incoming deep-sea demon whale king. Observing Bijia's pure, flawless skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. My brother, what the hell? Smack. On the first floor, 3 individuals sat upon the sofa. The deep-sea demon whale king bore a bruised visage, his expression reflecting profound grievance. No, I said, Su Chen, were you not aware that I was bathing? You allowed him in. Not only that, but he barged in so rudely. I assumed that soul beasts wouldn't mind such things. Who told you that? I had no idea, which piqued my curiosity. You see, the deep-sea demon whale king initially seemed unbothered, and I thought soul beasts were devoid of gender distinctions. All right, fine. Given your ignorance, I want to press the matter further. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Oh, nothing significant. Just planning for tomorrow's soul battle. I'll have Su Qing brief you on what to be mindful of. Isn't it merely a 5-person soul battle? It requires teamwork, and participants must meet the appropriate level, no exceeding that limit. You're already aware of that? Indeed, I gathered some information outside. However, I am quite curious. If you can easily secure victory, why summon us? It seems rather unnecessary. Just in case. You never know when you might encounter someone with an unfair advantage. Unfair advantage? What is that? Oh, it's nothing. Regardless, when the time comes, we must give our utmost effort and avoid any attempts to cut corners. Is that truly necessary? I feel that any one of us could clinch first place effortlessly. I find such vigilance unwarranted. One must not harbor such thoughts. You see, it is often those underestimated individuals who later become troublesome. Thus, those who aspire for greatness do not concern themselves with trivialities. They simply act. Indeed, Bijia, let us just act. Silence, deep-sea demon whale king. How dare you speak? What have I done? You've already struck me. Besides, I too have a wife. I wouldn't be interested in you. How could a fish possibly fancy a goose? Bijia smiled, extending a hand. All right. We are all comrades here, no? We are all beasts. Enough of the explanations. Anyway, my sister Su Qing mentioned a gathering in the hall to make arrangements. While we have sufficient personnel this time, are the others informed? We should at least coordinate. I'm indifferent, but I can participate. However, that fish cannot join. Stinky goose. What did you just say? Do you comprehend what I am? I am not an ordinary terrestrial spirit beast that you can easily provoke. Oh my, how grandiose. I was nearly made into sashimi. Yet you dare not confront such a being. How did you come to know of this affair? Brother, is it truly you? How could it possibly be me? Do I resemble such a person? Have you lost your mind? Could it be Sister Su? Nonsense. It undoubtedly is her. Just look at my face. It bears her mark. What? Do you intend to challenge her one-on-one? No. I believe Sister Su has her reasons for her actions. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us embark. Has everyone gathered? Upon observing all the individuals in the living room, Su Qing rose to her feet. What I am about to convey is that we must partake in a 5-person competition. However, we require a representative faction to participate. The Soto City Seoul Arena merely serves as the starting point, as we will subsequently engage in strategic contests against various academies. Are you implying that despite our victory at the Soto City Seoul Arena, we must still align ourselves with an academy or a certain faction for representation? Naturally, this seems exceedingly cumbersome. Why not proceed directly to the Spirit Hall? I am indifferent, yet they will inevitably be exposed. The Spirit Hall houses titled Douluos. Do you expect them to refrain from bathing or changing their attire? I see. In that case, where will our final venue be after the competition? I am uncertain. As this is my first visit as well, why do you inquire of me? And you? Are you suggesting we consult these spirit beasts? Indeed, why not? We could simply establish our own academy, could we not? Given our strength, surely it is within our capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun. You would teach others? Are you suggesting that I should? Am I to instruct those little brats to achieve immortality? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Indeed, I am utterly ignorant. How could I possibly teach? Perhaps. Su Chun turned his gaze towards the deep-sea demon whale king, who was leisurely enjoying a watermelon. Their eyes met, and the whale exclaimed, Brother, are you really going to have me teach you human soul masters? I am utterly clueless about that. However, if you wish for me to instruct soul beasts, I am well versed in that. Su Chun replied, I did not inquire of you. What is wrong with your mind? Asking you to teach would indeed be madness. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Who is it? Everyone became alert, glancing towards the door. Su Chun and Su Qing exchanged puzzled looks. Do you know this girl? Su Qing asked. No, I do not recognize her. She appears to possess soul power around level 80. But what could she want from us? Never mind. Let us open the door and see what she desires. As Su Chun prepared to rise and open the door, the abyssal leviathan swiftly halted his advance. Su Chun gazed at the abyssal leviathan king in utter bewilderment, questioning its intentions. What are your plans? Have you feasted to your heart's content? Brother, one must tread cautiously. For what if it harbors ulterior motives? Let me take the lead. In an instant, the abyssal leviathan king unleashed its formidable power, concentrating all its might into a single fist. Su Chun, go away. Do you not understand the value of cherishing beauty? Someone merely knocked on the door, and you reacted so violently. What is this nonsense? With a swift motion, Su Chun hurled the deep-sea demon whale king backward and stepped forward to open the door. The moment the door swung wide, he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Goodness! Lu Rian, the Empress of Mist. The girl before him radiated an enchanting allure, her gentle gaze captivating all who beheld her. She stood tall and elegant, adorned in a crimson cheapao complemented by striking red high heels, exuding an undeniable air of sophistication. How do you know my name? She inquired. I am here for an interview. Su Qin could hardly believe his ears. Lu Rian. I actually guessed correctly. But wait. Is there truly someone named Lu Rian in this world? Startled by Su Qin's exclamation, Lu Ruyan covered her ears, gazing at him in bewilderment. Oh no! Have I made a mistake? I apologize for the intrusion. She contemplated fleeing, sensing that none in the room appeared to be sane. Suddenly, a hand clasped around her wrist, pulling her inside as the door was shut without hesitation. Fear etched across her face. She surveyed the crowd, retreating defensively with her arms crossed. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I would rather die than face humiliation. Su Qin remained silent, rummaging through his pockets. Strange. Why can't I find it? I distinctly remember placing it here. I assure you, honor can be sacrificed, but dignity cannot be tarnished. Found it. Who would have thought that today would mark my demise? What nonsense are you spouting? Come, help me with an autograph. I have long admired you, and to encounter you in person today is simply delightful. Everyone looked at Su Qin in utter disbelief. Ah, weren't you all supposed to kill me? What murder? You're overthinking it. We are the good people here. How could we slay someone so casually? Now, come on, quickly assist me with the signature. Is it just to write here? Of course, hurry up. All right. Lu Ruyan carefully pinned her name and handed it to Su Qin. He eagerly took it, glanced at it, and paused in confusion. What is this writing? Lu Ruyan. My name. Are you not? I am Lu Ruyan indeed. No, it cannot be. My idol. How could you not even know how to write your own name? Now tell me, who on earth are you? Lu Ruyan was on the brink of tears, pondering how to prove her identity. It seemed that verification of her true identity was in order. Rest assured, I will handle it. Get lost. Su Qin could no longer tolerate it. What was Su Qin thinking when others came for interviews? Su Qin gazed at Su Qin with a perplexed expression. What are you doing? Am I not in the right? Lu Ruyan, do you have any idea of her significance? She is the idol of countless compatriots. I cannot permit her to insult my family's idol. Su Qin exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? I refuse to believe that my esteemed Ruyan would deign to work for someone else. Slap. With a swift motion. Su Qin delivered a resounding slap that left Su Qin dazed and sprawled on the ground. Gu Yuna cautiously approached to assist Su Qin, exclaiming honestly, if you're not going to help, at least don't create chaos. What's this about the Emperor Ruyan? I might as well claim to be the essence of life. Can I leave? I no longer wish to attend the interview. Absolutely not. After such a long wait for a candidate, there is no way we would let you slip away so easily. Congratulations, you have passed the interview. Ah, that was it. Is this not a tad too simplistic? Of course. Henceforth, you shall be the head of our academy. What? I thought I was interviewing with teachers? Why has it suddenly escalated to being the head? This is all happening far too swiftly. Enough with the idle chatter. You are now responsible for educating students and managing all affairs of the academy, while we serve as your instructors. Ah, is this not a bit too casual? I have only just attained the rank of Sol Douluo. All right, here is your initial funding. You are to establish your own academy and find a way to recruit some students and teachers. Su Qin casually tossed a ring into Lu Ruyan's hand, causing her to pause in astonishment. A soul guide? Lu Ruyan gazed at the contents within the ring, unable to believe her eyes. It was filled with soul bones and an innumerable amount of golden soul coins. Such valuable items. Can they truly be entrusted to me? Enough, enough. This trinket isn't worth much anyway. You may leave now. Very well, rest assured. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Lu Ruyan reassured herself as she exited the room. All right, everyone, the truly intriguing events will commence tomorrow. Indeed, I harbor a certain curiosity regarding your human realm soul battles. Count me in for tomorrow, Bai Ji chimed in. As for me, I, the deep-sea demon whale king, shall also participate. Then I shall join as well, Gu Yuna added, raising her hand alongside Su Qin. Upon hearing this, Su Qin immediately ceased to feign ignorance. No, you still bear an injury. You cannot participate. However, he replied, I wish to be by your side. I do not want to be apart from you. Su Qin felt a tremor in his heart, and a glimmer of tears shimmered in his eyes. He had never experienced such care before. Su Qin grasped Gu Yuna's hand, pledging to hold it for a lifetime, to grow old together, and to never part in their golden years. Everyone exclaimed, Hey, Su Qin, are you two in the wrong place? If I don't intervene, are you really going to start a family in such a public setting? Su Qin looked at the two with a speechless expression and said, Ah, what a surprise. What a surprise. Let's continue. There is me, my wife, you, and Biji, along with the deep-sea demon whale king, just 5 of us, which should suffice. Is 5 really enough? Should I call others over? Biji asked, her face filled with confusion. It seems we might indeed be lacking. Do you have others? I happen to know of 2 individuals. They are currently in the far north. One has reached an impressive cultivation of 700,000 years, while the other is close to 400,000 years. We usually refer to the former as the Snow Empress. Her name is Tian Shu Nu. The latter is the Ice Emperor, whose true form is the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Well, they could indeed join us. Have they taken on human forms? Not yet. Ah, I see. You send this husky over. I will give them 2 transformation pills. Once they consume them, they should be able to take human shape. I have a name. I am the Crimson King. I am not merely a husky. Understood, husky. Hurry along now. Here, take these pills to the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Explain the situation to them, and give them these 2 outfits to conceal their presence. BG glanced at the Crimson King and nodded helplessly. The Crimson King sighed, looking at the pills and clothing in his hands. Today's meeting concludes here. Everyone, your special training has come to an end. I have registered you for the Soul Arena. 4 Soul Masters to grow stronger. The Soul Arena is a place every Soul Master must experience. It is fraught with danger and the intricacies of competition between various Soul Masters. For you, it is the best opportunity to enhance your strength. The Soul Arena? Teacher, are we departing today? Indeed, we are. Little San, I hold great expectations for you. Rest assured, teacher, I will not disappoint the expectations you have for me. The group from Shrek made their way to the Grand Soul Arena in Swoto City. Along the journey, everyone was engaged in lively conversation when a flamboyant man descended from the sky, holding a yellow chrysanthemum. Stop. Who goes there? Master immediately shielded his students behind him. Recognizing the visitor, he sighed with relief. Juhua Guan, what brings you here? Juhua Guan glanced at the Shrek group and spoke softly. His Holiness the Pope has commanded that all those from Shrek are to be taken without exception. Elder Yu, I did not expect to find you among them. This truly surprises me. Master was taken aback, as he believed he had not offended Bibi Dong in any way. Could it be that the matter of the stolen information had come to light? Yet surely it would not warrant such a drastic measure against him. Master immediately signaled himself to remain calm, producing the Elder's decree and tossing it into Juhua Guan's hands. Do you know what this is? The Elder Pope's decree. To see the decree is to see the Pope himself. Juhua Guan, we are both elders of the Spirit Hall. Why resort to such extreme measures? Juhua glanced at himself in the mirror, retrieving a papal decree from his chest. I possess one as well, adorned with even more intricate designs and a higher rank. Surprised? Are we? The master immediately recoiled, trembling as he regarded Juhua. You, is this your way of bullying the weak? Do you truly believe you are worthy? As a mere 30-level soul master, what right do you have to utter such words? In an instant, Juhua teleported before the master, delivering a casual slap that left him reeling. Ah, Juhua, how dare you strike an elder in public? In public? Did anyone witness this? The only onlookers are those who dare show disrespect to the Pope. When did we ever disrespect the Pope? You must at least provide a reason. Very well. Allow me to clarify your impending demise. Juhua recounted the events surrounding Su Feiyu, leaving the master bewildered. When had he become acquainted with such a formidable individual? Even his idol could not commit such acts. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. I believe you are mistaken. We do not know this person. Surely he is merely using us as a scapegoat. Indeed, you are harboring this individual, compounding your crimes. Enough, it is time to send you on your way. 5th soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. No. Despair washed over all of Shrek, their hearts filled with loathing for Su Feiyu. Ling Tian strike. What? Fortunately, Tang Hao made a timely entrance, saving everyone by striking Juhua away with a single blow. Father, you've arrived. Tang Hao, his expression grave, gazed in the direction of the vanquished Juhua. Why would the Spirit Hall seek trouble with Shrek? Could it be that mysterious figure? Yet, did he not claim to be affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Indeed, Xiao San, from this moment on, you must strive to grow stronger. You have seen that this world is a brutal place where the weak are preyed upon. When others wish to kill you, you may find no opportunity to resist. Understood. Lord Haoyan, I did not expect to find you here. Upon hearing the master's voice, Tang Hao's expression shifted. I happen to be passing by. Why would the Spirit Hall target you? I am uncertain, but it seems to be related to someone named Su Feiyu. What? Su Feiyu. It's him. What is it? Lord Haotian? Do you know this person? Could he truly be one of us at Shrek? This situation appears to be rather troublesome. You should find a place to hide and avoid detection by the Spirit Hall for now. I must investigate this matter. Understood. At that moment, Tang Shan stepped forward, unwilling to retreat. Father, I do not wish to evade. Rather, I desire to grow stronger. If one merely lives in avoidance, how can they ever attain strength? The teacher has mentioned that participating in soul battles is crucial for a soul master's enhancement. I firmly believe that one must earnestly confront this challenge. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the master, astonished that he had never heard before that one must engage in soul battles to become stronger. Is this not related to innate talent? The master, feeling awkward, dared not meet Tang Hao's gaze. Ah, little San, you must remember, you can only rely on yourself, understand? You cannot depend on your teacher. Father, I find this statement somewhat perplexing. It is nothing. Now, take care of yourself. Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wu and instantly teleported away. Chapter 30. The actors in an instant. The 5-person competition commenced. From here on, anything is possible. Everyone. This does not concern me. Were it not for the arrangements of the big sister, I would have no desire to assist you, Bai Ji remarked helplessly. Su Chen? I find it perplexing that, possessing unparalleled strength, you do not seek to dominate all. Your stance leaves me utterly speechless. Su Qing gazed silently at Su Chen. Her only desire at that moment was to indulge in gaming, savor delicious food, and allow the chosen one of this world to flourish. Before effortlessly resolving matters on her own, Su Chen, feeling a sense of helplessness, gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on the intricacies of life. Do you understand the reason behind this? Why, you may ask. It is simply due to my boredom. Moreover, my other half is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and it would be unwise for me to oppose her. She has confided in me her aspirations, which entail the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent, rather than the current state of fragmented territories. Su Qing scratched her ear, pondering what relevance it held for me. If you aspire to be the sovereign of this world, I would be indifferent to assisting you. However, the question remains, who is Qian Rinxue? It is evident to me that she is exceedingly arrogant and haughty, far more so than Guyuna. Do you think I desire this predicament? It is not my doing. I was merely seeking amusement and perhaps stirring up a little trouble until you entered the scene, complicating matters further. Engaging with a woman is not an uncommon affair for men, is it? Aren't men generally fond of revelry and indulgence? After a fleeting dalliance, they simply discard the woman. Thus, one could argue that I was merely aiding you. Where did you acquire such platitudes? Su Chen gazed at Su Qing, utterly perplexed. Su Qing shot a glance at Su Chen, raising her phone screen towards him. This is it. Initially, I failed to comprehend you men. I thought you were merely capricious, indulging in fleeting affections for multiple women. However, what I cannot tolerate is when you abandon a woman after causing her to bear your child. Moreover, the instances of men resorting to domestic violence while intoxicated are utterly unbearable. Su Chen grimaced at her words. So, shall we condemn all men indiscriminately? Women have their faults as well. Do you believe all women are as pure as Guyuna? Indeed, I acknowledge that some women are flawed, yet they are but a minority. In any case, you men are far more numerous in your shortcomings. This is what they call a T0 level, right? I had never encountered such a phenomenon in real life until I traversed into this realm, and to think I would meet a primeval being. How absurd. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Can you not engage in rational discourse? Engage in reason with a woman? That would be sheer madness. You should focus on your game of honor of kings. Since you are unwilling to assist me, I shall resolve this myself. I trust in my abilities. When will you return my rank? What? We were just discussing men and women, and now the topic has shifted to ranks? Rest assured, I shall assist you in achieving the rank of king. You must have faith in me. You want me to trust you, men? I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than in the words of men. Ahem, the world is indeed inhabited by ghosts. I was initially skeptical, but I have come to accept this truth. Su Chen was speaking nonsense with utmost seriousness. Enough. There is no need for the two of you to quarrel. Since the meeting has concluded, let us adhere to the regulations and register together tomorrow. Biji rubbed her temples, remaining silent, as she anticipated that these two might end up in a brawl. Look at Biji, so gentle, akin to a swan, while you, a human, are even less gentle than that swan. Domestic violence every day, what does that mean? I'll have your head. Look, she's biting again. Is she rabid? Away with you. If you're sick, go seek treatment. I am not a veterinarian. Su Qing's cheeks flushed and her neck thickened. She puffed her cheeks and instantaneously appeared before Su Chen, lifting her head to deliver a forceful blow. Bang! The room trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. This was both a first and a last. Next time, I shall not use my head as a battering ram, but rather the edge of a blade. Su Chen's vision was obscured by a flurry of stars. He shook his head, poised to speak. However, Upon witnessing Su Qing's expression, reminiscent of one ready to butcher a pig, he found himself at a loss for words. Never mind, a true gentleman should not engage in conflict with a lady. Gu Yuna felt a hint of amusement as she noted the awkwardly proportioned bump on Su Qin's forehead. Su Qin, are you all right? She inquired. I am perfectly fine. After all, your husband is a man. He retorted. Oh really? A man? Are you certain you aren't merely a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years? Beside them, Su Qing mockingly remarked. Dare to utter another word. How audacious of you to insult my precious dove. I shall retaliate. If you possess the courage, let us engage in a duel. Humph. Unable to comprehend the absurdity, Bai Ji, Di Tian, and the others averted their gaze, covering their faces in disbelief. Su Chen, I am weary. Let us retire for a while. Gu Yuna gently grasped Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was rendered utterly flustered by that gentle voice. He tenderly tousled Gu Yuna's hair and replied, Very well, my dear, I shall accompany you to sleep. Su Chen turned his head, adopting an expression of defiance. Let me tell you, Su Qing, today I have chosen to spare you. But next time, I shall undoubtedly seek to determine our victor. Humph, who is afraid of whom? Su Chen led Gu Yuna back to their room to rest. Su Qing continued to ascend to her rank, while everyone else gradually prepared themselves. In the early hours, all donned their attire and had a light breakfast before heading to the Seoul Arena in Soto City. Remember, do not be afraid, just go for it. Those novices are not a match for you, someone remarked, their words dripping with disdain. Such idle chatter. I am merely exercising caution, do you not understand? Came the retort. Unfortunately, that ship of yours will not be shattered. Upon arriving at the Seoul Battle Conference Room, Master gazed solemnly at the documents in his hand. This is our first battle as Shrek. We must demonstrate the spirit of Shrek. Master, are you certain? Inquired one, from what I understand. We faced the Tyrannosaurus team in our inaugural match, and they have never been defeated. Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The master shot a sharp look at him. According to my research, the Tyrannosaurus team has no background. They seem to have appeared out of thin air. This team was established by a pair of siblings named Su Qin and Su Qing, with unknown martial souls and a soul power of 30. I recognize this as a daunting challenge, but remember, Shrek exists to cultivate monsters. Teacher, I understand. We will devise our tactics, and I believe that united, we can overcome anything. Nonsense. Do you understand what it means to achieve 60 consecutive victories? It is not solely unity that determines everything, Dai Mubai interjected bluntly. Tang Shan frowned at him. Dai Mubai? You must not speak to the teacher in such a manner. He is your teacher, not mine. Moreover, this is inherently not a fair soul battle. You all know the strength of the Tyrannosaurus team. They have not even unleashed their martial souls and still claim victory after victory. I wonder, can you achieve that? I will attempt to challenge them. That is how one grows stronger. Sighed Tang Shan. Alas, one must face reality. You may believe yourself a genius, but you must remember that each soul master possesses unique talents. Enough. The master admonished, you are already bickering before the match has even begun. How can you fight side by side in the future? Tang Shan clenched his fists, fully aware of the formidable challenge ahead, yet he never shied away from difficulty. Meanwhile, Su Chun and his team were in their conference room, as the attendant shared information about their opponents. Su Chun toyed with the golden soul coin in his hand, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. He had not anticipated encountering Tang Shan right at the outset. The next act of this grand performance was about to commence. Su Chun, why do we encounter Tang Shan and his group just as we are preparing for the 5-person competition? Are they here to cause trouble? Su Chun rolled his eyes. Dismissing the matter with indifference, let them come, he would deal with them one by one. By the way, Su Qing, do take it easy later. We wouldn't want that lad to meet his demise. After all, he is the protagonist, and should he perish, our entertainment would be at an end. Su Qing smiled lightly, assuring herself of composure. She cast her gaze towards the others, reminding them that they would handle the matters at hand with utmost seriousness. Remember, she said, let them see hope, only to then confront despair. As both sides took to the arena, it was evident that everyone was eager for this confrontation. Now, without further ado, let the battle commence. The Tyrannosaurus squad versus the Shrek 7. With the referee's commanding voice, Tang Shan and his companions immediately summoned their martial spirits, standing ready for action. In stark contrast, Su Chen appeared remarkably relaxed, not even releasing his martial spirit. Witnessing this, the members of Shrek understood the implications, and they dared not let their guard down. Just then, Su Qing made her move, swift as lightning, teleporting behind Ning Rongrong. Tang Shan, noticing the sudden shift, immediately shouted a warning to Ning Rongrong. Beads of sweat cascaded down her brow as she felt the pressure of Su Qing's imposing presence, leaving her paralyzed with fear, her body trembling. Su Qing gently tapped Ning Rongrong's shoulder with her delicate fingers. "Ah, what a formidable hidden weapon. How utterly despicable of you." As Su Qing was immediately sent flying by Ning Rongrong, she fell to the ground, clutching her chest. Ning Rongrong appeared utterly bewildered, and all of Shrek's members gazed at her with expressions of confusion. Su Chun gaped in astonishment, a shiver coursing through him as he was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Su Qing collapsed onto the ground, raising an eyebrow at Su Chun, as if to say, "What do you think? Isn't my performance remarkable?" Bai Ji regarded Su Qin with a skeptical expression, inquiring, "Didn't you say to have him surpass that girl with the tower, and then she would strike back and send Su Qing flying? This doesn't seem quite right." "Of course. I am utterly mortified. My intention was to instill hope in them, only to lead them to despair. Now I find myself engulfed in that very despair. How humiliating. Brother, why not just step in and resolve this directly? I feel as though I could easily crush these little human brats," the deep-sea demon whale king exclaimed in frustration. "It can clearly be dealt with effortlessly. I fail to understand why we need to perform." "Absolutely not. We must respect this profession. Yet, this is exceedingly frustrating." "Enough chatter. Who is the elder brother here, you or I?" "Ah, I understand now. Ning Rongrong, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong remained dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. "Is it so remarkable? I just sensed an aura of death moments ago." A voice interrupted everyone from Shrek. "I apologize. My sister tends to be a bit mischievous. I hope you all can forgive her. However, the competition must continue, and we will not go easy on you," Su Chen declared, clearing his throat. Tang San's gaze hardened. "We shall not retreat either. Let our strength speak for itself." Before he finished speaking, Tang Shan surged forward. He knew that a swift resolution was imperative, otherwise the situation would grow increasingly unfavorable for them. However, Su Chen merely sidestepped his attack with ease. Subsequently, he delivered a punch towards Tang San's abdomen. In response, Tang Shan immediately activated his purple extreme demon eye, stepping on Su Chen's fist to create distance. Su Chen wore a solemn expression. Although he understood the presence of water's essence, he was determined to deliver a commendable performance. "Humph, quite impressive. You are the first to compel me to take things seriously. It appears that you have not exerted your full potential. There are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters. Your words are truly flawed. If there are no worthless martial spirits, what then of your teacher? And if there are no inept soul masters, what of your instructor? It seems he is nothing but a failure himself. This is self-deprecation, ha ha ha. You are courting death." Tang Shan, with a fiery temper, harbored murderous intent and unleashed the dragon whisker needle directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen exchanged a knowing glance with the deep-sea demon whale king, who instantly understood and positioned itself protectively in front of him. "Ah!" The deep-sea demon whale king collapsed, clutching its chest much like Su Qing, its trembling finger accusingly directed at Tang Shan, that despicable villain. Tang Shan was taken aback. Was his dragon beard needle truly that formidable? The 9 treasures turned with the brilliance of glazed tiles. Renowned was the 9 treasures. Ning Rongrong began to recite the soul incantation of her 7-treasure glazed tile school. The other members of Shrek also unleashed their abilities, directing their attacks towards Su Chen. Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly remarked, "Have you finally decided to take this seriously?" However, this still falls short. With that, he swiftly dodged the onslaught of attacks from the crowd. Tang San's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated Su Chen's speed to be so extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he invoked his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai unleashed a beam of light towards Su Chen. Su Chen clasped his hands protectively over his chest. "Damn it! Is this truly the legendary wave? Indeed, it is formidable." "Ah!" Su Chen collapsed to the ground. Guyuna and Bai Ji exchanged glances at Su Chen, Su Qing, and the sea demon whale king, experiencing a profound sense of incredulity. "Big sister, must we continue this farce? I feel as though I am on the verge of madness, following this eccentric individual into such absurdity. To be honest, I never imagined Su Chen would behave in such a manner. I find myself feeling somewhat disdainful." "Big sister, do not think you alone. I share your sentiments. Only 2 adversaries remained. Let us conclude this swiftly." Daimubai glanced at Guyuna and Bai Ji opposite him, promptly offering a reminder. Tang Shan, observing the fallen Su Chen, fell into contemplation. He pondered whether this victory was coming too easily. How could their formidable opponent suddenly seem so feeble? Tang Shan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and conclude this. Oh. Tang Shan shook off his thoughts. Victory was paramount. Dai Mu Bai surged forth with explosive speed, his fist poised to strike at Gu Yuna's chest. Su Chen immediately opened his eyes. Damn. His wife had been taken advantage of, and she was pretending to be oblivious. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Chapter 31. The Rift Between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. Suddenly, Su Chen sprang into action, slamming his palm against the ground and launching himself towards Dai Mu Bai, exclaiming, "You seek death." Upon witnessing Su Chen's furious charge, Dai Mu Bai shouted in alarm, quickly raising his hands to defend himself. Bang! Ah! Mu Bai! Boss Dai! Dai Mu Bai! In an instant, Dai Mu Bai was struck by an overwhelming force. Sent hurtling off the stage with a heavy thud, a wave of heat surged through his chest, and with a gasp, he fainted. Bang! Yu Xiaojiang stood in shock, his expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. How could they do this? Are they trying to kill someone? Su Qing and all the members of the Tyrannosaurus squad gazed at Su Chen with expressions of utter bewilderment. Su Chen disregarded their gazes and promptly rushed to Gu Yuna's side, inspecting her well-being. How are you, my dear? Are you all right? Gu Yuna sighed, covering her head. Su Chen, why are you exposing yourself? That person poses no threat to me. But that is unacceptable. Allowing another to touch my wife makes me feel as if the clouds above are tinged with green. The two exchanged tender glances, entirely oblivious to the multitude observing them. Some were gritting their teeth, others wore expressions of disbelief, some gazed on in envy, while a few appeared utterly bewildered, and there were even those applauding. Su Qing stood up abruptly, her face flushed with anger. She rushed to Su Chen, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling off the stage. How infuriating! While others toiled diligently in their performances, he had the audacity to expose himself before the show even commenced. The very plan he devised led to his own undoing. He was even less dependable than a mere fish. Su Chen was sent flying off the stage, gazing at Su Qing in astonishment. What are you doing? Please. I cannot remain indifferent while my wife is touched by another man. The issue is, can that golden-haired fellow even lay a hand on her? Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the Tyrannosaurus squad rose to their feet, gathering together. Boss, what shall we do? Our leader is utterly unreliable. Wasn't it said that hope should be offered before despair? Yet, they have not even despaired. Su Qing sighed, conceding, never mind, I still have ranks to ascend. Let us make this quick, I can handle it alone. After all, it makes no difference who goes up. Gu Yuna, by G. And the deep-sea magic whale king withdrew, ceding their positions to Su Qing. Tang Shan gritted his teeth as he regarded Su Qing, feeling deeply insulted. He yearned to defeat Su Chen honorably, rather than allowing him to retreat. Go to hell, he roared. His first soul skill, blue-silver bamboo blade, unleashed a flurry of sharp blades formed from countless strands of blue-silver grass, lunging towards Su Qing. In tandem, Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, phantom piercing. Vanishing in a flash, her speed surging as her fingers transformed into claws. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda emerged. Ah, why bother? Have you finished your skills? Now it's my turn. Celestial technique. All swords return to the origin. Su Qing leaped into the air, a cascade of golden sword ray materializing behind her, launching a direct assault on Tang Shan. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, defend yourselves." Alas, it was too late. Countless blades of sword rain pierced through the 4 members of the Shrek team. Ah! Tang Shan fell to the ground, pounding the earth with his fists in frustration. How infuriating! Su Qing clapped her hands, praising the prowess of the leader with admiration, while the deep-sea magic whale king flattered her, stating, "Indeed, that is only natural. The little fish speaks the truth. However, we must not kill them. Su Chen insists we should keep them for our amusement. Is that so? What a pity. I would gladly absorb them myself. Although these little ones possess low spiritual power, even ants are meat," the leader replied. "Pray tell, what exactly are we here for?" Bai Ji asked, looking bewildered at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna waved her hand dismissively. "I do not know. Regardless, I am here to accompany my husband. You, on the other hand, must be here to enjoy the spectacle, correct?" Su Chen hurriedly approached, gazing at the fallen members of the Shrek 4. "You haven't killed them, have you? If you did, what would we play with in the future? Rest assured, I have already released the Star Sea." "Oh, I see. Then let's go." "Wait. Hold on. What is it?" Su Chen looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. He glanced at the 4 individuals who lay on the arena behind Su Qing. Are you planning to eliminate them completely? How could that be? Look at me. It's already excessive to take advantage of the weak. Should we perhaps call an ambulance for them? Su Qin, disinterested in the antics of the eccentric Su Qing, took the hand of Gu Na and walked away. Hey, where are you running off to? Answer me. Should I call out or not? You and your celestial board. Celestial board? I am a celestial being. Why would I have a board? What does that even mean? Su Qing asked, bewildered. It simply implies that you are exceedingly beautiful, possessing beauty that radiates from within and encompasses your entire being. Ah, I see, Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. The deep-sea demon whale king could no longer bear to watch. Sister Su, the elder brother refers to you, saying that apart from your beauty, there is nothing else. Isn't that wonderful? This fairy is born with beauty. Is that not a blessing? Ah, indeed it is, but the elder brother also criticizes you for lacking intellect. Is that still acceptable? Upon hearing the words of the deep-sea demon whale king, Su Qing contemplated the remarks made by Su Chun. Suddenly, she regained her focus and glanced in Su Chen's direction, only to find that not a single shadow remained. Su Chun, I shall never rest until we have settled this. Su Qing instantaneously vanished, followed by the deep-sea demon whale king, who, in resignation, also teleported away, leaving the arena in profound silence. Yu Xiaojiang rushed to the stage for a glance and turned to Flanders, inquiring anxiously, Flanders, what has become of them? Flanders, employing his sole power to assess the situation, shook his head solemnly. They have sustained severe injuries. Among them, Mu Bai is the worst affected. His hands have suffered multiple fractures, and he has also incurred significant internal injuries. It will take time for him to recover. What? How could this happen? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes grew vacant, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Alas, I warned you before, urging you not to be so hasty. Their abilities were still quite inadequate, yet you refused to heed my advice. Now, they will be unable to utilize their soul power for quite a while, having endured such grave injuries. Silence. Impossible. According to my theory, the Tyrant Dragon team could not possibly be this formidable. They must have cheated. Yu Xiaojing shouted frantically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With a sharp slap, Flanders interrupted him, his gaze filled with skepticism. I never anticipated you would turn out to be this kind of person. Xiaojing, I must admit I misjudged you. I must be right. They certainly cheated. Flanders, believe me just this once. Impossible. You can take Tang Shan and Xiao Wu. They are your students. What did you say back then? You entrusted them to me, yet all you allowed them to do was carry stones. What else have you contributed? Xiaojiang, I do not doubt you. I sense that anyone would question this. Do not presume that your knowledge is beyond reproach. Impossible. All of this is mine. My theories cannot be flawed. Flanders, I warn you, if you continue this nonsense, I will not hold back. Flanders scoffed derisively. Do you believe you are still the esteemed elder you? Now, you are merely a rat in the eyes of the public. You are unworthy of being a teacher. From the very start, Mu Bai had cautioned you, yet your arrogance alongside Tang Shan has led to this outcome. Why should others be wrong while you are right? I warn you, Yu Xiaojiang, leave Shrek immediately, or do not expect me to honor our friendship. The two parted ways. With Flanders unable to tolerate arrogance that disregarded the safety of his students, all in a futile attempt to validate a worthless theory. Were it not for the connections he had, he would have acted more decisively. Flanders, stop right there, Yu Xiaojiang called out, but Flanders ignored him and departed. Trembling with indignation, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, his expression one of bitter frustration. Finally, they arrived, utterly exhausted. As everyone returned to their quarters, they sipped tea and engaged in conversation. Gu Yuna and Bai Ji sat beside Su Qing, watching her engrossed in her mobile device. Su Qin sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation. The matters concerning Tang Shan and his associates were trivial, akin to mere ants. What truly troubled me was the coffin we encountered in the cosmos with Su Qing. Why did such an object manifest? The system has assured me of my invincibility, save for Su Qing, yet that instance truly instilled a sense of pressure within me. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The deep-sea demon whale king entered. Big brother, it appears that Yu Xiaojiang and Flandra have had a falling out. Perhaps, as you suggested, Shrek may no longer exist. Su Qin was taken aback, as this was something he had not anticipated. Elder brother, why not allow me to go over and absorb them? Su Qin cast a sidelong glance at the sea demon whale king and remarked, you seem to be excessively indulging in your habits. Ease up a bit. The military expenses of this nation do not require your contribution. What does that mean, big brother? If you do not comprehend, then all the better. Remember, You must be an obedient fish. All right, I understand, big brother. Su Chun, what shall we do next? Su Qing inquired, engrossed in her game. Let us first assess the situation. Perhaps we should wait until the academy concludes its affairs. You all may remain here while I seek out Qian Rushua. What do you need her for? Isn't my sister-in-law right here? Su Qing questioned, puzzled. I have matters to discuss with her, to gauge future developments. As for Tang Shan, it matters not. He may evolve as he pleases. Even if he commands an army of thousands, he shall never breach my defenses. Understood. But what sort of attire is that? Su Qin glanced at the phone that Su Qing handed over. After a moment of contemplation, while stroking his chin, he spoke. Isn't this a garment from the Warring States period? What is this? Do you fancy it? Su Qing nodded, admiring the attire that exuded elegance and grace. I have a penchant for this style, she remarked. Is it not peculiar for a celestial being like you to favor mortal garments? The ancient robe you currently wear is quite splendid, Su Qin observed, glancing at Su Qing. Are we not allowed to appreciate clothing, even as young women? She retorted. Hurry. Craft me a piece. I wish to wear it. Ah, but I lack the skills for such tasks, he protested. I am merely a man. You expect me to create garments? That is of no concern to me. Find a way. She insisted. Su Chun, with a headache, glanced at Su Qing, who appeared indifferent. All right, just contact those clothing stores to place an order. Why trouble me? Later, you can show them the pictures on your phone. I see, understood. Do you wish to have a set made as well? Su Qin suspected that he had misheard. Wait, what did you say? I didn't catch that. I asked. Do you want that set? Here are some outfits for boys. Let me show you. Su Qing swiped her finger across the phone screen and presented it to Su Chen's face. Su Chen scrutinized the garment before him, bending slightly to gaze at the solemn Su Qing. Brother, this is the dragon robe, worn by the first emperor. You expect a mere mortal like me to don such attire? Are you attempting to crown me as an emperor? He paused, contemplating. True. Dragon robes are indeed worn by earthly sovereigns. However, it matters little, for there is no emperor here. When I depart, you could simply oversee this place in my stead. He dismissed the notion with a wave. Enough. I am earnestly conversing with you, and yet you suggest I work for you? Let me make this unequivocally clear. Absolutely not. Su Chun had no desire to assume the role of an emperor. Who among modern individuals, with their bellies full and nothing to occupy their time, would wish to take on such a position? In a world steeped in Western culture, the very notion of becoming an emperor seems utterly absurd. I shall not engage with you further. I bid you farewell, sister. Su Qing took Guyu Na and departed. Su Chun stroked his chin, a sly smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Guyuna's graceful silhouette. Her figure was indeed remarkable. It seemed a pity that she wasn't adorned in the traditional attire of the Warring States period. However, I recollect that the Warring States robe might not be suitable for her. Su Qin stood alone in the living room, wearing a beaming smile. He thought he should prepare some traditional attire for Qian Rinxue as well. As a Han person, his wife certainly ought to don ancient garments instead of short skirts. Such an idea would indeed be a disgrace to culture. Upon this realization, Su Qin felt a surge of clarity and exited the room. Qian Rinxue, lost in contemplation, found herself devoid of any inclination to practice. Her mind remained in turmoil. Xiao, find your calm. How can you hope to grow stronger in such a state? Yes, I understand, grandfather, she replied. But I swear, if I see that insufferable brat again, I shall slay him. Listening to her grandfather's ire, Qian Rinxue swallowed hard, secretly wishing that Su Chun would keep his distance. Suddenly, a young man appeared in Qian Rinxue's room. Qian Douluo, along with Qian Rinxue, heard the commotion and turned to look. Their eyes met, and an awkward tension filled the air. Su Qin glanced at the man before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. Hey, who are you, sir? How dare you intrude into my wife's room? The figure looked somewhat familiar. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qian Douluo quickly comprehended the situation. This was the very swine that had taken advantage of his granddaughter. Humph. So, it is you, you wretched boy, who has been exploiting my granddaughter. What do you intend to do here? Are you planning to silence me for good? Oh, I must say, I did not expect this, sir. Wait, granddaughter. Su Qin glanced at Qian Douluo, who stood behind Qian Rinxue, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He gestured slightly, and Qian Rinxue silently nodded in response. A sharp breath escaped Su Qin. Ah, this is akin to meeting the parents. His heart raced. Humph, have you not already made an acquaintance? I certainly remember that incident with Bibi Dong. Let me make it clear that I am not oblivious, though I may not discern your true strength. I am aware of various matters, both great and trivial. There is no way I could entrust little Shui to someone like you. I simply cannot place my trust in a person of your ilk. Qian Douluo, in a fit of indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Chen, unleashing a torrent of words, his spittle landing squarely on Su Chen's face. Su Chen's forehead was filled with prominent veins. Hey, old dang, don't be so ungrateful. I'm here to rob you today. Your granddaughter is quite beautiful and would make a fitting wife for my lair. Be wise and quickly roll away. What? What did you call me? Qian Douluo exclaimed in disbelief. Old dang, how is it that you've lived so long and are already hard of hearing? This is infuriating. I had thought I might spare you for the sake of Xiao Shui, but today, you shall not leave my sanctuary. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for your connection to Qian Rinxue, you would have long been quietly resting on the ground, eternally at peace. Qian Rinxue was at a loss and could only try to mediate. Xiao Shui, remember, you are the granddaughter of Qian Douluo. If you choose to be with this rascal, do not call me Grandpa from now on. Grandpa, can you both please stop arguing? Qian Rinxue, do you look down on me, Su Chen? Let me tell you, following me, you will enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. I assure you, I possess far greater wealth than your grandfather. Just look at him. Despite his youthful appearance, I sense a darkness in his fate. He shan't live long. You dare insult me. First soul skill, angelic restraint. Su Chen gazed disdainfully at the motionless Qian Douluo. He approached and contemptuously patted Qian Douluo on the shoulder. Qian Douluo appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why he was immobilized. Old man, let me tell you, times are changing. Why must you soul masters announce your skills aloud? They can be unleashed without a proclamation as well. Alas, one cannot teach the young. Su Chen shook his head, adopting a demeanor of maturity. Come on, Qian Rinxue, follow your brother. I shall lead you to the bow of the ship. However, grandfather. Qian Rinxue hesitated, unable to fathom Su Chen's extraordinary strength. Chapter 32. The Three Maidens Dancing. Don't be like that. Come here, let me give you a kiss first. Su Chen lifted Qian Rinxue with ease, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Qian Rinxue, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief. You. My grandfather is right beside us. Fear not. He reassured her. Your grandfather is of advanced years and will depend on you for his care. He shall not hold it against you. Is that truly the case? She inquired. Indeed, it is, he replied confidently. Look at your grandfather. His hair is white with age. How could he possibly be bothered by such trivial matters? Qian Rinxue glanced at Qian Douluo, noting the patches of silver in his hair. Well, Su Chen, you make a valid point. However, I cannot leave with you. If I do, won't this martial soul be forfeited to that woman? Smack. Why did you hit me? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Su Chen. What do you mean by that woman? She is my mother-in-law. We are all family. Why engage in such disputes? I assure you, should you follow me, you will come to realize that the spirit hall is not of paramount importance. Moreover, I have matters concerning your father to discuss. Qian Douluo, overhearing this, began to struggle vigorously, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Why is this brat's skill taking so long? Su Chen regarded Qian Douluo with a look of skepticism. He then glanced at the inquisitive Qian Rinxue, swiftly grasping the situation at hand. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I seem to have suddenly forgotten. Qian Rinxue, let us proceed. Then, may I implore you to release my grandfather? That is quite simple. Su Chen waved his hand, lifting the restraints on Qian Douluo. With the shackles released, Qian Douluo took a deep breath, enduring the humiliation. Regaining his composure, he immediately glared at Su Chen with fierce intensity, exclaiming, You young rascal! If you wish to take my granddaughter away, you must first contend with me, this old man. Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at Qian Douluo, who was determined to fight to the death. Kill. With that, Su Chen swiftly embraced Qian Rinxue and teleported away, leaving Qian Douluo in a state of bewilderment, pointing at the empty air. Hiss, how fast? Wait, where did that rascal go? You little brat. I, Qian Douluo, shall not let you escape my wrath. Upon returning to Su Chen's abode, Qian Rinxue remained in a daze. She surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, Su Chen, you are incredibly fast. Su Chen was taken aback by a remark from Qian Rinxue, causing him to wince. Cough, Qian Rinxue. You must remember that one should not speak of men in such a manner. Do you not agree? And why must I refrain from such speech? Su Chen continued. Just consider that night. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue pondered the events of that evening, her face flushing crimson and her neck growing warm with embarrassment. So, what is your purpose in summoning me today? Surely you do not intend to engage in such activities, for you are already wed. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply found myself thinking of you unexpectedly. Humph. I knew you would take advantage of me. Their shared presence filled the air with the unmistakable fragrance of budding romance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the room. Bong xia ka la ka. Both were momentarily stunned, and Qian Renxue, puzzled, looked towards the door. Su Chun. What is that sound outside? Su Chun suddenly found himself in an awkward predicament. After exchanging a few words with Qian Renxue, he clenched his teeth and departed from his room. Su Chun stood at the doorstep of the house before him. Upon inspection, he realized it belonged to Su Qing. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open and exclaimed, "What on earth? What is happening? I was enjoying a perfectly good game, and suddenly it turns into a dance party. Have you gone mad?" Su Chun stormed in, his expression one of disbelief. He beheld 3 girls wearing sunglasses, energetically dancing on the bed, twisting to the left and right. Goodness! Su Chun spotted his wife among the girls and felt a pang of anxiety. He could not allow his gentle spouse to be led astray by Su Qing. He swiftly approached and grasped Gu Yuna, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let go of my sister-in-law. She is merely my wife. Why should she heed your words? You are but a sister, I took in. And where did you acquire those sunglasses? They look rather stylish. Seriously, tell me where they come from. How dare you take my gentle and refined wife to a nightclub? You are defying the heavens. Mind your own business. This is my sister-in-law, and I am your sister. Remember? Blood is thicker than water. Are you looking for a fight?" In an instant, Su Chen's temper flared. He rolled up his sleeves, prepared for confrontation. With a shout, he declared, "Humph. A true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a woman, especially not with his sister. Very well, I shall let this slide. But we require some tranquility here. And why on earth is this goose participating in the festivities?" Su Chen, in a fit of exasperation, pointed accusingly at the dazed Bijie. A flush crept across Bijie's face as she sought refuge on a nearby chair. "It's not just your sister," she countered. "Your sister believes that girls should do as they please, without having to heed the dictates of you insufferable men. Is that so? Indeed, I find merit in her argument. Am I to be denied the pleasure of dancing? According to Su Qing's sister, this is a time of freedom for girls." Su Chen appeared utterly bewildered as he glanced at the self-satisfied Su Qing. Had he known better, he would not have entrusted his phone to her. "Look at you. A young lady causing chaos without earning a dime. Today it's dancing the night away. Tomorrow, will it be blowing up planets? The audacity is astonishing. Humph. I have wealth, what of it? You are still spending my money. So what? I thrive on my own merits. And if you have a problem with that, why not try it yourself?" The 3 girls looked at Su Chun with disdain, exclaiming, "How utterly shameless. Wait, my dear. Why do you also speak of me in such a manner?" "Oh no, it's only been a short while. And they say that the contagion of foolishness easily spreads to those nearby. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Who are you calling foolish? Sisters, let's go. If you dare to challenge me, do not blame me for being ruthless." He he he. Half an hour later, Su Chen found himself bound tightly by Su Qing, secured to a cross made of divine wood. His face bore the marks of distress. Guyuna observed the scene and felt it was somewhat excessive. Su Qing, don't you think this is a bit too much? Sister-in-law, let me tell you, men need to be taught a lesson. If not, they are prone to wandering and straying. Look at him. He has brought back another woman today. Who knows, tomorrow he might return with a whole horde. Surely, you wouldn't want your husband to indulge in such frivolities, would you? Upon hearing Su Qing mention that Su Chun had returned with another woman, Guyuna's expression turned icy. "You are right, Su Qing. Men indeed need to be disciplined. He, sister-in-law, you are wise. Come. I have just learned a thrilling new game." "What kind of game?" "Why, it's the exhilarating and adventurous Ludo. Is it fun?" "Absolutely. Come. Let me teach you how to play." The 3 women returned to Su Qing's room to engage in their merriment. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stepped out, having heard the commotion from the beginning, her face reflecting a sense of exasperation. Su Chun cast a glance at the retreating figures of the 3 women, then lowered his gaze gently to the enchanting Qian Renxue. "Oh, dear Schwer, could you possibly? Humph, scoundrel." As Qian Renxue departed, she made her way to find Su Qing and the others. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. What had he done? It seemed he had done nothing at all. Cough. Cough, cough. Teacher. Tang Shan's weak voice called out to Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing the voice, Yu Xiaojiang rushed over. "Xiao San, are you all right?" "Teacher, I'm fine. Where did Mu Bai and the others go? Why is only Xiao Wu here?" Humph. Flender detested us both and drove us out of Shrek. But do not worry. Teacher has a plan. Indeed, I trust you, teacher. Teacher, this battle has greatly aided me. It has made me realize what it means to be an insignificant being. I aspire to grow stronger, so that I may protect you all. Ah, what a commendable disciple. I never expected to have such a remarkable student like you, Yu Xiaojing. Teacher, where shall we go next? Tang Shan inquired. Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment before responding. We shall seek refuge with others. I believe their perspective will not mirror Flender's. Very well, wherever you go, I shall follow. Su Chun and his companions were strolling down the street when a cacophony of laughter erupted, urging them to hasten their pace. In Su Chen's gaze, an expression of disdain suddenly emerged as he witnessed a group of children tormenting a cluster of kittens. One particular mother cat was desperately shielding her offspring with her body, while the children incessantly trampled upon her. This familiar scene evoked memories of his time on Blue Star. What was happening? As Su Chen sat in the car, he looked through the window to observe the children engaged in their mischief. The driver glanced at him and remarked, "Boss, these children are bullying the small animals." Is this how children are nowadays? Su Chen pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Alas, it is unclear. Perhaps their parents have spoiled them too much. Indeed, replied the driver, Xiao Su. Do you think we should intervene? Xiao Su parked the car, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he regarded Su Chen. He had only been working as Su Chen's driver for a short while and perceived him as merely a wealthy young man, indulging in a life of extravagance. Xiao Su shook his head. Boss, you have a meeting to attend shortly. Is that so? Very well, let us proceed, Su Chen said, wishing to turn a blind eye to the scene. He waved his hand, signaling Xiao Su to drive on. Xiao Su glanced back at the children, each resembling little demons as they continued to trample the mother cat. He understood that such occurrences were far too common and beyond his capacity to address. Besides, it was not his concern. He drove away. Su Chen. What is it? Did you just recall something? Gu Yuna inquired. It was then that Su Chen realized everyone was gazing at him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that if he could not manage everything at once, he would tackle each matter individually until he could gain control. With this determination in mind, Su Chen made his way towards the group of children. Amidst the curious glances of those around him, Su Chen crouched down and gently patted one of the children. The child turned around, displaying a look of impatience, and asked, "What is it?" Upon observing the expression of the young child, Su Chen gestured to suppress his thoughts and inquired, "Dear child, why do you torment the little kittens?" The child, displaying a complete disregard for civility, retorted, "What business is it of yours? I can bully them if I wish." Unfazed, Su Chen pressed on. "But why do you choose to torment them?" The child responded nonchalantly, "I don't know. Is it not wrong to bully small animals?" The response came with a casual disdain. "Mister, this is our affair. I take great pleasure in listening to the anguished cries of these kittens. They are far more melodious than human sounds." Su Chen gazed in disbelief at the child before him, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Little did he expect such a cunning ambition hidden beneath that innocent facade. "Behave yourself, and heed your uncle's words, or else your parents will surely spank you," he admonished. The other children, however, found the situation rather amusing. "Ha ha ha, uncle, you crack me up. My parents would never spank me. They told me I could bully anyone I want. I remember once, I commanded my underlings to break a little girl's foot. TSK, TSK, TSK. That sound was music to my ears." With a sardonic smile, Su Chen retorted, "And do you know what your parents do for a living?" At this point, he could hardly contain himself. He was oblivious to the bustling street around them. He understood that in this world, the laws of the previous life held no sway, and that strength was the only currency that mattered. Su Qing approached, noticing that Su Chen's demeanor was amiss. "What troubles you? Were you not quite cheerful just a moment ago? Why the sudden anger? Why so petty?" Never mind, dear sister. Allow me to treat you to something delicious. Please do not be upset." Su Qing attempted to pull Su Chen away, only to realize she could not budge him at all. A look of perplexity crossed her face as she surveyed the scene before her. In an instant, she grasped the reason behind it. Alas, in this vast world, how often do we encounter such acts of tyranny? It is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. By intervening, we might only incur the disdain of the common folk. Such is fate, and we cannot attend to every matter. Su waved his hand, shaking off Su Qing's grip from his shoulder. His expression was frosty as he gazed at the child before him. "So, your father is quite an impressive figure, is he?" One of the children stepped forward with a sense of pride. My father is the bishop of Tiando. He told me that these commoners are beneath him, and I can do as I please with them, even if it means taking their lives. Do you believe such a thing is right? Su inquired. Indeed. I find it quite delightful, the child replied. Su Chan gazed upon the 7 or 8 children before him, their smiles appearing to him as the grins of demons. Heh. It seems that you are beyond redemption, he mused. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Su Chan approached the child with a beaming smile. He pressed forward, taunting. Are you not afraid of death, child of the one who claims to be the Tianshou master? Upon hearing these words, the child swallowed hard. However, recalling the formidable nature of his parents, he immediately lifted his chin and puffed out his chest, declaring, Humph, no one dares to kill me. My father and mother adore me. Su Chan exerted force through his arm, pressing down with such intensity that, in an instant, the child before him transformed into mere clay. The other 7 children, having never witnessed such a scene, were so terrified that they immediately sought to flee. Despair. Su Chan waved his hand, employing the 7th thunder technique, targeting the fleeing child. In less than a second, a heap of flesh and ash appeared on the ground. Qian Rinxue, unable to believe her eyes, covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Su Chan. As the young master of the spirit hall, she felt it was her duty to intervene. Yet she could not deny that the actions of these children were indeed excessive. Su Chan approached the ailing mother cat, and beneath her lay 7 kittens. Tragically, 2 had already perished, leaving 5 still alive. The mother cat glanced up at Su Chan, let out a faint cry, and collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 33. Bucktooth brother, why are these children so merciless? Gu Yuna inquired with a furrowed brow as she approached, devoid of any pity for the little ones, believing that they too deserved to perish. Perhaps it is due to a lack of proper guidance from their teacher, Qian Rinxue timidly suggested from the side. Well, let us move on. The matter is resolved. My dear, could you please carry these kittens? We shall find a restaurant where we can eat and converse, Su Chan remarked. Stretching lazily, Gu Yuna waved her hand, causing the kittens to float and follow behind them. A few soldiers from the spirit hall approached, but were halted by Qian Rinxue. Eventually, they located a restaurant and took their seats, all eyes on the little kittens drinking water. Su Qing, with a stoic expression, spoke. Su Chan, you do not intend to raise these little creatures, do you? Su Chan took a sip of his drink and glanced at Su Qing. These little kittens had been entrusted to me by their parents. To be candid, if I were destitute, I wouldn't take on such a responsibility. However, since I am financially stable, what does it matter? Let them be entrusted to my care. Gu Yuna raised her hand and said, well, it's a hassle. It's nothing. He replied. Su Chan gazed at Qian Rinxue and spoke. Xiao Xue, I perceive the thoughts that linger in your mind. Do you believe my recent punishment was excessively harsh? Indeed, while I find those children somewhat detestable, the true responsibility lies with their parents or teachers. Their transgressions do not warrant such severe consequences. Haha, you see, at times, one cannot solely blame the teachers or the parents. What do you mean by that? Qian Rinxue inquired. Ah, here it comes, the soul-soothing wisdom. Su Qing exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Su Chan shot a glare at Su Qing, who merely waved her hand dismissively. Su Chan took a sip of his drink and said, Xiao Xue, what do you believe is more important, character or academics? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment before responding. Certainly, academics hold greater significance. Without the guidance of teachers, how could one's character possibly flourish? Su Chen shook her head with a wry smile. They often say that in the vast array of professions, each has its champions. Yet they also proclaim that all pursuits are inferior except for the pursuit of knowledge. They assert that the slowest bird must take flight first, while simultaneously warning that the bird that stands out is the one that gets shot. They claim to study for the rise of a nation, yet insist that examinations are irrelevant. They profess that grades hold little significance, with character being paramount, yet criticize poor grades by questioning the worth of character. And what of you? Have you come to terms with such contradictions, or are you merely a reluctant participant in this charade? Qian Rinxue gazed at Su Chen, her heart a tumult of emotions. To her, it seemed that some commoners would never have their moment in the sun, let alone the animals. The only thing that might instigate change would be the unification of a nation across the continent. Thus, do you believe that those children will grow up to be malevolent? Not necessarily. Some are born with an innate darkness, yet we often overlook the shadows that linger behind them and refrain from judgment. Conversely, some are born good, yet the hands that guide them may be stained with blood. As for those children, they are inherently wicked and beyond reform. This continent has endured for countless years. And in this present age, is it not strength that speaks? Perhaps my recent actions will invite scorn, assassination, and more. But I am willing to embrace the role of the virtuous. It serves as a reminder that since I have arrived in this world, I must strive to improve it, rather than ignore the oppression of the populace while those from the spirit hall turn a blind eye. I do not consider myself a saint. To me, my convictions are infallible. I can take the life of anyone I choose without the need for justification. Strength is the only language that matters. Su Chun gazed intently at Qian Rinxue, who let out a sigh and nodded. I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, since we share a marital bond, I shall stand by your side. I, Qian Rinxue, am not one to fear death. Rest assured, you shall not perish, for I am here to protect you. Even if the gods come, I shall vanquish them. Such bravado. I aspire to become a deity, yet it remains uncertain if I shall succeed, Qian Rinxue retorted. Rolling her eyes, little Shui, do you not realize? Sometimes, attaining divinity may not be a blessing. The gods you envision may be merely one step above mortals. Yet they wield countless lives in their hands. Heed my words, avoid becoming a god. Perhaps the outcome would be more favorable. Impossible. If I do not ascend to godhood, what fate awaits the spirit hall? Shall we rely on that woman? I refuse to be looked down upon by her for the rest of my life. I shall prove to her that I, Qian Rinxue, can achieve divinity through my own merits. Hearing this, Gu Yuna's expression shifted, yet she remained silent. Su Chun gazed at Qian Rinxue, speechless. Xiao, come, let us have a discussion today. Tell me, whose body did you emerge from? Are you claiming to have sprung forth from a stone? And whose blood courses through your veins? Although she may have wronged you, it is because she struggled to accept the reality. You must consider her feelings rather than blindly seeking to validate your own existence. Why is it that others' mothers care for their children as if they were their very lives, yet you are not afforded the same? Instead of reflecting on the reasons, you insist on your own righteousness. I am aware of your mother's circumstances, yet I cannot divulge them to you, fearing that you may not be able to bear the truth. Regarding your mother, it is worth noting that, were she a typical woman, she might have resolved her situation long ago. Yet, she chose to persevere and bring you into this world. Qian Rinxue looked at Su Chen with skepticism. Initially, she had intended to inquire about her mother, but upon observing Su Chen's demeanor, she understood that the truth would remain elusive. Let me ponder this for a moment. I think I comprehend. Just then, a waitress approached. Are you going to place an order or not? You've been occupying this table for quite some time, and other guests have nowhere to sit. Su Chen wore a perplexed expression as he glanced at Su Qing, who was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings. He gently tapped her, asking, have you not made your move? Su Qing shrugged and shook her head. Isn't it usually you who makes the decisions? Su Chen appeared bewildered as he glanced at the wine in his hand. How did this wine come to be? He mused. Did I order it? The waiter inquired about his preferences, and when asked for a drink, he casually replied, just bring what you usually serve. So, are you not ordering any dishes? The waiter questioned. Isn't that your responsibility? He retorted. Moreover, I never mentioned anything about ordering this wine, did I? Su Qing blinked her eyes in response. Su Chen gritted his teeth, glanced at Su Qing, and patted his chest, signaling himself to endure. He thought, I cannot fight back. I cannot fight back. Apologies. I may have gotten carried away earlier. Might I trouble you to bring forth the signature dishes from your establishment? The waiter curled his lip and cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun, confirming, are you sure? You won't find it too costly, will you? It was not that the waiter looked down upon Su Chun. Rather, he had initially intended to fetch a more expensive bottle of wine. But the owner advised him to start with a more affordable option. Consequently, Su Chun and his companions took an eternity to finish a single bottle, leading him to suspect that this group might have intentionally come to the restaurant to indulge in a lavish drinking spree. Upon hearing these words, Su Chun was taken aback. My tempestuous temper. With a resounding thud, he slammed a large bag of golden soul coins onto the table. The waiter, upon inspecting it, was momentarily dazzled by the glimmering sight, his eyes sparkling with the allure of gold. That is quite sufficient, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment, and I shall arrange everything for you immediately. Very well, go ahead, Su Chen replied. Su Chen triumphantly waved his hand, raising an eyebrow at Gu Yuna beside him. My dear, behold, this is true prowess. Doesn't seem all that impressive, does it? Gu Yuna replied, somewhat perplexed. Cough, cough, cough. You fail to comprehend, he retorted. As the saying goes, wealth can move mountains. That wealth is mine. Meanwhile, Su Qing casually played her game, interjecting with a remark. Su Qing glared at Su Qing with an expression of disbelief. What do you mean? Where is my money? It was 100 million. I could have spent it all myself. Su Qing cast a glance and said, Did you not instruct Lu Rian to establish a school? She approached me alone, claiming that funds were insufficient, so I provided her with an additional 200 million. Your portion is still inadequate. Goodness, is such a sum truly necessary? How do I feel as though I have been deceived? This shouldn't be the case. How would I know? Enough, enough. Do not disturb my ascent to a higher rank. Why are you still playing? I see you engaged in this all day long. Have you reached the rank of king yet? Not yet. These wretched teammates have the audacity to insult my skills. As a Lu Bin, did I not sacrifice myself 10 times merely to protect this bridge? And yet, this bridge dares to belittle my abilities. How outrageous. Su Qin rose to his feet and glanced at Su Qing's record, 0-15-1. Su Qin, system. Is there any way to enhance Su Qing's skills in this game? It's baffling how she struggles to achieve platinum rank, while others, like Lao Yi, seem to ascend effortlessly. Who is Lao Yi? That's irrelevant. Regardless, I find myself at a loss. Does Su Qing not have her own system? Do you think she plays so diligently every day without consulting it? Su Qin pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and came to the realization that the system's assertion held merit. On that fateful night within the confines of the room, he addressed his esteemed host. Shall I lend you a hand? No, came the reply. How dare they insult me, claiming I rely on others to ascend the ranks? If I assist you in enhancing your prowess, will you not also rise on your own merit? That is not an option, he retorted. Take a look at this Lanling Wang. He would suggest that if I cannot compete, I should resort to cheating, thus looking down upon me. So, what do you intend to do? I wish to rely solely upon my own abilities to ascend. I want them to acknowledge my skills. But you have been playing for quite some time and have only reached platinum, she exclaimed, exasperation evident in her tone. That was by choice. I allowed them to surpass me. Enough of this. It's time for team battles. This time, I shall secure a pentakill. 1 minute later. Damn it. Why am I being targeted? Why must they focus on me, the humble Luo Ban? Enough with the commotion. Su Qing, what on earth are you wailing about at this late hour? A voice filled with irritation came from outside. Cough, 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 it's nothing. Just that time of the month, Su Qing awkwardly responded. Hearing this, Su Qin promptly retreated, declaring he could not engage further. Su Qin pondered for a moment, her lips twitching as she gazed at Su Qing. You are several trillion years old, and you still have your period? What do you mean by that? Su Qing looked up at Su Chun with a bewildered expression. Don't pretend you don't understand, Su Qin replied. Let me tell you, when I found out it arrived that day, I was still a virgin. Su Chun immediately rushed over to cover Su Qing's mouth. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned his head and gasped in astonishment. Su Chun, I never imagined you would even. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I assure you, I am a paragon of virtue. Huh? A paragon of virtue? Is that what you call taking advantage of others? It was clearly you who acted first. Little sister, do you not agree with my assertion? Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely keep your secret about taking advantage of others. You can rest assured, I will maintain your confidentiality. He. Su Qin was utterly astonished, his hand trembling as he pointed at Su Qing, who was making a playful face with her tongue out. Goodness, what an unexpected turn of events. Su Chun immediately turned his head to look at Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui, swearing, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. If I were, may Su Qing never find a spouse and be forever ensnared in a web of spiders. The smile on Su Qing's face gradually faded, and she gazed at Su Qin's retreating figure with a scowl. How could you, Su Qin? I never imagined you would stoop to human trafficking. As if that were not enough, you have even sold your own sister. Are you even human? Not only did you sell her, but you also cursed her to remain unmarried for a lifetime, claiming she would be covered in spider webs. In an instant, Su Qing shouted, Sisters, gather. In that very moment, Qian Ringshu, Gu Yuna, and Biki teleported to Su Qing's side. Su Qin was taken aback, a throbbing pain in his head. Qian Rinshui, what are you doing over there? He exclaimed. Humph. What my sister Su Qing said is undoubtedly true. All you men are nothing but big oafs. Damn it. Su Qing, I, Su Chun, will never share the same sky with you. A duel? Su Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, Humph. I prefer to eat and sleep, with a sense of righteousness. Su Qin sat down. The onlookers around him shook their heads in disappointment, murmuring, I thought there would be some excitement to witness. Indeed. I didn't expect it to be like this. This guy is hardly manly. He is actually being bossed around by a woman. Su Chan was driven to the brink by the incessant chattering around him, his veins throbbing with irritation. Enough. If you dare to utter another word, I shall make you aware that arrogance comes at a price. In an instant, the atmosphere turned icy. A short fellow with protruding teeth, barely standing at 5'3", stepped forward defiantly, gazing up at Su Chan with a challenging expression. What is the matter? Do you wish to settle this one-on-one? With a sharp clap, the tension escalated. With a swift motion, Su Chan struck, and the overzealous figure fell dramatically, disappearing from sight in an instant. The others continued their meal, oblivious to the commotion. Su Chan looked at the fallen, buck-toothed man with disdain. Bah! Lacking strength yet still trying to show off. I am happily governed by my wife, while you, attempting to impress the ladies, should consider the nature of our relationship. You possess neither looks nor prowess, merely relying on your buck teeth. Su Chen's maneuver left the other 4 women utterly astonished. Su Chen, with an air of nonchalance, casually flicked his bangs. What do you think? Impressive. The 4 women raised their thumbs in admiration. By the way, where has that fish gone? Su Chen inquired with a puzzled expression. Oh, he mentioned he wanted to explore the human world, claiming this place lacked excitement. Yesterday, he asked a passerby about the Starry Empire, stating it was more enjoyable. So he decided to go there. I see. Let him be, as long as he refrains from senseless slaughter. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king gazed at the multitude of corpses before him, lost in contemplation. I merely asked for directions, yet you resort to robbery, demanding proof to ascertain whether I hail from the spirit hall. Do I truly need to offer proof? Allow me to introduce my master, Su Chen. How dare you not recognize him? To look down upon him is one thing, but to insult me by calling me Sister Su, as if I were for sale, is utterly intolerable. Ah, how peculiar. My nose feels slightly itchy. After all, I am a fish. Chapter 34. The Yin and Yang Guardians Little 3. Are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. Have we arrived? Almost there, just 50 more miles. What? Tang Shan gasped. Unable to endure any longer, he fainted. Third brother. Little 3. Little 3. Yu Xiaojing. In a state of panic, shook Tang Shan vigorously. Yu Xiaojing. What have you done to my son? A thunderous voice echoed in Yu Xiaojing's ears. Lord Haoyan. Yu Xiaojing looked around, realizing he was alone, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. He quickly turned to face Tang Hao, swallowing hard. Master. What has happened to Little 3? Tang Hao glared at Yu Xiaojing, crouched down to examine Tang Shan's condition. His brow furrowed. He instantly appeared before Yu Xiaojing, grasping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Haoyan, please, don't kill me. I am Little 3's teacher. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojing and with a dismissive wave, threw him to the ground. Master, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame Tang for being ungrateful. At this, Yu Xiaojing, filled with ire, retorted, your son is not my doing. If you seek someone to blame, direct your wrath towards that Su Chan. But Little 3 has sustained such severe injuries. His bones are gravely harmed. Why did you not seek a healing spirit master to treat him? Yu Xiaojing, feeling a twinge of guilt, stammered, we were robbed by that group. What? Ah. I shall kill them. Yu Xiaojing's eyes brightened as he nodded fervently. Indeed, Lord Haoyan, those individuals are truly despicable. I had already declared our surrender, acknowledging our inferiority in skill, yet the Tyrannosaur team resorted to ruthless extermination. Tang Hao regarded Yu Xiaojing with a skeptical expression, proclaiming, I believe only half of what you say. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, you are well aware of the consequences. Rest assured, Your Highness Haoyan, you are familiar with my character. Although my soul fighting techniques may not be the strongest, my integrity is renowned throughout the continent. Here, take these gold soul coins. First, escort Xiao Shan away and seek a healer for him. Should you dare to flee him, fear not, Your Highness Haoyan. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaojing before vanishing in an instant. Yu Xiaojing, with a bitter smile, watched Tang Hao depart, shaking his head as he turned to the prostrate Tang Shan. Alas, Xiao Shan, you have truly caused me much distress. Yu Xiaojing then glanced over at the dazed Xiao Wu and admonished, Xiao Wu, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry and come help. Xiao Wu, jolted from her stupor, glanced at Yu Xiaojing and furrowed her brow before hastening over to assist. Goodness, you actually chose to defile my bed. Su Chen widened his eyes as he watched the little kitten leave a sizable mess on the bed. Darling, why aren't you keeping an eye on them? Su Chen gazed at Gu Yuna in disbelief. Embarrassed, Gu Yuna replied, I've never taken care of a kitten before. This is my first time. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? He retorted. Humph. It's all for our future consideration. If we have a baby someday, we'll have some experience in caregiving. Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. Who told you that taking care of a baby is akin to managing a cat? Su Chen claimed that caring for a child was as simple as tending to a feline. She even showed me that video. What was it called? I glanced at it, and it seemed to suggest that the child should be placed in a crib. I can't take it anymore. I'm on the verge of a breakdown. For heaven's sake. You haven't even welcomed the child into this world, and you're already contemplating the future. You spend every night beside that lazy Su Qing. How could we possibly have a baby? Moreover, a cat cannot be compared to a human. Do you understand? Would you feed a cat fish bones? Would you serve those to our child? Gu Yuna timidly glanced at Su Chun and remarked, Isn't that true? Su Chun, I understand. My dear, you may go and spend time with Su Qing. I shall take care of the cat. In the future, I will also attend to the child. Shouldn't the care of children be the responsibility of women? I am aware that it is traditionally a woman's duty. Yet I fear that our newborn might choke on a fishbone. In truth, cats consume more than just fish bones. Su Chen, what else do you wish to say? Cats also consume fish, so the baby should be able to eat fish. Ha ha ha. My clever little fool, you truly are something. My dear, I adore you. You are simply marvelous. I hold you in the highest regard, don't I? Thank you for the compliment, my love. I cherish you as well. All right, darling. Go enjoy your time with Su Qing, but do take care of the child. Gu Yuna pointed at the several yawning kittens on the bed. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that death is not an option, I would truly want to succumb to it right now. What should I do? My dear, would you like to lend a hand? That one do. Su Qing has stated that a man who takes his own life is a coward. I understand. I am not a coward. Go on and have fun, my love. I shall tend to the child. Is that acceptable? Gu Yuna coyly glanced at the door, whereby Ji was waving to her. Certainly, I would be more than happy to do so. Very well then, my love, I adore you. Gu Yuna slipped away like smoke. Su Chen shook his head and turned to gaze at the several sleeping kittens. He approached them and exclaimed, What are you sleeping for? Rise and shine. The 5 little kittens lifted their heads, their eyes wide with curiosity as they stared at Su Chen. Meow, they replied. Your meowing is of no use. I can still howl. Get up, get up. Allow me a moment to tidy up. Su Chen lifted each kitten and placed them on the ground, then glanced at the mess of cat droppings on the bed. To his astonishment, he, the esteemed chairman, was being besieged by such indignities. Ugh, what a foul odor. What have you clumsy creatures been consuming? Meow, enough of that meowing. Cease your incessant chatter. Su Chen immediately pulled up the quilt and placed it outside the room, then ignited it with the vermilion bird flame. What are you trying to do? Be quiet. Let me tell you, are you really burning cat feces with the vermilion bird flame? Is there any other fire? If you want fire, it's quite simple. You know what the vermilion bird flame represents, right? What does it represent? It symbolizes the fire of the vermilion bird. Get lost. Oh, truly. What is the point of stealing the spotlight? This is a novel, not a television drama. Do you understand? While cursing, Su Chen continued to tidy up. Damn it. Don't jump up here. I've just finished arranging everything. Su Chen observed a small cat crouching as if preparing to pounce. Startled, Su Chen quickly raised a hand to intervene, exclaiming, Wait, do not leap. Allow me to teleport over. Su Chen glared at the steaming pile of cat droppings on the floor, his expression darkening, gritting his teeth. He turned to the feline in his hands and demanded, Who exactly sent you as a spy? Meow, no meowing aloud. The little cat promptly fell silent. Su Chen, rendered speechless, glanced at the cat excrement on the bed. With a swift motion, he ignited it entirely, then waved his hand to disperse the remnants with a gust of wind. Sighing, he muttered to himself, This cat is more terrifying than a deity. Time to change the bedding. If it weren't for my promise to your mother to look after you all, I wouldn't bother with you. Su Chen set down the feline in his arms and instantly vanished. He arrived at the entrance of a bed store and stepped inside. Hello, esteemed customer. What kind of bed do you seek? The finest bed you have. Ah, you've come to the right place. Allow me to introduce you to our latest offerings. Do not bother with the introductions. I shall pay immediately. Just allow me to take it away. I fear that if I delay, I may return to find my home has changed. The proprietor was taken aback but nodded in understanding. Su Chen settled the payment, lifted one hand to the bed, and instantly vanished. Within the room, 2 cats crouched low. Su Chen teleported over, his eyes widening at the sight of 2 little kittens. He instinctively gave them a gentle kick, though not with much force. As the kittens tumbled to the ground, Su Chun swiftly channeled his energy, causing them to levitate gracefully in midair before they softly descended to the ground. Su Chun wiped away non-existent sweat, repositioned the bed to its original place, and nodded in satisfaction. Meow, not allowed to meow meow. Ah, if you meow again, do you believe I will pluck your kidneys? The little kitten glanced at Su Chun, seemingly unimpressed, shook its head, and settled down to sleep. Su Chun nodded with a look of satisfaction, affirming, indeed, this is the epitome of a well-behaved little one. Su Chun stifled a yawn and glanced at the bed before collapsing onto it like a lifeless zombie. The bed was incredibly soft. He chuckled softly. A minute later, the room resonated with whispers of breath. Come on, it's my turn. Let me play with a life. No way, you've already played with two. What? Jian Rushua. Remember who introduced you to Su Chun? That's right. It was me, your benefactor. Now, come on, hand over the phone. Humph. Shouldn't I be thanking you? I am Su Chun's second wife. I have the right to manage his phone, don't I? Impossible. He won't give it to you. Oh, I know you aren't his biological sister. How could a non-sister compete with me, his wife? What? Hiss, conniving witch. Su Chun gasped. Ah, yes, I am the cunning one. Stop playing and hand it over. It's mine. It belongs to my husband. Gu Yuna glanced over at Bijia beside her and asked, who should we assist? Bijia observed the fierce competition between the two women and shook her head. Big sister, you can take Su Chun's phone. Doesn't he have another one? Hee. While they squabble, we could go have some fun. Gu Yuna's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She left Su Chun's room and sought out Su Chun. Upon arriving at his door, she noted the 5 sleeping kittens on the floor and wore a serious expression. She glanced at the fragrant Su Chun sprawled on the bed. Realizing that without women to care for the children, things would go awry. After all, men are unreliable. Gu Yuna picked up the 5 kittens and entered Su Chun's room. She noticed the phone on the table and wore a mischievous smile, gently placing the kittens on the bed and cautiously taking the phone with her. Su Chun remained in bed, immersed in enchanting dreams, as melodies played on and the dance continued. Su Chun, adorned in a dragon robe, gazed upon a figure clad in ancient attire, gracefully dancing with elegant movements. He erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment as he sipped his wine. Where's the wine? Su Chun wore an expression of displeasure as he glanced at the maid beside him. He slammed his hand onto the table with force, exclaiming, Su Chun, how audacious of you! You dare to deprive me of my wine. Su Chun immediately knelt down in fear, prostrating herself and pleading, Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Su Chun raised his head and puffed out his chest, declaring with pride, Come forth, take her away and administer 50 strokes of the rod. Then heal her, and once more, deliver another 50 strokes, repeatedly. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king entered, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Su Chun shook her head, helplessly being dragged away by the deep-sea demon whale king. She fell to the ground, desperately pleading with Su Chun, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Spare my life, I implore you. Your Majesty. Su Chun waved his hand, seated upon the dragon throne, and with a smile said, Why are you still in a daze? Continue the music and resume the dance. In an instant, Su Chun experienced the joy of an emperor. He gazed at the enchanting Gu Yuna, who was dancing gracefully. He swallowed hard and gestured for her to approach. Gu Yuna, with her beautiful eyes, glanced at Su Chun on the dragon throne, suddenly overwhelmed by shyness. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Your Majesty, she giggled. Dear Queen, please do come here swiftly, he beckoned. Yes, I shall come at once, Gu Yuna replied. Making her way to Su Chun, she blinked playfully. My beloved, a kiss? Your Majesty, there are others present. Fear not, come here for a kiss. Then I shall oblige your Majesty. The two embraced and shared a kiss. My dear, why are you still sticking out your tongue? He chuckled. In an instant, Su Chun realized something was amiss. He swiftly pushed Gu Yuna away, his face filled with terror as he beheld what was once the lovely Gu Yuna, now transformed into a feline head. Ah, a monster. A monster. In reality, Su Chun opened his eyes wide, awakening from slumber. He lowered his gaze to find a cat, licking its tongue towards his mouth. Su Chun was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth? How did you get up here? Goodness, is it a cat spirit? How could it possibly know to climb onto the bed and take advantage of me? With a bewildered expression, Su Chun uttered, Meow, what do you mean? Meow? Su Chun picked up the kitten and approached us, waving a hand that conjured a large cleaver, which he pressed against the kitten's neck, albeit using the blunt side of the blade. Listen here, Little creature, I am no longer pure, and today you shall not remain untainted either. I shall make you aware of the agony of becoming a eunuch. The kitten gazed at Su Chun with a beaming smile. What the hell? You still dare to laugh? Seeing the kitten in such a predicament, Su Chun felt utterly helpless. He could hardly believe that the cat had managed to climb in by itself. Could it be that someone had visited? Typically, the only individuals who came here were either Guyu Na or Qianren Shui. Su Qing would usually only arrive when there was something of importance. Moreover, his vigilance was quite high. If someone had indeed come, there would undoubtedly have been some commotion. Why, then, had he failed to notice anything? Su Qin clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Done. The unsolved mysteries of Douluo continent have just emerged." With a snap, he added, "Goodness, I feel like I'm performing a comedic act. No, I can't let such trivial matters distract me." Su Chun glanced at the few kittens at his door, who nodded at him and shook their little heads adorably. Su Chun stroked his chin, gazing at the little cat with a look of skepticism. White, brown, black, and black and white. Su Chun pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he should bestow upon them names. You, the one with the pristine white fur, shall henceforth be known as Little White. Do you agree to this name with a call, or shall I hear your dissent? Little White remained silent. Su Chun swiftly brandished a large machete, resting it menacingly against Xiao Bai's neck, and threatened, "If you do not call out, do you believe I will offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens?" Xiao Bai let out a pitiful cry, while three little kittens looked on, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement at Xiao Bai's predicament. Su Chun gazed at the brown kitten, stroking his chin in contemplation. A thought struck him. "From this day forth, you shall be named Brown Silk. What do you think?" The kitten replied, "You might as well just call me Little Brown." Su Chun glanced at the discontented gaze of the little cat and understood its sentiment. Acknowledging that the name might indeed be a bit excessive, "How about I call you Brown Master instead? What do you think? Quite fitting, isn't it, Brown Master?" The Brown Master responded with a satisfied smile, glancing at the little white cat and proudly ruffling its head. Su Chun then turned his attention to the black cat. "You shall be named Little Black," he declared. "Meow, a single call from you signifies your agreement, doesn't he it?" "Ah, Little Black is so obedient." However, Little Black retorted inwardly, "I vehemently refuse." Su Chun glanced at the black and white kitten once more, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. The proud little creature lifted its head, awaiting a melodious name from its master. "From this day forth, you shall be called." The kitten, eagerly anticipating, exclaimed, "At last, it has arrived. Black and white. The unpredictable." However, the sheer absurdity of the name caused the kitten to foam at the mouth and faint from the shock. Su Chun immediately approached, lifting the black and white messengers of death with a teasing expression. "Not satisfied? That shouldn't be the case. You embody both the dark and the light. As the duality of existence, how can that be wrong?" Chapter 25. The Sacrifice. Su Chun gazed in bewilderment at the two figures of black and white. Pressing his ear against them, straining to listen, he pondered why he could not hear a heartbeat. Had he, perhaps, met his end? Su Chun wore a perplexed expression, glancing helplessly at the black and white impermanence. He never anticipated that today, in the presence of these spectral figures, he would find himself in such a predicament. "Alas, fret not. I shall take good care of your brothers. Soon, I shall see to your cremation." Meow. The black and white impermanence widened their eyes in fright, exclaiming, "Oh, you're awake, huh?" Hee. Su Chun gently stroked the head of the black and white cat, nodding slightly. "Very well, you may continue to rest. I shall provide you with some food during lunch." Su Chun set aside the black and white impermanence and proceeded to Su Qing's room, intending to inquire about her meal choices. "Ha! Big sister, you are truly remarkable." Su Chun was greeted by the sounds of laughter and merriment. He noticed Guyu Na sitting outside, engrossed in her phone. "My dear, why are you sitting outside playing on your phone?" he inquired. "Ah, Su Chun, what brings you here? Wait, how did you wake up?" She responded, surprised. "What do you mean by that? Do you not wish for my awakening?" Su Chun replied, somewhat bemused. No, that's not it." "So, Su Chun, do you have something to discuss?" "Nothing of great importance. What shall we have for dinner?" "I'm indifferent," she replied. "All right then. But how did my phone end up in your possession?" Su Chun pondered, observing the device in Guyu Na's hand. "It's BG. She must have asked you to steal it." BG was taken aback, disbelief evident on her face. "Big sister, you sold it far too quickly." "Humph. As the big sister. Isn't it a simple task to sell out my own little brother?" "Very well, it's true. I am the one who encouraged the big sister to steal your phone." "Su Chun, Su Chen wore an expression of disbelief. If you wish to play, simply ask me for it. Why resort to theft? Indeed. Why must we steal? Bichia's eyes sparkled with realization. Never mind, never mind. You all continue your game. I shall seek out Su Qing. All right then. Su Chen opened the door. His expression one of sheer astonishment. My goodness. It is unmistakably mine. Su Chen is my man. Su Chen is my brother. You, an outsider, are merely a transient in his life. Even if you are his sister. The two of them stood there, each with a foot planted on the other's face. Their hands grappling for the phone. Hey, is this really necessary? Have you become so engrossed in your phone? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Qian Ruxue immediately released her grip and, with a face full of grievance, rushed into Su Chen's embrace. Su Chen, your sister is being unreasonable. She is bullying me. Nonsense. You are the one bullying me. Stop. Speak plainly. Tears glimmered in Qian Ruxue's eyes, looking pitiful, which tugged at Su Chen's heartstrings. He comfortingly said, All right. Do not cry. Tell your husband. I promise to deliver justice. Qian Ruxue recounted the incident to Su Chen, who then regarded Su Qing with a serious expression. Isn't this a bit excessive? We are all family here. Huh? Family, you say? A family that can disregard their own sister? A family that beats me in their dreams? Goodness. Su Qing, could you possibly grant me a modicum of privacy? No. Let me make it clear. Today, it's either me or Qian Ruxue. You can only choose one. Su Chen, with a helpless gesture, immediately embraced Qian Ruxue, raising an eyebrow as he declared, Of course, I choose Qian Ruxue. In an instant, a pang of sorrow pierced Su Qing's heart as she pointed at Su Qing, exclaiming, You. I am your sister, after all. With a scoff, she continued. Is this what you call a sister? Climbing onto roofs and tearing down walls daily, choking me at a whim, and threatening me. Having a sister like you is my fortune, yet I am unworthy of it. Well, it seems you just stated that I can only choose one. I have made my choice. You may leave now. What? I will not leave unless you can defeat me. Su Chen was at a loss for words. Qian Ruxue tugged at Su Chen, urging, Come on. Even my grandfather cannot rival you. Hurry and drive her away. Stop it. Don't say it's me. Even you all cannot contend with her, Su Chen replied. Never mind. You all should just get along. Su Chen vanished in an instant, leaving Qian Ruxue momentarily stunned. She had not comprehended Su Chen's words at all. Humph, sister-in-law. It seems my brother has fled. Humph, your brother is merely reluctant to bully you. All right. Let us allow you to play with a life. Upon hearing Qian Ruxue's words, Su Qing was momentarily struck by a realization that perhaps she had overstepped. Well, sister-in-law, please, go ahead. No, you are my sister-in-law. You should take the lead. After you. I insist. You go first. I emphatically say, you go first. The two engage in a mutual understanding, each showing forbearance while simultaneously deferring to the other. Very well, then I shall go first, they chorused. Shall I? You clearly insisted I should go first. I am your sister-in-law. Bah, what do you mean, your sister-in-law? I have yielded to you. Please do not hesitate. Since you have yielded, I must certainly take my turn. The two resumed their playful bickering once more. In an instant, Su Chen felt invigorated as he stepped onto the bustling street. Give, I've discovered you, a peculiar voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. Who is it? Is anyone there? Give. Allow me to unveil your adversary, it came again. Could it be that I am losing my sanity? Su Chen wore a bewildered expression when suddenly a deafening roar resonated. In a heartbeat, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked as a radiant curtain of light flashed across the sky. Su Chen wore a grave expression. System, what is this? Did you create this? Let me see. This is bad. They've actually come for us. Quick, we must flee. What do you mean, flee? System, I sense there are many secrets you are concealing from me. Alas, there is no time for explanations. We must escape this universe swiftly. What nonsense. Escape this universe? Did you not claim that I was invincible? You possess only 30% of your power. I can grant you additional strength, but that would come at a cost. Hee. So you were deceiving me all along, were you? I knew from the very beginning you were not truthful. Su Qing was in her room, engaged in a heated argument with Qian Ruxue. The sudden commotion caused both of them to pause. Su Qing, with a serious expression, gazed at the sky, sensing a familiar presence. She immediately urged Qian Ruxue, Quickly, take Gu Yuna and the others away from here. Hurry. What is happening? Qian Ruxue inquired. Nothing to worry about. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. You must leave at once. This is not a place for you to be involved in. I shall find Su Qin. With that, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Su Qin was standing there when Su Qing approached him, gazing at the sky with a solemn expression. Do you not feel that the expanse of the heavens seems strangely familiar? That aura? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qin carefully sensed the atmosphere. Indeed, it was the mysterious copper coffin we discovered that day within the world barrier. How could that object possibly appear here? Does it mean that everyone on this continent would? As Su Qin recalled that day, a sense of dread washed over him. He felt an overwhelming aura of death that rendered him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Su Qin, look, the light screen is stirring, he observed, as the screen quivered, revealing something astonishing that left him utterly astounded. What is this? What on earth is happening? Su Qin questioned, her expression filled with confusion. It's a young boy. Su Qin replied, his voice trembling. It wasn't he fear of the power he sensed. Rather, he felt the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. A young boy? Suddenly, the boy cast something towards the spirit hall, accompanied by the rhythmic ticking of a machine. We must certainly stop him. Su Qin soared into the sky, clutching the divine halberd of the nation and casting it forth. An explosive sound erupted, shattering the surrounding space. Boom! A brilliant radiance illuminated the heavens, rendering all who dwelled on the continent unable to open their eyes. With a wave of her hand, Su Qin conjured a formation, a mystical array materializing before her. Guard! A layer of azure energy enveloped the entire spirit hall, fending off the impending assault. Su Qin, what is happening? I am unsure. Do you not sense this aura? It bears a striking resemblance to that coffin. Ah, no wonder it feels so familiar. And what was it you just mentioned about a little boy? Su Qin inquired, her expression one of utter confusion. That belongs to my realm. How should I put it? It is akin to a weapon from my world, a formidable one at that. I see. But why is it not present in the phone you gave me? Su Qin gazed incredulously at Su Qin, questioning who would save such trivialities on their phone. Su Qin, look. Someone is emerging from it. A person? Su Qin turned his head and beheld a shroud of black mist from which emerged figures. Although they appeared to be human, they were anything but. These familiar faces were acquaintances of Su Qin, yet he harbored a profound desire for their obliteration. Within the fog, they donned yellow military uniforms, their faces displaying ghastly smiles, skin resembling decaying flesh, and each wielding modern weaponry. Su Qin sighed, gazing at the densely packed figures. Why do you even exist? Su Qin inquired, looking at Su Qin. I do not know these individuals. They are my ancestral foes. Leave these devils to me. Oh, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. I will not require your aid. Such matters are readily undertaken by our compatriots. A fierce smile appeared on Su Qin's face as he waved his hand, summoning the divine spear of the nation into his grasp. With unwavering determination, he advanced towards the densely packed enemies before him. Countless foes surrounded him, and Su Qin's gaze fell upon two adversaries wielding samurai swords, their blades stained with unmistakable traces of blood. System, I wish to unleash my full power. Are you certain? I am resolute, though I may indulge in chaos. There is no need to hesitate in the face of national righteousness. I regret to inform you that I cannot comply. Why not? Are you not invincible? Because my injuries have yet to heal. I am not yet a match for the strange adversary. Your injuries? Are you not the system? How can you be wounded? As I have previously mentioned, I am but a drop of essence. My form was shattered by the strange forces, and a fragment of my essence inadvertently breached the rules. Arriving in the realm of original history, your world, I happened to encounter you. But alas, your world oppresses me, forcing me to invade your body and shatter a barrier to enter this inferior realm to recuperate. Ha ha ha. Oh system, do not jest with me. I still wish to return. I am not jesting. You cannot return just yet. You require a special period, such as the 3 lives copper coffin. Are you referring to that coffin? It is of no use. I cannot muster any strength even to approach it. The time has not yet come. I possess a method of transcendence, but I am unable to impart it to you at present. Therefore, exercise caution. If all else fails, allow Su Qin to protect you. She too hails from a higher realm. Su Qin took a deep breath, coming to the realization that the system within him was a mere illusion, possibly orchestrated by another individual. He resolved to conduct a thorough investigation in due course. Nevertheless, the fact that it was non-functional did not preclude him from engaging in lethal actions. Su Qin retracted the national divine spear, and as he raised his right hand, 3 azure marks emerged. Mystical Ice Dragon Ascension. In an instant, the ground erupted, and 10 colossal ice dragons manifested behind Su Chun. The surrounding air became frigid, and countless shards of ice cascaded from the dragons' bodies, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Chun commanded 10 ice dragons to charge towards the countless small demons, their velocity reaching the speed of sound, shattering the surrounding space. Numerous structures of the Soul Palace collapsed as he bellowed, "Tear them to shreds." The frenzied little demons, resembling zombies, accelerated towards the ice dragons, their bloodied mouths gaping wide to tear and gnash. With a sweeping strike, the ice dragons crushed them into mere pulp. Yet, from that very aura, an incessant stream of demons continued to emerge, leaving Su Chun perplexed. Despite having commanded the ice dragons to eliminate tens of millions, at the very least 100,000 had perished, yet an overwhelming number remained. Su Chun instantaneously traversed into the void, forming intricate hand seals as a colossal Kunpeng unfurled its wings behind him. Kunpeng's divine art. The Kunpeng's form swelled, growing ever larger in Su Chun's gaze. Alas, the Douluo planet could no longer contain its grandeur. With a gaping abyssal maw, it lunged toward the enemy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The surface of Douluo fractured, succumbing to a sudden collapse, with some civilians plummeting into the abyss. The earth trembled for what felt like an eternity, and with a thunderous boom, the Douluo planet shattered into countless fragments. In the sky, Su Chun appeared disheveled, caught in the tempest of chaos. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at Su Chun, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? How could one possibly release a creature like the Kunpeng?" With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing restored everything to its original state. Yet the presence of those malevolent spirits had vanished. "Did you not reverse time?" Su Qing inquired of Su Qing. "Why have those little demons not returned?" Su Qing furrowed her brow and remarked, "I am perplexed as to why these individuals remain unaffected by the loss." Su Qing has encountered such a situation for the first time. According to reason, mastering even one of the disciplines is already quite remarkable. Su Qing gazed at Su Chun, her hand moving slightly. The grass surrounding Su Chun gradually withered, slowly transforming into ash, while his visage remained unchanged. "I discern the reason." "What is the reason?" Su Chun inquired with curiosity. "You recognize those clad in yellow garments, do you not?" "Of course I do." "What of it?" "It is possible that in your realm, the concept of laws does not exist. Furthermore, a powerful being has bestowed certain abilities upon these individuals. To put it plainly, they are akin to living corpses, devoid of the capacity for thought. In truth, they are already deceased. I am aware of this. However, as you mentioned, the spatial rift from my world cannot be opened because there are no laws governing it. How is it feasible to breach this barrier? It can indeed be breached, albeit with the necessity of a sacrifice. Su Qing possesses the ability to open it, yet the price of sacrifice is exceedingly steep. Even if every soul on Douluo Star were to be offered, it would still amount to but a mere fraction, less than 1%. Consequently, she relinquished her curiosity. "Then let us offer sacrifices," she suggested. "Simply gather some nefarious individuals for this purpose." Su Chun, rendered speechless, inquired, "Is that not insufficient? How many are truly required?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "To harness the energy of 10 vast realms. Do you believe you can procure them? If so, I shall assist you in opening the passage." Su Chun, leave. Bang. Chapter 26. Do Diju. Dai Mubai slightly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and attempted to rise from the bed, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to recline once more. "Mubai, you are awake," Flender exclaimed, hastening over with a concerned expression. "Yes, Dean, what has transpired?" Dai Mubai inquired. Flender sighed in resignation and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. "Dean, I had my suspicions about you Xiaojing from the very beginning. What can a mere 29th level soul master accomplish? If it weren't for Tang Shan's regard, I wouldn't have heeded his words. By the way, how are Fatty and the others faring?" "Alas, they remain in a state of unconsciousness. Mubai, we should abandon the competition. You are aware of the strength of the Tyrannosaurus team. We must possess the humility to recognize our limitations." "Understood." Su Qing gazed incredulously at the 3 women seated on his bed, their postures reminiscent of the goddess of mercy as they engaged in a game of Do Diju. "What on earth is happening here? This is my bedroom. Don't you all have your own rooms?" Su Qing replied nonchalantly, "There's really no need to heed your words, since I and Qianrenxue are your beloveds." This home also belongs to us. Gu Yuna, with a bashful demeanor, added. Su Chun was utterly distraught, exclaiming in frustration, "Ah, ah, ah. Su Qing, who was the scoundrel that uttered such nonsense? This is my property. What do you mean by saying it belongs to my wife half of the time?" With indignation, Su Qin spat out his words vehemently. Su Qing squinted her eyes, wiped the saliva from her face with her hand, took out her phone and pressed a few buttons, then handed it to Su Chun, resuming her game of do di zhu. Su Qin glanced at the words displayed on his phone, his face filled with astonishment. "Marriage law?" he exclaimed. "Seriously, it's one thing to play games, but why on earth are you searching for this?" Su Qing casually remarked while playing do di zhu. "I'm just searching out of boredom. My sister-in-law and the others are women, and so am I. Of course, I will side with the women. Am I supposed to support you, you cheap pigeon?" Su Qin observed Su Qing's demeanor and rubbed his head, resigning to the fact that he could neither compete nor evade the situation. In a fit of frustration, he stormed out of the room. Su Qin sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Beatrice, savoring her coffee with a contented expression, suddenly noticed Su Qin's presence and approached him with a look of curiosity. "Did you not go to your room to sleep?" she inquired. Su Qin observed as BJ approached, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. "No need to say more. The bedroom is overrun by those three women. Why not join them?" BJ took a sip of her coffee and replied languidly, "I cannot compete with them." Su Qin scratched his head and remarked, "Aren't you the renowned dog-headed strategist of the Starry Forest?" To which Bai Ji replied with a sense of helplessness, "Indeed, even the dog-headed strategist cannot contend with two inept teammates." She clenched her fist, reminiscing about the previous day's card game, where she not only failed to secure the landlord position but was also relentlessly targeted by Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue. "We are all on the same side. Why must you turn against me, a mere farmer?" Bai Ji lamented, asserting that the arrival of the dog-headed strategist would be of little consequence. Su Chun gazed at Bai Ji with a look of profound pity. Bai Ji met his gaze with her beautiful eyes and, rolling them dramatically, retorted, "Do not pity me. You are far more wretched than I. Your bedroom has been usurped. How infuriating. I intended to offer you solace, but now my own spirits have plummeted." Su Qin pondered for a moment. It seemed he had not visited Bibi Dong in quite some time. Surely, the events that transpired yesterday could not have escaped the notice of the spirit hall. As Su Qin vanished in an instant, Bai Ji observed his departure with a disdainful curl of her lip. Was that all? At that moment, Bibi Dong was in the papal hall, scrutinizing a letter in her hand, exclaiming in frustration, "Useless. They are all useless." With a scowl, she cast the letter aside and fixed her serious gaze upon the kneeling Elder Ju Hua. "Elder Ju, you must have felt the gravity of yesterday's events. Such a significant occurrence, and you dare to tell me that no investigation yielded results? Should I reconsider your worth?" Trembling with fear, Ju Hua hastily prostrated himself, pleading, "Your Holiness, spare me. I truly had no knowledge of the situation. When I arrived yesterday, the scene was utterly chaotic, and not a single soul was in sight, as they were supposedly in a meeting." Upon the abrupt appearance of Su Chun, Bibi Dong's fury ignited at the sight of that familiar face. "So it is you. I thought you had been hiding all along." Su Chun was taken aback. He touched his own face and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to change his appearance. Clearing his throat, he said, "That mother-in-law. I truly did not intend for that to happen." Upon hearing Su Chun refer to her as mother-in-law, Bai Dong was left questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Upon witnessing the doubtful expression on Bibi Dong's face, Su Chun spoke, "In truth, your daughter is already my wife." Bibi Dong retorted, "You are the man of that despicable woman." With a clenched fist, Bibi Dong gazed at Su Chun with reddened eyes. Su Chun felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, there was no alternative. If I do not save your daughter, she would inevitably perish. Thus, I shall remain her savior. Humph, the affairs of that wretched woman have no bearing on me. You may leave now. I can overlook the past grievances." Su Chun was taken aback, yet he did not ponder too long. He raised an eyebrow and stated, "I can join your spirit hall to assist in unifying the continent. Do you recall our previous conversation?" "What do you mean by that?" "We met last time, and I was the mysterious figure you encountered. Initially, I intended to be merely a bystander, allowing you two to contend with one another. But the situation has grown increasingly bizarre. Hence, I find myself compelled to join your spirit hall for the time being." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bibi Dong felt a slight lift in her spirits, though her expression remained stern as she gazed at him. "Are you aligned with us? Or are you with that old man?" "I stand with my wife, who is also devoted to the spirit hall. Is she not? Does she harbor any enmity towards you? Since you were with that vile woman, why have you come to seek me out? Bibi Dong? Because you are her mother. Ultimately, the one to blame here is Qian Xuanqi. Were it not for his affairs in the secret chamber, we would not be entangled in this predicament. Su Chen waved his hand and said. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She never expected that Su Chen would be aware of her affairs. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Bibi Dong, Su Chen chuckled softly and remarked, do not overthink it. I possess knowledge of your future as well. Should you wish to learn more, I am more than willing to share. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Should I place my trust in you? I could very well suspect that you are a spy from another empire. I lack neither wealth nor followers. If my intent were to unify the continent, I would have accomplished it long ago. However, why should I engage in such thankless endeavors? I have come to terms with the reality that the people of this continent will never compare to those of my realm. Whether they suffer or not is of little concern to me. Perhaps it is my double standards at play. Such matters are beyond my power to change. I can ensure that those individuals will never have to worry about their basic needs, yet I cannot alter the nature of the greedy. Thus, after careful consideration, I find that if I encounter an opportunity to assist, I shall. If not, it is unnecessary to involve myself. Do the matters you speak of truly pertain to me? Bibi Dong. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong, meeting his stare, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, compelling her to avert her gaze. Look into my eyes, Su Chen urged her. Confused yet intrigued, Bibi Dong continued to gaze at him. In an instant, she found herself drawn into an ethereal realm, where a vivid scene materialized beneath her feet. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled as she beheld the unfolding imagery. Tang Shan, with a frigid expression, regarded the near-fallen Bibi Dong. Please speak, he implored. Bibi Dong, her breath frail, looked towards Tang Shan and pleaded, I beg you swear. She is no longer the goddess of angels. All the misdeeds have been mine alone, and she bears no responsibility. She continued, as for Nana, the same applies. I beseech you, spare them. All I desire is for them to survive. Tang Shan shook his head, responding, this is not a decision I can make alone. Bibi Dong, her urgency palpable, exclaimed, Tang Shan. Tang Shan, are you not aware that both of them harbor feelings for you? Kneeling, Xue Qinghe interjected, Teacher, everything in the Heaven Do Empire is bestowed by you. You hold dominion over all matters. Tears streaming down her face, Qian Rinxue gazed at Bibi Dong in her embrace, asking, tell me, how did my father perish? It is over. Everything has come to an end, Bibi Dong sighed, closing her eyes as her hands fell limply to her sides. Alone, Qian Rinxue cradled Bibi Dong and soared towards the spirit hall. Back in reality, Bibi Dong appeared incredulous as she turned to Su Chen. These events, they are your future. Your character has deteriorated, and it is due to the influence of the Rakshasa god. However, I can assist you in overcoming this and restoring your normalcy. Bibi Dong shook her head defiantly. I will not relent. Now that I am aware of the future, cannot it be altered? Look at me. Am I not quite normal? Heh. That is merely because she dares not emerge. Su Chen said disdainfully. Upon observing the aura emanating from Bibi Dong, he discerned that a certain petite purple figure was trembling in fear. Bibi Dong, somewhat skeptical of Su Chen's words, replied, I see. Thank you for informing me of this. Su Chen waved his hand and instantly vanished. Bibi Dong was taken aback by his words, pondering why he would remain if he was not inclined to leave. Lost in thought, she snapped back to reality and glanced towards Chrysanthemum Pass. Elder Jew, locate someone by the name of Tang Shan for me. You know what to do. Yes, Your Holiness, Elder Jew replied, retreating from Chrysanthemum Pass. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she mused, the dual gods, how intriguing. You have yet to mature, granting me an opportunity to prevent the future from unfolding as it should. Why, Xiaojing, must you be so ruthless? If you show no compassion, do not blame me for lacking loyalty or for forgetting the past. Su Chen returned to the room and found Su Qing and several girls still engrossed in a game of do di zhu. Sai, how long will you be playing? Su Qing glanced at Su Chen, whose face was etched with bitterness. If you wish to rest, do you not know where to find solace with sister-in-law? Su Chen, I suddenly find your reasoning to be remarkably sound. After Su Chen finished speaking, he swiftly entered Gu Yuna's room and lay down on the bed, inhaling the fragrant scent that lingered on the sheets. A gasp escaped his lips. Little did he know. Now he was aware that the natural fragrance of a girl was truly exquisite. At that moment, Bai Ji opened the door and walked in. Her expression filled with disdain as she regarded Su Chen, who was lost in the aroma of the bedding. Upon hearing the commotion, Suchin looked up and caught sight of Biji's disdainful gaze. He, with a twitching mouth, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely came to find my big sister. It appears she is still engrossed in her activities. Farewell." With that, she abruptly departed, leaving a resounding bang in her wake. Suchin's face flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her face with the blanket, overwhelmed by shyness. "Oh no, my imposing and majestic image has been utterly ruined today. Nevertheless, what is the value of maintaining one's dignity? It's time to sleep. Hurry up, I've waited long enough. The airplane, no. I have one more card left." I explode. Suchin's forehead throbbed with visible veins as she glanced at the piece of paper in her hand, which bore the number 3. Suchin trembled all over as she turned to gaze at Qian Rinxue, who was earnestly engrossed in the card game. "Why did you betray me?" she exclaimed. Qian Rinxue, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched her head and replied, "I got too carried away and forgot you were my teammate. Come on, can we still enjoy ourselves?" Suchin protested. "This is the second time. I apologize. I'll be more careful next time." "Humph. Play your card." Qian Rinxue nodded, meticulously examined her hand, and without further ado, flicked a card onto the table. 3. Gu Yuna was taken aback, her face lighting up with surprise. 4. Boom. Suchin was rendered utterly petrified. Her hand clutching a 3, her gaze directed at Qian Rinxue with a murderous intensity. "Alas, it seems I have lost my wager. No matter, no matter. Let us try again in the next round." Suchin gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Sister Qian Rinxue, do you wish to play another round? If you continue like this, I shall transform you into Marco Polo. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue swallowed hard, her thoughts drifting to the game character with the rooster comb hairstyle. Trembling at the notion, "Rest assured, I shall not play another round." Suchin's talent has finally diminished. This time, it is still the ancient Yuna who reigns supreme. Suchin observed Gu Yuna lost in thought, a look of perplexity on her face. "Sister-in-law, why aren't you playing any cards?" Gu Yuna took a deep breath and revealed her hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, a consecutive sequence. Suchin was taken aback, shaking her head vehemently. "No, no. 3 kings with a 9, absolutely not. No, no. 5 fives with a 3. Upon seeing this, Qian Rinxue immediately intervened, exclaiming, 3 jacks with a 3. No, no. 3. Suchin was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the earnest expression of Qian Rinxue. Upon noticing Suchin's puzzled look, Qian Rinxue raised her head and inquired with a face full of questions, "What is it?" "Nothing." Suchin, in her exasperation, was left with no choice but to play the lone small king. She could only gamble on the hope that the big king was not in Gu Yuna's possession. Small king. Big king. Bang. I'm done. I'm done. This is infuriating. In a fit of frustration, Suchin overturned the table, only to discover there was none, leaving her to gaze anxiously at Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue chuckled sheepishly, assuring her, "This time, I am being serious. I thought there were 2 kings on your side." After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "I only possess 1 sequence and another pair in my hand. I can only cobble together a few plays, but I am left with several single cards as well." "Then why didn't you play those pairs first, my dear sister-in-law?" Suchin retorted through gritted teeth. "Well, in any case, I would have lost eventually. Losing sooner seems no different," Qian Rinxue replied. "Goodness, playing with you, I fear that even if I possessed billions, I would end up losing everything. I'm done. I'm off to bed. The clothes will be ready tomorrow, so remember to come by and collect them." After Suchin finished speaking, she instantaneously vanished, returning to her cozy bed. She yearned for a moment of solitude. Upon witnessing Suchin's departure, Qian Rinxue, with a mischievous grin, turned to Gu Yuna, saying, "Hee, dear sister, we have triumphed, haven't we? How much do you reckon we've won?" Gu Yuna smiled and nodded, retrieving a ring to inspect. "It seems to amount to around 20 trillion. Qian Rinxue, dear sister, I shall allocate 1 trillion to you later." "All right then," Qian Rinxue replied. Though we may have lost, seeing Suchin's expression, like she was about to slaughter a pig, fills me with comfort. That might not be wise. What if she discovers it? Gu Yuna cautioned. "Fear not, for I am her sister-in-law," Qian Rinxue declared proudly. "Very well. What attire did you purchase?" Upon hearing Gu Yuna's inquiry, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment. "I recall Suchin showing me something. The clothing from the southern and northern dynasties was quite impressive. I asked her to procure that for me. And sister, what did you choose? Well, I believe I asked Su Qing to get me something from the Ming dynasty. I find it rather elegant and aesthetically pleasing. All right then, the custom clothing should be ready by tomorrow. Well, sister, farewell. I shall retreat to my room for slumber. Are you not seeking Su Qin? Oh, that rascal has likely already drifted into dreams. If he truly wished to see me, he wouldn't have departed so hastily. Indeed. That's true. Well then, let us anticipate those ancient garments tomorrow. I am quite curious about the attire Su Chun has as well. Chapter 27. The Three Maidens' Curiosity this dawn was particularly splendid. Sisters, come with me to collect the garments. Su Qing, accompanied by Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue, wandered into a clothing store. The trio, with their graceful figures, captivated the attention of passers-by, men and women alike, young and old, who gazed at them with rapt admiration. These three girls are truly stunning, one remarked. Indeed, they are breathtaking. I have never encountered such beauty before. How wonderful it would be if my wife resembled them. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look, those three older sisters are so beautiful." The mother replied dismissively, "So what if they are beautiful? I am not envious at all. Come now, let us go and do your homework." Gu Yuna clung to Su Qing's arm, trembling slightly. She had never exposed herself to the human world in such a manner, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated social anxiety. Qian Renxue, on the other hand, felt somewhat out of place, but not as overwhelmed. It was her first experience being in public. Typically, her interactions were limited to her grandfather and a few attendants, and she had little exposure beyond that. Su Qing gazed silently at Gu Yuna. "Sister-in-law, you must remember that you are human now." "Yes, I understand, but I feel their gaze upon me is rather peculiar." "So what? There are many people who look at me that way, and I find it quite acceptable, even delightful." "Why? Why?" "Because they find me beautiful. Since they perceive you as lovely, why should you fear?" "Ah, I see." Su Qing nodded, her expression reflecting the realization. Qian Renxue, however, held a different opinion. She pointed at the man beside them, who was drooling, and remarked, "Indeed, he seems quite pleased. How could he not be?" Su Qing was taken aback as she followed the direction pointed out by Qian Renxue. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a radiant smile, she approached the young man, her steps light and graceful. In contemporary times, many would undoubtedly remark that a fairy had arrived. Upon noticing the central figure among the trio of beauties approaching him, the young man immediately felt a surge of nervousness. He adjusted his hair and straightened his posture, preparing himself for her presence. Su Qing smiled sweetly at the man and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Upon hearing her soulful voice, the man swallowed hard and nodded, "Yes." "You are beautiful." She then inquired, "Would you like to have a taste?" Su Qing extended her delicate hand, gracefully waving it before the man. His gaze fixated on her fingers, utterly mesmerized. "Well then, 500. "Wait, what? 500? The man exclaimed, incredulous, raising 5 fingers in disbelief. "Indeed. Do you think you can partake without cost?" No. It's just that this is far too expensive. Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much." He chuckled. "How about a more reasonable price?" Su Qing replied, "All right then, handsome, propose a figure." The man, grinning foolishly, raised a single finger. "How about 1 golden soul coin?" Su Qing merely smiled, exhaling softly into her palm. In the midst of the man's bewildered gaze, she suddenly clapped her hands. With an expression devoid of anger, Su Qing effortlessly swatted the man aside. She placed her hand upon her forehead, gazing up at the sky. Qian Renxue and Gai Weina mirrored her actions, the three of them resembling a synchronized trio as they lifted their eyes to the heavens. It seemed that Su Chun, that scoundrel, had spoken falsely. Clearly, there were stars visible during the day. Indeed, Su Chun had once told me that stars only appeared at night, claiming that they were merely stones. Are stars not stones? Gai Weina looked at Qian Renxue, bewildered. Qian Renxue replied to her, "Yes, they are stones." "What did you mean by that?" Gai Weina inquired. "Because Su Chun said that Sun Wukong sprang forth from a stone. He claimed that the sky is filled with countless monkeys." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Gai Weina wore a perplexed expression. Although it seemed somewhat logical, she was unfamiliar with who Sun Wukong was. However, she knew he was a monkey. The notion that the stars in the sky were monkeys was entirely new to her. Since her time as a dragon, she had never heard of countless monkeys observing the continent from above. Gai Weina felt her mind swirling, struggling to comprehend this peculiar reasoning. Were the stars truly monkeys? At this moment, Su Qing remarked, "Indeed, the stone monkey emerged from a stone known as the seven-colored stone. This was cast aside by our companion Nuwa while mending the heavens, as she noticed a leftover fragment. To her astonishment, a monkey sprang forth from it. Gu Yuna and Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, much like elementary school students. However, Qian Rinxue questioned, "Yet, why does this sound somewhat absurd to me? With so many stars in the sky, if they were all seven-colored stones, could we truly consider them mere fragments?" Su Qing cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, exclaiming, "Who claims that the stars in the sky are merely colorful stones? I speak of my own world. Does your realm still yearn for monkeys? Even if monkeys were to arrive, they would be scorned, with not a peach to savor." Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, immediately protested, "Is it merely a peach? In our spirit hall, we possess an abundance, let them feast at will." "That is a spirit peach. Are you certain your spirit hall possesses such a thing? Spirit peach? What manner of creation is that? A peach is simply a peach. How can it possess spirit?" Qian Rinxue inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. "Forget it. I cannot elucidate this to you two. Let Su Chun provide the explanation. Let us hasten to procure our garments." "Ah, good morning, system." Su Chun stretched lazily, exclaiming, "Good morning. Young people ought not to be so indolent. When faced with adversaries, how will you confront them? Come, let us deliberate on this issue. What wisdom do you possess for my cultivation? Furthermore, let us consider this. Even the rewards you bestow upon me are insufficient. After all, what about Su Qing? I have come to realize that relying on others can be quite advantageous. I am not destined to be an emperor. Though an emperor may have thousands of beauties in his harem, he must rise early each day. Presently, I find my situation rather agreeable. Do you not wish to return? What purpose would that serve? I suspect the family inheritance has already been bequeathed to my sister. If I were to return, I would merely be living off her generosity. Although I grasp certain principles of the business, I cannot compare to her. Initially, I believed that inheriting the family wealth would grant me a carefree existence without oversight. However, upon reflection, why not entrust it to someone more deserving, such as my sister? Brother Su, you must not entertain such thoughts. What thoughts do I possess? I already have 2 wives here. Am I to abandon them? That is simply beyond my capability. Although I may not be a virtuous man, the act of forsaking my family is something I cannot fathom. You still lack a son. If you were diligent, would you not acquire one? Look at the emperor. With his 3,000 beauties in the harem, he rotates them daily and still manages to sire a dozen sons. I refuse to believe I cannot conceive with my 2 wives. If you are incapable, surely not. It is absolutely impossible. System, let me convey this. Yesterday, I came to a realization. That coffin in the sky was brought here by you, or perhaps by Su Qing. It could not possibly have been brought by me, a modern man with no access to such extraordinary coffins. Very well, it was indeed brought by me. You see, if you hadn't brought me here, none of this turmoil would have occurred. I am but a victim of circumstance, and I will make amends. All right, I do not currently ask for you to take me back. Just allow me to contend with Su Qing. What? That is not possible. I am presently unable to engage her. I have sustained grave injuries. However, I am confident that I can ensure you both meet your demise together. Ahem. Actually, it may not necessarily lead to mutual destruction. Our interactions have been rather amicable. I see. I have grown accustomed to your shamelessness. Hey, step aside. Su Chun, we have brought the clothes. How are they to be worn? Upon hearing his wife, Qian Rinxue call out to him, Su Chun sprang up like a fish leaping from water, barefoot and filled with excitement as he rushed outside. Where are you? Where is your clothing? When Su Chun beheld the attire his wife donned, a perplexed expression crossed his face. What kind of garment is this? Surely it is not a warring state's robe. Qian Rinxue, upon hearing his words, glanced at her outfit and replied, Of course not. I do not particularly favor the warring state's robe, especially since it lacks trousers. You usually don't wear trousers, do you? Aren't you always in skirts? Su Qin retorted with a roll of his eyes. Observing Su Qin's disappointed demeanor, she responded, That kind of garment, which has nothing underneath, how could I possibly wear it with confidence? Don't you know to wear something underneath? Must it conform to what is depicted on your phone? Indeed, the evolution of styles has transformed short skirts into a more sophisticated attire of layered garments, characterized by flowing ribbons, creating an ethereal and delicate aesthetic. The traditional attire of women during that era favored the jean rue skirt, with its wide-open collar and varied waist designs. The skirts were elevated to the chest level, paired with wide-sleeved, open-collared tops, and adorned with hairpins shaped like fans. This portrayal of noble women is frequently depicted in the stone carvings of the Northern Wei and the painted bricks of the Southern dynasties. The entire ensemble elongated the visual proportions of the human form, rendering it slender and graceful, and as one moved, the flowing skirts danced elegantly, reflecting the scholarly pursuit of lofty grace during the Northern and Southern dynasties, thus inspiring the imagery of dual sleeves raised in unison, like phoenixes soaring. With flowing garments that glimmered in the sunlight, billowing softly in the breeze, Su Chun gazed at the garment adorning Qian Rinchue's figure. Although he could not recall its specific nature, he nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What type of attire is this? From which dynasty does it originate?" Qian Rinchue was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of incredulity as she regarded Su Chun. "Is this not from your world?" She replied, astonished that he was unaware. "In my world, there have been hundreds of emperors, a chaotic array of dynasties. I recognize only a few significant ones," he explained. "This attire does not resemble Tang clothing, nor does it bear resemblance to Ming attire. It does not belong to the Qin or Han dynasties either, and it is certainly not from the Song dynasty. So, from where does it hail?" "From the Northern and Southern dynasties," she exclaimed with a laugh. "Amid such a plethora of garments, why did you choose one from the Northern and Southern dynasties?" Su Chun promptly opened his phone and conducted a search. Upon viewing the attire from the Southern and Northern dynasties, particularly the garments worn by men, he found himself with a peculiar expression. It was indeed aesthetically pleasing. Yet there was an ineffable quality that left him feeling uncertain. Regardless, he concluded that such clothing was not for him. "By the way, didn't you order a piece of clothing for me as well?" "Ah, yes," Su Ching mentioned wanting to surprise you. "Huffed, what kind of surprise is that?" "It's just clothing, so it's whatever." Su Chin's expression was nonchalant, yet his eyes brimmed with anticipation. A sultry feminine voice reached his ears, causing him to startle. He turned his head in astonishment, only to behold a delicate hand playfully closing one eye while sticking out her tongue at him. She lifted her skirt, revealing a flawlessly smooth thigh. Su Ching wore a look of bewilderment, questioning her own allure. How could he have overlooked the infatuated expression on Su Chin's face? In that fleeting moment, she felt the weight of her own failure. "Come on, could you at least show me a bit of consideration?" Su Chin came to his senses, a shiver coursing through him. He took a few steps back, warily observing Su Ching. "What are you planning to do?" he inquired. "What am I planning to do? Shouldn't you be the one asking me that?" She retorted. "Does this single statement not pique your interest at all? Is it because your sister lacks beauty?" Upon hearing Su Ching's words, Su Chun displayed an expression of realization, responding with an affirming hum, "Indeed beautiful. Is there anything else?" Su Ching. How dismissive. Well, it is indeed dismissive. Which man enjoys a violent woman, especially one who is unreasonable? "Hey, can we still chat pleasantly?" "Yes, of course we can." "Then tell me, princess, how beautiful you are." "Ugh." Su Ching observed the look of disgust on Su Chin's face, her forehead veins protruding as she glared at him with gritted teeth. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed. Cough, cough. "I do not intend to offend, but I must speak candidly. I truly find myself uninterested in you. Perhaps it is simply that I have grown accustomed to your constant presence." Su Chun gazed at the Warring States robe adorning Su Ching, exclaiming its undeniable beauty. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself unable to rise, feeling rather peculiar instead. "Humph. This time, I am pleased and shall forgive you." Thank you for your forgiveness. By the way, where is Gu Yuna?" Su Chun gazed around in bewilderment, failing to discern the presence of Gu Yuna. Su Chun noticed Gu Yuna, whose face was flushed. Entering with a light step, she shyly lowered her head. Su Chin's eyes sparkled upon seeing the attire worn by Gu Yuna. "This is from the Ming dynasty." "Indeed. I find great admiration for such elegance." Gu Yuna, adorned in a resplendent long gown, appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth. The exquisite embroidery on her garment narrates tales of the Ming dynasty, with each stitch echoing the artistry of the era. The vibrant colors of her attire are poetic and picturesque, captivating the beholder. The hairstyles of Ming dynasty women are also distinctive, characterized by elegantly high buns adorned with intricate hairpieces, exuding grace and nobility. Su Chun felt a sense of propriety and decorum. He was truly enamored by this beauty. "Is it beautiful?" Gu Yuna inquired softly. "Indeed, it is beautiful. But among the three of us, who do you believe is the most enchanting?" Upon hearing the question, Su Chin's mood soured instantly. He glanced at one person who was glaring at him, another who wore a curious expression, and yet another who was casting furtive glances in his direction. He wore an expression that was a blend of laughter and tears, for they were all quite appealing. With a sweeping gesture, Suchin posed a question that delved deep into my thoughts, which was far from a trivial matter for him. At that moment, Suqing interrupted Suchin with a single remark, exclaiming, "No way. You can only choose one, dear." In that instant, a surge of frustration welled up within Suchin. As he shot an irritable glance at Suqing, almost feeling the urge to overturn the table, Suchin gazed at the curiosity of the three women, clenching his fist in a display of valiant sacrifice. Of course, this was reminiscent of Chapter 28, the 40-meter Great Blade. Yet, who was the audacious soul that uttered such words, leaving me, a straightforward man, at a loss for a response? Suchin found himself at a loss for words. It was not feasible to merely praise her appearance. How else could he respond? "Brother Suchin, why have you fallen silent? I am eagerly awaiting your reply." Suqing found herself inexplicably in possession of over a dozen knives and forks. With a gentle exertion of strength, she effortlessly bent them. Suchin swallowed hard, feeling an ominous sense that a misstep could shatter this planet. Douluo star seemed to express its weariness, remarking on the tendency to be bullied. Coughing lightly, he continued, "Look, each of you possesses your own unique qualities, do you not?" The three women replied in unison, For instance, Qianren Xue is exceptionally beautiful by nature, and Gu Yuna embodies grace and elegance. As for you, you are breathtakingly enchanting. Therefore, I implore you not to compel me to answer such foolish questions. If you would be so kind." Suchin raised a middle finger and vanished in an instant, leaving the three women in disarray amidst the wind. Upon hearing Suchin's compliment of her unparalleled beauty, Suqing felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. "It's merely Goge's affection for me," she thought, "that has led to such praise." Gu Yuna, witnessing Suqing's reaction, shivered slightly and approached Qianren Xue with petite steps. Noticing Suqing's demeanor, Qianren Xue's expression twisted in disbelief. "What mischief are you up to this time, Suqing?" "Sister Qianren Xue, what do you mean by that?" "I am simply elated by Goge's words. Look, Goge declared that I am enchanting, while you two possess only elegance and innate beauty." Gu Yuna, perplexed by this exchange, glanced at the irritable Qianren Xue and inquired, "What does that imply?" With a hint of annoyance, Qianren Xue replied, "What else could it mean? It suggests that we are less beautiful than her." "Ah, I understand now," Gu Yuna responded, her expression one of realization. Qianren Xue, astonished by Gu Yuna's innocent demeanor, asked, "Aren't you upset?" "Why would I be upset? She is Suchin's sister. It is only natural for him to find her lovely. We are merely Suchin's wives, and Suqing will eventually be married off. When that time comes, it is we who will hold sway over this household." Qianren Xue inhaled sharply at this revelation. That does make sense." Suqing was visibly upset, her hands planted firmly on her hips. "What is the big deal? If you want me to get married, you'll have to beat me first," she retorted. Qianren Xue, observing Suqing's brazen demeanor, leaned closer to Gu Yuna and whispered, "No wonder Suchin said she is covered in spider webs. It turns out she is quite the violent one. It's no surprise that a girl like her has no admirers." Gu Yuna glanced at Suqing, who was eavesdropping, and turned to Qianren Xue with a puzzled expression. "Why are you speaking so softly?" Qianren Xue was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Suqing's attentive posture, she fell silent. In a fit of anger, Suqing teleported directly in front of Qianren Xue and unleashed a mere 1% of her power in a headbutt. Bang! Qianren Xue swayed unsteadily, stars dancing before her eyes. Gu Yuna, witnessing this, hurriedly supported Qianren Xue, exclaiming, "Humph! Where is there a sister-in-law who speaks to her sister-in-law in such a manner? By age, both of you ought to address me as your venerable ancestor." Upon finishing her words, Suqing departed immediately. As she stepped outside, she noticed Suchin and Biki sitting on stools, watching the entrance. Suchin held a watermelon, and the two were enjoying it together. Was it delicious? Suqing swallowed instinctively at the sight of the watermelon. It was not that she had never tasted it before, but rather a natural reaction upon seeing it. Suchin took a bite, gazing at Suqing with a puzzled expression. "How did you emerge so swiftly?" "Suqing, huh? What do you mean? You came out so quickly, how am I supposed to enjoy the gossip?" Hurry back, hurry back." Suqing is somewhat perplexed. "What does it mean? If you are not quarreling, how can I enjoy the drama?" "Hurry, hurry, the watermelon is ready." Suchin waved his hand in impatience, exclaiming, What do you mean by that? Do not presume that being the emperor's sister grants you the liberty to act as you please." Suchin slapped his thigh decisively, handing the watermelon in his hand to the onlooking Baiji. He then rose to his feet, locking eyes with Suqing. "Suqing, unwilling to concede defeat, stepped forward a few paces. The two exchanged glances that crackled with intensity. Bai Ji, witnessing the electric tension between them, felt a spark of excitement. She immediately grabbed a watermelon and began to eat, squinting her eyes in delight. 5 minutes later, Su Chun tilted his neck to one side. Could you refrain from leaning in so close? We're almost at the brink of a kiss. Su Qing was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned away. Su Chun thought that Su Qing was upset. He felt that his previous behavior might have been a bit excessive. Are you all right? As Su Chun prepared to approach and offer comfort, the scene before him was too beautiful to fathom. Oh my! Su Chun immediately vanished, leaving Bai Ji in a state of bewilderment. As she approached to investigate, she found herself utterly astonished. Su Qing chuckled mischievously, suddenly producing a colossal 40-meter-long machete from an unknown source. Su Qin, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. The celestial maiden's blade is already thirsting for action. Upon finishing her words, Su Qing swiftly vanished, determined to avenge the humiliation she had endured. Meanwhile, Bai Ji stood frozen in the square, astonished by the colossal blade before her. High above, amidst the clouds, Su Qin cautiously emerged, glancing around furtively before exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn it, he muttered. They wield knives at the slightest provocation. A small dagger would suffice. Yet here I am faced with a terrifying 40-meter great sword. This is utterly frightening. Su Chun, what on earth are you talking about? Su Chun felt a sudden tightening in his breath as he turned to face her with a smile. It's nothing. I was merely stating that my sister Su Qing is truly beautiful, he said. By the way, I've heard that you enjoy melons, she teased. No, he replied. I do not favor melons. My preference lies with peaches. Su Chun immediately shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, How dare you? Do you think I, Su Qing, can be deceived as easily as my sister-in-law? Prepare to face my wrath. Witness my prowess. 3 parts return to vitality. Drink. Su Qing raised the imposing 40-meter sword and swung it towards the wide-eyed Su Chun. In a moment of desperation, Su Chun shouted, Do not come any closer. Suddenly, the sky shattered with a resounding roar, as if the very fabric of the earth trembled beneath the weight of impending doom. All gazes were drawn upwards to witness the terrifying spectacle unfolding above. Chun Xin, in the midst of wielding his sword, was abruptly captivated by the scene overhead. When he beheld the approaching shockwave, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Third soul skill. Sword wings, take flight. Without hesitation, Chun Xin activated the 7-killing sword. Soaring swiftly through the air. Anxiously, he glanced back, realizing the shockwave was accelerating at an alarming rate. He yearned to summon every ounce of soul power to hasten his escape. Could it be that the one from the spirit hall has made a move? But the force of a level 99 is overwhelmingly immense. Despair washed over him as he was ultimately struck by the shockwave, sent hurtling to the ground. He felt as though every bone in his body had crumbled under the impact. In the crater he created upon landing, he bellowed furiously, Spirit Hall. I shall not rest until we meet again. Meanwhile, Qian Dalu was quietly engrossed in his calligraphy, muttering to himself, Splendid. My calligraphy skills are improving. Just one more stroke. As he prepared to make that final flourish, a violent tremor jolted through the hall, causing his hand to slip and draw an unintended line. Stunned, he regained his composure and immediately dashed out of the hall. Who dares disturb me? Is it you, you wretched brat? Return my granddaughter at once. Qian Dalu bellowed. And upon seeing the scene in the sky, he swallowed hard. It seems it is not that insufferable boy, he scoffed. With that, he flew back to the spirit hall. While various factions gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle above, suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Su Chun was struck down by Su Qing, creating a massive pit spanning 2 kilometers in the ground. Su Chun spat out the dirt from his mouth, casting a fierce glare at Su Qing in the sky. What on earth are you doing? Why does it feel so soft? Su Chun lowered his head in confusion and was taken aback, as he discovered an elderly man beneath his feet, clad in a green helmet, who was rolling his eyes. Upon witnessing such a scene, Su Chin's indignation intensified. Just look at this. What kind of fight is this? How could you treat an elderly comrade in such a manner? Su Chun, with an expression of fury, pointed an accusing finger at the old man beneath his feet. Su Qing scoffed dismissively. It was not I who struck him. Was it not you who tread upon him? I shall do as I please. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Today, I shall act with righteous indignation against my own kin. Su Qin clenched his fist, his expression one of reluctance as he pointed to the sky where Su Qing resided. I tell you, he exclaimed, and then what? 30 years in the east of the river. And then 30 years in the west, is that not so? How dare you steal my lines? What do you mean I stole? This phrase has been uttered by countless people. Is it not a well-known truth? Ah, but a gentleman may be slain, yet never humiliated. Su Chen instantly teleported before Su Qing and, without uttering a word, knelt down. Su Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this the outcome after all the fervor and excitement you've stirred? Su Chen lifted his head, a look of pride illuminating his face as he exclaimed. What do you know? This is what I call sincerity. Sighing, he continued, your demeanor leaves me at a loss for how to tease you. Then perhaps you should refrain from teasing, came the reply. Hurry and mend the holes in the sky. While it may appear beautiful, it surely does not bode well for the people of this world. Su Qing casually remarked, expressing a whimsical desire, do you think I am like Sister Hua, who constantly thinks about filling gaps? She has plenty of stones, but I certainly do not possess such abundance. Su Chen, now agitated, rose to his feet and remarked, is it not your fault? You inexplicably attacked me with a knife, and while I remained unharmed, the heavens themselves shattered in the chaos. Yet, you still blame me. Should I express my gratitude for your misguided attempt on my life? Su Qing pouted innocently, expressing, it wasn't intentional. Even if I were to be killed, I could still be saved. Su Chen, upon hearing Su Qing's words, clutched his chest and stepped back a few paces, his expression one of disbelief. Is this truly a human expression? He pondered. No, it is not. Indeed, I am not human. Your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Su Chen gazed upon the old man on the ground. His eyes rolled back and foam escaping his lips. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over Su Chen. Su Qing observed Su Chen gazing at the old man on the ground and thought, surely it cannot be happening so soon. After all, he is at least a titled Douluo in this world, is he not? You cannot possibly be oblivious to that, can you? Su Qing gazed at Su Chen with an expression of curiosity. Su Chen let out a sigh and shook his head. I certainly noticed. It seems to me that this old man is rather unfortunate. If he had been struck in the city, I could comprehend the situation. However, to be hid in such a remote location as the forest is truly beyond my understanding. Su Chen looked up at Su Qing, displaying an expression of helplessness. Su Qing pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Compensate for the loss. Su Chen shook his head upon hearing that. It was evident that this was a case of fraud. Unfortunately, there was no one to intervene here, unlike in my area where the police are present. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras. Ah, he is a titled Douluo. Are you certain he is attempting to deceive? Su Chen nodded solemnly. Who stipulated that a titled Douluo could not engage in such antics? Indeed, your point is valid. Observing his demeanor, which was hardly one of confidence, one might wonder. Su Chen and Su Qing exchanged a glance, sharing a mischievous grin, and 1 minute later, Su Chen wore a facade of feigned sorrow, wiping away the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Qing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She gently patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Su Chen, with a sorrowful nod, crouched down and planted the 3 cigarette butts in the ground. Su Qing was about to bow her head in reverence when she was halted by Su Chen. Taken aback, Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen shook his head, wondering if he had not committed enough wrongdoings. My emotions have been utterly shattered by you, for heaven's sake. Su Qing gazed in utter disbelief at the grave before her. A simple wooden plank served as the headstone, upon which were inscribed the words, Tomb of the Unfortunate Old Man. Su Chen gazed with a bitter expression, though it was all a facade. Why must you wander away from home, choosing instead to watch deities clash? Go ahead, indulge in your spectacle, but you've plunged so deeply into it. Thus, this predicament is not a fault of my sister and me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your unfortunate self, old friend. Su Chen turned around, grasping Su Qing's hand, prepared to leave. Wait a moment. What is it? Su Chen inquired with a perplexed expression. Su Qing pointed at the flowers on the ground, eager to savor their flavor. Su Chen furrowed her brow and directly pulled a stick from the ground, handing it to the stunned Su Qing. What is the matter? Isn't this a bit heartless? What nonsense are you spouting? I call this being frugal, not wasteful. Besides, that old man has already passed away. It's merely a formality now. Are you expecting to prepare a lock for him and have a grand send-off? That is not it. I suddenly feel you're being excessively heartless. It's one thing to not compensate at all, but to seize the only 3 cigarettes from someone else is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately felt indignant. Does this old man smoke? What is the purpose of your inquiry? Just state whether he smokes or not. He does not smoke. However, he does partake in narcotics, as his remaining time on this earth is limited. Thus, it would be a waste to give him anything. It would be better to bestow it upon me. In doing so, both of us would be assisting him in meeting his great-grandmother sooner, sparing him the agony of death. Yet, I still harbor reservations about such actions. Stop. Suchin took a breath and said, just tell me if you wish to smoke. No need for so many words. Upon hearing these words, Suchin glanced at the 2 cigarettes on the ground, her expression contorted with rage. After a brief moment, she hissed, brother, this thing is rather enjoyable to smoke. What business does a girl like you have with it? Suchin looked at Su Qing in astonishment and replied. Su Qing also spoke directly, expressing a desire to indulge, which seemed rather intriguing. Suchin nodded. In Chapter 29, Lu Rian Bang, a hand emerged from the earth, and an elderly man with white hair sat up, looking bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. I was clearly en route to the heavenly Dou Empire. Yet something suddenly struck me from above. Who could possess such audacity to ambush me? Could it be the notorious Juhua Pass? I, Dugubo, am a titled Douluo of this continent. I trust that the old fellow from Juhua Pass would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Dugubo rose to his feet and, upon noticing a wooden plank before him, saw some words inscribed upon it, clearly legible. He scrutinized the message, pondering its meaning. What does this signify? What language is this? Dugubo scratched his head in confusion. Never mind, I must find a way to cure my granddaughter's poison. With that, Dugubo cast aside the wooden plank and departed. Su Chun and Su Qing soared through the sky, engaged in conversations about earth-shattering matters. I inquired, Su Chun, what shall we do next? What else can we do? We shall take it one step at a time. Oh, I see. If there is nothing pressing, I wish to return to my hometown for a visit. Do as you please. It matters not if you never return. What did you say? Cough, cough, cough. No, no, no. Hurry along and return swiftly. That is more like it. Within the confines of the Suqing space ring, she extracted a card, a joker from a deck of playing cards. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed it into the bewildered hands of Su Chun. Su Chun meticulously examined the playing card in his hand, convinced that it possessed some unique quality based on his observations. Su Qing gazed silently at Su Chun, who was intently focused on the playing cards in his hands. What are you looking at? She inquired. Ah, are you admiring the treasure you gave me? He replied. This is merely a talisman, should anything happen to you. Just utter a word to it, and I shall come to your side immediately. Su Chun was taken aback. He waved the playing cards in his hand and questioned, so, why the joker? I find it appealing. Is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Absolutely it is. It is indeed permissible. Humph. Su Chun pondered for a moment, then turned to Su Qing and inquired, are you leaving now? Indeed. Farewell for now, my dear brother. Remember to reach out if you need anything. Su Qing replied before stepping into the rift in space. The departure of Su Qing left Su Qin in a state of disarray, gazing at the silent sky. He found himself utterly alone. With a face contorted in anguish, he exclaimed, at least take me back. I am lost. Damn it. Wretched woman. Su Qin, feeling apathetic, shattered the space and entered. At that moment, the master and disciple gazed at the shimmering academy before them, swallowing hard. Master, why have I never heard of this Su Academy? Upon hearing his student's inquiry, Yu Xiaojing immediately donned an air of superiority, stating, it must be a newly established institution. Come, let us enter. With my talents, they will undoubtedly welcome us, including your own remarkable gifts. A girl clad in a form-fitting dress scrutinized the documents in her hand, her expression grave. Strange, I have established the academy as instructed, and we already have students and teachers. Why have I yet to receive any notification? Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A respectful gentleman bowed slightly. Director Lu, 2 individuals claim to be here for an interview. I see. Please take me to them. Lu Ruoyan set down her documents, donned her high heels, and gracefully exited. The master and disciple awaited news at the academy's entrance. When Lu Ruoyan emerged and beheld the tattered appearance of the two, her initial good mood evaporated instantly. Are you two here for an interview? Yu Xiaojing turned around, astonished by Lu Ruoyan's beauty. He had not expected such a stunning girl to exist on the continent. What are you staring at? A faculty member noticed Yu Xiaojing's lecherous gaze directed at the director and became incensed. Yu Xiaojing snapped back to reality, irked by the teacher's outburst. Who says I was staring? I was merely observing the director, curious about her capabilities. Tang Shan, witnessing his teacher's shameless response, looked up at him with a bewildered expression. Lu Ruoyan initially intended to extend a hand in greeting, but retracted it upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's inappropriate demeanor. First, answer me. For what position are you applying? And the young boy beside you appears rather youthful. I presume he wishes to join the academy? Yu Xiaojiang, standing tall with pride, replied. Indeed, this is my student. He possesses innate soul power at level 10 and currently has attained level 20. Lu Ruoyan regarded Tang Shan with admiration in her eyes and nodded, acknowledging his talent. However, what about you? Yu Xiaojiang, brimming with confidence, declared, as for me, I am among the top 10 competitive spirit masters on the continent. Have you heard of me? Lu Ruoyan frowned, casting a quizzical glance at the teacher beside her. What is that? The teacher furrowed his brow in contemplation, eventually shaking his head in disbelief. Ahem, this esteemed teacher, may I inquire your name? Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's question, Yu Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly, My name is of little significance. Others simply refer to me as master. And what is your level of soul power? Lu Ruoyan, uncertain, inquired. Sensing that the individual before her, referred to as a master, might well be a charlatan, deceitfully seeking sustenance. Alas, the essence of soul power is trivial. Have you not heard that there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters? So what is your level? Tang Shan boldly stepped forward, feeling a sense of embarrassment. My teacher is at level 29, yet his theoretical knowledge of soul masters is unparalleled across the continent. Upon hearing his student's words, Yu Xiaojiang remained unperturbed, gazing at Lu Ruoyan, awaiting the sparkle of her eyes to meet his. Lu Ruoyan squinted, striding directly into the academy while muttering, a theoretical master? He's merely a lecher. What can a level 29 accomplish? Our academy's instructors are all at level 70. Yu Xiaojiang, sensing Lu Ruoyan's disregard, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he trembled with indignation. You, is this how you show respect? As the dean, your character is appalling. In my view, you are no better than the rest. The academy's teachers, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's bold statement against the dean, were momentarily stunned, silently offering him a thumbs up. Acknowledging his audacity, Yu Xiaojiang, encouraged by their admiration, felt invigorated, casting a triumphant look at Lu Ruoyan. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remarks about her, Lu Ruoyan clenched her fist. As a titled Douluo, she had never endured such indignity. Were it not for her employer's admonition against bullying the common folk and the importance of respecting all, she would have swiftly dealt with this insolent man. Taking a deep breath, she regarded Yu Xiaojiang. Are you not merely here to cause trouble? Speak. Were you sent by the neighboring Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy? Humph. I have stated that I am here to apply for a teaching position. Lu Ruoyan's forehead twitched with fury, her eyes glinting with malice. Have you ever seen an academy that would hire a level 29 soul master as a teacher? At Susu Academy, the minimum requirement for instructors is a soul power of level 70. Do you truly believe you are qualified? Return to your ordinary existence. Someone of your caliber is beneath my notice, unworthy of my time. Lu Ruoyan, coldly regarding Yu Xiaojiang, caressed her delicate hand, realizing his untenable position. Yu Xiaojiang prepared to leave with Tang Shan. Tang Shan frowned, observing Lu Ruoyan, astonished that such a prestigious academy's dean could be so oppressive towards the common people. A place like this, my teacher would disdain, he scoffed. Ready to follow Yu Xiaojiang out, Lu Ruoyan, catching Tang Shan's words, sneered disdainfully. I have changed my mind. Both of you shall crawl out of here. Otherwise, do not blame Lu Ruoyan for her indiscriminate wrath. Lu Ruoyan glanced around, suddenly sensing an unusual presence. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she turned her gaze towards the wall, where a little girl clad in a pink dress was peering curiously at her. To her astonishment, it was a spirit beast of 100,000 years. How unfortunate, for Lu Ruoyan no longer had any need for it. Memories of her encounter with Su Qing flooded her mind, recalling the moment when she was presented with a card from her second boss. A look of confusion crossed her face as she examined the more than 10 cards in her hand. She noticed some indicated 100,000 years and others a million years. After counting meticulously, she discovered there were 15 cards in total. What is this? Lu Ruoyan inquired, puzzled. As Su Qing leisurely savored her watermelon, she languidly spoke. This is a soul ring card, adorned with inscriptions that signify the soul ring. Since Su Qing has bestowed it upon you, you might as well equip it. This trinket is of no use to the two of us, nor to anyone else. It is exclusively yours. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to seek more from Su Qing, for that fellow possesses an abundance. Lu Ruyin stared blankly at the soul ring card in her hand, her fingers trembling slightly, disbelief etched across her face. Are you suggesting that these cards are all soul rings? Su Qing observed Lu Ruyan's appearance, which suggested a lack of worldly experience, and felt utterly speechless. Indeed. What is the matter? Is this not quite ordinary? As one of us, you should possess an exceptional demeanor. Those dark and purplish hues hold no allure for us. Now, you may simply crush it and utilize it directly. Rest assured, Su Qin assured us that it is painless, harmless, and hygienic. Su Qin gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder before departing. Lu Ruyan, in a daze, stared at her hands, one gripping a ring containing 200 million gold soul coins, while the other held a soul ring card. Returning to reality, Lu Ruyan inhaled deeply. Her current soul power was at level 98, having started at level 95. The absorption of the soul ring card had directly elevated her strength. Her soul rings were red, 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 gold, 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 and gray. Lu Ruyan was confident that she could contend with someone at level 99. The boss had advised her that if she could not prevail, she should speak to the ring. She would immediately declare, express delivery in a flash. Although she did not comprehend the words, they sounded immensely powerful. Regaining her focus, Lu Ruyan prepared to walk slowly towards the wall. Xiao Wu, gripped by fear, realized she had been discovered and wanted to flee, but her legs felt suddenly weak. She never anticipated that the Academy's principal was a titled Douluo. Tang Shan discerned Lu Ruyan's intentions and shouted urgently, Xiao Wu, run. He immediately unleashed the dragon beard needle towards Lu Ruyan, followed by a flying kick using the purple extreme demon eye. Lu Ruyan, with her beautiful eyes fixed on the dragon beard needle behind her, swiftly planted her foot on the ground, summoning 9 soul rings in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaojing's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Tang Shan, astonished by the manifestation of colors in his pupils, attempted to retreat, only to realize it was too late. Little one, did you think I, Lu Ruyan, would yield today, even under punishment? You shall all meet your end. With her 5th soul skill, Ice-Breaking Slash, Lu Ruyan brandished her blade towards Tang Shan, who was merely 100 meters away. In an instant, a crescent blade aura erupted, severing all buildings within a kilometer in twain. It was the first time Tang Shan felt despair. He was unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shattered space, appearing as if it were leisurely strolling, scratching its head while glancing left and right, oblivious to what lay ahead. Second boss. Be careful. Lu Ruyan was taken aback and wished to rush to the rescue, but it was already too late. Tang Shan closed his eyes, preparing to meet his fate, but upon hearing a commotion, he opened his eyes in confusion, only to see a silhouette before him. This figure lingered in his mind, and with a fierce expression, he bellowed, Su Chun. Su Chun was momentarily startled. The figure behind him evoked an impression akin to that of a beggar. Without a second thought, Su Chun grasped the foot that Tang Shan had kicked towards him with one hand, and with a casual flick, he cast it aside. Tang Shan executed a backflip, arms outstretched, landing gracefully and standing tall with an air of pride. Su Chun, with an expression of astonishment, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Ah, what an impressive posture. You could easily win a gold medal in gymnastics. However, it seemed that a young lady had just called out to me. Su Chun wore a perplexed expression. Tang Shan, noticing the impending attack behind Su Chun, smirked sinisterly. He swiftly leapt backward to stand before the terrified Yu Xiaojing, seizing him with urgency. Together, they made their way to the wall, locating Xiao Wu, and hastily departed. Su Chun scratched his head in confusion. Be careful, boss. Lu Ruyan cautioned once more, kneeling on the ground with a visage of despair. It was still before the official start of work, and they had already lost their boss. How could one not feel hopeless? Where could they find such a comfortable job that also offered the chance for personal growth? It was all over. Su Chun turned his head, his expression one of confusion, accompanied by a smile that had since faded. What on earth? By the holy sword. With a resounding bang, a tremendous explosion obliterated the surrounding structures, reducing the Academy's grand entrance to mere rubble. Lu Ruyan, engulfed in despair once more, glanced at the remnants of the door. This is a fortune, albeit not my own. If the big boss discovers this, I shall be finished, she thought. How could the power be so immense? After absorbing the soul ring and enhancing her strength, she had merely acted as a contractor, focusing solely on the Academy's construction, paying little heed to her own abilities. As the dust of the explosion settled, she stood in shock. Su Chen's cigarette met a tragic end. and he furiously surveyed his surroundings. Who on earth is responsible? Is there no sense of public morality? We have yet to reach the climax. Lu Ruyin quickly wiped away the tears from her face, rose to her feet, and took a few small steps to bow before Su Chen. Addressing him as boss too. Su Chen was taken aback, carefully scrutinizing Lu Ruyin. Boss. And who might you be, beautiful? I feel as though I have encountered you before. Su Chen beheld Lu Ruyin's figure and discreetly nodded in approval. With her alluring curves and striking features, she epitomized the ideal image he cherished. Particularly suited for the role of his secretary on Blue Star. Lu Ruyin, hesitant to respond, appeared as though she were facing her demise, nonetheless, when the second boss inquired. She mustered the courage to look up and said, Second boss, I am Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin. Oh, it dawns on me now. Was that moon you just released? Su Chen gestured towards himself, causing Lu Ruyin to blush with embarrassment as she nodded shyly. Upon seeing this, Su Chen was filled with profound skepticism about life. It seemed to him that he had not provoked you in any way. Even when merely lost, he was met with an onslaught from you, an employee. Su Chen suddenly recalled the unfortunate old man clad in green whom he encountered during his altercation with Su Qing earlier that day. Could it be that karma had come so swiftly? What? Lu Ruyin inquired with a curious expression. Ahem, it's nothing. Allow me to tell you. I merely came to observe if you were diligently fulfilling your duties, and then. Chapter 30, The Blue-Silver Monarch. I wanted to see how your academy was faring. Lu Ruyin glanced awkwardly at the now-vanished door, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Chen glanced at Lu Ruyin without uttering a word. He approached her and draped his arm over her shoulder, saying, But rest assured, I am not in a hurry. The salary will be dispersed as usual. After all, it is not my money. Lu Ruyin was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden gesture, her body trembling slightly as she broke into a sweat and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you are indeed correct. Second boss. What nonsense is this? Damn. Which fool dares to have you address me as second boss? It cannot possibly be Su Qing, can it? Lu Ruyin cautiously nodded. Su Chen was taken aback, feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. Cough, cough, cough. From now on, refer to me as handsome guy. Understood? Do not call me second boss, or you may also call me pigeon. Handsome guy? Pigeon? Ah, yes, yes. No, wait, that is not right. It's pigeon. Handsome guy? Pigeon? Please refrain from that. For heaven's sake, could you not speak Mandarin more clearly? Upon witnessing her boss's displeasure, Lu Ruyin immediately bowed her head in apology. From Su Chen's perspective, he caught sight of the tumultuous waves. He swallowed hard but remained silent. Lu Ruyin, filled with confusion, looked up to see Su Chen gazing at her with a lecherous expression. In that instant, she felt a sense of discomfort. Boss. Second boss. Noticing Su Chen's continued silence, she sighed, handsome. Alas, what is the matter? Sister, have you had your fill? Not nearly enough. How could one ever tire of such a scene? Su Chen nodded in satisfaction after a few minutes of observation. There was no way to avoid discomfort as he kept his eyes wide open. Boss, this is our academy. Lu Ruyin awkwardly pointed towards the Su Su Academy, which lacked a grand entrance. Su Chen turned his head to glance, a look of confusion on his face. Is there no door to the academy? There is. Why didn't I see it? It was there 45 minutes ago, but now it has vanished. Why 45 minutes? Because I dismantled it. Su Chen doubted his own hearing, as he cleared his ears and tapped his fingers. Could you please repeat that? He inquired. It was because I dismantled it, Lu Ruyin said cautiously, observing Su Chen's expression and realizing he was not angry, which alleviated her anxiety. Su Chen felt a pang of anxiety akin to a heart ailment, his hands trembling as he pointed at the expanse of emptiness. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruyin swiftly approached to offer her solace, reassuring him, It's all right, boss, it's not the end of the world. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt an immediate sense of relief. He eagerly anticipated Lu Ruyin's subsequent remarks, thinking to himself, well, no rush, take your time. Ultimately, he mused, I could always work for you without charge. Oh, so that's how it is, he reflected, only to realize, wait, work for me for free? Indeed, what do you think? Boss? She replied, I had thought you were considering me as your secretary. Ahem, never mind, it's all good. Let us proceed with the unpaid work. After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately broke the space and departed. Lu Ruyin, noticing his departure, quickly called out, Wait, what's wrong? Su Chen turned around, his face laden with questions, and looked at Lu Ruyin. Embarrassed, she replied, I'm out of money. Su Chen retorted, But I gave you 200 million. How could it be gone so soon? Lu Ruyin explained, well, the big boss said money is no object. She told me I could spend freely. And if I ran out, I could ask her or you for more. Su Chun inquired further, so where did all your money go? Lu Ruyin sheepishly admitted, I hired workers and recruited teachers, among other expenses. Upon hearing this, Su Chun sensed something amiss. Surely, 1 billion should suffice. How could 2 billion possibly fall short? Wasn't it merely the lamentation of the formidable boss, Lu Ruyin, fretting over yet another scheme? After all, paying wages to workers is hardly unusual, is it? The issue lies in the staggering amount of 1 million Jinhun coins per worker. What? Are you certain anyone would engage in such extravagant expenditure? Indeed. The boss had witnessed a young boy in the slums suffering from illness, and out of compassion, she sought to alter their circumstances by offering exorbitant wages. I had initially asserted that merely 1 Jinhun coin would suffice, yet the boss insisted that money was no object. Waving her hand with an air of authority before departing. How remarkably authoritative her exit was. No wonder she remarked that my funds were depleted. It turns out this was the reason. In an instant, Su Chun was infuriated, his head nearly steaming with anger. He took out the playing card, the king, clenched his fist, but ultimately relented, for he knew he could not prevail. Su Chun took out a card and casually tossed it to Lu Ruyin before stepping into the space and vanishing. There are 1 billion inside, spend it freely. He said, Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? She inquired. No worries, it's not my money. That woman has more than enough to spare. Su Chun is still seeking a way out, letting out a helpless sigh within the confines of the space. If all else fails, should he resort to forceful measures? No, that would surely lead to disdain. After all, he is merely the proprietor. He couldn't believe he had overlooked it last time. Alas, this accursed infatuation with young maidens. After Su Chun departed, Lu Ruyan's chest rose and fell as she took a deep breath. She gazed at the boundless expanse of Su Su Academy, devoid of gates, and sighed, resigned to the reality of resuming her role as a foreman. How vexing it was to have allowed that little rascal to escape. Had she caught him, she would have certainly imparted a lesson in cruelty. Tang Shan, pulling the exasperated Yu Xiaojiang along, hurried away. Yu Xiaojiang, struggling to catch his breath, patted Tang Shan's hand, urging him to slow down. Take it easy, Tang Shan. I'm gasping for air. Upon glancing back and seeing no pursuers, Tang Shan, in a disheveled state, relinquished Yu Xiaojiang and let go of Xiao Wu's hand, enduring humiliation as he sought a place to rest. Yet, as he recalled Su Chun being targeted by a titled Douluo, a sinister grin crept across his face. Teacher, that Su Chun is surely doomed. Why do you say that? Yu Xiaojiang asked, taken aback. Teacher, did you not see? That esteemed titled Douluo's attack was aimed directly at Su Chun. He undoubtedly could not evade it. Consider this. No matter how formidable he is, it is improbable he could survive against a titled Douluo. Hearing Tang San's reasoned explanation, Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed as he nodded. He had been so startled a moment ago that he failed to notice. I see now. Ha ha ha. This is indeed poetic justice. Indeed, teacher. What shall we do next? Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Must we truly seek her out? Who? Never mind, let us rest for a moment. How much money do we have left? Teacher, we are down to a single gold soul coin. Very well, let us first collect our subsidies, then set forth. Yes, teacher. System? Why does this grass appear so different from what I observed outside? Su Chun squatted down with a look of confusion, gently touching the blue-silver grass before him. This was the blue-silver emperor, the mother of Tang Shan. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's expression darkened. Come now, do enlighten me. No matter how impressive Tang Hao may be, it is simply impossible for him to father a child with a blade of grass. Su Chun unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave. Intrigued, he began to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he stepped onto something soft, lowering his head to investigate. He noticed that the grass before him was unlike any other blue-silver grass he had seen. I urged you to pursue knowledge, yet you chose to tend to cattle. I have told you, in this world, spirit beasts can attain human form. Why can grass not do the same? Could it be that this grass can also take on a human form? Is it not devoid of life? At first, Su Chun believed that the blue-silver grass was merely a type of food for the soft-bone rabbit. To his surprise, it could actually evolve. Do not speak to me. I still need to recuperate. You, a mere system, what do you know of injuries? If I do not heal, how shall I provide you with more offerings? Very well, very well. Su Chun, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Ever since his arrival in this world, he found himself becoming increasingly foolish, though the reason eluded him. Perhaps it was due to the environment. As Su Chen pondered these thoughts, the blue-silver emperor beneath his feet began to wither gradually, severely injured by the forceful step he had taken, now reduced to merely a fragile sprout. As Su Chen steadied her immediately, preventing her from toppling over, he exclaimed, "Goodness, Tang Shan's mother, surely you can withstand a mere kick. You bore children with such endurance, yet cannot endure this?" Su Chen was aware that this was Tang Shan's mother. He was uncertain as to why compassion had suddenly welled up within him. He found himself curious to see what this grass, transformed into a human, would look like. System. Oh, what are you doing? Is it possible to save this grass? Didn't Su Chen give you a considerable amount of spirit essence? Why not let her give it a try? My dear, I cannot bear to part with it. Can she truly withstand such a thing? What if it were to be excessive? That would spell disaster. Su Chen recalled that Su Qing had once cautioned him about her possessions, which were immensely powerful in this realm. Even the most rudimentary elixirs should not be carelessly administered to the inhabitants of this world, as they pose a risk of catastrophic bodily harm. Otherwise, she would have long since treated Gu Yuna's injuries, but Su Qing mentioned the difficulty of controlling the potency. Should she administer too much, the consequences would be dire. So what should be done? If all else fails, should one consume it? Is this herb even palatable? How would I know? I have never tasted it. However, I have been told that one should not squander provisions. Well, perhaps treating a dead horse as a live one is the only option left. Why do I have the impression that you are merely curious about what Tang Shan's mother looks like? Cough, 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 how could that be? I am a person of integrity, upright and unyielding. It is inconceivable that I would possess any remnants of Wei Wu's demeanor. Humph. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. We are all men, and I can comprehend your thoughts. What do you understand? Enough of this. Farewell. For this herb is on the verge of wilting. Su Chen immediately took out a vial of spirit liquid from the ring, swallowing hard. He glanced at the sinuous blue-silver emperor sprawled on the ground, then shifted his gaze to the spirit liquid in his hand. Suddenly, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable urge to drink it. Perhaps he could test its potency? Without uttering a word, Su Chen took a sip. Su Chen awaited the outcome, but alas, there was little to show for it. Su Chen felt reassured and directly dripped a drop of the spiritual liquid onto the blue-silver emperor. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor, empowered by the essence, grew to an impressive height of 7 meters, transforming into a magnificent tree. Su Chen began to regard the elixir in his hand with skepticism, for it appeared rather unimpressive, failing to transform him into a human. Who are you? A gentle feminine voice resonated throughout the cavern. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, and promptly readied all his treasured abilities. Since he could unleash skills without restraint, he was well prepared. This particular move was named Phobia of Firepower. Alas, that was the voice of the blue-silver emperor. Su Chen then realized that it was the blue-silver emperor behind him. Were you the one speaking just now? May I ask who you are? Who am I? Why should I divulge that to you? Have you encountered my mistress? This voice sounded somewhat anxious. Su Chen smirked. Of course I have encountered her. Your little mistress has left me in a most pitiful state, and now she is likely begging on the streets. What? Who exactly are you? Could it be the spirit hall? The body of the blue-silver emperor quivered slightly. She yearned to rush to her son immediately, yet reality held her back. The spirit hall? How could that be? Though I initially intended to join the spirit hall, I still possess the autonomy to act as I please. And they cannot dictate my actions. Then why do you torment my son? We bear no grievances against you. Why? Because I find it amusing. I derive great pleasure from bullying your son. Su Chen nonchalantly waved his hand and remarked, "Yumph. Once Hao learns of this, he certainly won't let you off easily. You mean Tang Hao, right? I have seen him before. Although I do not know your appearance, your taste is rather peculiar. To indulge in such a visage, TSK. That has nothing to do with you. All right. I saved you. How do you plan to repay me? Offering yourself would suffice, though I am not as ruthless as Tang Hao, targeting you like a mere blade of grass. You dare to insult me. Is this what you call an insult? Please, you are merely a blade of grass. Wait until you transform into a person before you speak again. I am curious to see how you will look. Since you are here, I wish to experience the sensation of cultivating a harem." Su Chen pondered for a moment. Initially, he contemplated feigning the role of a virtuous gentleman. However, realizing that he would not be returning home anytime soon, or perhaps not at all, he ultimately decided to abandon the pretense. After all, he already had 2 wives. What was the harm in seeking a few more? Please, having traversed dimensions, isn't it quite normal to establish a harem? To experience the sentiments of other travelers, the blue-silver empress, upon hearing Su Qin's humiliating remarks, erupted in fury. In an instant, her ethereal form manifested, and she brandished a blue lance, aiming it menacingly at Su Qin's throat. Su Qin let out a sigh. However, he found the transformation of grass into a human quite beautiful. He no longer felt the need to evade the attacks of the blue-silver emperor. After all, he was unafraid of a 40-meter-long greatsword. Why should he fear a mere thrust? Ayin, gripping the blue-silver overlord spear, wore a grave expression. As the spear met Su Qin's neck, it shattered instantaneously, leaving Ayin in utter shock. She realized that she was no match for the individual before her and contemplated an immediate retreat back to her original form. In that instant, the first strike of the vermilion bird's assault, confinement. In a heartbeat, Ayin's body was ensnared by a formidable force, and despair filled her heart. Su Qin chuckled and approached Ayin, declaring, "I am not a virtuous person. My idol is Boss Zhao. However, I am curious to see if I can come into contact with your body." Su Qin gazed at the motionless Ayin, stroking his chin as he scrutinized her from top to bottom. He extended a hand, initially intending to touch the center of Ayin, but ultimately refrained, opting instead to gently caress her cheek. Su Qin was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth? Can I really encounter such a situation? You're making no sense. I want to engage with you in that manner, especially not when you appear so transparent. I'll wait until you return to normal before we interact." That would be far more intriguing. Ayin trembled slightly. "When will you arrive, Ahau?" Chapter 31, An Unexpected Encounter with Azura. Are you waiting for Tang Hao? Don't worry, he won't be arriving anytime soon. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Ayin felt her last glimmer of hope shatter. "No, I refuse to relinquish hope like this. Can you even move? It feels as if I'm playing the role of the villain, contemplating whether to abandon hope. Even if Tang Hao does come, what difference would it make? I am less significant than a mere fingernail." Su Qin was unaware of when a deceased soft-boned rabbit had found its way into his hands. As he sat roasting it, he remarked, "What exactly do you want?" Although Ayin was unable to move, her tone conveyed a palpable anger. "It's not that I desire much. I merely wish to carry you home. What difference does it make to have one more woman? Even if it cost me my life, I would never return with you." "Very well, then. Go ahead and die. As long as you can move even a little, you may choose your own demise." Su Qin remarked, "You may wish for death, yet it eludes you. Even if you were to revert to being grass, he would still possess the ability to revive you." Ayin, engulfed in despair and frustration, lamented, "I merely intended to recuperate in peace. Why must I encounter such an audacious individual? What must you do to finally leave me be?" Upon hearing Ayin's voice laced with tears, Su Qin chuckled softly. "What do you mean by that?" "It simply means that I shall release you after 100,000 years." Ayin, taken aback by his words, felt an overwhelming darkness envelop her tender heart. She had thought the spirit hall to be malevolent, only to discover today that she had encountered something far worse. "What do you mean? I am merely 80,000 years old. You claim I must wait 100,000 years. Ah, so you are but 80,000 years old. Thank you for enlightening me," he replied. Su Qin tapped his forehead and promptly approached Ayin's true form. Amidst Ayin's confusion, he carefully extracted a vial of spiritual liquid and let a drop fall. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated with a divine radiance and a warm, familiar aura emanated from the blue-silver emperor, enveloping the surroundings and gradually dispersing. From within emerged a girl clad in a blue form-fitting evening gown. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, the spirit of Ayin beside Su Qin was drawn in, merging with her corporeal form. Ayin shuddered, regaining her senses, only to realize that she was unable to flee. In an instant, terror seized her. Su Qin wiped his nose and approached Ayin. He glanced left and right, then up and down, and remarked, "Not bad, isn't it? Behold, I am your savior. My demands are modest. I merely ask for your hand in devotion." Upon hearing this, Ayin immediately rejected him, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. It is utterly impossible. Su Qin, this phrase seems familiar, but I shall not dwell on it. Regardless of your possibilities, you cannot refuse." What else can Ayin say? She can only resign herself to despair. She wishes to make a sacrifice, but her body is immobile, her soul ensnared. In front of the astonished Ayin, Su Qin inexplicably produced a burlap sack from seemingly nowhere, declaring that this was nearly sufficient. Su Qin swiftly placed Ayin into his sack, hoisting it upon his shoulder. and then fortified the bag with a protective layer to shield a Yin's body from the strains of the spatial passage. Could you not show a modicum of compassion? Ayin lamented from within the sack. For heaven's sake, this is abduction. When has a kidnapper ever been tender-hearted? There rests nothing of value on me. Why not simply release me? Please? I shall divulge a secret. What? Ayin inquired, bewildered. Truth be told, I am a connoisseur of beauty. I seek nothing else. I would never let you go, even if it cost me my life. I strongly advise you to release me immediately, otherwise. A Hao will come and ensure you meet a gruesome end. By all means, let him come, Su Chun retorted dismissively. With that, Su Chun prepared to enter the spatial passage but paused, struck by a whimsical idea. He gently set Ayin down and proceeded to find a humble blue silver grass, planting it in the very spot where Ayin had been. Su Chun recalled Tang Hao tenderly whispering sweet nothings to an ordinary blue silver grass, engaging in a heartfelt conversation about life, and laughed heartily. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle, and upon hearing his laughter, Ayin immediately grew anxious. She was unaware of what mischief Su Chun had engaged in, but she was certain it must be something troublesome. What are you laughing about? No, wait. What gives you the right to speak here? Su Chun directly smacked a Yin's posterior, exclaiming, You shameless one. I'm still in pain. Do not make such a ruckus here, understood? Ayin? Su Chun disregarded Ayin and directly shouldered his way into the spatial passage. Just then, the entrance of the cave unexpectedly swung open, revealing Tang Hao, who entered with a gentle gaze fixed upon a blue-silver grass near Ayin. Ayin, I miss you, he said. I must tell you, our son has achieved great things. Throughout this encounter, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that Ayin had changed into a new garment. The original gold and silver hues now transformed into a serene blue. In Su Chen's lair, Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshui were lost in thought. Where has Su Chen gone? Qian Rinshui inquired, her expression one of confusion. I am not certain. Could he have lost his way? Gu Yuna exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui's lips twitched in disbelief. How could that be? He is so capable. There's no way he could get lost in such a small area. Gu Yuna nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a knowing smile before resuming their viewing of a movie on Su Chen's phone. Su Chun gazed with a furrowed brow at the imposing figure before him. Who are you to dare intrude upon my domain? Su Chun wore a look of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Where exactly was he? The man opposite him, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in irritation. It appeared that, as a land soul master, he could not even see through this individual. Thus, who are you? Su Chun regarded the figure before him with a serious expression, feeling utterly perplexed. The man stood tall and imposing, with 6 hands behind him, crimson hair, and purple skin. I am Azura, he declared. So, you are a deity? Su Chun inquired. Indeed, human soul master, it is surprising that you have heard of my name. In that case, you may meet your demise. Upon hearing the mention of deities, Su Chun, indifferent to whether they were benevolent or malevolent, resolved to act decisively. He sought vengeance for his beloved wife, scoffing at the audacity of his intentions. Divine abilities, the realm of Azuras. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Chun remained utterly unperturbed. With a firm stamp of his foot, the very ground of the divine realm fractured, causing the surrounding structures to sway precariously, reminiscent of an earthquake. The heavens obeyed his will. Su Chen's form transformed into an imposing figure, enveloped in a radiant golden hue that rendered him colossal. His golden pupils gazed upon the divine realm as though surveying mere ants. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he obliterated all in his path. The sure god, taken aback, trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, What formidable power! Who on earth are you? Su Chun remained silent, wielding his sword to cleave through the entirety of the divine realm. The god of Azura attempted to intervene, swiftly brandishing his Azura demon sword to counter the blow. In an instant, the divine realm was rent asunder, with a singular blade of energy shattering the void, drawing in all surrounding matter into its abyss. Su Chun responded coldly, glancing at the barely breathing Azura. With a scoff, he remarked, I expected you to resist with all your might. Is this all you can muster? The Azura, initially preparing to defend himself, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of death that compelled him to abandon that notion and flee. He summoned all his strength to escape immediately, yet his divine weapon, the Azura sword, lay shattered, requiring painstaking effort to piece together bit by bit. Ha! Azura, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? A sharp, vibrant female voice rang out, drawing the attention of those who had collapsed, feigned death, or appeared bewildered and curious. All eyes turned to a figure clad in a purple dress, radiating a sinister aura, though currently she was on the ground, laughing and pounding her fists against the earth. Suchen gazed intently at the amusing woman before him, inquiring, "Who are you?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, and pointed to herself. Suchen nodded with a serious demeanor, indicating for her to continue speaking. "I am the Rakshasa goddess. Do you intend to kill me? Come forth." Suchen stroked his chin as he gazed at the foolish woman before him. He scrutinized her from head to toe, shook his head, and muttered, "Not suitable to take away. She is far too unattractive." Upon hearing Suchen's disparaging remarks about her appearance, the Rakshasa goddess, being a woman, could hardly tolerate such words. She immediately became agitated and retorted, "What do you mean? If you wish to kill me, then do it. If I were to furrow my brow even slightly, I would no longer be a true warrior. Suchen, you are remarkable. Even the heroes have spoken. Had you not uttered these words, I might have thought you were a time traveler." Suchen raised a thumb in approval towards the Rakshasa deity, who, with head held high and chest out, exuded an air of defiance. Upon seeing this, Suchen was suddenly at a loss, unable to act for reasons unbeknownst to him. "Alas, you may leave. Will you not take my life? I shall not stoop to the level of a fool." Suchen waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage. "What do you mean? Do I not have the right to demand your demise? If you were to kill me, then do it swiftly. Otherwise, you should take your leave. So tell me, why do you hesitate to end my life? Because you are not a good person, nor am I. Enough of this. Cease your interruptions. Haha, indeed. I am far from virtuous. I appreciate your mercy. In return, when I grow more formidable, I shall ensure your demise is slow and filled with anguish." Hee hee. Suchen's countenance was devoid of expression as he instantaneously transported himself before the Rakshasa deity. With a swift motion, he struck, then, as per his custom, tilted his head upward, remarking, "Ah, this star is undoubtedly the brightest thus far." Ugh, ugh. Ain, slung over his shoulder, struggled incessantly, writhing about. Smack. Ugh. "If you utter another sound, I shall strike you once more and see if, as a mere blade of grass, your posterior turns crimson." Instantly, Ain fell silent. Suchen turned his head to glance at the fallen Azura, only to discover that not a single hair remained. TSK. The skills may boast spectacular effects, yet their damage fails to even graze a single strand of my hair. Upon finishing his words, Suchen directly shattered the fabric of space and departed. He had no intention of pursuing the Azura god, for he was well aware that the Azura god would inevitably gather the fragments and reforge the Azura sword. Suchen intended to wait until the Azura god possessed the sword once more before continuing his destruction. Alas, he was simply that bored, traversing space 200 times. At last, he found it. "Who, my wife?" With an expression of exhilaration, Suchen carried the eye-rolling Ain upon his shoulder as he entered. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue emerged with a yawn. Upon noticing the woman perched on Suchen's shoulder, his senses were instantly rejuvenated. "Where is your sister?" he inquired. "Oh, she has something to attend to and has returned home," Suchen replied. "I see, but who is the lady on your shoulder?" This question instilled a sense of urgency in Suchen. Coughing lightly, he declared, "This is precisely the harem I desire." Suchen was not intimidated by the sense of crisis. Rather, she stood her ground with confidence. "Oh, how bold. I am your wife. And yet you casually bring another girl home without my consent as your second wife." Qian Rinxue placed her hands on her hips, retorting with irritation. "Why should I seek your approval? As a man, is it not customary for me to have multiple wives and concubines? So, you genuinely intend to take 3 wives?" she inquired. "Who said anything about wives? These are concubines. She does not possess the qualifications to be my wife." "Goodness, Suchen, I never would have guessed." "What do you mean? Apparently, you are even more fickle than a playboy. How could you allow such a beautiful girl to suffer? I do not approve." Suchen was taken aback. He strode directly to Qian Rinxue and playfully tapped her on the backside, wearing a bemused expression as he inquired, "Which side are you truly on?" "I am undoubtedly on Sister Guyana's side," she retorted. "Just look at it. Guyana would certainly endorse my perspective. Thus you have no right to agree. You possess no voting power. But I am your second wife. Enough. Had I known, I would never have permitted you to associate with that troublemaker Su Qing. Just look at what you've become." Suchen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Guyana rubbed her eyes and stepped out, only to widen her pupils in surprise upon seeing Ain. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Suchen, what is happening?" "It's nothing. Gyuna. This is the sister I found for you. After Suchin finished speaking, he gave Ain a playful pat on the backside and teased. Are you sure she isn't the wife you were searching for? Gyuna cast a disdainful glance at Suchun and urged, just tell me whether you are willing or not. Of course, I'm willing. By the time Su Qing arrives, we'll have just enough for a game of Do Di Zhu with 4 players. Bai Ji is simply too unreliable. Suddenly, Su Qin recalled. By the way, what about that dog? Why hasn't it brought back Xuan Nu and the others yet? He reminisced about sending the 3-headed hellhound to find Xuan Nu, and the Ice Emperor had come to assist. I don't know. Perhaps it's gotten distracted along the way and has delayed its return. Currently, there are no teams challenging us at the Soul Duel Arena. What can we do? Gyuna shrugged her shoulders, indicating how lonely invincibility can be. All right, Ain. Remember to freshen up today. I'll come find you tonight. Upon hearing this, Ain understood the implication and shook her head in resignation, indicating her acceptance. Suchin observed Ain shaking her head incessantly. He gently supported her head with his hand and remarked, Look, isn't this a nod? Annoyed, he continued. I know you're shy, but fret not. After tonight, you shall be my concubine. Do you know why I sought you out? It is simply to vex Tang Hao. The 3 women stared at the unabashed Suchin in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. How can you be so shameless? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Suchin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, prompting the 3 women to lean in with curiosity to listen. Suchin glanced at Ain, who had come over to listen. What are you doing here? Yin's face suddenly flushed, and with a huff, she turned her head away. Hurry up and speak. Suchin urged. Suchun immediately turned to Qian Rinxue and Gyuna, saying, Of course, it's simply a matter of having a thick skin. Why bother with so many concerns? Now that I possess strength, what is there to deliberate? I am not in conflict with the 3 of you, rather only 2. In truth, I currently rank 3rd in this world, with the first being that coffin and the second being Su Qing. Coffin? What coffin? Suchin pondered deeply, reflecting meticulously on the words spoken by the system, yet he seemed to have forgotten most of it. The only phrase that lingered in his mind was do not provoke the coffin. He turned to Qian Rinxue, questioning why young ladies like her would engage in discussions about coffins. Qian Rinxue, if you're so curious about coffins, is it for your grandfather? Go away. Why do you only mention Sister Gyuna and not me? Because you were so easy to tease. You. Isn't there someone else bound up beside you? Why not bully her instead? Because I have already teased her enough. I've been at it all day. Qian Rinxue expressed her frustration. Feeling overwhelmed by the myriad of schemes in this world, she clenched her fist and stormed off in anger. Gyuna, observing the commotion between the 2, felt helpless. After all, they were family. Indeed, family should not speak as if they were strangers, Suchin remarked with a raised eyebrow. All right, I will go find Qian Rinxue. You focus on your task, but keep your voice down. I fear that Bai Ji might find out and report you, he added. I understand, came the response. Princess Suchin cradled the indignant Ain in her arms and entered her chamber. Black and white impermanence. Did I not expressly forbid you from entering my room? Are you unaware of the foul stench of the cat droppings you've brought? During our last encounter, you were the first to flee, abandoning me. You even betrayed your own siblings. Suchun mentioned the black and white impermanence and casually tossed it aside. Suchun liberated Ain from her confinement, causing her to erupt like a startled cat. You. I have warned you. I shall not allow you to succeed. What do you intend to do? Wait. The following day, Suchun leaned against the bedside, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while beside him, Ain sat with a vacant expression, devoid of any light. She found herself unable to refuse, completely succumbing to the advances of the unfamiliar man before her. The entire night unfolded, and even a blade of grass would struggle to endure such a torment. What's wrong? Still angry? Suchin observed Ain, lost in her thoughts. With a puzzled look, it seemed she was still upset. No worries. Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Ain immediately regained her composure, clutching the blanket tightly. She recoiled in fear and exclaimed, You. It's been an entire night already. Isn't that enough? Are you a beast? Just one night? I could endure for another 24 hours. Look at you, still fuming. What can I say? Su Chun, innocent and poised to take action, was abruptly halted. Stop. I am no longer angry. Really? Indeed. So, what shall I call you? Asu? After a moment of contemplation, Ain sighed. It seems we must persist. Wait, am I mistaken? Hold on. 24 hours later, Ain wore a look of despair, utterly devoid of motivation. She was resigned to whatever Suchin chose to do. having lost all desire to act. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Qianren burst in, wielding the angel sword, her eyes marred by dark circles. Charging in with indignation. Su-chin, are you out of your mind? One night was already unbearable, and now you refuse to relent even during the day. I can understand staying awake with Sister Guyuna at night, but sleeping during the day? Have we gone too far? Yet, you continue this absurdity. If you persist, you may as well leave. Su-chin also felt that he had gone too far. He apologized to Qianren and patted the bare shoulders of Ayin. Shall we go to a hotel outside? Ayin looked at Su-chin in astonishment, swallowing hard. Can I refuse? Of course you can. Then I refuse. So, do you know what to call me now? Without a word. Su-chan directly wrapped Ayin in a blanket and vanished into a hotel without even booking a room. After a night had passed, Ayin knelt on the ground. Her voice filled with remorse. Husband, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. If you wish, you may as well end my life. With an expression of innocence, she lamented. If only you had mentioned it earlier. Just look at this. All you had to do was call me husband. Why refer to me as a Su? TSK. Ayin looked up, bewildered. So, all this commotion was merely due to a title? Indeed, Su-chan could no longer endure. It was not a matter of surrender, but rather that his body had reached its limit. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, Ayin's expression darkened in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists, summoning her courage, and cast a fierce gaze at Su-chan. Su-chan felt a prickling unease under the scrutiny. Are you trying to provoke Mosey? Hee, darling. Don't you enjoy a little playfulness? Come, let me join you. No, let's not. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is not an option. Ayin charged forward, prompting Su-chan to instinctively raise his hand as if to strike, but he quickly withdrew it. After all, having crossed a line, one must bear the consequences. A day passed. The room was suffused with a mysterious aroma, and the two lay listlessly staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, a thought struck Su-chan. He gently propped up the fragrant, slumbering Ayin, who yawned and asked, Shall we continue? Very well. I'll take the lead. Wait, hold on. I have a question for you. What is it? Ayin replied, her tone indifferent, resigned to whatever fate awaited her, whether it be death or mischief. You were Tang Shan's mother, and now you belong to me. What will I do when I encounter Tang Shan in the future? Upon hearing Tang Shan's name, Ayin's drowsiness vanished, replaced by shock as she gazed at Su-chan. Indeed, how will I face him if little San finds out? How will I confront a Hao? So, you see, this puts us in an awkward position, doesn't it? Since you are with me, by relation, Tang Shan becomes my adopted son. Ayin was taken aback, pointing at Su-chan incredulously. You look no older than my son. How can he possibly accept this? Well, I initially intended to care for this adopted son, but since you disapprove, I suppose I shall continue to target him instead. Target him? What on earth happened between you and my son? Ayin inquired, her worry palpable. With an innocent and carefree smile, Su-chan recounted the events to Ayin in meticulous detail. 10 minutes later, Ayin's expression shifted from one of confusion to one of fury, her body trembling slightly as she glared at Su-chan. How dare you bully my son? She exclaimed. How am I bullying him? Just look at what you're accusing me of. Su-chan retorted. What do you mean by having him absorb a 10-year spirit ring? That is absurd. Well, you could simply state whether I have laid a hand on him or not. I was only punishing you, Xiao. How is that connected to your son? Besides, he had the choice not to save him. A 29th level soul master. Was it really your son's meningitis that led him to make such a choice? He might as well have let Tang Hao teach him instead. But that's not right. My son's character is above reproach. He acted out of necessity to save his mentor. If it weren't for your coercion using his teacher's life, cough. Are you even listening to me? The only debt you Xiao owes your son is a tattered blanket. Tell me, is that worth sacrificing one's lifelong happiness to repay? Upon realizing that her son was reduced to having nothing but a mere blanket, Ayin clenched her fists. Tang Hao, you're truly something else. Even your own son is in such a state, and you dare say you're taking good care of our Sana? Hey, are you all right? Su-chan noticed that Ayin's complexion appeared quite unfavorable. Upon hearing Su-chan's words, Ayin abruptly turned her head, her expression filled with indignation as she glared at him. Go on. What is this nonsense? Don't you fancy this body of mine? Continue, if you dare. No. It's best to stop now. We might end up getting banned. Su-chan admitted to being a lecher. Yet he would not go so far as to forsake his own kidneys. Regardless of Su-chan's refusal, Ain lunged forward without hesitation. Since she could not best him, and he seemed to relish the game, she decided to play along until the very end, for there was no turning back now. The following day, Su Chen's legs trembled unsteadily as he leaned on a stick for support, one hand pressed against his waist. He glanced back at Ain, who wore a smug expression, and a bitter smile crossed his face. Upon witnessing Su Chen's predicament, Xianren felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Oh dear. What seems to be the matter? TSK, are you all right, little pup? Su Chen chose to disregard Qian Wanshue's sarcastic remarks. Wearing a look of grievance as he turned to Gu Yuan beside her, extending his hand in a gesture of seeking comfort. However, Gu Yuan paid him no heed, merely snorting coldly before departing. Suddenly, a familiar sound of space shattering resonated in everyone's ears, and a girl clad in a phoenix robe emerged. With an air of satisfaction, she brushed off her hands and exclaimed, I have arrived. Did you all miss me? Su Qing was overwhelmed with emotion, having just concluded matters in her own realm. She rushed over, only to be struck by the eerie calmness of the scene before her. Why is no one speaking? She inquired, yet her words were met with silence. In that instant, she felt an unexpected chill of indifference wash over her, stirring an urge to weep. Ahem, welcome, welcome, a feeble voice reached Su Qing's ears. Glancing behind her, she was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached, placing her hands on Su Chen's shoulders and shaking him gently. Su Chen, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Has someone been bullying you? Why didn't you tell me? Could you please stop shaking me? I can't explain. He replied. All right, I shall cease shaking you. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, yet he refrained from offering an explanation. He extended his hand towards Su Qing and inquired, do you have any remedies for kidney replenishment? Su Qing glanced at Ain, who was beside Su Chen, and immediately understood why Su Chen had ended up in such a predicament. TSK, how intriguing, indeed. Upon hearing Su Qing's scornful remarks, Su Chen's expression turned one of exasperation as he flung the stick he was holding to the ground. Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Among you all, only Gu Yuna is tolerable. Just look at Xianren and you, Su Qing. Yesterday, you claimed we were one big happy family. Yet this family has disbanded with alarming speed. Who considers you family? I certainly do not. Ain continued to intensify the verbal onslaught from the sidelines. Upon seeing Ain's countenance, Su Chen immediately retreated behind Gu Yuna, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Ain's fearless expression. Gu Yuna, observing Su Chen's distress, looked at him with compassion and inquired, Are you all right, Su Chen? Su Chen, upon hearing the comforting words from his wife, nodded appreciatively. Of course. I am perfectly fine, he replied. If you're well, there is no need for you to return. Continue enjoying your time at the hotel. Inform me only when you require assistance. Su Chen doubted his own hearing as he glanced at Su Qing, who wore an expression of amusement. You rascal, Su Qing. Your innocent white moonlight, the pure Gu Yuna, have been led astray by you. The mischief of Su Qing, who was watching the drama unfold with a smile, could not bear to hear Su Chen's words directed at her. She felt compelled to respond. Humph, how dare you speak? You, who flits from flower to flower, feasting on what is in front of you while casting your eyes on what lies beyond. Your two sisters-in-law attend to the household daily. Yet what have you done for them? Even 4 little kittens understand the importance of companionship for the sisters-in-law, but you? All you do is idle away your time. Su Qing, increasingly infuriated, disregarded her ladylike demeanor and strode forward with an assertive flourish, waving her hand emphatically. Su Chen immediately took a cautious step back, exclaiming, What are you planning to do? This is bad. Stop right there. Su Qing swiftly hurled a stone, silencing Su Chen, and with a swift kick, she knocked him down. Su Qing leapt directly above Su Chen, relentlessly employing the swift and elusive kicks reminiscent of the renowned martial art of Foshan. Brother, she exclaimed, you are well aware of the wrongs you have committed against your wife and against me. So bear with it. This shall soon pass. Ugh. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. Be gentle. Be gentle. Do not strike below, Crack. Upon hearing the sound of the eggshell shattering, Su Qing realized that trouble was afoot. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled the scene. Lying on the ground, Su Chen wore a face of indignation akin to that of a beleaguered warrior, tears streaming down his cheeks as he covered himself with both hands, resembling a child. Su Qing, don't you dare run away. I swear I will fight you to the end. Have you been watching too many cartoons? Su Chen executed a remarkable leap, radiating an aura of immense power. Xianren, and Gu Yuna gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Is this Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong? Gu Yuna, with an innocent expression, exclaimed, Sister, Sun Wukong can emit such energy. Didn't Su Qing show us an animated series last time? Ah, I see now. However, wasn't Sun Wukong wielding a lollipop? No, no. Sun Wukong brandishes the golden staff, not a lollipop. I understand now. Gu Yuna nodded in acknowledgement. Su Chan observed the two wives engaged in conversation beside him. A profound sense of his diminished stature as a man within the family washed over him. You two, come here, he called out, directing his attention to Gu Yuna and Qian Ruxue, who approached with a bewildered expression. What is the matter? They inquired. Aren't you concerned about me? I feel utterly shattered. He lamented. Not literally shattered, of course. If I keep saying that, it might just come true. From now on, we shall be like sisters. Indeed. They replied. Oh my goodness. Su Chan exclaimed, dropping to his knees, clutching his head, only to spring back up moments later. With a resounding boom, he launched a rocket into the sky. Qian Ruxue gasped. Is this the legendary rocket launch? Not quite, dear Qian Ruxue. This is a launch by Su Chan. Oh, I see, she responded. Aine, witnessing the peculiar family dynamics, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that there was not a single normal individual among them. Chapter 33. Gurong bound tightly tap, tap, tap. You're all here? Perfect timing. I just received news from the Duhan Arena that someone has issued a challenge to our team, Bai Ji announced, addressing everyone in the hall. Su Chun, Gu Yuna, and Su Qing all wore expressions of disbelief. Su Chen pinched Su Qing playfully, and she retorted with a dismissive glance. He nodded and inquired, which rascal has come to challenge us again? Bai Ji perused the documents and replied, a total of 5 teams have officially called us out, including the Tiando Academy team and the Four Elements team. Qian Rinxue, with a look of confusion, asked, when did you all participate in this soul duel? We haven't been at it for long. We've simply been winning consistently. It felt rather dull, so we just signed up, Gu Yu naively responded to Qian Rinxue's query. In that case, I think I will refrain from participating. You all are nothing short of monsters. Qian Rinxue acknowledged her own capabilities. While handling 1 or 2 opponents posed no challenge, facing 4 or 5 of them at the same level would indeed require considerable effort. Such a thankless endeavor was not something she was inclined to pursue. Su Chan surveyed the hall, noticing the absence of a familiar figure. Where had that fish gone? Surely it hadn't fled. Are you referring to the deep-sea demon whale king? Feeling a tinge of boredom, he decided to wander elsewhere, expressing a desire to observe the human realm. Where were those 3 hellhounds? It had been days since they were summoned. Brother, would you kindly allow us to leave? The 3 figures knelt before the stone, their expressions a mix of despair and hopelessness. The Ice Emperor glared at the hellhounds, exclaiming, I told you to leave. But you refused. Are you out of your mind? Why must you persist in gnawing on this stone? Look at it. It's formidable. You can't outrun it, nor can you overpower it. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Maiden felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps we should just find a way to escape first. How could we just give up? This fellow sent us to assist the humans, and while helping is one thing, who knew he would lead us here? We've been gathering stones for days. Yet this peculiar rock remains insatiable. Hey, hurry up and find me something to eat. I am the mighty stone overlord. Wah, sure how. I miss you. When will you come to find me? I'm starving. The beasts looked on as the stone overlord glanced down at the kneeling trio, letting out a sigh. You may leave. If you can't even find food, what use are you to me? That detestable Su Chun has abandoned me here without a care. Su Chen. Ah Qiao. Who dares to speak ill of me? It is quite unfathomable. I, a person of integrity and kindness. How could anyone possibly harbor ill will towards me? Could it be that I have caught a cold? Oh, dear Celestial Emperor, are you truly telling me that you have fallen ill? Oh my, has the system come to life? Boredom has become my companion. I once roamed freely, striving to keep pace with her, yet alas, I only caught a fleeting glimpse of her in the end. It seems there is a tale to be told. Do share it with me. Chattering away, chattering away. Su Chun was taken aback, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Wait, what you're saying is utterly absurd. You claim you were once a formidable force, ruling over eternity, only to be shattered by a mysterious blow, reduced to countless drops of blood, and then, that's the grand finale? Nonsense. What grand finale? I am still very much alive. Sure, Batian and Xiao Ta were brought here by me from a parallel world. How does this sound like I was deceived and tricked into this? It's impossible. Just ask them if they know me. Impressive. But why didn't you bring that so-called deity along? From your words, they are unparalleled and possess immense power. Why not bring them too? I suspect you might be trying to take advantage of Lucian. How could that be? I am merely intrigued. That may be so, but currently, my strength is insufficient to bring Lucian here. In her original world, she has already perished. What a pity. I wanted to see what she truly looked like. Hey, Su Qin, who should we send for the duel? Su Qing approached and asked, how about you go? Su Qin contemplated letting Su Qing go. Since victory was assured, why don't you go? I can't be bothered. Neither can I. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to back down. Su Qin, Lu Ruyan's message has arrived. Qian Rinshui interjected as she approached. Upon seeing Qian Rushiwei approach, Su Qing and Su Qin exchanged mischievous smiles. Ahem, Qian Rushiwei, no matter the message. It pales in comparison to the upcoming team competition. You must take our place, they declared. Qian Rushiwei, bewildered, pointed to herself in disbelief. Me? Indeed. You are the most suitable candidate among us, Su Qin affirmed with a nod. Why should I? I am your wife. Qian Rushiwei retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. You are the weakest among us. If you don't go, who will? Su Qing added fuel to the fire. Fine, but if it's not me, I simply cannot trust this, she argued. Why not send someone from the academy? Did you not establish one? Su Qin realized suddenly, as if struck by a revelation. What if we lose? That would be disastrous, Su Qing interjected with a roll of her eyes. Exactly. What then? Su Qin pondered once more. What purpose does establishing an academy serve? Su Chan gazed at Su Qing with a look of utter bewilderment. Su Qing widened her eyes as she gazed at Su Chan. Surely, you haven't forgotten the purpose behind establishing the academy? Indeed, I only just recalled that I created an academy. So what? What is the purpose of this academy? You truly are something. Alas, I honestly don't know, Su Qing confessed, having been so preoccupied with leisure that she had forgotten the academy's intent. It was only when Qian Rinshui reminded her that she remembered gifting Lu Ruyan a ring, the funds of which were now sufficient. So, you've gone to such lengths only to neglect it? Qian Rinshui stared at the two in disbelief. Well, I did have plans for the academy initially. At the very least, one needs influence here, wouldn't you agree? However, I possess influence now. Who? Su Qing asked with curiosity. Us, Su Qin replied dismissively. Come now. At present, our formidable lineup is unmatched. Exactly. With such strength, why should we go through the trouble of establishing an academy? Because we are rather idle. Su Qin stated with a serious expression. Qian Rinshui looked at the duo incredulously. You spent so much money to establish an academy, and now you simply abandon it? Who said we abandoned it? What if there are lovely young ladies within the academy? Su Qin interjected with indignation. Never mind, I shall visit when I find the time. Qian Rinshui sighed. Do as you wish, just let me know if funds run low, Su Qing said with a cheerful smile. Big brother, I'm here. A familiar voice echoed in their ears as the deep-sea magic whale king entered, dragging along a bruised man. Big brother, I must tell you. I plan to explore outside. I stumbled upon a particularly intriguing place and ventured in. And what happened? We have the strength to go wherever we please. That was your advice to me. Look at this man who resembles a skeleton. He dared to prevent my entry and kept throwing bones at me. Outraged, I slapped him. The deep-sea magic whale king chattered incessantly. In the hall, Qian Rinshui, Su Chan, and Su Qing were momentarily taken aback. If others do not welcome you, you should leave, right? Gu Rong interjected. Indeed, listen to your big brother, who is so reasonable. Silence. The deep-sea magic whale king glared at Gu Rong. Gu Rong fell silent, knowing he was no match for him. Big brother, you have no idea. This guy insulted you, claiming that one gets the kind of subordinates one deserves. He called me an ugly monster. Does that mean Big Brother is also an ugly monster? As Su Qin pondered, stroking his chin, he suddenly found merit in the words of the fish. Upon hearing the deep-sea demon whale king's absurdities, Gu Rong could no longer contain himself. You speak nonsense. It was you who intruded upon my 7 treasures glazed sect unprovoked, and yet you dare speak of robbery? You claim your elder brother robs the rich to aid the poor, and you wish to do the same? What sort of elder brother is he? And what manner of younger brother are you? Silence. Just admit whether your 7 treasures sect possesses wealth or not. Can you not reason at all? Indeed not. Gu Rong retorted. You are the Bon Douluo, are you not? Qian Rinshui, recognizing Gu Rong, inquired. Who I am is of no significance. It is astonishing to see the illustrious Bon Douluo reduced to such a state, Gu Rong replied, his expression one of confusion. Qian Rinshui, witnessing Gu Rong's disheveled appearance, felt a mirthful urge to laugh. All right. Are you from the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Speak quickly. If I furrow my brow even slightly, I shall not be a good man. Come forth. Gu Rong raised his head proudly, adopting a heroic stance. Roll away. I still have matters to attend to. You consider yourself a hero? A true hero knows not to suffer losses in front of them. Yet you, my friend, are but cannon fodder. Su Chun remarked with evident disdain directed at the bon Douluo. Very well then, what do you wish me to do? Let us be clear. I shall not betray the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Indeed. Why have you brought him here all tied up? Su Chun asked, bewildered, glancing at the deep-sea demon whale king. I merely wished for my elder brother to teach him a lesson. Is that not warranted? He has insulted you. Silence. Was it not you who caused this ruckus? We are not in want of money. Why then do you seek to rob others, and in their own abode, no less? This is not merely robbery. It is outright theft. Do you understand? Is it not as you said? I may act as I please, provided I do not indiscriminately kill. As long as others do not strike first, I must refrain from action. I am quite obedient. They were the ones who attacked first. The deep-sea demon whale king lamented. Precisely. Little demon, you have my unwavering support. We shall show them that we are well-versed in pillaging and destruction. Let it be known that the Su family is not to be trifled with. Good heavens! Are you all unwell? Do you wish to declare war on some nation as well? That was merely a grandiose phrase I learned recently. Why must you impede me? Su Qing bellowed, her voice resonating like thunder. Su Chun had developed the habit of blocking one ear, wearing an expression of resignation. Gu Rong, startled by the thunderous roar, exclaimed, What on earth do you wish me to do? He struggled and bellowed, What is this? Just tone it down a bit. You are merely a younger brother. Su Qing disdainfully remarked at Gu Rong, Never mind. Why not have him assist us in the competition? Su Chun gazed at Gu Rong with a beaming smile. But Gu Rong felt a tightening in his chest, suddenly sensing that winter was fast approaching. Is this old man up to the task? Do not belittle him. Su Qing. He is, after all, a renowned bon Douluo, Qian Rinxue interjected, at a distinguished level of 95. Level 95? How unimpressive. Even Lu Rian surpasses him. As everyone else is already at level 98, Su Qing remarked with evident disdain, casting a critical glance at the petrified Gu Rong. If you hold me in such low regard, then why have you brought me here? Su Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as she remarked. It's not that I look down upon you. Rather, we are simply idling away our time. Hey, Su Qing, don't associate me with your misdeeds. I am not like you. Su Qin retreated a few steps. All right, Haven T, we committed our fair share of mischief. That's different. I am a civilized person. Do civilized individuals surreptitiously watch short videos? Su Qing gazed at Su Qin in disbelief. Come on. Isn't it normal for men to indulge in such things? Don't you watch them too? Su Qin retorted, immediately defensive. I'm a single dog. It's perfectly normal for a single dog to watch. The issue lies with you. You already have a wife. No, 2, wait, 3. You've even brought one along. Tell me. Don't you think there is something wrong with you? Why watch that stuff when you have a wife? Damn it, shut up. Look at you, getting flustered. Su Qing teased, gesturing with her thumb at Su Chun. Alas, this is study material, you know? I'm learning. Learning what? Knowledge, right? Wow, what a fast vehicle. Don't worry, it won't have a flat tire. Hop in. Su Qing, will take you on an exhilarating ride. Do you even have a car? Who says I don't? Without hesitation, Su Qing revealed her mount, a phoenix pulling along an ancient house. Su Qin was utterly astonished, his envy palpable. He too desired such an item. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to flaunt? If you possess this, why didn't you reveal it sooner? He inquired. Because I had no need for it, came the reply. Then why not bestow it upon me? Su Qin chuckled mischievously. I shall not. Su Qing shook her head in refusal. Why not? You have no use for it. Because I wish to show off, she retorted. Su Chun, damn. This is outrageous. Gu Rong was left utterly stunned. He could feel that this phoenix could crush him with just one claw. He dared not utter a word. Qian Rinxue, filled with trepidation, immediately sought refuge behind Su Qin. Su Qin glanced back at Qian Rinxue, who was trembling in fear. He understood her apprehension and reassured her, Do not be afraid. If that scoundrel dares to harm you, I shall ignite the flames of retribution. Comforted by Su Qin's words, Qian Rinxue gazed at his towering silhouette, realizing that this was what it felt like to be protected. It was rather pleasant, indeed. A gentle smile graced her lips as she looked at Su Chun. Chapter 34, The city of carnage. Su Qing cast a glance at the two individuals, her toes lightly touching the ground as she ascended onto the back of the phoenix. She stored the resting quarters behind her into the ring. All right, hop on. I shall take you for a ride on the phoenix. What about the matters concerning the Grand Soul Arena? What else can we do? Leave it to Sister Qianrenxue. We're off to play. Can Qianrenxue handle it alone? Su Chun questioned uncertainly, glancing back at Qianrenxue. After all, she is the cherished granddaughter of the Qian family. Do you really think she cannot conquer such a minor arena? Indeed. If she finds it overwhelming, she has Gyuna and the others to assist her. Su Chun mused thoughtfully. Let us go. Hop on. Without further deliberation, Su Chun grabbed the recently relieved Gu Rong and leapt onto the phoenix's back. Gu Rong was utterly dismayed. What are you planning to do? What else? We are upstanding citizens after all. We have certainly engaged in our fair share of misdeeds. Su Chun replied with a serious expression. If you dare to harm me, the Seven Treasures Glaze sect will not let you off easily. Be prepared to face the wrath of thousands from our sect. Gu Rong protested desperately. Thousands? I was expecting millions, or at least hundreds of thousands. To think it is merely thousands. If it were millions, I might have felt a twinge of guilt. At the very least, I would have offered some form of atonement. But with just thousands? That hardly poses a challenge. Su Chun wore an expression of disdain. Initially, he appeared somewhat serious. But upon hearing that there were only a few thousand people, he felt a sense of incredulity. And then? Gu Rong was utterly perplexed. How could these two individuals be so impervious to reason? When did the Seven Treasures Glazed sect lose its prestige? Hey, have you heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? It's renowned, boasting 2 titled Douluos, a name that resonates throughout the continent, respected even by empires, and wealthy beyond measure. What exactly do you desire? Desire? We seek nothing. Can't you see how leisurely we are? Perhaps we should engage in something more substantial. Suddenly, Gu Rong was overcome by an ominous premonition. Are you not simply after money? I can provide whatever you need from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. How much do you require? Money? That's laughable. We have no need for such trivialities. Su Chun scoffed. However, it was Su Qing who interjected, stating, unless there is a contract worth $1 billion, we shall not engage in discussions. Su Chun shot a glare at Su Qing, exclaiming, 100 trillion. You could sell Douluo and still not amass such wealth. Are you out of your mind? Is that not the case? Su Qing replied with an innocent expression, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Gu Rong's previously pale complexion flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear end. Can you two even continue this conversation? Just look at the nonsense you're spouting. 100 trillion? You might as well end my life. Fine. If we are not to converse, then let us cease all discourse. Su Chun. What? No. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? I am not attempting anything. Just let him go, Su Qing said, her expression adorably naive. Su Chun and Gu Rong, 2 utterly mad individuals, were rendered completely numb. What? What did you say? Su Chun inquired uncertainly. Release him. He is wasting our resources here, and after he kills the cannon fodder, they will come seeking revenge one by one. Don't you find that troublesome? Indeed. As Su Chun prepared to transform the ancient banyan into a star, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky, reverberating within him. The familiar sound that brought initial joy swiftly dissipated into sheer terror. What could the swordsman possibly intend? A silent plea surged within him, urging, do not approach. Chun Xin descended from the heavens like a superhero, kneeling upon one knee as the ground fractured beneath him, splintering several meters wide. His flowing white hair danced in the air as he cast a frigid gaze upon the 3 individuals before him. Su Chun and Su Qing turned their heads to gaze upon Jian Xian. This old man seemed familiar. Why did it feel as though they had encountered him somewhere before? Su Chun gazed at Su Qing, yet she remained silent, her forehead veins bulging. In an instant, she teleported before Jian Xian and delivered a devastating punch that shattered the fabric of space. Jian Xian was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the ominous breath of death, he immediately activated his ninth soul skill. The clash reverberated through the air, accompanied by agonized cries. Wait for me, my bones. I shall return. Before Jian Xian could finish his plea, Su Qing's punch sent him hurtling into the sky, transforming him into a constellation of stars. Su Qing glared furiously at the floor, exclaiming, what on earth? You could have simply landed without shattering my beautiful tiles. Do you think I am a saint? Su Qing timidly replied, I am, but I am not the Virgin Mary. Just look at how exquisite these tiles are. now ruined by this clumsy fellow. Do you not realize how it affects my mood? Su Qing vented her frustration, gesturing emphatically at the damaged floor. Su Qing gazed helplessly in the direction of Jian Dao's soaring form and remarked, "You could simply descend as you please, so why must you mimic Superman? Putting on such a faiade? Others, like Superman, are impervious to blades and bullets with a body of steel. Yet here you are, a man of several decades, neglecting the tranquility of retirement to engage in youthful escapades." Su Chun shook his head, gazing at the trembling Gu Rong. "What is the matter?" Gu Rong swallowed hard and replied, "What do you want? Even if I have preferences, I wouldn't seek you out." "What do you mean?" Gu Rong retorted coldly. "I have no sister to offer you. Are you from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" "I am not. I am from the Spirit Hall," Gu Rong declared earnestly. Fabricating a tale. "Of course, if you provoke those two ancestors from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you would be in grave trouble. Do you know who she is?" Su Chen pointed at Qian Renxue. "Who is she?" Gu Rong, unfamiliar with the girl before him, inquired. "She is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo." Gu Rong exclaimed, "What? A type of plant? Senior Douluo, how was I unaware that you are from our spirit hall?" Qian Renxue regarded Gu Rong with a playful expression. "Umph. Your spirit hall has committed numerous wrongdoings. Although I may have misspoken, I still uphold righteousness." Upon finishing his words, Gu Rong felt a radiant glow emanating from his body. Qian Renxue frowned slightly and immediately turned to Su Chen, acting coyly, "Brother Su Chen." Upon hearing that tantalizing sound, Su Chen immediately gazed at Qian Renxue with an expression of infatuation. "What is it, Shui? Brother Su Chen, may I take care of the Douluo?" "Absolutely not." The pitiable expression on Qian Renxue's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of surprise. "Why not? I fear he harbors ulterior motives towards you. Just look at him. This old fellow is clearly not a good person. He resembles a skeleton, and having encountered goblins before, I can assert that he is undoubtedly a villain. Therefore, we must return him." Su Chen's serious analysis left Qian Renxue bewildered, her mind struggling to comprehend. "What do you mean?" She could only utter that one question. "Nothing much. I merely wish to prevent you from getting close to other men. But he is an old man. An old man is even more reason to stay away. Consider the blissful lives of old men with their wives depicted in films. I must emphasize that aside from those who are familiar to you, your relatives or subordinates, you must not approach any unfamiliar men. Any stranger, particularly a man, is off limits." Are you suggesting that?" "I have not overthought it. You are my wife. I can provide you with money to spend as you wish. But one condition remains. You cannot converse with strange men. Of course, if a stranger, such as a beggar, seeks your compassion, you may give them a little money. However, if someone asks for your contact information, simply refuse." "I see. I can accept that." Qian Renxue nodded. "What about this old man? Do you still want him?" "No. I no longer wish to. I initially intended to inquire about the intelligence of the Tiando Empire, but upon reflection, it seems unnecessary." "Exactly. Hey. I am still alive. Are you speaking like this in front of me without any respect?" Upon hearing Gu Rong's voice, Su Chen and Qian Renxue simultaneously spoke. "Do you require respect?" Gu Rong trembled with rage and replied, "Very well, I do not need it. What truly matters is sincerity from the heart." With a huff, Su Qing marched up to Gu Rong and extended her palm. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Rong inquired, perplexed. "Compensation," she retorted. "Are you certain that scoundrel has no connection to you?" "It turns out we're talking about compensation. That's quite manageable." "How much?" Gu Rong sighed in relief, believing he could accommodate any reasonable demand. 100 million. "What? 100 million? What is the matter?" Gu Rong's eyes widened as he gazed at Su Qing. "This is akin to robbery." "Indeed, are we not robbing?" Su Qing pointed at the deep-sea demon whale king. "Your argument is remarkably sound. I find myself at a loss for words." Upon being singled out, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately stepped forward, delivering a slap. "How dare you contradict what Sister Su has said?" "I did not contradict. I merely suggested it was exorbitant." Gu Rong protested. "Look, that is still a contradiction. Leave a hand behind." "What do you think, Sister Su?" the deep-sea demon whale king asked, glancing at Su Qing. Upon donning the sunglasses, Su Qing assumed an expression reminiscent of the underworld. But there is interest, 1 billion per minute." As these words escaped her lips, all present were left astounded, gazing at Su Qing in disbelief. "By heavens, with such interest, even the god of wealth would kneel." Su Chen remarked, exasperated. "You have gone too far." Gu Rong could no longer contain his indignation. He felt insulted, a blow to his intelligence. 1 billion per minute? This is an absurdity. His protests fell on deaf ears. Deep-sea demon whale king, take him to the 7 treasures glazed sect to demand payment. If they refuse, then annihilate them. Su Qing waved her hand dismissively, treating the matter as trivial. The deep-sea demon whale king nodded, delivering a slap to Gu Rong before whisking him away. With this crow brother following you, he must submit to you, feasting 9 times a day. Su Qin mused. Who is crow brother? Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. No, I do not know either. It is best that you remain unaware. Su Chun would never divulge the identity of crow brother to Su Qing, for who knows what chaos might ensue. Ah, come now. Sister, let me take you on an exhilarating adventure. With a grand gesture, Su Qing assumed an air of authority as they boarded the Phoenix rocket, soaring into the sky. Qian Rinxue pouted, wishing to join in the fun. Why should she be the one to propose these two for the soul duel competition? They have already departed. Gu Yuna approached, holding hands with Ayin, remarking, Indeed, those two are quite comfortable, but we are the ones who must labor. Noticing Qian Rinxue's discontent, Ayin inquired, Why are you upset? What else could it be? We have work to do, and the worst part is, we are unpaid. This is exploitation of employees. You know, if it weren't for the connections through my sister-in-law, I would never agree to such matters. What do you mean? Ayin asked, puzzled, unable to comprehend. Well then, let them have their fun. Let us propose Su Qin and Su Qing for participation. After all, it isn't too strenuous. Gu Yuna suggested as a mediator. Am I to participate as well? Ayin pointed to herself. You are already one of us. And considering your bond with the spirit beasts, my Stardow forest is under the management of Emperor Tian. By all accounts, you are still a subordinate of Emperor Tian. So just follow me. What? You are 100,000-year spirit beast. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware of the implications of such a title. Indeed, what of it? Didn't Su Qin tell you? Gu Yuna asked, her expression full of curiosity. He did. Of course, Qian Rinxue nodded, attempting to mask her anxiety. I must inform you. I am well aware of the connections you have with human soul masters. Even if you seek a title Douluo, I will protect Ayin, Gu Yuna cautioned. No. She is a spirit beast. A spirit beast, a creature of such magnitude. Qian Rinxue gazed at Gu Yuna in disbelief. Yes, she is a spirit beast. I am a divine beast, thus we are allies. You are isolated and defenseless. The revelation struck Qian Rinxue like a bolt from the blue. She never imagined being surrounded by spirit beasts. Cough, cough, cough. Very well, but you must ensure that no one else learns of this, Qian Rinxue said in a hushed, serious tone. Yi nodded anxiously, while Gu Yuna shot a glance of exasperation at Qian Rinxue. So what if they know? No one is my match. You are that formidable? How does my grandfather compare to you? Qian Rinxue asked, bewildered as she looked at Gu Yuna. Who is your grandfather? My grandfather is a level 99 peerless Douluo. Are you truly stronger than him? Is that so? I could withstand a few of my attacks. I currently possess only the strength of a level 1 deity, Gu Yuna replied after a moment's reflection. Uft. Qian Rinxue clutched her head, feeling as though she could no longer remain in this place, as if she were the weakest among them. Then, who is Su Qing's companion? Are you referring to the sea god whale king? Indeed, he is also a soul beast, yet he is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, becoming a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Are Su Chun and Su Qing deities as well? This, I cannot discern. They remain inscrutable to me. However, I sense that with a mere slap, they could easily extinguish my life. Gu Yuna remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Qian Rinxue pondered over Su Qing and Su Qin, believing that their highest achievement could only be that of a title Douluo. The crux of the matter lies in their apparent disinterest in human affairs. They seem less human than soul beasts, who, for instance, would compel a cat to perform push-ups. Indeed, these two did. And who would disturb the tranquility of a village in the dead of night? Again, these two were responsible. Given these actions, their deeds seemed disproportionate to their strength, leading Qian Rinxue to feel the unfairness of the world. I understand now. I see it clearly. How intriguing. Qian Rinxue felt as if snowflakes were falling upon her head. The backdrop around her steeped in despondency. What is this place? Su Qin gazed around in utter disbelief, surrounded by a gruesome atmosphere permeated with the scent of blood. Some individuals appeared to be drinking it, leaving Su Qin perplexed. Welcome to the city of carnage. Chapter 44. You've ruined my sword. Ouch. What are you doing? Su Qin looked at Su Qing with a vexed expression. Why did you eliminate all of them? Su Qing waved her hand in resignation and remarked, I perceive that they are not virtuous individuals. However, I have discovered a passage over there through my spiritual awareness. Su Qing pointed towards the tunnel. Su Qing gazed over with a curious expression, finding nothing particularly remarkable. What is the matter? What is happening? Have you spotted a beauty? Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing hurried over, her face alight with excitement. A beauty? Su Qing looked at Su Qing in confusion. Yes, indeed, I have a great fondness for beautiful women. Just take a look at the beauty on my phone. Su Qing showed Su Chun a live streamer on her device, to which he responded with a deadpan expression. That is a man. Impossible. With my discerning eye, how could I misidentify a gender? Come, let me show you how to transform into a beauty. Su Chun, feeling impatient, snatched the phone and made a quick adjustment before handing it over to Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at her phone, and upon seeing her reflection on the screen, she was left utterly stunned. Do you now believe it? Just take a look at yourself in your phone. Your chin could practically receive injections. Su Qing could only express her astonishment by giving a silent thumbs up. However, I must tell you, this world is indeed peculiar. A sense of malevolence has permeated the air, Su Qing remarked with a grave expression. Suddenly, Su Qin was taken aback by Su Qing's serious tone, leaving him at a loss. Evil aura? Let me elucidate what true malevolence entails. Speak swiftly, speak swiftly. You, with those two assets, epitomize great wickedness. For men, it's utterly irresistible. Su Qin teased, playfully gesturing towards Su Qing's ample bosom. What are merely two pieces of flesh? What purpose do they serve? You claim men cannot resist. Yet how is it that you manage to endure? He shrugged. It's no surprise. I've grown accustomed to being beaten. If I were to find it intriguing, that would indeed be remarkable. Su Qin's sarcastic remarks left Su Qing utterly speechless. However, she had no desire to engage in playful banter with Su Qin. With a look of curiosity, she pointed towards the passage beneath them. Shall we venture down and take a look? You can go if you wish. But what if there is something unexpected lurking inside? Before Su Qin could finish his words, he was abruptly pulled away by Su Qing. Welcome, everyone, to our Grand Soul Arena. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated in the ears of every spectator, who responded with fervent cheers. I trust that all of you are aware of today's competitors. Indeed, it is none other than our headline champions, the undefeated Tyrant team. Let us give them a warm welcome. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting, 0 to N. 0 to N. I love you, Su Qin. Miss Guyuna, please let your graceful foot strike me. However, as the Tyrant warriors made their entrance, a hush fell over the arena. Su Chun and Su Qing have vanished. Ahem, due to the captain of the Tyrannosaurus team being temporarily occupied, this interim vice-captain has stepped in to assume his role. This vice-captain is none other than Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue cast a cold gaze upon the team before her, contemplating how to tackle the impending battle. Currently, her soul power stands at level 48. Had it not been for the attire gifted by Su Qing, she would not have been able to participate in such a soul-fighting arena. Qian Renxue, level 30 Soul Master. I seek your guidance. Guyuna stared blankly at Qian Renxue, whispering, Hey, what are you doing? Shouldn't you introduce yourself? A moment of surprise crossed Qian Renxue's face as she replied, No need. Let us conclude this swiftly. I am eager to watch bears on the run. Guyuna gently explained, albeit at an accelerated pace. All right. As the newcomer, I should take the lead. Allow me. Can you handle it? Qian Renxue looked at A-in with a strange expression. Well, I can certainly do better than you. A-in raised an eyebrow and retorted. The host observed Qian Renxue introducing herself alone, initially bewildered. Is it not sunny today? The Tyrannosaurus team is actually introducing themselves? Now, let us welcome the Wind God Academy team. Their captain is named Feng Xiaodian, a silver-haired, cold-faced young man donned a black mask and was dressed in a green and black ensemble, complete with wolf head shoulder armor. Beauty, why not just surrender? Rest assured, losing to us will not be unjust. Feng Xiaodian regarded Guyuna, Qian Renxue, and A-in with a playful expression, feeling envious of Su Chun. Why does that fellow have so many beautiful companions? Moreover, the most mysterious one, Su Qing, has yet to appear. He had heard tales of Su Qing's ethereal beauty, reputed to be the team's visual centerpiece. Yet, upon seeing Guyuna and the others, he was astonished. Each girl was more stunning than the last. Just how beautiful is Su Qing? A-in, hee. Guyuna, average Joe. Qian Renxue, fool. By G, idiot. An ordinary person who was casually brought in to participate in the competition, he initially felt exhilarated at the prospect of joining the Tyrannosaurus team. However, something felt amiss. This team seemed somewhat unreliable. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as he was merely here to fill in temporarily and was not required to engage in combat. After a moment of contemplation, Gudelian's mood brightened. He shot an unceremonious glare at Feng Xiaotian and declared, "I disdain you." Feng Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, clutching his chest as if suffering from heartache. "You. Very well. When I, Feng Xiaotian, defeat you, I hope you can maintain such arrogance." Feng Xiaotian. Level 3 Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. Without hesitation, Ain hurled a long spear shimmering with silver light toward Feng Xiaotian and his team. Feng Xiaotian's pupils dilated in shock. Immediately, the soul of the Gale, a dual-headed wolf, was summoned to defend. However, it was already too late. The other four rushed over, attempting to shield Feng Xiaotian from the impending assault. Yet, upon contact, their defenses crumbled as if made of mere paper. In an instant, the 5 members of the Wind God battle team collapsed onto the arena, while the remaining 4 were left barely conscious. Only one, trembling like an elderly man, pointed a shaky finger at all members of the Tyrant Dragon team, exclaiming, You lack martial ethics." "Martial ethics? Huh. What are they worth? Do you desire them? We can easily forego them." Diana retorted without a hint of shame, her composure unshaken. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian erupted in fury, shouting, "Martial ethics have betrayed me." He then spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Qian Rinxue and Ain looked on in astonishment at Guyuna. "How can you utter such shameless words so nonchalantly?" Ain questioned, bewildered. "Indeed, we could have won honestly. Why resort to underhanded tactics? You fail to understand. Suchen informed me that as long as victory is secured, any means are permissible. This was, in my view, the quickest route to triumph." Guyuna replied dismissively. "But couldn't we win without resorting to such measures?" Qian Rinxue asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Oh, right. I seem to have forgotten. My apologies. This ends here. And the rest is in your capable hands, Sister Qian Rinxue." Guyuna chuckled, before swiftly making her exit. The audience was once again left in a state of numbness, pondering what they had just witnessed. Was it merely a series of swift defeats? Each time, they paid to watch, yet the most exhilarating moments were merely during the host's speeches. The remaining glow sticks barely had time to be waved before the spectacle concluded. "Damn. Another lonely experience," one frustrated spectator remarked. "If you're so skilled, why not challenge them one-on-one?" Someone nearby cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "Well, never mind." In the city of Carnage, Suchen and his companion arrived in a city reeking of bloodshed. Suchen incessantly muttered for the monsters to depart, while Suchen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us have some fun. What is there to enjoy here? It certainly smells foul." Just then, a female envoy approached, calling out, Hey, Suchen, what a beauty." Suchen playfully nudged Suchen. Suchen scrutinized the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. "You may enjoy it, but I certainly do not." With that fair complexion, she could easily star in a ghostly romance, he remarked. "Do you not appreciate the allure of such porcelain skin? It possesses a certain charm," Suchen teased, a wicked smile gracing her lips. "But seriously, all she has is her pallor. Where is the youthful vibrancy?" "Oh, finally an opportunity to settle for something," Suchen retorted. "How could you expect me to accompany a ghost?" The female envoy, initially maintaining her composure, soon felt her patience fraying. In her presence, who would dare disrespect her? Yet these two imps dared to label her a specter. Had they ever encountered a ghost so alluring? "Be silent." The envoy could no longer contain her exasperation. Though she prided herself on her endurance, the incessant drivel was intolerable. "Who do you think you are? Who am I? You presume to command silence? Perhaps you should be the one to hush." Suchen shot back without hesitation. "What about you? Do you believe everyone resembles you? With a complexion akin to a cadaver and tattoos adorning your face, how impressive. Why not showcase a dragon instead? And that stocking upon your head, how grand. Do not presume that your darkness can entice someone of my caliber. You are nothing but a fool. Give you a blade and you practice swordplay, yet you choose to wallow in mediocrity. What about me? I am aware of my own handsomeness. Unlike your face that resembles a poorly cooked dish. Are you here to feast upon excrement? Should I summon a fairy to assist you?" "Suchen, hurry up and pull. You. And you what?" "I am Suchen, a name that resonates with celestial mastery and unparalleled might." "Ah, you possess one more ring than the 4-ringed. Uft. Knockout." Suchen was utterly astonished as she gazed at the fallen female envoy, who was spewing blood like a rainstorm. "You truly are the master of words," she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. From this moment onwards, she would regard Suchen with newfound respect. Having witnessed someone being cursed to the point of bleeding was an experience she had never encountered before. All right, enough of this. The ghost is dead. Let's go inside and see if there are any treasures, Suchin suggested, swallowing hard. Indeed, I share the same thought, Suqing nodded in agreement. The two of them stealthily made their way towards the main hall of the City of Slaughter. Hey, shouldn't we make ourselves invisible? Suchin reminded. That is a good point. How could we engage in mischief without concealing ourselves? Allow me to take care of that. Suqing cast an invisibility spell on Suchun, allowing them to conceal their presence. Both of them treaded cautiously forward. The king of Shura, while indulging in his sanguine drink, suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids, sensing that an event of significance was about to unfold. Initially dismissive, the king soon sensed that something was amiss. He swiftly summoned his Shura demon sword. Although it was merely a test weapon at that moment, true power would only manifest once he passed the trial and allowed his strength to permeate the blade. The king scrutinized his Shura sword closely, and in a flash, the sword vanished from sight. Stunned, he gazed at the spot where the sword had been, bewildered. Where has my formidable sword gone? Let us hurry. This sword is truly unsightly, especially that eyeball. It simply cannot be removed. Suqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What do you intend to do with the eyeball? It could very well be a treasure. What if it is the Eye of Anima, the Avenger? The Eye of Anima. Suqing exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly remarkable? Of course it is. That eyeball purportedly emits light and can even reverse time. Is that all? Is it not impressive? I can do that too, Suqin replied casually. Indeed, they both took off in a sprint, continuing their banter. However, as they progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Ahead lay but a single path, with molten lava bubbling beneath. Are you certain this is the route we took? Suqin questioned. A look of incredulity etched across his face as he regarded Suqing. Suqing nodded, saying, But then, you mentioned that you know the way? If we uncover this place, isn't that the path? She blinked her eyes and remarked, That makes sense. However, will our actions provoke divine retribution? Is there even a heaven in this world? Can you see it? Suqing gestured with her finger, exclaiming, Hiss. Although I don't quite understand, it feels extraordinarily impressive. Let us go, let us see what this is all about. Suqin grasped Suqing's hand, while Suqing dragged the Azura sword along. As they reached the midpoint, a sudden tremor coursed through them. One remained vigilant, the other wore an expression of eager anticipation. Just as they halted, a multitude of bats appeared overhead. Goodness! So many bats! Exclaimed one. Oh yes, bats indeed, responded the other. What are you so excited about? They are bats, dear sister, you are not Batman. Suqin turned, placing both hands on Suqing's shoulders, shaking her in exasperation. What are you afraid of? They are merely bats. Watch this. Celestial technique. All swords return to their source. Oh no. The power is immense. This won't do. The ground here may collapse. Suqin immediately intervened. How about you take a turn? Suqing halted, casting him a disdainful glance as she retorted, If I must, then I shall. Suqin forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground. Crack. The two glanced at the surface. And then, with a resounding thud, they plunged into the molten lava below. Suqing gazed at Suchun with a countenance full of melancholy. Suchun cried out in desperation, I am going to die. Help! Help! What nonsense! You're fine. Suqing retorted. It seems. Actually, it's a bit, quite pleasant. Suqin wore a look of sheer enjoyment, leaving Suqing visibly exasperated. What should I do? The sword has accidentally broken. Suqing glanced at the two halves of the Shura sword in her hand, reassured that her eyes were intact. If need be, she could always return it. Converting it into a kitchen knife would be quite splendid. Imagine a kitchen knife with eyes. How striking. Chapter 45. The crumbling Shura King's snowflakes danced in the air as the north wind howled, casting a vast, desolate landscape. The two masters and their disciple, after enduring countless hardships, finally reached their destination, accompanied by a little girl. We have arrived at last. I am certain that ere long will embrace us. The master, filled with excitement, trembled with anticipation. Tang Shan regarded his teacher with a skeptical expression, his faith in the master wavering after a grueling day and night. What kind of master deceives children for pocket money? He pondered, only to be met with a reprimand from the little girl's parent, a soul sage, no less. They had been left in disarray, crawling and trudging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy. Teacher, are you sure this place is reliable? Why don't we return to Shrek? Dean Flander would surely forgive you, Tang Shan implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the master huffed defiantly. Humph. ISNT Flander looking down on me. Today, you Xiao Jiang, will demonstrate that knowledge is power. But your knowledge won't stave off hunger, will it? Xiao Wu chimed in, pouting as she twirled her fingers. She would prefer the forest, where at least she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. The blue-silver grass Tang Shan provided was far less palatable than the grass in the woods. What do you know? As a soul master, if you cannot overcome such trivial hardships, how will you grow stronger? The master shot Xiao Wu a glare, unyielding in his stance. Exactly. Tell me, have you truly become stronger? You've endured endless trials, yet you seem weaker. Xiao Wu retorted bluntly. She was no fool, a rabbit perhaps, but not naive. Initially, she had been swayed by Yu Xiaojiang, but Tang Shan's reluctance to let her go tugged at her heartstrings. However, as time passed, her anxiety grew, fearing for her very life. Xiao Wu, you must not speak of the teacher in such a manner, Tang Shan admonished sternly. The master, upon hearing Tang Shan's defense, smiled broadly. Tang Shan, you are not permitted to speak to Xiao Wu like that, he replied, turning to Yu Xiaojiang with a serious demeanor. Xiao Wu stood there, utterly bewildered, as if struck by a 1,000-year-old rabbit's confusion. Tang Shan, how could you? The master exclaimed, incredulous that his student would dare question his authority. All for the sake of a little girl. Humph. In a moment of exasperation, Little Five expressed her disdain for Tang Shan's master, deeming him utterly unreliable. She chose to distance herself from the duo, not out of a lack of willingness to accompany them, but due to the absurdity of the situation. Her purpose in coming to the human realm was to seek vengeance, and she had initially approached Tang Shan because of his remarkable talent, anticipating that once he matured, she could exact her revenge. However, witnessing the master's ineptitude and Tang Shan's unwavering loyalty to him, she felt compelled to abandon them. If not for her age, she might have been easily deceived as well. With no other option, she resolved to forge her own path and decided to return to the forest to check on Ming and Ming. Little Five, where are you going? Tang Shan exclaimed, alarmed at her departure. Home, of course. Am I to spend the night on the streets with you two? You've seen how many acquaintances this so-called master has. They are either chased away or beaten. I've come to the conclusion that he is nothing but a charlatan. Strengthening? Bah, what else can he do besides endure beatings? Little Five retorted, casting a scornful glance at Tang Shan. Tang Shan, too, regarded his teacher with skepticism. Suddenly, Little Five's words resonated with him. Throughout their journey, it seemed his master had done little more than endure insults and wait for food to be served, relying entirely on him and Little Five to resolve their hunger. Humph, what do you understand? This master is merely tempering your character. The master sighed, attempting to convey his intentions. Tang Shan, you must appreciate the depth of your teacher's wisdom. Alas, Little Five's words failed to sway Tang Shan, who remained ensnared in the master's influence. By the original timeline, he should have already acquired the 8 spider lances, rather than languishing on the streets. His soul power was still merely at level 30, a result of his relentless practice of the Xiantian skill. Little Five, I'm sorry. I believe in my teacher, Tang Shan said, a look of guilt crossing his face. There's no need for apologies. Farewell, until we meet again. No, rather, let it be forever. Tang Shan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. He cast a glance at his teacher's retreating figure, reminding himself to have faith in his master. Goodness, what a brazen and shameless snake. Su Chun was brewing magma when suddenly a gigantic snake emerged from beneath, startling him into an exclamation. I wonder how the meat tastes. Su Qing remarked, licking her lips. Well, you make a fair point, Su Chun conceded, initially intending to refute her suggestion, yet he found her reasoning quite compelling. Allow me, Su Qing declared with unwavering determination as she gazed at the yellowish snake before her. Although she was unaware of its name, she was certain it was edible. The pot is ready, she added. Su Chun extracted a pressure cooker from within the ring, with an array of neatly arranged seasonings beside it. Behold, he exclaimed, grinning mischievously. With a swift leap, Su Qing conjured a cerulean sword, a weapon capable of shattering myriad loss. In an instant, the serpent lay motionless. Casually, Su Qing tossed the sword back into her ring and clapped her hands, signaling the conclusion of the encounter. Su Qin looked up at the still serpent and realized it was indeed finished. He had sliced it into delicate pieces, perfect for a hot pot feast. The serpent's body burst apart, transforming into translucent, glistening slices of meat. With one hand poised like a claw, Su Qin deftly caught the falling pieces, sending them into the pot, while the remainder was stored away in the ring. Su Chun and Su Qing leaped down to the ground, crouching to observe the pressure cooker roasting over the flames. With no electricity available, they resorted to this method. The two of them, brimming with excitement, rubbed their hands together in unison, exclaiming in delight, "Ah, ah, ah." Suddenly, a colossal red hammer swung towards Su Chun and Su Qing. Su Chun felt a sense of apprehension and instinctively tried to shield herself with her body, only to be callously pushed aside by Su Qing. Dazed, Su Chun stared at her and asked, "What are you trying to do? This hammer is far too large for you to handle. Let me take care of it." Su Qing placed her hands on her hips, gazing up at the enormous hammer with a proud expression. "You may go ahead. I am the elder brother. Allow me to take charge." Su Chun unceremoniously thrust Su Qing into the molten lava, and with a sizzle, the nuisance was resolved. "Now, let us proceed." Su Chun closed his eyes, donning an expression reminiscent of someone awaiting a foot bath. Moments later, the Azura king, visibly exasperated, observed the two squabbling. In a fit of rage, he struck down with a mighty blow, halting their bickering. The pair stood frozen. Their expressions turned to stone as they beheld the chaotic scene before them. "You two little imps, swiftly bring me my Azura sword, and I shall spare your lives," the Azura king proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, causing the Azura king to shudder, as he sensed an unexpected drop in temperature. Su Chun gazed at Su Qing with a look of utter exasperation and spoke, "What should we do? What can we do? There will be nothing left but ashes." "Very well. In retribution for the betrayal of the pot you gave me, I shall unleash my full power." "Are you out of your mind? It's merely a pot. Is it really worth such a fuss? I have others. Perhaps we should just let it go? Get lost. This pot has heroically met its demise, and my heart aches. It has accompanied me for so long, and I have developed feelings for it. Moreover, it contained meat that was on the verge of completion. How can I endure this?" "That makes sense. Indeed, when it comes to culinary delights, your reasoning holds water. Unleash all your might." "Very well." Su Chun let out a thunderous roar. Reminiscent of a super scion, his pupils gleaming with a golden hue. The path to hell crumbled as the cavern trembled, evoking a sense of impending apocalypse. His raven black hair transformed into silken white strands cascading over his shoulders, while runes manifested upon his visage, bestowing upon him an aura of enigmatic power. Su Qing observed Su Chen's pretentiousness, and with a look of defiance, she exclaimed, Hey, just let it go." The Su Qing system promptly intervened, did it not? "On what grounds?" Su Qing wore an expression of discontent. "You are already powerful enough. You should simply wait to safeguard this universe." Su Chun made his move. "Did you not notice that the ground outside has already collapsed? It is on the verge of an explosion. Whether he strikes or I do, the outcome remains an explosion. So let us all face this fate together. Douluo Star, I have my objections. Indeed, you may proceed as you wish." Su Qing stood poised in the void, surrounded by the ethereal cosmos. Her hair transformed into a cascade of pure white, as an immense divine trigrams and hexagrams circled behind her. 4 swords hovered nearby. While she donned a flowing white gown, her eyes resembling the stars, capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. With each step, lotuses blossomed beneath her feet. "What the heck?" Su Qing exclaimed, his face contorted with annoyance. "What's wrong? Am I not too handsome?" Su Qing arched an eyebrow and replied, "Bang." Su Qing gazed in bewilderment at the surrounding starry sky, with celestial bodies exploding nearby. Beside her, Su Qing rolled his eyes and remarked, "What are you staring at? Your eyes are so wide. Have you perished?" Su Qing shot him a disgruntled glare. "Ah, yet again, it's the conclusion," Su Qing mused, surveying the void of darkness around them. With a snap of her fingers, Su Qing helplessly restored everything to its previous state. The resurrected Shura king gazed at the two with a face full of terror, swallowing hard as beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. "Who on earth are you?" he stammered. As Su Qing and her companion noticed an onlooker, they smiled at the king of Shura. Please don't come any closer." Meanwhile, a figure, ensnared within a sack and suspended in midair, wore an expression of utter despair. Su Chun, brimming with indignation, lashed out with a whip, exclaiming, "This is what you get for recklessly throwing hammers. Are you out of your mind? What if you hurt a child, all for this mere kitchen knife?" The king of Shura sighed deeply, feeling utterly defeated. He gazed at the Shura sword, now transformed into a kitchen knife, his expression a portrait of injustice, as if he had done nothing wrong at all. Enough. Su Qing waved her hand in exasperation. "What is it? A heart of a saint?" Su Qing questioned her. "A heart of a saint? I merely think it's a waste of time. Let's just grant him a swift end. Is that so? Then you take the lead." Su Chen declared, dropping the whip and sitting on the ground with the demeanor of a child watching a spectacle. Oh, will it be slices, or perhaps something else? Never mind, that would be too cruel. What about shattering it instead? Upon hearing their chilling remarks, the king of Shura was left in utter dismay, exclaiming, "Ah, you two are truly overstepping. If you have the courage, grant me a swift release." Su Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the struggling and howling king of Shura. Silence. Do you truly lack understanding? Are we not engaged in a discussion? Can't you wait a moment? Indeed, there's no need to be so impatient, Su Chen chimed in. Am I to wait for my demise while preparing for it? The king of Shura appeared utterly bewildered. What else would we be doing? Aren't we contemplating how to deal with you? Please, remain calm, Su Chen replied with a smile. Sighing, Su Chen pondered aloud. I can't shake the feeling that we resemble the villains ourselves. I question whether we have gone too far. What do you mean by that? Have you not noticed that we have achieved nothing, perpetually engaged in frivolities? We've completely forgotten our original purpose, Su Chen remarked, dismissively waving his hand. Hiss. Indeed. I was supposed to confront the fated child of this world. What on earth am I doing? Running around aimlessly with you every day, Su Chen snapped back to reality. Yes, although we are unafraid and can do as we please in this world, I can't help but think that our daily antics are a waste of time. Wasn't that coffin we encountered the other day your adversary? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Chen's complexion changed suddenly as memories of the copper coffin she encountered that day flooded her mind. That coffin eluded my understanding, seemingly imbued with the power of the river of time. The atmosphere surrounding it was eerily strange. Undoubtedly, a formidable being lay within. I am uncertain if I could contend with such a presence. I estimate my chances at a mere 40%. If it is Tai Chu, then surely she possesses the capability of Tai Chu. Indeed, Tai Chu is supremely exalted, and in his eyes, we are but inconspicuous insects. No law holds sway over him. The path of your world is merely the path he has crafted. I recall differently. You are mistaken. Even Pangu is merely a creator deity, a ruler of a realm. Yet he too has limitations. I am on the verge of grasping the profound simplicity of the great Tao. Yet the aura of that coffin I encountered exuded a palpable sense of danger. Before I ascend to the great Tao, I may not be his rival. The world of that mysterious coffin must certainly rival my own. So, you assert that you have come to this world to slay its most formidable beings. If I were among them, would you proceed to kill me? Su Chen jested. Indeed. She replied. Ah, can you truly bear to do so? Su Chen feigned a pained expression, clutching his heart. To grow stronger, one must be prepared to relinquish matters of the heart. My tribulations in love have yet to pass. I have calculated that my trials will arise at life and death junctures. Fear not. I have no family in this world, though I do have 2 wives and 1 adopted child. Although we are not related by blood, you are already like a sister to me. Should the need arise to end my life, I implore you to do so without hesitation. I shall not retaliate. Su Chen patted his chest and assured, this is your promise. Don't blame me for being unyielding when the time comes. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, a true man keeps his word. The two exchanged smiles, pulled out their phones, and began playing Honor of Kings. Meanwhile, the Ashura king was of no concern to them. Chapter 46, Spicy Rabbit Head, I would like an order. Su Chen gazed at the black screen before her, her forehead veins bulging, the earlier smile fading away. She gritted her teeth, glaring at the whistling Su Chen beside her. Am I the marksman, or are you? You are. Then why did you steal my kill? Because I am the support. As support. What reason do you have to snatch the kill? That bodily support of yours. Every time the opponent is low on health, you take the kill. What does that mean? Do you take me for your labor? Just say whether the opponent is dead or not. This game is about pushing towers. Kills are not what matters. All right, you make a valid point. See, you're getting anxious again. Cough, 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 have you all forgotten there is another person here? The Ashura king awkwardly interjected, 2 faces turning towards him. Oh right, it seems we forgot you, Su Chen replied, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. She immediately stood up, retrieving a kitchen knife and a whetstone, squatting down to sharpen the blade. Indeed, my apologies, we were too engrossed in the game. But what on earth are you sharpening a knife for? Su Chen, visibly irate, pointed at Su Chen and exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Su Chen looked up, her expression imbued with innocence, responding, oh, please continue your work. A man was meditating with his eyes closed, his brow furrowing. Linger. Suddenly, Hao awoke. Glancing around at the ethereal surroundings, sighing deeply. I have yet to recover. I wonder how Linger is faring. Nevertheless, I must inevitably confront the uncanny. If I do not, the sacrifice of Liuxian's small tower will be in vain. I wonder how Brother Yi is. He should be safe, I hope. Shihao's expression turned complex as he recalled the previous battle in the Sea of Realms, where he had been struck down by the uncanny, reduced to a torrential downpour of blood and shattered bones. I can only hope that my young friend Su Chun remains discreet. At the very least, I must regain 70 to 80% of my strength before proceeding. This world is far too feeble. I can only rely on celestial materials to restore myself, devoid of any spiritual energy. Were it not for, Shihao glanced at the pill bottles around him, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Su Qin should not hold it against Su Qin. Their bond is so strong. I merely consumed a tiny portion. Suddenly, a tower floated over, its voice dripping with sarcasm. Who would have thought? Who would have imagined you to be a deceiver? Little tower, the future me is still me. How can you claim deceit? And what of your past self? You have disrupted the cycle of causation. Currently, my strength is insufficient to confront the uncanny, nor can I send you back. That is of no concern. This small world is quite pleasant, with an abundance of celestial materials for me to absorb, especially these stones. I can sense the power within them. They will aid in my recovery. The little tower hovered over the colorful stones. Without hesitation, Shihao immediately rejected it, snatching the 5 colored divine stones and placing them into his storage pouch. These are mine. All mine. Little tower, if we attract attention, it would be detrimental to both of us. Indeed, you deceived me into coming here. Do you require my assistance? The little tower inquired, perplexed. Of course not. Shihao replied, driven by sheer boredom. Initially, he had sought out Liuxian but had not found him, likely having ventured to the Sea of Realms by now. Crucially, he was aware that Liuxian would not accompany him. Only the little tower remained. He merely needed to recover. Shihao had cunningly claimed to lead the little tower to its tower body, having located the 3rd level, but was unable to defeat the foes alone, prompting the little tower to follow him. As for Batian, he had come along entirely of his own volition. I do not wish for those close to me to leave one by one. Little tower, once I regain my strength, I will return you. Are you implying that my past self has ceased to exist? Yes, it seems I am still too weak. Fear not, your perspective shapes everything. In this world of the survival of the fittest, emotions only hinder your progress. Perhaps my past self is lost, yet the cycle of causation cannot be evaded. I understand now. Perhaps this Su Chun can be of assistance to you, cannot he? Upon hearing the words of the little tower, Shihao recalled Su Chin's unreliable demeanor. He shook his head, resigning himself to the thought. I certainly do not wish for him to become a hindrance. I shall send him back to his original world when the time comes. However, it is imperative that I protect him for a while. Otherwise, should he meet his demise, I too shall face destruction. My blade is sharpened. Are you prepared? Su Qing smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she gazed upon the Shura King. Bound and at their mercy, the Shura King wore an expression of utter despair, yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, Come on. Are you ready? I am ready. Are you truly prepared? Indeed. Are you absolutely certain you are ready? I am certain. Are you genuinely, unequivocally prepared? For heaven's sake, just strike already. The Shura King could no longer contain himself. The anticipation was unbearable. Su Qing, what on earth are you playing at? Su Chun, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, Oh dear, let us show a modicum of respect for the deceased, shall we? As Su Qing concluded her words, she struck down with her knife towards the king of Shura, and with a resounding crack, the kitchen knife shattered upon impact. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at the kitchen knife in her hand. Goodness, that old man is utterly unreliable. He claimed it was indestructible, capable of slicing through anything. Where did you procure this knife? Su Qin stammered. From a roadside stall. That elderly gentleman assured me it was his family's sharpest treasure, cutting through iron like mud. How much did it cost? 10 gold soul coins. Very well, you are ill-suited to handle finances. Allow me to take charge. Oh. Su Qing tossed a ring to Su Qin, exclaiming, You have gone too far. The king of Azura bellowed in response, silence. Su Qin regarded the king of Shura with evident disdain, remarking that his unattractiveness rendered his words superfluous. Just look at yourself. Even a ghost would appear more appealing than you. She exclaimed, all right, I shall indulge you. Is that satisfactory? Su Qin brandished the void battle spear, advancing towards the Azura king, poised to deliver a decisive strike. At last, liberation was at hand. The Azura king, with a visage of sheer delight, gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson radiance surged forth, and in an instant, The Azure King vanished, teleported away. Su Qin's strike cleaved into the ground, causing the path to hell to tremble, the rocky walls to shatter, and ultimately to collapse. Su Qing rubbed her hands together, preparing to lift a piece of meat to her lips when she suddenly heard a commotion. She looked up and saw debris falling from the cave ceiling, burying her instantly. Outside, a massive pit had opened up in Douluo. The Shura King, awakening, gazed at the figure before him and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the Shura God. You cannot perish now. Your successor awaits you." "Successor?" "Indeed, his name is Tang Shan." Everything was proceeding according to plan, though a few unforeseen circumstances have arisen. "You are the Shura God? Yet, what is this place?" The Shura King surveyed the chaos around him with a look of disdain. Sigh. "An inexplicable person appears and ravages this place. Then why not seek him out?" "Because I cannot defeat him," the Shura God replied helplessly. "What? Perhaps I should pass my position to Tang Shan. Did you not say he is the successor?" "Cough, cough, cough, not now. The time is not yet ripe." Bang. Su Qin and Su Qing emerged from the pit, their expressions darkened. Su Qing held a pair of chopsticks in her hand. A piece of soiled meat precariously balanced upon them. "Damn it! How dare you run away? But I have already caught sight of you." Upon finishing his words, Su Chun conjured a yellow bow, while an arrow spun gracefully in the palm of his left hand. He knocked the arrow onto the string, channeling his energy, as the surroundings trembled incessantly, reminiscent of a heart beating with fervor. Su Chun aimed at the sky, releasing a powerful burst that shattered the air with a resounding crack, fracturing the void itself. Su Qing also conjured a bow, the divine bow of the fiery sun, knocking 3 arrows and drawing them back to Half Moon. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You may hurl insults at me, but you shall not deprive this celestial maiden of her meal. After such a long wait for the savory feast, I have yet to take a single bite before it vanished. Begone." Su Qing released her grip, and 3 arrows whirled around in a circular motion, resembling a navigational guide as they pierced through the fabric of space and departed. Su Qin stared blankly at the flushed Su Qing, bewildered. Did they harbor such deep-seated animosity? Who could possibly say that it was unwarranted? In a world as vast as this, is there anything more paramount than sustenance? Are you not aware? After a long wait, the meat has finally cooked to perfection, ready to be savored. Yet, why are you exerting such force? It is all you're doing. Just look, the meat is now sullied. Su Qing pouted slightly, a hint of grievance in her expression. So, is it merely for a piece of meat? If necessary, we can always start anew. Very well. I entrust this to you. It is merely that item within the snake, seemingly an inner elixir, which holds no value for me. Pray, consider what purpose it may serve for you." Su Qing tossed a yellow inner elixir to Su Qin. Su Qin examined the object in his hand with meticulous attention, realizing it held no value for him. "This trinket is of no use to me. Perhaps I should sell it?" Without further ado, the 2 figures vanished into thin air. "Xiao Gang, is that you?" "Ere long, it is I, Xiao Gang." "Ere long." The 2 exchanged tender glances. "Xiao Gang, I have finally found you. Where have you been?" "Ah, ere long, it was Flander who expelled me from Shrek," the master sighed. "Flander? That cannot be. He is not that kind of person," ere long said, furrowing her brow in disbelief. "Humph. Otherwise, how would I end up in this state?" "Ere long, allow me to introduce my student, Tang Shan." "Tang Shan, quickly greet your teacher's wife." Tang Shan regarded Erlong with skepticism, then glanced at his teacher. In comparison, Erlong was strikingly beautiful, while his teacher appeared rather disheveled, making them an unlikely pair. Nevertheless, Tang Shan did not dwell on this and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, teacher's wife. Good child. You 2 should head inside. Xiao Gang, I have so much to tell you." "Erlong, I am sorry." The master's expression turned pained as he forced out a tear. Tang Shan watched in astonishment, admiring his teacher's acting skills. Just returning is enough. However, Erlong remained unconvinced by the master's words. Whatever Flander had done, she believed it was Xiao Gang's actions that had angered him, leading to their conflict. At this moment, Tang Shan, standing behind them, gazed at the sky, lost in thoughts of Xiao Wu. You. Su Qin, what are you doing here?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face a mask of fear as she looked at Su Qin and Su Qing. Su Qin squinted as he gazed at Su Qing, who was engrossed in her phone. "Enough of the games. How did this rabbit end up here?" "A rabbit? It's time to eat," Su Qing exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight as she looked at Su Chun. Su Chun felt a profound weariness as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Qing. "Are you a fool? What did you just say?" He coughed lightly and added, "Oh, nothing. I merely wondered why this rabbit is here." Su Chun pointed at the trembling Xiao Wu beside him. Coincidentally, both Su Chun and Su Qing teleported away, suddenly appearing before Xiao Wu. The unexpected encounter caused Xiao Wu to bump into Su Chen's chest. When he looked up and saw that familiar face, he was momentarily stunned, doubting his own eyes. He rubbed them, only to realize he was not mistaken. Upon spotting Xiao Wu, Su Chen immediately broke into a mischievous grin, emitting a sneering laugh. Startled by Su Chen's words, Xiao Wu felt her spirit wane, contemplating a hasty retreat. Little did she expect that Su Chen could see through her disguise. But where could she possibly flee? Su Chen casually imprisoned Xiao Wu. "Isn't this the rabbit we encountered in the arena?" Su Qing remarked, approaching with a look of surprise. "So, tell me, what exactly brings you here? Otherwise, it could be trouble." Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat from fear, gulped and replied, "I was planning to flee." "Are you going to kill me? Why would I do that? You hardly have any meat on you, and besides, what is so delectable about a rabbit?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "But the spicy rabbit head is truly the most delicious," Su Qing chimed in. Su Chun gazed at Su Qing with a look of satisfaction, and the two exchanged high fives. However, Xiao Wu's smile gradually faded, and she huffed. "How dare you feast upon the rabbits? I shall not spare you, even in death." Aware of her inevitable fate, Xiao Wu retorted angrily, "What a mistake. You, a mere rabbit, wish to be a specter? You are hardly more than a dog." Su Chun added with a smirk, I shall bite you to death." Xiao Wu struggled, realizing she was utterly immobile. "Alas," Su Chun sighed, shaking his head as he observed Xiao Wu's reddened eyes. "Did you not desire my soul ring? I would rather perish than relinquish it to you malevolent soul masters." With that, Xiao Wu closed her eyes, preparing for the sacrificial act. Su Chun snapped his fingers, and the sacrificial flow faltered. Xiao Wu, taken aback, looked at Su Chun in exasperation and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you doing? Who would find your hula hoop appealing? It pales in comparison to ours. I still have a whole bunch of red hula hoop cards in my warehouse." As Su Chun spoke, he stepped forward, causing a multitude of vibrant soul rings to materialize around him. He then placed one of the rings around his waist and gave it a twist. Xiao Wu stood there, utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioning his very existence. You, what exactly are you, human or ghost?" To which he replied, "I am undoubtedly human. A very substantial one at that. However, this girl beside me is not human." Su Chen silently observed Su Qing beside him. Su Qing wore a smile. But upon hearing Su Chen's sarcastic remarks about her humanity, she felt a surge of indignation. "What? Do you want to fight?" she challenged. Su Chen, dismissive, replied, "Of course. I am not human. Right. So is it wrong for me to say you are not human?" Su Qing pondered aloud. "Indeed. But why does it feel so strange when I listen?" "Well, it's only natural that it feels odd when a non-human is speaking," Su Chen retorted. "I see. Well then, when do we eat? I would like a portion of spicy rabbit heads, medium heat, please." Su Qing finished ordering her dishes and continued to play on her phone, floating in her seat. Chapter 47, The Continent of Duki. "Damn it, I'm done playing." Su Chen, in a fit of exasperation, snatched his phone away. He glanced at Su Qing, who was sharpening her knife with great diligence, and with a hint of bemusement remarked, "Is it really necessary to sharpen it for so long? Indeed, without a keen edge, how could one possibly prepare a delectable dish?" She replied, her reasoning sound. Su Chen nodded and approached the Lord of Shura, casting a curious glance. "I am genuinely intrigued by one question. Was Tang Shan brought into this world by your design?" A fleeting expression of surprise flickered in the Lord of Shura's eyes, and with a hint of unease, he replied, "How could that possibly be? What power do I possess to orchestrate such a thing?" Su Chun, somewhat skeptical, mused, "Is that truly the case? If I possess such capabilities, why would I not simply flee?" "Well, I had initially hoped you might look after my adopted son, though he is not my biological child. I have been entwined with his mother, after all. At the end of the day, he is still my godson. However, since you appear to be of no further use, you may meet your demise." With an icy smile, Su Chen clenched his fist, preparing to strike at the Lord of Shura's head. Wait, the Lord of Shura exclaimed. "I must confess, I was mistaken. Tang Shan was indeed orchestrated by me." Su Chen ceased his accumulation of energy, gazing at the king of Azura with a look of bewilderment. "What is the purpose behind all this turmoil you have created?" The king sighed, "I merely seek a successor. Tang Shan seems quite suitable. What if I were to eliminate him? Then I would simply seek another," he replied. "Yet at present, Tang Shan remains the most promising heir." Su Qing approached with a kitchen knife in hand, impatiently waving her hand as she said, "What is there to discuss with this guy? I will never let Tang Shan go." "Then why not eliminate him now?" Su Chen remarked, glancing at Su Qing. "Isn't it obvious that she hasn't fully developed yet? Once she matures, I shall undoubtedly deal with him." "All right, but I have a feeling that fellow might not develop well after all." Su Chen gazed with his spiritual essence at Tang Shan, who was in the process of absorbing his third soul ring. However, to his astonishment, it was yellow. Su Qing furrowed her brows, immediately sensing the situation. She was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Uncertain, Su Chen shook his head in confusion. Although he had previously led Tang Shan into a predicament, compelling him to absorb a spirit ring for 10 years, he had not intervened in the subsequent spirit rings. After all, did he not have a mentor? And what of his father? Su Qing, equally incredulous, had spent some time in this place and had acquired some understanding of its customs. By the norms of spirit ring absorption, the third should typically be purple. Why, then, was Tang Shan absorbing a yellow one? Su Chen immediately employed his spiritual perception to investigate, only to be left dumbfounded. He discovered that the master was engaged in a discussion with Ere Long inside the tent. To his astonishment, the master had succumbed to darkness. "What do you mean by succumbing to darkness?" Su Qing inquired with curiosity, sensing the situation herself. Instantly, her face flushed red. "What on earth is happening? My disciple is willingly descending into depravity. How could he become so enamored with tenderness? Could it possibly be because of us?" Su Chen scratched his head and mused. "What do you mean by that? We haven't influenced their development, have we?" Su Qing retorted, indignant. Su Qing immediately inquired of the system, "What is happening?" "It is due to your influence. But we have done nothing. You have caused the original timeline of Shrek to fall into disarray, resulting in the Son of Destiny not receiving adequate training. What shall we do now?" "It's a disaster. I was just a step away from success, and now it's all fallen apart. No, I must assist Tang Shan in becoming stronger." Su Qing could only entertain this idea. She immediately turned to Su Chen and said, "Shall we assist Tang Shan in becoming stronger? If things continue as they are, Tang Shan might very well become cannon fodder. Do you have any means to enhance his strength? Should we provide him with elixirs or guide him in cultivating immortality? This place is unsuitable. He must grow stronger on his own. We could simply transform his soul rings into something more conventional, couldn't we?" "Indeed," she acknowledged. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sensed the potential in this venture. With Su Qing's capabilities, she could indeed create worlds, serving as the architect of many realms. Crafting a soul ring would surely be a straightforward task for her. Without hesitation, the two resolved to seek out Tang Shan. "I want to join as well," Little Five exclaimed, rushing over at that moment. Su Qing glanced at the diminutive rabbit, and with a swift motion of one hand, she grasped the air, lifting Little Five effortlessly. With the other hand, she waved to open a wormhole, promptly tossing Little Five into its depths. Su Chen swallowed hard as he gazed at Su Qing and inquired, "Did you cast her away to Tang Shan?" "No, I sent her to another realm. Whether she survives is entirely up to her," Su Qing replied. "Then where did you send her?" "It seems to be something related to a fighting spirit or some such nonsense." "Never mind, let us hasten our pace." In an instant, the two vanished, leaving the Azura King in a state of disarray amidst the wind. They approached Tang Shan, who was currently absorbing a soul ring, cloaked in invisibility to mask their presence. "Hey, hurry up. What duration should I assign him? Should it be the usual or something extraordinary?" They whispered furtively to one another. "Of course, he's the child of destiny. We must grant him something extraordinary." "Oh, right." Su Qing nodded her petite head, and with a flick of her two fingers, a cerulean light darted towards Tang Shan. Gradually, the soul rings surrounding Tang Shan began to change color, and after 2.5 minutes, they transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Su Chen glanced at him with evident disdain. "Why did you only give 100,000 years? My dear brother, if you were to give more, he would surely explode." Su Qing retorted in exasperation. All right, let us proceed." Wait for what? Let us go?" That rabbit's fate remains uncertain. Su Chen did not afford Su Qing the opportunity to explain, swiftly whisking her away in an instant. Su Qing turned her head to glance in Tang Shan's direction and sighed. "I have yet to assist him in absorbing the violent essence of the soul ring." "Ah. It doesn't matter. Resting for a while is quite normal. Surely he won't experience a violent explosion, will he?" Tang Shan was in meditation, striving to absorb the energy, when he suddenly sensed 3 powerful soul forces colliding with his body. With a sudden burst, numerous wounds erupted across his body, and he collapsed, drenched in blood. Unconscious. In Yunlan's sect, a young man was being torn apart by two azure tornadoes, his bones crackling under the strain. Master, I am doing my utmost. Suddenly, a wormhole opened beside him, and Xiao Wu flew out. Huh, where's this? Ah, poor Xiao Wu's words were cut short as she was blown away. Yun Shan observed Xiao Yan's predicament with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, two wormholes opened, and two figures emerged, looking around. Where is everyone? Could it be? They're gone? Huh. Su Chen wore an expression of disbelief. He understood the significance of this rabbit for Tang Shan. Are you certain that this will strengthen Tang Shan? With your approach, I fear he may become consumed by madness. Su Qing, feeling awkward, replied, surely not. Su Chen prepared to use his divine sense to locate Xiao Wu, when he suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Why was there such a strong wind? Indeed. The breeze was quite pleasant. Look, that person has even fallen asleep. Su Qing pointed at Xiao Yan before her. Su Chen glanced over and, upon observing Xiao Yan, felt a flicker of familiarity. Suddenly, a swirl of white flames enveloped Xiao Yan, who gradually opened his eyes, emanating an icy fire that caused the very space around him to tremble. Feeling reassured, he entrusted matters to, Elder Yao stared blankly at Su Chen and Su Qing before him. Who are you two? We are visitors from afar, in search of someone, Su Chen replied. However, old man, I never expected you to be a practitioner of the dark arts, seizing the bodies of the youth. Indeed, Su Qing chimed in. You hardly seem like a person of good repute. Elder Yao, doubting his hearing, dismissed their banter with indifference. Are you two perhaps from the Yunlan sect? What is this Yunlan sect? Is it formidable? Su Qing inquired of Su Chen. How would I know? The elder retorted. Have you seen a girl with rabbit ears? A girl with rabbit ears? Elder Yao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am afraid I have not encountered her. I see. Perhaps we should ask that white-haired fellow? Su Qing suggested, pointing at the disgruntled Yun Shan. Yes, let us inquire, Su Chen agreed. Su Qing gracefully approached and inquired, Hello. Have you seen a girl with rabbit ears? A girl with rabbit ears? The other party replied, I have not seen her. Are you a formidable figure from the mainland? What nonsensical mainland are you referring to? You could simply shake your head. What do you mean? Are you here to assist Xiao Yan? Yun Shan regarded Su Qing with a stern gaze, having noticed her ability to tread upon the void. He wished to avoid conflict. Intent only on resolving matters concerning Xiao Yan, everything else was of little consequence. And what of it? By the way, who exactly is Xiao Yan? It seems you truly intend to oppose the Yunlan sect. In an instant, Yun Shan conjured a sword from the void and thrust it towards Su Qing. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, bending down to evade. She extended a delicate hand and flicked Yun Shan's forehead. A surge of formidable power propelled Yun Shan into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Did I not mention that I do not know you? Do you not understand the essence of courtesy? Su Qing, with a frown etched upon her face, fluttered over to Su Chen's side and waved her hand to convey her lack of understanding. Su Chen nodded slightly, while the old pharmacist stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had barely caught a glimpse of how Su Qing had made her move. All he could see was the clouded mountain within the deep pit. Master, who are these two individuals? They are remarkably powerful. Xiao Yan inquired with a face full of curiosity. Cough, cough, cough. They are naturally friends of my esteemed self, the old pharmacist shamelessly claimed. Master, I never imagined you were acquainted with such formidable beings. They must surely be Douzong, correct? Indeed, that is without question. In the days of your— Hey, you old man, stop boasting. What do you mean by friends? What is this Douzong nonsense? Su Qing could no longer contain her disdain. To both of you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance this time, the old pharmacist said, clasping his fists in respect. Su Chen uttered no words as he soared before the revered Elder Yao, one hand gently pressed against his forehead. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded into Su Chen's mind. With a flick of Su Chen's finger, a radiant light surged into Xiao Yan's body, visibly mending all his injuries. Although they were not well acquainted, being fellow townsmen made it a trivial matter to extend a helping hand. The medicine elder, astonished, inquired about Xiao Yan's condition. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's excited explanation, he quickly understood. I see. Then I shall take my leave. The rest is up to you, young one. Thank you, master. Xiao Yan replied as he returned to his body. Opening his eyes, he joyfully spread his wings and embraced Su Chen. Ha! What a surprise to encounter a fellow countryman. Which place do you hail from? I'm from Magic City. Oh, really? What a coincidence. I'm from northern Beijing. Is that so? Have you found yourself in some trouble? Alas, it's a long story, Xiaoyan sighed, sharing his woes with Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback, thinking how unfortunate one could be. Yet, at least he had a childhood friend and some good companions. What about you? Me? Su Chen recalled the first time he met Gu Yuna and couldn't help but shudder. Ahem, just living a normal life. I see. Those two beautiful ladies. Are they your wives? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and pointed at Su Qing. What nonsense is this? She is my adopted sister. Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. Without uttering another word, he knelt down in midair and said, Brother, from now on, we shall each go our own way. Su Chen stood in stunned silence, suddenly feeling a chilling presence behind him. As he turned around, he was met with the disapproving gaze of Su Qing. Your name is Xiaoyan, isn't it? Let me tell you. Douluo. Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Xiaoyan immediately rose to his feet, nodding in acknowledgement. He suddenly realized that his own sooner was far better. In the pit, Shan, with a lump on his forehead, staggered to his feet in a daze. Damn it! Could it be that he is a Douzun? Seeing Shan rise, Xiaoyan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Shan, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, then there will be no reason for your Yunlan sect to exist any longer. Xiaoyan, you only feel brave because you have two Douzun backing you. If you have the capability, face me one-on-one. Shan shouted angrily. Xiaoyan raised his head proudly, unflinching as he replied, I apologize. I merely invited my friends to assist me. Is that not expected? With that, Xiaoyan summoned his two hands, igniting Noth. Preparing for a fusion. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, extended his hand to touch it, but Xiaoyan immediately recoiled. Brother, this thing is not meant to be touched. He cautioned. Rest assured, I find it rather warm. Thus, one soared through the sky while the other pursued, as onlookers gazed upward at the unfolding spectacle, shifting their gaze from up to down repeatedly. What's the harm in just a touch? Su Chen implored. You merely wish to seize my... Xiaoyan exclaimed. His defense is crumbling. What? I am merely intrigued. Let me touch it for just a moment. You truly won't seize it? I assure you. I have no intentions of doing so. In that case, may I only gaze for a second? Xiaoyan said cautiously. Su Chen's forehead was etched with bulging veins. Without uttering a word, he teleported behind Xiaoyan and swung his hand forward. Bring it here. Xiaoyan, taken aback, snapped back to reality and instinctively reached out. Not to seize, but to take. Suyu. Su Chen gazed at the azure flame in his hand, and an epiphany struck him. He promptly retrieved a piece of meat from his ring to roast. However, Yao Lao, witnessing this, could no longer contain his discontent and floated out. Little friend Su Chen. This is a rare flame. How can you use it to roast meat? Su Chen, feeling a pang of hunger, replied, Since I am rather famished. Would you like to have a taste? Yao Lao sighed alas. Wind of the Kuan. Falling Kill. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter with the little medical sage. A beam of azure laser shot towards the four individuals. Xiaoyan and Yao Lao regained their senses, each pulling a companion to evade. Yet, they remained motionless. Damn it, Su Chen, quickly dodge. Su Chen would never shy away. He is unafraid even of the cosmic explosion. Why should he fear this trivial matter? Ha ha ha, it's ready. Would you care for a taste? Xiaoyan, Yao Lao, Su Qing, her face alight with excitement, rubbed her hands together and exclaimed, I want to. Let me have a taste. Su Chen smiled as he handed something to Su Qing. However, with a swift motion, the roasted meat in his hand vanished. Su Qing's heart raced with agitation, her forehead veins bulging as she glared at Shan with clenched teeth and reddened eyes. Shan's lips curled into a slight smirk, embodying the demeanor of a victor. My dear Shan advises you to depart. Do not presume that becoming a Douzong strongman grants you the liberty to act recklessly. In an explosive surge of energy, Su Qing manifested like a fleeting beam of light, appearing before Shan in an instant. With a powerful rising dragon fist, she sent Shan hurtling through the air. His anguish cry cut short. As he soared aloft, Su Qing brandished a colossal 40-meter blade, transforming its essence into a towering shadow, and struck down upon Shan with a vertical slash. Both Yao Lao and Xiaoyan were rendered speechless. Xiaoyan swallowed hard and pointed at Yao Lao, inquiring, Teacher, are Douzun warriors truly this formidable? You insolent brat, in my prime, I too was a Douzun, yet I never possessed such might. Yao Lao retorted, his gaze drawn to the ominous shadow. He quickly addressed Su Chen, urging, Young friend Su Chen, you must intervene at once. Otherwise, this onslaught could very well obliterate Wutan City. Su Chen tapped her ear and asked, Is your vision impaired? What does that mean? She did not destroy Wutan City, which is a relief. Yao Lao let out a sigh of relief, and so did Xiao Yin. However, he did bring ruin to the Duki continent, or rather, to this planet. Yao Lao may not comprehend what a planet is, but he certainly understands the Duki continent. Then why aren't you stopping her? Is it really necessary for the sake of a mere Yun Shan? Indeed, indeed. Brother Su, please hurry and stop your sister. The disciples of the Yunlan sect stood agape, witnessing Yun Shan in a near-death state, unable to collect their thoughts. Upon realizing the situation, Hai Buodong and his companions immediately spread their wings and fled at great speed. What on earth is Yun Shan doing, and how did he provoke such a terrifying individual? Hai Buodong gritted his teeth and said. Su Qin shook his head and instantaneously appeared beside Su Qing. Let us not harm the innocent. Our purpose is to find Xiao Wu. Using a cannon to swat a mosquito seems rather excessive. Su Qing, agreeing with this sentiment, ceased her attack. The cloud beneath them, which had been descending, had now vanished, allowing for a serene landing with eyes gently closed. Su Qing sheathed her dagger and unsheathed a crimson sword. In an instant, the air was thick with the aura of slaughter, and the very fabric of space trembled. With this sword in hand, I possess the power to slay celestial beings, sever demons, part the heavens, and cleave through 3,000 paths. The Tao is severed, as Su Qing executed a swift strike. The figure of Yun Shan was met by the blade's aura, disintegrating into luminous particles, vanishing from sight. The sword energy surged forth, advancing towards the Yunlan sect. The sect leader, Yun, immediately soared into the air, positioning herself protectively before the sect. Yunji, quickly, take cover. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yin urgently shouted, Teacher, I implore you. Do not worry, you impudent boy. The elder Yao possessed Xiao Yin, bestowing upon him the might of a dozong. In an instant, he shattered the space and traversed into the fray, arriving before Yun in less than a heartbeat, forcibly pulling her to safety. Let go. Xiao Yin. The Yunlan sect is my home. I cannot bear to witness its destruction. Yun, come with me. But Yun hesitated, her resolve wavering as she perceived the terror etched on the faces of her fellow sect members. Yet, in her eyes, determination flickered. Release me. Even if it leads to my demise, I will stand with the Yunlan sect. My teacher is gone. I cannot bear to see it fall. At that moment, Su Qin arrived, tugging at Xiao Yin. We must go. She has chosen her fate. There is nothing you can do. For someone of this era, you should know better than to intervene in a situation like this. You may save her once, perhaps even twice, but can you do so thrice? Xiao Yin perceived a glimmer of hope and immediately spoke up. Brother Su Qin, could you stop? Even I dare not intercept that strike. Look at it. This sword energy annihilates all matter around it, including the very fabric of space. You have seen Yun Shan's condition. Even the king of hell may not be able to retrieve him, Su Qin replied solemnly. Xiao Yin, filled with reluctance, turned to Elder Yao, asking, Teacher, alas. Xiao Yin, perhaps this is fate. Even I have never witnessed such an enigmatic assault, Elder Yao lamented. Hey, Su Qin, what are you doing over there? Su Qing approached, glancing at the impending sword strike drawing ever closer. Nothing. Can't you cancel this attack? Why should I cancel it? Do you understand the heartbreak of a glutton when food lies before them only to be obliterated? I have refrained from destroying this place. That is my kindness. Sigh. These people are innocent. This is unnecessary. Su Qin observed that some individuals from the Yunlan sect had already knelt before them. Su Qin, do you realize that compassion can lead to your downfall? I am aware, yet I believe these individuals do not deserve to perish. Is that so? Then you should attempt to intervene. I shall seek out the rabbit. As Su Qing finished speaking, she vanished in an instant. Su Qin gazed helplessly at the sword energy. Now merely 100 meters away, he glanced at Yun, who was resolutely facing her demise, and then at Xiao Yin, who was preparing to rush to her aid, only to be restrained by Yao Lao. Su Qin gritted his teeth, compelled to summon the chaotic thoughts within his mind. Chaos. What is at stake? This sword energy. Can you thwart it? Indeed, but my current state is far from optimal. In the void, the Emperor of Chaos felt a sense of helplessness. To be honest, he had no desire to involve himself with these inconsequential individuals. Upon investigating the members of the Yunlan sect, he discovered that only a small fraction were innocent, while a significant majority were tyrants who bullied the weak. Do you require my assistance? The little tower inquired as it soared over. The Emperor of Chaos nodded slightly. Returning to his meditation, you owe me a chance to intervene, the little tower remarked before departing. The Emperor of Chaos found himself in a predicament. His injuries were severe, and he could not act recklessly. Should those ruffians uncover his presence, it would spell trouble. In Su Chen's mind, a mysterious yellow tower materialized, soaring directly before the Yunlan sect. It absorbed the sword qi, causing the tower's body to tremble incessantly. This particular sword qi was imbued with profound laws. Even I must exert considerable effort to contend with it. Upon concluding its statement, the small tower erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered the surrounding mountains and brought down the pavilions of the Yunlan sect. Su Chen flew over, and you must be the tower he mentioned, right? Indeed, this attack requires me to absorb it gradually, which may take some time. Would you like me to assist you? No need. I have sensed the laws within this attack, and it may prove beneficial to me. I see. Then do take care. After Su Chen finished speaking, he moved closer to Xiao Yan, as it would take some time anyway. Lingering here was of no consequence. How is it going, Su Chen? Xiao Yan inquired with concern. It's nothing serious. Leave it to the little tower. It will just take a bit of time, and I need these people not to disturb him. If they choose to ignore this warning, then that is their own folly. I understand. Thank you, Xiao Yan said with a cupped fist. Thank me? It is only natural. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak, and I shall brave any peril for you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced into the distance, raised an eyebrow, and inquired, Then, might you be willing to part with your childhood companion? Ah, that one. Could we possibly exchange for another? I'm afraid that request is beyond what Xiao Yan can acquiesce to. How could he possibly agree? After all, we've grown up together, and we are merely one step away from completion. Hand him over? Absolutely not. I see. Very well. But I must express my distaste for those who engage in surreptitious eavesdropping. Come forth. Su Chen coldly surveyed his surroundings, his hands sweeping through the air, suddenly enveloping a sinister mist within his palm. A small figure materialized in his grasp. You little rascal, do you intend to oppose the Soul Hall? The medicine elder, astonished by the figurine in Su Chen's hand, exclaimed, I never anticipated it was you. Guardian Wu, I advise you to behave yourself and promptly instruct this little imp to release me. Guardian Wu warned. Ahem. I find myself quite unable to persuade this young friend to set you free, the medicine elder awkwardly replied. Su Chen gazed perplexedly at the figurine in his hand. Surely, this must represent a villain, right? I beg to differ, Xiao Yan replied, stroking his chin. With such a countenance, it cannot possibly be a hero. Ouch. Teacher, why did you strike me? Xiao Yan exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head in bewilderment. The old alchemist, stroking his beard with a smug expression, remarked, Have you forgotten the lesson I imparted? One cannot discern between good and evil based solely on appearances. Then tell me, is this figure a hero or a villain? A villain, Xiao Yan stated decisively. Upon hearing that there were wrongdoers present, Su Chen prepared to take action. The guardian, in a state of urgency, immediately began to explain, asserting that he was merely passing through and had come to investigate the commotion. Su Chen halted his movements, a playful glint in his eyes. So, you consider yourself a good person? The guardian, unbothered by such musings, nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, I am a good person. Is that so? Su Chen replied, feigning disappointment. The guardian felt a surge of joy within, but Su Chen, with a mischievous grin, added, I, on the other hand, am a villain. You scoundrel. The guardian realized he had been tricked. Could he endure such mockery? Enough. Stop sending messages. It's time to set off, Su Chen declared, clenching his hand, causing the guardian to shatter into countless particles, vanishing into thin air. Observing this, the elder Yao was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. Su Chen glanced over at the small tower and observed that it was still absorbing energy. Little tower, how much longer do you think it will take? It will require approximately a day's time. In that case, shall I come by tomorrow? But, after Su Chen finished speaking, he prepared to search for the rabbit. Xiao Yan hurriedly followed, breathless, extending a hand. Return it to me. Return what to you? Su Chen replied, utterly bewildered. The azure lotus earth heart flame. Xiao Yan weakly protested. Did you not say you would only take a quick glance? Su Chen glanced over, suddenly recalling something. He extended his palm, and azure flames erupted forth, which he then tossed to Xiao Yan before soaring away. Xiao Yan cautiously observed the blue lotus heart fire, puckering his lips as he inquired. Master, Brother Su Chen, what is his true strength? Am I being deceived? Is this the prowess of a Dozun? Yao Lao felt a sense of awkwardness as he too could not discern the strength of the two. It must be that of a Do Sheng, he exclaimed. I never expected Brother Su Chen to attain such a level at such a young age. How enviable. As Su Chen searched, he suddenly spotted a girl with white hair clad in a purple gown. In his recollection, a girl of such striking appearance was likely connected to the male protagonist. He descended swiftly. At that moment, the petite healer, engrossed in meditation amidst the mountains, was enveloped by swirling purple toxins. In an instant, any insects that dared approach vanished into thin air. Ah, this is far more effective than mosquito repellent, Su Chen remarked, filled with awe, hearing the commotion behind her. The healer abruptly opened her eyes, sprang to her feet, and distanced herself from Su Chen. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Me? I'm merely passing through," he replied. "Since you're just passing by, you may leave," she insisted. "Please, I find you rather appealing," Su Chen continued. The petite healer felt a pang of anxiety. Damn it. This guy's strength is unfathomable. What should I do? She thought to herself. She was often confronted by lecherous men who would stealthily observe her, plagued by unsettling dreams. Even in her retreat to the Monster Mountain range for training, she had encountered such unwelcome attention. However, this instance was different. Typically, anyone who approached would meet a swift demise from the toxins, yet this man remained unharmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the petite healer nervously inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I'm a villain," he replied playfully. "Then you must not truly be a villain," she countered. "What do you mean?" Su Chen asked, a smile frozen on his face. After all, what kind of villain would openly confess to being one? "Then I shall declare myself a good person," he retorted. "See, you've already admitted to being a good person," the petite healer said dismissively, waving her hand. In an instant, Su Chen's face flushed with embarrassment, his neck thickening with agitation. "You see, you are getting anxious again. Regardless of what you say, I merely intended to inquire about directions out of curiosity. However, you have chosen to provoke me. And mark my words, you will regret this." Upon finishing his words, Su Chen, disinterested in further banter, swiftly teleported behind the little medical fairy. With a single sweep of his leg, he disrupted her balance, causing her to tumble to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he shamelessly scooped her up into a quintessential princess carry. As the little medical fairy regained her composure, she struggled fervently, exclaiming, "Let me go. You despicable scoundrel. Release me at once." To which Su Chen retorted, "Release you? I am a villain. How could I possibly let you go?" Upon finishing his words, Su Chen soared into the sky, cradling the little healer in his arms. The duo in the heavens caught sight of this, and Xiao Yin was left utterly astonished. As he beheld the girl in Su Chen's embrace, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Master, how can that girl bear such an uncanny resemblance to the little healer? That impudent lad, indeed it is. I must pursue them." However, Yao Lao expressed his inability to assist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin immediately raised his voice. "Brother Su Chen, wait for me." Su Chen halted his flight, casting a perplexed glance at the duo behind him. Xiao Yin promptly grabbed Yao Lao and surged forward with unprecedented speed, covering the distance in a mere 2.5 seconds. Gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "Little medical fairy, is that truly you?" "Xiao Yin, I'm afraid I do not recognize you," the little medical fairy replied. "It is I, Xiao Yin. Where have you been during this time?" "Ever since that day in the little wooden cabin, when you left. I have tried to gather information about you, but to no avail." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy appeared hesitant, her violet pupils scrutinizing Xiao Yin. "So, this is your harem, is it?" Su Chen interjected suddenly. Both Xiao Yin and the little medical fairy flushed and turned away from each other. "We are merely friends." "Do not speak nonsense," Xiao Yin retorted. "Is that so? Are you certain you harbor no interest in her?" Su Chen gazed at Xiao Yin with skepticism. "Indeed. I regard the little medical fairy solely as a friend." "Then why the blush? I can comprehend if you claim to be a friend, yet knowing she is a girl, you still show such concern. Ask your teacher. If he were an outsider and overheard your conversation, what would he deduce about your relationship?" Xiao Yin turned to look at Yao Lao, who was smiling knowingly at him, eyebrows raised. "In my humble opinion, if I were merely an outsider, I would assume you two are childhood sweethearts or perhaps even a married couple," Yao Lao mused, stroking his beard. "Teacher, you have always been solitary, and I have never heard of you having a wife. How do you understand such matters?" Xiao Yin challenged. "Back during the Monster Mountain Range incident, I realized you were no ordinary person," Xiao Yin retorted defiantly. "You little rascal. In my day, I was known as one of the 4 great beauties of the continent, pursued by many. And look at you. You've scarcely ventured beyond Wutan City and have yet to mature. What do you know? Is that so?" "So, after all this time, You remain a lonely old man. You scoundrel. Yao Lao playfully smacked the back of Xiao Yan's head. Teacher, look at you, so impatient. What brings you to Yulan sect with such fanfare? Oh no, I forgot. How am I to inquire about my father's whereabouts when Yun Shan has vanished without a trace? Prompted by Yao Lao, Xiao Yan recalled the gravity of his situation. As he pondered what to do, he suddenly noticed Su Chun, who was absorbed in his phone. While the little medical fairy watched curiously, an idea sparked in Xiao Yan's mind. Su Chun, please, do not disturb me. I am currently engaged in a ranked match. Su Chun, cease your gaming for a moment. I seek your assistance with a matter. Not to be presumptuous, but do you even know what world this is? The Dochi continent, of course. What of it? Clearly, this is a fantastical realm, yet you continually request my assistance. How will you ever grow stronger? However, my sole desire is for you to help me uncover the whereabouts of my father. Su Chan was irritated by the incessant chatter of Xiao Yan, feeling a throbbing headache. With an impatient wave of his hand, he retorted, he is not your biological father. Even if this world were your true progenitor, what of your Earth? Have you forsaken it? Your primary focus should be on growing stronger, rather than obsessing over whether your father is aware of your situation. If one can abandon familial ties, how can one ever hope to become stronger? Xiao Yan immediately countered, do you have any idea what I was like on Earth? Su Chun, abandoning his phone, glared at Xiao Yan and replied, how would I know? Let me tell you, I possess thousands of luxury cars on Earth, 10 of which were limited editions, each valued at 500 million. I never had to worry about hunger. My bank account was perpetually filled with funds, allowing me to earn effortlessly. Yet, I long to return home. My sole desire now is to take my wife and the others to the modern era. To me, I can abandon whatever I must. You still have debts from your past life that you have yet to settle, and how can you face this life? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan shook his head. I know I have wronged my parents over there, but ultimately, I cannot return. Even if I achieve the legendary title of Do Di, it is futile. I can only treat my current father well, regardless of whether he is a true father in my heart. What I do know is that this body belongs to them. Ah, indeed, Su Chin conceded. You are a soul transmigrator, while I am a body transmigrator. I will not assist you directly, but I can offer you a hint. Your father is located in a place called the Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao frowned deeply. If he is in the Soul Hall, we are in serious trouble. Xiao Yan anxiously turned to Yao Lao, fear gripping him. Master, what does this mean? The influence of the Soul Hall on the continent is formidable. Any ordinary force that attempts to confront it is merely courting death. Much like trying to engage the Yunlan sect, it's akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Even 100 Yunlan sects would be powerless against them. Moreover, I have heard that the leader of the Soul Hall is currently attempting to break through to Do Di. Xiao Yan felt numb upon hearing the term Do Di. He understood that with his current abilities, it was utterly impossible for him to rescue his father. Su Chun continued to fiddle with his smartphone, observing the little medical fairy engrossed in her own device. Would you like to play? He inquired. No, I'm merely curious. What is this? She responded. It's a mobile phone from another world. If you wish to try it, feel free. Su Chin has been quite absorbed in the game as well. Su Qing, that fellow, sent a message saying that he is currently in an academy, having encountered an amusing little girl. He mentioned that he would come find him after playing for a while. Never mind. I knew he was unreliable. I might as well look for Rabbit instead. On Su Qing's side, unexpectedly, she encountered a little dragon, and what's more, a charming little girl. Su Qing wore a mischievous grin, lifting the little girl before her. Release me, you wretched old witch. If you do not let go, I shall strike you. The child struggled incessantly, only to realize that Su Qing's strength was overwhelming. What is your name, little one? Why should I tell you? You are not offering me anything to eat. Food. Su Qing glanced into her storage ring, finding only exquisite spirit stones and a few magical treasures. An idea sparked in her mind as she produced a fire wind wheel. Would you like this, little one? What is this fun thing? The girl's curiosity was piqued. This is called the fire wind wheel. It was originally intended for a mischievous little rascal, but now it is yours. Just step on it, and you will soar into the sky. Of course, I have enhanced its flames with 3 flavors of true fire. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hurry, give it to me. And what is your name? Listen closely. I am called Ziyan. From this moment forth, I am your boss. What nonsense. This little one is quite remarkable. Do you even know how old your sister is? Su Qing raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Ziyan's face, huffing. So what? I don't care. I am determined to be the leader. Fine. I won't bicker with you, you little brat. I have matters to attend to. This fiery wheel is yours. Su Qing casually tossed the fiery wheel, which transformed into a figurine-sized object that landed gently in Ziyan's palm. Where are you headed? Ziyan inquired, glancing at the fiery wheel in her hand, her curious little head tilting up to meet Su Qing's gaze. Dear sister, there are many matters I must attend to. Perhaps encountering you was merely a serendipitous happenstance. Our paths do not truly align, Su Qing replied, shaking her head. Oh, I see. Well, if you ever find yourself in need, or if anyone dares to bully you, seek me out, and I shall assist you in dealing with that individual, Ziyan declared, thumping her chest in assurance. Very well then, I appreciate your kindness. Su Qing responded with a smile, before her form dissipated into shimmering light and vanished. Su Qing gazed in exasperation at the overly excited Xiao Yan. Shouldn't you be attending to your own matters? He inquired. Huh. Hee, I was just admiring my phone. It's been so long since I've seen it, Xiao Yan replied. Scratching his head. With a sigh, Su Chan turned his attention to the medicine elder. Come on, don't you think you should persuade him? Ah, little medical sage. You can unleash your poison, and you have the ability to recover. Do not be afraid, the medicine elder said, visibly frustrated and anxious. Su Chen's forehead flushed with anger as he snatched the phone away and tucked it into his pocket. The three of them turned their heads, their faces displaying unmistakable displeasure. Su Chen, observing their expressions, was incredulous, pointing at himself. Come on, this is my phone, right? Don't moralistically bind me. I tell you, enough is enough. You should attend to your own affairs. I still have to look for the rabbit. As Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately fled, leaving the two individuals in a state of disarray, their souls entwined amidst the chaotic winds. Su Chen swiftly located Xiao Wu using his spiritual sense. He found Xiao Wu cowering in a corner, trembling, glancing anxiously from side to side. I thought you had already met your demise, he remarked. Su Chen smiled faintly and instantly teleported to the scene. Xiao Wu cautiously glanced around, grumbling, Damn Su Chen, where have you thrown me? I'm not smelly. I'm quite fragrant, unlike you, a rabbit with a litter of 100,000. Su Chen suddenly materialized behind Xiao Wu, startling her to the core. Upon glancing back and recognizing Su Chen, she let out a sigh of relief. Although Su Chen was rather unreliable and could potentially pose a danger to her, there was no one else she knew in this vicinity, was there? Humph. I detest you, she exclaimed. If you dislike me, so be it. I shall escort you home later, Su Chen replied, dismissing the rabbit-like figure with indifference. Oh, are you waiting for me? Su Qing emerged from the passage and noticed the two individuals at the scene. Hurry up and send this rabbit away. Su Chen also grew impatient. Oh. Su Qing opened a spatial tunnel, and a wormhole materialized. Upon witnessing the event, Su Chen promptly seized Xiao Wu and cast her into the unknown, demonstrating a ruthless decisiveness. Why the haste? Su Qing gazed at Su Chen in bewilderment. What is the rush? I have only just begun and haven't even established my coordinates yet. And you've already thrown her in. What does this mean? It means you have sent her to another realm, and retrieving her should be simple enough, Su Chen remarked, still perplexed by the situation. Yet I cannot find her. The portal has opened, but the mark I left on her has long since faded. Su Qing shook her head despondently. Goodness, what do we do now? Will this affect Tang Shan? Su Qing was primarily concerned about the development of Tang Shan, with little regard for other matters. It shouldn't, right? Su Chen replied uncertainly, believing that Tang Shan would not succumb to madness over a mere rabbit. Does Tang Shan hold a particular affection for this rabbit? Su Qing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the promotional artwork from the anime features the two of them prominently. If we adhere to the narrative of the anime, their bond is one of unwavering devotion, transcending even life and death. This poses a grave dilemma. I have no idea where I have cast that rabbit. It could very well be torn apart by the chaotic currents of time and space. Never mind. Let us search for her. If all else fails, you could create a replica out of clay. Very well, let us begin the search. As Su Qing stepped into the corridor, she observed Su Chen lingering in uncertainty. What seems to be the matter? She inquired. Nothing. It appears I have forgotten something. Su Chen replied, pondering intently. It seemed to be a significant matter that eluded his memory. Never mind, he concluded. Let us first seek out that rabbit. Su Chen entered without hesitation, while Yun Yun of the Yunlan sect gazed nervously at the mysterious little tower in the sky. After the tower absorbed its energy, she let out a sigh of relief, finally resolved. Su Chen, let us return, she said, as tranquility enveloped them. The little tower expressed its gratitude. Thank you, Senior. for saving the Yunlan sect today. Yun Yun clasped her fists in respect. The tower, however, remained silent, lost in contemplation. Strange. Why is there not a single trace? It pondered, excitement surging within it. Suddenly, it soared into the sky, exclaiming, Su Chun. Inside the passage, Su Chun responded, huh? Confused. He rubbed his nose. Odd, who is cursing me? At that moment, a white-haired man, identical to him, appeared, casting a disdainful glance his way. Where is the little tower? Su Chun inquired. Ah, I just remembered. I forgot about the little tower, he said, his eyes lighting up. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he turned his head. Who are you? I am Huang, came the cool and taciturn reply. So, you are Huang, the system then? Su Chun deduced. Yes, but where is the little tower? Huang retorted, rolling his eyes. I left it in the Dochi continent. It won't be in danger, right? Su Chun asked, a hint of worry in his voice. There is no danger, but have you truly abandoned the little tower? If it finds out, it will undoubtedly cause you trouble for leaving it behind without reason. I simply forgot. Besides, it's safe. Let it have some fun there until I retrieve it later. Huang said nothing further and vanished, needing to recuperate. Hey, why does that guy look exactly like you? Su Qing inquired, her expression one of curiosity. How would I know? Su Chun replied. Could he be your twin brother? She teased, a mischievous grin on her face. Impossible. I swear, I only have one sister. Su Chun exclaimed. Indeed, you are correct. You truly have only one sister. Do not worry. I will take care of you in the future. Su Qing replied earnestly, nodding her head. Su Chun paid no heed to the shameless individual. He furrowed his brows as he surveyed the surrounding scenes, still failing to locate her. No, I do not know where she has been discarded. Su Qing shook her head. Alas, I am utterly speechless. Had you not reminded me, how could I have known you would be in such a hurry? Suddenly, Su Chin's expression turned uncomfortable as he turned his head to behold a scene before him. He tugged at Su Qing beside him, exclaiming, What is the matter? Su Qing, equally vexed and preoccupied with matters concerning Tang Shan's development, responded, Why not establish a harem? Losing one is inconsequential. Why settle for just one? What is this world? Su Qin pointed at the scene, reiterating, What is this world? Su Qing furrowed her brow and leaned in for a closer look. Isn't that Neza? What's wrong? She inquired. Nothing, merely a flicker of curiosity. Aren't you in the primordial world? This too is related to the primordial realm. Between you and this world, who is more formidable? Upon hearing this, Su Qing wore an expression of disdain. This is merely a lowly realm. My world is one of higher order. How could they possibly compare? What's the matter? Do you wish to rescue Neza's mother? Oh dear, it seems a compassionate heart has emerged. Su Qing scoffed. I am not a saint. I merely feel that the world is indeed unjust. Is this not unfair? You have yet to witness true inequity. Is there more injustice? Indeed. Consider a man whose family has perished, whose wife has met her demise. After enduring countless hardships to attain success in his cultivation, what do you think becomes of him? What happens? He is merely a pawn in the hands of an immortal, and all his arduous efforts are rendered futile, leaving him to face eternal solitude. Su Chan gazed at the image of the mother embracing Neza, her form gradually dissipating. Neza's body remained motionless, his bones seemingly restrained. Sighing, he thought to himself, Perhaps it is my compassionate heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qing delicately pointed with her slender fingers, allowing a beam of light to penetrate the imagery. Chapter 50, Goblins. What have you done? Naturally, Su Qin observed Su Qing's actions. Some individuals are overly compassionate. There's no helping it. If assistance can be rendered, then so be it. I find it rather peculiar that you saints would concern yourselves with the mortal realm's life and death. Not at all. To be frank, I have witnessed numerous scenes of life and death. They do not strike me as strange. I see. Well then. Su Qin nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. All right, let us proceed. Su Qing spoke little, taking to the skies towards the Dochi continent. Teacher, where shall we go next? Well, did you not have an appointment with that young girl? Is she not waiting for you at the Jianan Academy? I understand, teacher. Xiaoyan nodded, preparing to head in the direction of Jianan Academy. Suddenly, a small tower floated beside him. Who are you? Is this the tower belonging to Su Chen? Not quite. Our relationship is merely that of friends. I see. Has Su Chen not yet departed from the Dochi continent? He has left, abandoning me in this realm. Ah. How will you return? Do not worry, the tower will remind him. I am not concerned, but I will need to remain in the Dochi continent for a while. However, I just sensed a hint of law power from Su Qing's attack. Is that so? What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yan inquired. I have no particular plans. I am merely a tad curious about this world. For now, I shall accompany you. Very well then. Where do you intend to go next? We plan to head to Jianan Academy. The small tower scanned the Douqi continent with its consciousness and quickly located a spot at Jianan Academy. It flew ahead of Xiao Yan, directly opening a spatial portal. If we fly, it will take too long. This way is much quicker. I did not expect you to be a Dozun powerhouse, exclaimed Xiao Yan. What Dozun? My current strength is merely at the Shield 1 level. The small tower replied before entering the portal. Xiao Yan immediately followed suit. Upon entering the portal, he felt a peculiar power. I can't take it anymore. Su Qin cried out in despair as he knelt down. Perhaps it would be better not to search after all, sighed Su Qing. Su Qin's cheeks flushed with warmth as he repeatedly kicked the fallen green giant. They were currently immersed in the storyline of the first Avengers film. What else could be done? You could conjure a rabbit, which would surpass Tang Shan in prowess. Yet the crux of the matter was that she was unable to cultivate her soul power. Her only option was to refine the laws from your realm. In due time, wouldn't it be rather awkward for Tang Shan? Alas, I find myself at a loss in this vast cosmos with countless universes. It would be exceedingly tedious to traverse each one individually. I am not on the path of simplicity. I can only explore one universe at a time. Su Qin took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and continued the search. Huh? Still searching? Su Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Thus, the Avengers faced a shift in their narrative due to the absence of the Hulk. At that moment, Xiao Wu was kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. She looked up at the two bears before her and a bald man, Guanto Chang. Who is she? Bear Air inquired of Guanto Chang. I'm not sure, but could you two keep your distance? You're frightening her, Guanto Chang responded. Oh, I see. All right then, Bear Air replied, taking a small step back. Bear Da, stroking his chin as he observed Xiao Wu, remained silent, gently pulling Bear Air aside. Guanto Chang, if anything arises, do let us know. Bear Air and I are off to find some honey. Guanto Chang looked puzzled. He had initially questioned the girl who had suddenly appeared in his home. Yet she remained silent, trembling incessantly. Are you hungry? You needn't be afraid. I am Guanto Chang, and I am not a bad person. Xiao Wu's pink pupils calmed momentarily, yet she still harbored doubts about Guanto Chang's intentions, having ventured into the world beyond her home. Her mother had always warned her that men were untrustworthy. On Su Chen's side, Su Chun, feeling utterly drained, felt his heart finally succumb to despair. He gazed at a white spider before him and sighed, what on earth is happening? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Su Chan gazed as his hands transformed into a two-dimensional paper figure. Su Qing crouched down, persistently teasing the white spider resting in her palm. Once again, the two of them, along with the spider, embarked on their journey. Why do you want this spider? She asked. I wish to keep a pet, and I find this white spider rather delightful, came the reply. Su Qing smiled as she gently tapped the trembling spider, asking if they had arrived in the Douluo world. The Snow Maiden, with a look of exasperation, gazed at the three-headed hellhound and confirmed their arrival. Just then, Diana and Qin Renshui returned from their shopping trip and greeted the three-headed hellhound. Did they come for you too? Asked the hellhound. Yes, they did. Thankfully. We have the clothes Su gave us. Otherwise, we might not have made it here, Guyuna replied, glancing at the Snow Maiden and Ice Emperor. Thanks to Su Qing's attire, they now appeared human. The Snow Maiden donned a pristine white gown and delicate princess shoes, her braided hair cascading over one shoulder, embodying an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a snow princess. In contrast, the Ice Emperor opted for a simpler look. Clad in a blue suit with her blue hair flowing over her shoulders, complemented by a white shirt that exuded a mature elegance. When did you begin the competition? The Ice Emperor inquired. I initially had no intention of coming to the human realm, but upon hearing that you were here, I felt compelled to see for myself. Why hasn't the divine beast joined us? The Snow Maiden curiously asked. It's unsafe for her here. You know how crucial she is to the beings of the Stardew Forest, was the reply. I once asked Su Chun, and he said that the Divine Protection Stone would suffice to keep her safe. The Divine Protection Stone? The Snow Maiden recalled a peculiar stone they encountered in the Stardew Forest, which had incessantly compelled them to search for it, threatening to strike them if they failed. A shiver ran down her spine. You've encountered it, haven't you? Although strange, I believe that stone possesses the ability to protect little Rue. Indeed, we have encountered it, and even fought against it. Unfortunately, the Ice Emperor, fell just short of victory, she stated defiantly. The three-headed hellhound and Snow Maiden exchanged incredulous glances. Is that really just falling short? It seems more like you were light years away from winning, they retorted. Do you know? Intrigued by the Ice Emperor's claims. Found it hard to believe. According to her reasoning, Su Chen could not have deceived her. The stone could not have engaged the Ice Emperor in a fair fight. Given Su Chen's evident prowess, are you certain you aren't fabricating this tale? Humph, I merely fell short by 2 moves. The Ice Emperor huffed, her pride wounded. Gu Yuna regarded her with exasperation, realizing that her companion was clearly reluctant to acknowledge defeat, having likely been soundly bested by the Divine Protection Stone. All right, enough of this, big sister. Why did you summon us? Was it not to participate in that competition? Where have Su Chen and the others gone? Gu Yuna turned to Qian Rinxue beside her. Qian Rinxue waved her hand dismissively, indicating that they had probably gone off on another escapade. They were accustomed to seeing those 2 troublemakers wreaking havoc. Qian Rinxue had heard Su Chen mention that they had gone to some island, where they encountered a fellow wielding a trident, initially believing him formidable, only to be sent flying with a single punch. Nevertheless, are you certain you wish to compete? However, your lineup seems to captivate Qian Rinxue, who observes them with a perplexed expression. Although this is a competition exclusive to humans, there is no stipulation barring soul beasts from participating, wouldn't you agree? Isn't this akin to a fixed match? Furthermore, wasn't Su Chen and his companions aiming to target Tang Shan? Yet, considering the current relationship between Su Chen and Ayin, how can you proceed with such intentions? Qian Rinxue lightly tapped her fingers and murmured, Indeed, what should we do? Perhaps we should go easy, Gu Yuna suggested, pondering the dilemma. But is it merely a matter of going easy? The individual named Tang can hardly withstand even your slightest pressure. He is merely a soul master, and his frail body cannot endure such a beating. Cease worrying about that issue, Bai Ji interjected, striding over in her high heels. What do you mean? The Shrek Academy has already withdrawn from the competition. What? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in shock. She had previously heard Su Qing mention the events concerning Tang Shan. What happened? It might be due to internal discord leading to their separation. Then where has Tang Shan gone? Uncertain, but he likely went to another academy. Then, shall we still participate? With Tang Shan having fled, does this competition hold any significance for us? As everyone grappled with the decision, Sure Batty and sword into view. Isn't that the peculiar stone left by Su Chen in the Stardow forest? Gu Yuna remarked, observing the erratic movements of Sherbatian in the street. Who is watching that beast? Bai Ji asked, her expression blank. Everyone fell silent. The only human, Qian Rinxue, contemplated for a moment and suggested, Shall we visit the Stardow forest and bring her back? The others found her reasoning sound. However, the Snow Maiden and Ice Emperor regarded Qian Rinxue with wariness. What purpose does a human have in going there? Qian Rinxue, Gu Yuna, and Bai Ji quickly clarified the misunderstanding, and upon hearing this, the Snow Maiden and Ice Emperor did not pursue the matter further. What a calamity! Enough of this. I shall not seek Su Chen anymore. She shouted at the sky. You see, I have said it was unnecessary, Su Qing remarked with a glance. Damn it, why is the world so vast? Su Chen lamented. There's nothing we can do about it. Su Qing sighed, raising her hand in resignation. Su Chen was equally infuriated. Countless worlds had been searched. Yet finding a single rabbit felt akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Su Chen cast a grim glance around the cavern, where a putrid odor lingered ominously throughout. Suddenly, a goblin wielding a spiked club approached with a menacing cackle. Su Qing squinted her eyes as she gazed into the distance, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of her lips. She approached with a deliberate grace, only to find herself before a prison whose interior evoked a wave of nausea within her. Ugh, what on earth? Su Chen, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the prison, his breath caught in a gasp of astonishment. Goodness, how bizarre. Su Chen beheld a girl encircled by goblins, her eyes devoid of light, reflecting a profound despair as if all hope had fled. Meanwhile, another girl on the opposite side was laughing vacantly, her demeanor suggesting a complete mental breakdown. Upon noticing a small goblin drooling as it approached her, Su Qing instinctively took a step back. The creature was covered in unsightly filth that she had no desire to touch. Without hesitation, she launched an attack, obliterating the goblin in an instant. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Fortunately, the other goblins remained oblivious to her presence. It wasn't that she feared them. Rather, their repulsive nature made her skin crawl, and even the act of assaulting one left her feeling sullied. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The white spider upon Su Qing's body incessantly scuttled to and fro. Su Qing took something out from her bosom, her face etched with confusion. What's the matter? The white spider pointed behind her. Su Qing glanced back and discovered pairs of crimson lights flickering in the darkness. When she finally beheld their true form, she gasped in astonishment. So many, countless goblins, drooling, began to crawl toward her. Su Qing felt an overwhelming urge to attack. As her foot encountered a large, unsightly mass of white substance, nausea washed over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the white spider with one hand and fled. Upon witnessing Su Qing's anxious demeanor, Su Chun initially assumed that she was afraid of the dark. Su Qing swiftly dashed past him, incredulous. Is this truly all it takes for you to be frightened? Su Qing paid no heed to Su Chen's complaints. When Su Chen turned around and saw a swarm of goblins rushing toward him, he was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Su Chen immediately followed Su Qing and ran alongside her. Damn it, did we disturb the goblin nest? Su Qing, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Hurry up and deal with them. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qing wore a hesitant expression. She glanced behind her, noting the grotesque figures, and quickened her pace, thinking to herself that such repulsive creatures should be left to their own devices. Some goblins, realizing they could not catch up with the female before them, swiftly readied their bows and arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows aimed at Su Chun and Su Qing, but they quickly discovered that they could not penetrate the duo's defenses. A few large goblins, wielding spiked clubs, charged forward, cackling ominously. The smaller goblins pointed at Su Qing, prompting the larger goblins to nod in agreement as they pursued her. Hurry up and open the spatial passage, Su Qing urged. Nodding in acknowledgement, she prepared to activate the portal just as a massive goblin raised its spiked club, aiming it menacingly at her head. Su Chun was utterly bewildered, wondering from where this unexpected presence had emerged. Just as he prepared to intervene, the spiked club came crashing down towards Su Qing's head with a resounding thud. The goblin chuckled with malicious glee, believing he had triumphed. However, as the smoke cleared, he was taken aback to find Su Qing completely unscathed. Su Qing's face darkened, her body trembling. The hairstyle she had painstakingly arranged was now in disarray as she gazed at the white substances on the spiked club. She was not afraid of the club itself. Rather, it was the white substances that instilled fear in her. Being a person who cherished cleanliness, she exclaimed in desperation, "To hell with this." Su Qing's entire being erupted with an overwhelming aura, and with a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended gracefully into the sky. Su Qing stood in a daze. Glancing around, there were no caves in sight, only an expanse of a vast, empty pit. How terrifying indeed. The white spider trembling on Su Qing's shoulder conveyed her sentiment of intimidation. She truly felt overwhelmed. Synopsis: individuals from the modern world or alternate realms traverse into the Douluo continent, often retaining memories of their past lives or acquiring extraordinary abilities.